Disaster Survival Challenge, Round 1, Train Accident. This was supposed to be a perfect journey as you traveled by train, admiring the forest scenery along the way, heading towards your destination. As a passenger, when faced with unexpected peril, remember to safeguard your own life. Survival duration, 10 days. In this challenge, killing other challengers will result in a demotion. Dropping to 0 level will lead to automatic death. The first round of the challenge is about to commence, and rewards include 2,000 gold coins. Suddenly, Qiao Yunfeng opened her eyes and sat up, realizing she was in a moving train's soft sleeper compartment. Resting on the lower bunk, a blanket draped over her. Opposite her, a mother and daughter were enjoying their meal. In disbelief, she raised her right hand to touch her chest, finding no knife, but feeling the strong rhythm of her heartbeat. With her left hand, she pinched her thigh hardo. That hurt. The pain brought a surge of joy. She had survived. She had been reborn. Ha ha ha. The exhilaration of being alive escaped her lips, her laughter ringing out abruptly, startling the little girl across from her, causing the child to spill yogurt all over herself. The mother frowned at Xiao Yunfeng, said nothing, and bent down to carry her daughter away. Quickly, Qiao Yunfeng rose to close the door, then lifted her left hand to feel the white bracelet, activating it. Name, Qiao Yunfeng level. 1 can be upgraded. Each successful challenge grants an upgrade. Gender, female. Challenge attempts, 1 health points, 300 stamina points, 300 status. Normal space, 6M x 6M. Upgradable held item. Medical kit can be upgraded with the challenger. If replaced, all upgrades reset. Her space had resurrected alongside her, and her health and stamina returned. Yet her held item had changed. Why? Furrowing her brow, she recalled the challenge's backdrop. Disaster Survival Challenge, Round 1, Train Accident. That's incorrect. The first round was not a train accident, but a water town in Jiangnan. Qiao Yunfeng was certain, having successfully passed the first challenge. But why had it changed? Was it due to her rebirth that the challenge's content also altered? And why had her held item transformed into a medical kit? The moment she retrieved the medical kit from her space, she halted her breath. Her heartbeat pausing for a second. It was the very item she clutched in her last moments in her previous life. The memory sent shivers through her, and she pressed her hand tightly against her chest, breathing heavily. How ironic, she had acted selflessly to save someone, only to be repaid with a knife plunged relentlessly into her chest by the very soul she sought to rescue. In excruciating pain, she convulsed, unable to utter a sound, gasping for air, fixated solely on retrieving the medical kit back into her space, determined not to allow the one attempting to kill her to benefit. Her assailant seemed to sense her intent, one hand firmly grasping the medical kit while the other relentlessly stabbed at her. Tears streamed down the assailant's face, a mix of fragility and innocence. Don't blame me. I have no choice. I just want to live. I just want to live. Qiao Yunfeng shut her eyes tightly, filled with regret, lamenting her own foolishness. In a challenge where only 20,000 out of 40 million would survive, how could there be room for weakness? Surely, such pretense was merely a facade to deceive. Yet, she had been the only one naive enough to believe, though foolish she was. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her fists tightly since she had been granted another chance at life. She vowed to survive until the end. Only those who remain vigilant can endure the challenges longer. Bang, bang, bang up in the door. Why did you lock it? A woman's voice echoed from outside. The mother and daughter had returned. Snapping back to reality, she got up to open the door, receiving a disapproving glance from the young mother. Quietly returning to her bunk, she grabbed her travel bag from the corner and pretended to search for something, all the while discreetly examining the supplies in her space via the bracelet. Seeing the supplies she had hoarded before her demise in the third challenge still intact in her space, she exhaled deeply. In the Disaster Survival Challenge, having sufficient resources was vital for a sense of security. Equipped with 2,000 gold coins, she prepared to head to the dining car to purchase food and water, determined to stockpile as much as possible. At precisely 8 a.m., the announcement rang out, Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 1 begins. Mommy, look, the little girl pointed at the window, where small ice pellets pelted the train's glass, creating a cacophony of ding-ding-ding. Was it hailing? Instinctively, Qiao Yunfeng grabbed her bag and pulled out a thick down coat and scarf, quickly donning them. Simultaneously, She gazed out the window, observing the dense forest through which the train was traversing, with naught but sturdy trees in sight, their bases lightly dusted with snow. "Why are you putting on a coat, sister? Mommy just said we have 4 more hours until we get off." The little girl's curious voice came from across. Before Qiao Yunfeng could respond, the mother interrupted, "Sweetheart, you must not speak to strangers." "You should." Lowering her head, Qiao Yunfeng began to reflect on the hints for this round. Train accident as a passenger. Remember to safeguard your own life during unforeseen events. What kind of accident could occur on a train? Would it be forced to halt? No, there must be an unexpected element. If it's hailing, could the train be damaged by the ice? Would the windows shatter? Yet these scenarios seem too simplistic they wouldn't escalate to a life-threatening level. The challenges in the disaster survival challenge could not be so trivial, surely not. Could it be a derailment? A crash? As her thoughts raced, her hand instinctively reached for her travel bag, preparing to retract it into her space when suddenly, a tremendous force hurled her from the bed, crashing her against the closed door, followed by another involuntary tumble. Xiao Yunfeng was engulfed by a cacophony of screams, the sound of shattering glass echoing around her. Then something struck her head forcefully, plunging her into darkness. A chill coursed through her, stirring Xiao Yunfeng from her unconsciousness. Dazed, she forced her eyes open, only to find the surroundings in disarray. Her body sprawled against the window, pain radiating through her. With great effort, she propped herself up, leaning against the train wall, gasping for breath, while ice pellets continued to rain down upon her. Surveying her surroundings, she confirmed the train had overturned. She was now seated against the window, the soft sleeper compartment door hanging above her, and she saw no sign of the mother and daughter. The relentless sound of hail striking the carriage echoed around her, with some ice pellets managing to enter through the shattered window and open door, hitting her directly. Taking several deep breaths despite her dizziness, she began to examine her body. Relieved to find no visible injuries, the pain coursing through her was likely from being tossed around during the crash. Her head sported 3 sizable bumps, but was thankfully free of blood. She hastily stored everything she could see into her space, hoarding any resources available. Even the soft sleeper's mattress, she managed to store 4 pieces, not to mention the blankets and pillows. Struggling to her feet, she closed her eyes for a few seconds, gathering her strength to ascend to the door above, climbing through the shattered window of the corridor. Outside the train lay a forest, where hail continued to fall, stinging her face and pounding painfully on her head. She picked up a piece of metal lying on the ground to shield her head. Although it was somewhat cumbersome, it significantly reduced the pain from the hail. Surrounding the train were numerous abandoned suitcases. She noticed others rummaging through them for their belongings and discreetly began to gather nearby suitcases into her space, slowly making her way to the dining car. In this survival challenge, food was one of the most crucial supplies, and she needed to seize the opportunity to hoard as much as she could before others noticed. Though her intentions were commendable, the waves of dizziness hindered her pace. More and more people were awakening within the carriage. As she passed through different compartments, the cries for help echoed, mingled with sobs and heart-wrenching calls for loved ones. The dining car was a chaotic scene, with food strewn everywhere. She knelt on the floor, hastily collecting packaged foods and water into her space. Having gathered 5 or 6 unopened boxes, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching swiftly from behind. She quickly grabbed her backpack and pretended to be packing, while actually returning items to her space. The newcomer bypassed her and began stuffing items into their own bag. Soon, the number of people increased, and as she witnessed a struggle for resources, Qiao Yunfeng promptly adjusted her backpack and turned to leave. She aimed to reach the front of the train to search for fuel. In such frigid weather, any fuel would make it easier to ignite wood, and she could use it to create torches for emergencies. After traversing 3 carriages, she found one that had not overturned. Inside, the sounds of crying filled the air, while those outside were engaged in hushed discussions. She initially intended to bypass this carriage, but as she approached the door, a young woman suddenly seized her arm, exclaiming, "Come here and hide with us, we're all together." Dizzy, Qiao Yunfeng could only allow herself to be pulled into the carriage without uttering a word of explanation. Inside was a hard seat compartment, filled mostly with injured passengers. The cries within rose and fell in a dissonant chorus. In truth, Qiao Yunfeng had been battling dizziness for some time, pushing through her discomfort in search of supplies, fully aware that her symptoms were indicative of a concussion from the blow to her head. However, as she sat down, the waves of dizziness surged anew, compelling her to lean back against the seat and close her eyes, consciously breathing to relax her body. The sound of hail striking the carriage intensified, and the cold wind poured in through the broken window. She tightened her scarf and hat, but to little avail. She could only discreetly retrieve a bedding quilt from her space to wrap around herself. As she drifted into a hazy slumber, she heard more people squeezing into the carriage, and this time, they were numerous. "It's freezing in the woods. We should huddle here," one man shouted. "Someone come help me find a piece of metal to block this broken window. It's too cold otherwise," another added. "Let's open the boxes outside and see what's inside. Anything useful should be brought back. Why is there still no signal on our phones? What do we do? Does anyone know if help is coming? You've been crying for over an hour. Can't you focus on something productive? Does anyone have food? They'll pay for it. Go find it yourself. There are plenty of boxes outside. Just look. It's too cold outside, and the hail is still falling. Whose belongings aren't hard-earned? If you don't want to go, then just starve. You've been spoiled. Why are you still cursing?" The cacophony of voices sent her mind reeling. She had hoped that resting would alleviate her discomfort, but now, in addition to dizziness, she was plagued by nerve pain. She felt the muscles at the back of her head pulsating and sighed, thinking that once her dizziness subsided, she would find a cave in the woods to isolate herself. The hail ceased abruptly. Although the temperature remained low, it no longer impeded outdoor movement. Many individuals had ventured into the forest, seemingly carrying little, likely all challengers. However, the phones still lacked signal, and the passengers in the carriage remained cut off from the outside world. She understood that this situation was inevitable. The challenge could not be so simple, and today marked only the first day. Forcing herself to stand, she made her way to the front of the train in search of fuel. Regrettably, she arrived too late. Aside from what lay scattered on the ground, nothing remained. She returned to the carriage slowly, only to find her previous seat occupied by someone else, and the compartment had subtly divided into groups. With a survival period of 10 days, this place was untenable. There were too many people, and should food become scarce in the coming days, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. She needed to rest and recover her strength, planning to enter the woods the following day, find a suitable campsite, set up defenses, and gather more firewood to endure until the 10th day. Quietly nestled in a corner of the carriage, wrapped in her quilt, the heating pads in her down jacket radiated warmth. Amidst the clamor, she gradually slipped into a light sleep. At precisely 8 a.m., the announcement rang out. Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 2 begins. The weather outside had turned even colder. "Let's all go into the woods and gather some branches. If we wait for rescue, we might freeze to death. We must work together to save ourselves," a man shouted loudly. Seeing the consensus among the crowd, Qiao Yunfeng packed her belongings and slung her backpack over her shoulder, joining the others as they stepped into the woods, slowly moving farther away. Once out of sight, she stored her pack in her space and strode purposefully into the forest. Upon waking that morning, her dizziness had vanished, and her condition was fully restored. Now, she needed to find a suitable location for a campsite, as the challenge would undoubtedly bring unforeseen dangers. She needed to prepare supplies quickly to navigate the impending disasters successfully. She moved swiftly through the woods until noon, yet found no suitable site. Leaning against a tree, she sat down to warm herself by a campfire while eating lunch when she suddenly heard a wolf's howl. Instantly, she stood, stowing her belongings and turning towards the sound. Vaguely, she spotted a figure rushing toward her, accompanied by the haunting howls of wolves. Without hesitation, Xiao Yunfeng turned and began to run, hearing footsteps close behind her as the figure pursued her, narrowing the distance. A sinking feeling overtook her. She realized the individual was deliberately leading the wolf pack towards her. Just as she prepared to change direction again, something struck her leg, causing her to stumble and crash to the ground. The person behind her seized the opportunity to surge ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiao Yunfeng sprang back to her feet and resumed her flight. Fixated on the figure ahead, he was the one who had attacked her, forcing her to fall to redirect the pursuing wolves. As the howls grew ever closer, a surge of anger coursed through her. She retrieved a dagger from her space, aiming to hurl at the man ahead, but before she could act, he let out a piercing scream and suddenly vanished from sight. Chapter 2, Scene 1. The train accident. In a swift rush forward, it became apparent that she stood at the edge of a steep cliff, peering down. She spotted a man clinging desperately to a vine at the precipice, his feet dangling in midair. Upon noticing Qiao Yunfeng, he cried out for help. This man was likely the same individual who had lured the wolves and then ambushed her. As she turned, she saw a pack of wolves closing in behind her. Just as she contemplated whether to leap from the vine, a gray wolf lunged at her with unrestrained eagerness. Without hesitation, Qiao Yunfeng bent down, grasping the vine with both hands, and pushed off the cliff with her feet. Her body slid downward uncontrollably, and she clutched the vine tightly, enduring a searing pain in her hands as she managed to stabilize herself after a considerable descent. The wolf that had charged after her plummeted off the cliff, landing with a thud, its cries abruptly silenced. Looking up, she observed the wolves pacing restlessly along the cliff and Appo's edge, howling into the abyss. It was clear that ascending was out of the question. She could never overpower them. Resolute, she decided to continue sliding down the vine. "Hey, beautiful, please help me. Wait for me." The man in Appo's voice called out from beside her. Qiao Yunfeng chose to ignore him. Were it not for her hands being occupied with the vine, she would have certainly retaliated with a dagger. His intent from the outset had been to use her as a shield. Upon landing, her legs buckled under her, and a wave of soreness surged through her arms, her palms stained with blood. She realized her body was still too feeble. She needed to strengthen herself. Spotting the wolf that had fallen, bleeding and whimpering, she retrieved the dagger that had dropped earlier and delivered a swift, merciful blow, subsequently storing the wolf in her space. The man limped toward her, his gait unsteady. Qiao Yunfeng raised her dagger, warning him, "Do not approach, or I will not hesitate to defend myself. Please, Don and Appo's. We seem to share a fate. Let us work together," he chuckled, taking a few steps closer. "You cannot possibly consume such a large wolf alone." Suddenly, he lunged at her with surprising speed. Qiao Yunfeng felt a powerful impact to her right arm, rendering it numb and sending her dagger flying. Pain shot through her shoulder as she stumbled backward, colliding heavily with a tree, her back screaming in agony. She had taken a blow from this man. And as she looked at his face, filled with exhilaration and malice, he threatened, "Hand over the wolf." Qiao Yunfeng bent low, charging forward, her left hand drawing another dagger from her space. With the momentum of her advance, she plunged the dagger into his side. His raised hand froze mid-air, astonished. "How dare you? Killing a challenger results in demotion. We are both at level 1. If I die, you shall too." Yanking the dagger from his side, she retorted, "You never intended to spare me, did you? Your demise is your concern, not mine." She swiftly retrieved her fallen dagger and departed from the scene. The scent of blood would surely attract more ferocious beasts. She needed to escape quickly and safely. As she ascended the mountain, she gathered several dry twigs along the way. Her plan was to find a natural cave to spend the night, as it would provide greater safety in the wilderness. Regrettably, she had yet to find one, and the sky was darkening with nightfall imminent. Stopping in a hollow, she used her space to excavate a small hole in the earth. While there was still light, she ventured out to gather more branches, storing them in her space. As darkness enveloped the area, she ignited a campfire and placed several traps around its perimeter. Sitting quietly before the fire, Qiao Yunfeng enjoyed a steaming bowl of instant noodles, listening to the crackling of the burning wood. A sense of tranquility washed over her. She had truly been reborn. At 7:00 a.m. on July 7th, a voice echoed through the air, announcing to all that the earth had reached its breaking point and must end to rejuvenate. From this day forth, all living beings would gradually perish, with the sole hope of survival resting in participation in the Disaster Survival Challenge. In this region of 40 million, 3 million would participate in each contest. Those who perished in the challenge would die in reality, while those who did not participate would be randomly selected to join the next round. After each challenge, participants could return to reality for 3 days of rest, continuing until only 20,000 survivors remained. These 20,000 victors would return to a reborn Earth to start anew. She had perished in the 3rd round of the Urban High-Rise Challenge. Perhaps fate had not wished for her demise to be so pitiful, granting her a second chance. This time, she vowed to survive until the very end. Lying on the soft bed, clutching a hot water bag and cocooned in 2 blankets, she mused that solitude was indeed preferable. Today was far more comfortable than yesterday. At precisely 8:00 a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge commenced its 3rd day. Qiao Yunfeng's mind raced with memories of outdoor survival videos she had watched in her past life. To survive in the wilderness, one should seek elevated terrain, avoiding proximity to water sources. After searching for hours amidst the endless forest, she found herself yearning for a suitable location to excavate a cave. Just as she contemplated this, she stumbled upon a cave of appropriate size. Unfortunately, it was situated too low and merely 10 minutes from a nearby stream, far too close for comfort. Lighting a fire within the cave to dispel the dampness and ward off snakes and vermin, she considered the colder weather that might soon arrive. Turning, she continued to gather wood to store in her space. As she swung her machete, her mind was filled with plans for the challenges ahead. Each disaster survival challenge brought forth various calamities, often with multiple disasters occurring simultaneously. At least in the 2 rounds she had experienced prior, she had faced more than one natural disaster. This time, alongside the train accident and hail, there would undoubtedly be other calamities. With today marking the 3rd day, she needed to stockpile supplies diligently. Wood was the most crucial resource in such weather, and the cave's low elevation was a concern. She would have to continue searching along the stream for a more suitable campsite tomorrow. Additionally, she needed to gather more food. She had set traps by the stream earlier, hoping for a fruitful catch in the morning. Before darkness fell, she dug traps outside the cave, positioning her snares with care. Finally, she settled inside the cave, enjoying dinner by the fire. Opening her wristband, she accessed the discussion forum, seeking distant weapons. Her greatest advantage now was her superior stamina and health compared to other challengers. Reflecting on the man's earlier attack, she realized that had she been the frail version of herself with only 100 stamina points, she would have surely fallen. Currently, her only weapons were a dagger and a machete. Had the man not been so careless, allowing her a chance for close combat, her fate could have been dire. A woman in Apo's strength was lesser than a man in Apo's. How she wished for a ranged weapon. A gun would be ideal. Merely holding one could instill fear in others. Regrettably, the discussion forum was filled solely with desperate pleas for food, and there were no requests for medicine. It seemed she would have to wait a few more days before returning to check again. Who has food? Anything will do. I will pay with gold coins. The train carriage is unbearably cold. Could those of you who ventured into the woods share your experiences? The train here is overcrowded, provisions are dwindling, and we are cut off from the outside world. Is there any possibility of rescue? The woods lack suitable places to spend the night. Yet there is an abundance of food. Where did you find so much food? I found nothing. Perhaps it is because your appearance frightened the small animals away. You speak too harshly. Is this how one expresses honesty? Your looks are of little consequence. We all suffer from the cold and the elements. How delightful it is for you to know that I am currently warming myself by the fire with a drink in hand. Would you be so kind as to exchange some food with me? What are your terms? It seems those on the train who have not yet entered the woods are beginning to face food shortages, which will inevitably lead to chaos. With a sigh, I realize that I must find a high ground for a campsite before a multitude of challengers enter the mountains. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the 4th day of the Disaster Survival Challenge commenced. Qiao Yunfeng had a fruitful morning, catching 2 wild chickens in the traps she had set the previous day. Lifting her spirits considerably, she reset the traps and, by the clear stream, cleaned the chickens along with the wolf she had caught that day. Looking upstream, the dense jungle obscured her view. However, the stream formed a shallow pool before continuing its gentle descent. After finishing her preparations, she intended to return to the cave to rest and eat, planning to ascend the mountain along the stream in search of a new campsite. She hoped that upon her return, she would find her traps laden with more bounty. As she neared the cave, she heard voices emanating from within. Approaching cautiously, she noticed that the traps she had set at the entrance were now exposed, and the voices inside were quite clear. Fortunately, she had collected the animal traps before leaving that morning. Just as she turned to sneak away, a woman emerged from the cave. "Who are you?" the woman called out. Immediately spotting Xiao Yunfeng, 3 men followed her, one of whom was limping, evidently having fallen into a trap. "And who might you be?" Xiao Yunfeng retorted loudly. "Ah, did your sister start the fire in this cave? When we arrived, it was nearly extinguished, and we thought the occupants had left," the woman replied with a smile, her youthful demeanor evident. "I didn't end amp. Apos. To expect you to return. Please, come inside." Qiao Yunfeng had no intention of entering. She preferred to store her supplies in her space. The cave had been devoid of anything but the remnants of a fire when she left that morning. The woman and amp. Apos' invitation only solidified her resolve to distance herself from them, and she prepared to leave. "Stop right there. Did you dig that trap?" shouted the limping man. "Yes, it was to guard against wild beasts," Qiao Yunfeng replied, her hand instinctively moving towards her dagger. The tone of their conversation suggested trouble, and if all four came at her, she would need to lead them towards the traps by the stream. Who are you cursing? The man began to approach, but was restrained by another tall man with a bushy beard. Apologies, but we are claiming this cave. You are welcome to join us, but you must surrender your supplies and follow our orders daily. Qiao Yunfeng's gaze shifted to the machete in the bearded man's hand and the long stick wielded by another man. Narrowing her eyes, she remained silent and turned to leave. There was no time for rest. She would head up the mountain directly. As she walked, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. Sister, wait for me. It was the woman pursuing her. Sister, you walk so fast. I almost couldn't and Oppos. Catch up. Do you need something? Xiao Yunfeng turned, scrutinizing the woman who, despite being younger, insisted on calling her sister. Sister, don't go. Come back with me. It's safer in the cave. There are wolves in these mountains. We heard their howls yesterday. It's safer together. The woman looked at her earnestly. Not necessary, Qiao Yunfeng replied curtly, turning to leave. Sister, please don't go. It's truly safer together. The woman continued, her voice pleading. We're all girls. I wouldn't deceive you. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, follow me. I prefer solitude. Qiao Yunfeng shot a cold glance at the woman. The term sister triggered unpleasant memories. The person who had harmed her had also called her sister in that same soft tone. Sister. She pulled out her dagger, pointing it at the woman, veins pulsing on her forehead. Do not follow me again, or I will not hesitate. Turning to walk away, she barely made it a few paces when she heard footsteps behind her again. Just as she was about to quicken her pace, she heard the groans of a beast coming from the direction of the traps she had set earlier. Rushing over, she discovered a young wild boar caught in one of her traps, not small by any means. She swiftly dispatched it and stored it in her space. Ah, sister, you captured such a large wild boar. The woman's exaggerated exclamation sent a wave of irritation through Qiao Yunfeng. Sister, you are so skilled. Can you teach me? The woman continued, her enthusiasm unabated. How about I join you? Do not follow me. Qiao Yunfeng gritted her teeth, glaring at the woman. The way she spoke, coupled with the incessant use of sister, pushed her to the brink of rage. Sister, please don't be so fierce. We are all girls. Have some pity. Help me out, please. Those three men are quite intimidating. The woman adopted a pitiful expression, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, appearing both frail and vulnerable. Qiao Yunfeng and Amp, Oppos' grip on her knife tightened, her knuckles whitening. She forced herself to remember that this woman was not the one who had harmed her, even if her mannerisms were hauntingly similar. Turning to leave, she sensed something amiss behind her and quickly sidestepped. The woman suddenly threw herself to the ground, crying out, Ah, sister. Why are you doing this? It hurts. Ignoring her theatrics, Qiao Yunfeng resumed her departure, unwilling to engage further. Just as she lifted her foot, the woman clung desperately to her legs. Sister, please don't go. If you leave, take me with you. Let go. Fury surged within her, and Qiao Yunfeng prepared to strike the woman's hands away with her knife. Suddenly, she heard hurried footsteps approaching, along with the shouts of men searching for her. Where is she? Where is she? You called them here. Qiao Yunfeng glared at the woman clinging to her leg, narrowing her eyes. She had underestimated human greed. The woman must have alerted the men upon seeing the wild boar. Over here. Hurry. The woman shouted, her eyes gleaming with the triumph of a successful scheme, tightening her grip around Qiao Yunfeng's legs. Chapter 3, Scene 1 with a piercing scream echoing in the air, under the incredulous gaze of the woman. Qiao Yunfeng calmly withdrew the dagger embedded in her back, forcefully kicking away the arm she had released due to pain, and swiftly turned to ascend the mountain. Confronting two men head-on could result in injury. It was wiser to lead them towards the trap area. Hurry, the wild boar is in her space. Chase her down. The woman and Amp, Oppos' frantic shouts rang out from behind, her voice so shrill that it etched her grotesque face into Qiao Yunfeng and Amp, Oppos' mind. Hearing the chaotic footsteps approaching, the two men were in hot pursuit. Adjusting her course, Qiao Yunfeng subtly guided them towards the stream, knowing that she had set sharpened wooden stakes in each trap when she had rearranged them that morning. Their fate would depend on their luck. After all, attempting to rob her would surely come at a cost. I see her. Over here. You can't escape. A man shouted loudly from behind. Qiao Yunfeng glanced back. Only two men were pursuing her, and they were quite fast. It seemed their stamina was commendable. She continued to weave around her traps, hastening her ascent up the mountain. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly pronounced behind her. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, and with a smile, Qiao Yunfeng turned to see that one of the men had indeed fallen into a trap. "My foot is injured. There's a trap here. She led us into it," he cried out. A cold chuckle escaped her lips. Of course, she had lured them here. It served them right. She turned back and continued her climb, letting them test their luck if they dared to pursue further. The sounds of pursuit ceased altogether behind her, likely a sign of surrender. 3 out of 4 were injured. If they didn't tend to their wounds, passing this challenge would be uncertain. The scent of blood would attract predators, and the stream was hardly a safe haven. As she climbed to the mountainside, she saw no caves. In the afternoon, light rain began to fall. If the downpour intensified, it would be detrimental to her. Choosing a spacious slope, Qiao Yunfeng used her space to excavate a cave, digging a trench around its perimeter to serve as a trap, filling it with wooden spikes. She also set several animal traps in front of the trench to safeguard against both beasts and men. Watching the light rain fall, she rifled through her stock of timber in her space and decided to continue cutting trees. It would not be too late to return to the cave once the rain intensified. The disaster survival challenge mandated that prolonged exposure to rain would forcibly inflict negative statuses, reducing both health and stamina. Low stamina would slow movement, and a health value of 0 would signify death. As the rain began to pour, she returned to the cave and retrieved the portable stove she had stored from her previous life, assembling it at the entrance. Once the fire blazed to life, she began to organize the cave. She positioned 2 wooden sleeping platforms at the entrance, leaving only a narrow passage for entry and exit, thus blocking half of the cold wind. She then found 2 snowproof jackets to hang at the cave entrance as makeshift curtains. As the fire roared, the temperature within the cave rose. From her stock, she opened her luggage, organizing clothes, snacks, toiletries, and other supplies. Upon inventorying her provisions, she discovered that remnants from the 3rd round of her previous life were still intact. The medical kit was well stocked, containing cold medicine, fever reducers, antidiarrheal drugs, frostbite ointment, hemostatic agents, heatstroke remedies, gauze, bandages, adhesive bandages, ice packs, baby powder, iodine tablets, multivitamins, alcohol, disinfectant, anesthetics, and a vial of antidote. After organizing all her supplies, she sat beside the stove, sipping the freshly brewed coffee, reflecting on the drought and scorching heat she had experienced in the 2nd round in the border town. Reminding herself to stockpile more water, she activated her wristband and sent out a trade message: half a mountain chicken for 10 liters of bottled water. Within a minute, she received several trade requests, the first 2 offering bottled water totaling 10 liters. She promptly accepted the trade. The remaining chicken simmered over the fire, transforming into chicken soup, which would be her dinner for the evening. Listening to the torrential rain outside, she sent another trade message: 1 pack of instant noodles for a large capacity container. The requests flooded in, predominantly for suitcases, which were plentiful on the train outside. However, that was not her intention. She aimed to store more rainwater, and suitcases were not ideal. As she grilled strips of wolf meat on the iron plate, she suddenly spotted a large trash bin with a lid. Staring at it for a full 3 seconds before realizing it could indeed hold a substantial amount, she clicked to trade. Just as the transaction completed, the other party sent 3 identical trash bins, requesting 3 more packs of instant noodles in exchange. She swiftly confirmed the trade. Taking advantage of the pouring rain, she placed the 4 large trash bins at the cave entrance to begin collecting water. In the process, she became completely drenched, changed into dry clothes, and warmed herself by the fire while observing the discussions among challengers still trapped in the train cars. They were clearly struggling and planned to enter the mountains as soon as the rain ceased. "It's freezing. This train car is drafty and leaks when it rains. We'll head into the mountains tomorrow. Don't think the mountains are any better. It's just as cold. Come to our car. It's filled with challengers, and we can work together to pass the challenge. Who would dare go over there? It's all challengers. Who is going to risk it? Right? Who would be foolish enough to go? Don't underestimate. There will always be a fool willing to try." Qiao Yunfeng shook her head, sipping the hot chicken soup, feeling warmth spread through her body. In this survival challenge, one could only rely on oneself. Strengthening her abilities and stockpiling resources was essential for survival. At precisely 8 a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 5 commenced. Qiao Yunfeng crouched warily by the stream, hastily processing the small wild boar she had caught yesterday. The water level of the stream having doubled since then. Thankfully, she had chosen a location that distanced her from the stream. If the rain persisted, it could rise further, and she wondered how the 4 individuals in the lower cave would fare. Pondering the low-lying terrain, she realized that a significant downpour would cause rapid flooding. The trap she had set the previous day had been disturbed, but she saw no signs of prey. It was uncertain whether they had been taken by someone or if the animals had escaped. Qiao Yunfeng suspected the former, as the traps were set with stakes. And if an animal had escaped, it likely wouldn't have gone far, but there were no blood trails or carcasses nearby. A sense of unease gripped her as she hurriedly finished processing the wild boar and returned to the cave. The temperature had plummeted, and she shivered in her damp clothes, hastily erasing any trace of her presence by the stream, concerned that keen-scented animals might follow the smell of blood to her cave. She changed in the woods before finally re-entering the cave. Upon entering, she began to sneeze uncontrollably and immediately took the cold medicine from her medical kit. Watching the rain intensify outside, she remained anxious about the traps by the stream. If challengers were lurking nearby, they could easily find her if they harbored ill intentions. Lacking long-range weaponry, she knew she needed to prepare further. Finally, after much deliberation, she ventured outside into the rain, extending the trench she had previously dug by 2 meters, setting new wooden spikes and re-establishing the animal traps before returning to the cave. After changing out of her wet clothes, she felt an overwhelming dizziness, accompanied by weakness in her limbs and a barrage of double vision. Upon checking her fitness tracker, she discovered her status, feverish and unwell, losing 5 health points every hour. It was evident that she had been caught in the rain for far too long, resulting in this forced condition, despite her health points being superior to those of others. The disorientation was quite unbearable. She swallowed some fever-reducing medication, clutched a hot water bottle, wrapped herself in 2 layers of blankets, and sat by the fire, allowing herself to drift into a much-needed slumber. At that moment, Lin Xiao, the man who had taken Xiao Yunfeng's prey, was not faring much better. He gazed out at the torrential rain, then glanced at the flickering flames before him, sighing deeply. During fair weather, he had always contemplated stockpiling food, never anticipating the necessity of gathering firewood. Now, with the downpour rendering any further chopping futile, the damp would produce too much smoke, making it impossible to remain in the cave. Resigned, he wrapped himself in several layers of thick clothing, silently praying that the rain would cease by morning. "Mama, I'm so hungry," a frail voice echoed in the confines of the carriage. The child's mother embraced her tenderly. They had run out of food, and rescue efforts had failed to establish contact. All she could do was offer her child rainwater, coaxing, "Be good, drink a bit more." Watching her child obediently sip the water, the mother felt engulfed by despair. What was she to do? Would she simply stand by and watch her child perish from hunger? Just then, a bag of bread was stealthily passed to her. She looked up to see a young man, turned away from others, whispering, "Quick, feed it to the child." Snatching the bread, she tore it open and quickly fed it to her child, fearful of being seen. In mere moments, a hand reached from the side and snatched away the remaining half of the bread, stuffing it into its owner and Apos' mouth. "Why didn't you bring this out earlier? I'm starving. Is there any more?" The man who had taken the bread glared angrily, tugging at the mother's clothing in search of more. Terrified, the child began to wail, while the mother desperately protested, "There's none left. There's none left. I don't believe you. If you don't produce it, I'll have to hurt this little brat," he threatened, kicking at a nearby girl. Before he could make contact, he was struck down by a powerful punch from the young man who had initially provided the bread. "How dare you bully a child? Stop. What does it have to do with you?" The bread thief fought back fiercely. "I saw it. This man gave them the bread." Suddenly, a voice from the crowd shouted, "He has got bread. Give me a piece. I'm starving. Just a small bit will do. Please, help me. I'm desperate." Before long, the surrounding crowd surged forward, and the young man found himself unable to escape, his coat nearly torn asunder by the frantic hands. "Why won't you share with me? Just because it's a child, you can give to them? Yes, why not share with me? I want to live too." As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, the young man remained silent, refusing to produce any food, which only fueled their anger. The situation escalated into chaos, and he was soon overwhelmed, knocked to the ground. Struggling to rise against the weight of the crowd, he felt more and more pressure pressing down upon him. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, silencing the chaos. From the outskirts of the crowd stood a resolute young man, one hand raised with a firearm aimed at the throng. "Step aside, or I will shoot. Anyone who doubts me can try." Fear rippled through the crowd as they parted, creating a path. The man on the ground quickly pushed off those above him and stood, moving swiftly toward the edge of the crowd. "Brother Nye, you came. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." The armed man kept his firearm steadily trained on the crowd. "Let us go." The 2 men slowly retreated from the carriage and into the shelter of the woods. "Brother Nye, if it weren't for you, I might not have made it out. Why didn't you shoot? They're just civilians. I'm a soldier. The young man's face was etched with conflict, unable to articulate his sorrow. Ah, Mingzi, you must prioritize your own survival first, the armed man sighed wearily. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 6 commenced. The rain intensified, obscuring visibility beyond 20 meters from the cave entrance. Upon awakening, Qiao Yunfeng felt considerably better. Checking his status, weakened but fever-free, merely in the process of recuperation. As he observed the swelling rain outside, he sipped from a freshly brewed cup of coffee, feeling the cold wind mingling with the rainwater. He mused that such torrential downpour would deter anyone from venturing outside recklessly. His thoughts drifted to the cave by the stream, realizing that it was likely already inundated. Indeed, the cave had flooded, forcing 4 individuals to flee and dig a makeshift shelter on the mountainside. However, after being exposed to the rain for too long, they all succumbed to illness, suffering from a fever and cold status, losing health points by the hour. Among them, 2 bore wounds that had worsened due to lack of medical care after being soaked by the rain. They were frantically discussing trades for cold and fever medications. With a pale face, one woman repeatedly refreshed the trade board, finally managing to secure a fever-reducing medicine. Just as she was about to ingest it, a hand reached out and snatched it away, swiftly swallowing it. The woman stared in disbelief at the man with stubble, her voice rising in desperation. Why? Why did you take my medicine? You're in no condition to benefit from just a fever reducer. You might as well let me have it. Your health points are down to 15. Why waste it? Do you want me to die? The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, a hint of madness reflecting in her gaze. Chapter 4, Scene 1. The train accident. It is not that I wish for your demise, but rather that you cannot continue to exist in your current state. How can you survive without medication? Since death is inevitable, why not allow me to take the hope of life? The man with the goatee gazed calmly at the woman, yet his voice betrayed a glimmer of joy at the prospect of survival. Observing the 2 men who remained unresponsive, the woman suddenly threw her head back and laughed. Her laughter tinged with a sense of revelation but more so with madness. In a swift motion, she produced a dagger from thin air and plunged it directly into the goatee man and Appo's abdomen. Caught off guard, he was struck squarely, and the violent pain compelled him to retaliate with a forceful slap. The woman staggered but clung fiercely to him, withdrawing the dagger only to thrust it once more. The goatee man, now frantic, roared, "You seek your own death." He thrust the dagger toward her back. "No," shouted one of the men behind them. "If you kill her, you will be demoted. Level 0 means death." But it was too late. The 2 fell to the ground, mere seconds apart, vanishing into the depths of the cave. Savoring a steaming hot pot, while perusing survival videos stored in her space, listening to the rhythmic patter of rain outside, Xiao Yunfeng let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, her stockpile of firewood was ample. Otherwise, the cold alone would have been unbearable. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the announcement echoed, Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 7 begins. The relentless wind and rain had not ceased, and Xiao Yunfeng wrapped herself tighter in her blanket, clutching a hot water bottle, preparing to see if she could trade for the weapons she desperately needed. With only a few days remaining, many valuable items were being hoarded by participants, reluctant to part with them. Today marked the 7th day, and those afflicted by negative statuses would face continuous health deductions if their conditions were not alleviated, potentially failing to survive until the 10th day. In such circumstances, many would reluctantly trade, for the preservation of life took precedence. Cold medicine fever reducer for ranged high-damage weapon. Instantly, a flurry of trade notifications exploded on her screen. It seemed the torrential rain had left many challengers in dire straits, grappling with the headache of health deductions. Sipping a warm gulp of coffee, she began to sift through the offers one by one. A long knife, unsuitable; a bow, unmanageable; and after 40 minutes, she still had not encountered her desired item, a pistol. Sighing deeply, she resolved to try again tomorrow, hoping for better luck. Just as disappointment set in, she stumbled upon an item, unknown poison, a concoction of various toxins. A single drop can incapacitate an adult. Although not a ranged weapon, applying it to a blade could serve as a decent means of self-defense. She confirmed the exchange. Several more trade requests followed, none satisfactory, until she finally saw expandable electric baton. While not strictly ranged, it offered a greater reach compared to knives and daggers. Most importantly, the baton delivered an electric shock effect, rendering opponents immobile without causing fatal harm, an undeniable advantage under the challenge's stipulation against killing other participants. She confirmed this exchange as well. With these 2 items in her possession, Qiao Yunfeng gazed out at the rain-soaked landscape, sipping her coffee in silence. Regardless of who discovered her camp, she was now prepared to confront any intruder head-on, unwilling to flee as she had before. She pondered how she would greet the 4 individuals if they dared approach again, unaware that they would be unable to find her. Shenranjan surveyed her stockpile of firewood, calculating that today was only the 7th day. 3 days remained until the challenge concluded. Yet, her firewood reserves were woefully insufficient. As she regarded the continuous downpour outside, she realized her only option was to attempt trading. If she could exchange for more firewood, she might endure, or else she would have to brave the rain to chop trees. 1 serving of ginseng chicken soup, 10 health points for wood that burns sustainably for 4 hours. As soon as her trade proposal was sent out, it was swiftly snatched up. With her first success, a newfound confidence blossomed within her. Thankfully, her inventory was substantial, providing her with sustenance. Beaming, she took a deep breath to steady her nerves and initiated a second trade. Those persevering in the disaster survival challenge were driven by varying motivations. Some relied on talent, others on luck, and some on sheer strength. Each participant was striving to survive. At 8 a.m. sharp, the announcement resounded, Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 8 begins. The rain intensified, and the temperature continued to drop. Xiao Yunfeng had chosen a slope as her refuge. The rainwater flowed down the incline, preventing accumulation. However, the chill was penetrating, and even with 2 layers of clothing hanging at the cave and Appo's entrance, cold winds relentlessly invaded. Reluctantly, she stoked the fire to combat the cold. Checking her stockpile of firewood, she was grateful that her habit of collecting supplies had served her well. She still had plenty of wood, enough to last until the 10th day. While sipping hot soup and scrolling through the discussion forum, she suddenly sensed a violent tremor, debris cascading from above, dirt and grime splattering into her soup. An earthquake? Alarmed, she prepared to rush outside, but the shaking subsided. Standing at the cave and Appo's entrance, she braced herself for another tremor. But after 2 minutes of waiting, nothing happened. 5 minutes passed without incident, the rain continuing to fall. Raising her hand, she opened the discussion forum and discovered that it was not an earthquake, but a flash flood cascading down the mountainside. The torrent had swiftly engulfed the area where the train cars lay, transforming the valley below into a vast expanse of water. Those who had not ascended the mountain were either swimming to safety or, unfortunately, had likely perished. Once more, Qiao Yunfeng sent out a trade request for cold medicine fever reducer in exchange for a ranged high-damage weapon, yet she still could not procure a pistol. Please, I implore you, trade something else. I can offer food. You possess medicine yet refuse to share. Do you delight in watching others perish? How cruel. There truly is nothing you desire? What about a coat or a blanket? I can trade wood for your items. Are you foolish? A cold and fever won't simply vanish. If you have wood, you can create heat and sweat it out. Why insist on trading for medicine? You are mistaken. You'll realize the consequences of neglecting your health. Stop hoarding and trade to save lives. Indeed, so many are waiting for salvation. Is it not unreasonable to refuse a trade? Can you sleep soundly at night knowing others suffer? Xiao Yunfeng observed the calmness of these individuals and remarked, I have endured the most terrifying experiences. Why should I fear mere nightmares? Then, without hesitation, she blacklisted the few who spoke harshly, relieved to no longer see their words. Zhang Tianxing struggled to maintain his balance against the torrential downpour, exhausted from emerging from the floodwaters. He understood that he needed to find a safe haven from the relentless rain, or his health points would soon dwindle to nothing. Struggling to carve out a makeshift cave for himself, he swiftly slipped inside, igniting a fire to warm his weary body. He retrieved the cold medicine he had stumbled upon in the train carriage and consumed 2 packets in one go. As he observed his stamina gradually recuperating, he affectionately kissed the box of medicine before allowing himself to succumb to a deep slumber. Lying on a makeshift bed crafted from luggage, Kong Xiaoming's face was flushed, and his body ached all over. He was acutely aware of the fever taking hold of him. Watching his health bar decline steadily, he incessantly sipped hot water and layered himself with several coats. Yet his condition remained unchanged. He scrolled through the discussion board, hoping to procure antipyretics for trade. But the demand far exceeded the supply. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a trade offer, antipyretic X1 in exchange for 5 kilograms of meat or staple food. He immediately clicked to trade, calling out to Zheng Yiwen, quickly bring me the wild boar meat we hunted yesterday. The young man, Zheng Yiwen, who was busy preparing meat soup by the fire, glanced up. It's not ready yet. Just wait a moment. No, there's a trade for antipyretics. I need to exchange for one, Kong Xiaoming insisted. How much are you trading? Zhang Yiwen took 2 steps back, staring intently at Kong Zhanming. Caught up in the excitement of acquiring the antipyretics, Kong Zhanming failed to notice the young man's expression. Just 5 kilograms, not much, he urged. Hurry up, or someone else might snatch it away. 5 kilograms is quite a lot. We struggled to take down just one boar, and we haven't stocked up much firewood. With your fever, the fire burns fiercely. The wood won't last past the 10th day. Later on, we'll need food to trade for firewood as well. Zhang Yiwen replied, a hint of disdain creeping into his tone. Drink more hot water. You should feel better by evening. It's too expensive to trade for it. Kong Zhanming was suddenly jolted into awareness, staring at the young man. Zhang Yiwen had insisted on tagging along during their hunting exploits, believing two could help each other. Yet, who would have thought that after he had braved the rain to chop wood, he would fall ill? And now his health bar was halved while this man urged him to forego the medicine. If the fever did not subside by nightfall and without the medicine, would he not continue to lose health until it reached 0, leading to his demise? Reflecting on the fact that he had hunted, dug the cave, and gathered firewood. While Zhang Yiwen had contributed nothing, Kong Zhanming took a deep breath, pushed himself up, and strode to the cave entrance. He seized the unprocessed boar meat and clicked to trade. Upon receiving the antipyretic, he swallowed it whole and felt a shift in his condition. Exhaling a long sigh of relief, just as he intended to draw his knife and expel Zhang Yiwen from his cave. He noticed the latter had already packed away all the supplies within the cave and donned his raincoat, braving the downpour without leaving behind even a single piece of firewood. Standing in the empty cave, Kong Zhanming cursed vehemently. Without a fire, the temperature within the cave plummeted rapidly, prompting him to ignite a flame immediately. Fortunately, he had some supplies stored, though his spirit was boiling with anger. He contemplated chasing after Zhang Yiwen, but, recalling his own recovering health, forced himself to hold back. Glaring in the direction of Zhang Yiwen's retreating figure, muttering, "Do not let me see you again. I will surely cut you down." At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 9 commenced. The rain had ceased, but the wind howled fiercely. Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Yunfeng hurried out of the cave to inspect the traps at the entrance. Upon finding the traps filled with water, she promptly dug a drainage channel to release it and reset the ground spikes. The ground was exceedingly slippery, and after slipping twice, she decided against checking the creek. Returning to the cave instead, the outside temperature had plummeted to -20 degrees, and the residual water on the ground had frozen. She retrieved a box of drinking water that had been left outside to thaw and set out more water to freeze. The storage space functioned remarkably well, preserving items in their original state, which greatly facilitated food storage, though it could not contain living things. Qiao Yunfeng gathered some stones, busying herself with raising the cave entrance a bit higher when she suddenly felt something strike her head, causing her scalp to tighten in pain. Drawing her machete and turning sharply, she found no one behind her. Another blow to her head made her look up, where she discovered it was hail, and this time, the hailstones were particularly large. She quickly retreated back into the cave, observing the hailstones of varying sizes falling to the ground, some with diameters nearing 15 centimeters. She noted the pits they created upon impact. Settling back by the fire, she contemplated the hail, thinking, "It's still ice. I shouldn't let it go to waste." She promptly opened her empty suitcase and placed it at the cave entrance, collecting the free hail. Even if it could not be consumed, it could serve to cool the interior or chill bottled water, functioning as a makeshift refrigerator. As the hail continued to fall, the temperature dropped even further. Despite the fire burning steadily, the cave remained frigid, with cold drafts seeping through the curtain at the entrance. Enduring the biting cold, Qiao Yunfeng hung another blanket at the entrance, securing it tightly around the edges, which provided her with a semblance of warmth. Extending her hands towards the fire, she warmed her frostbitten fingers, feeling the heat envelop her hands, igniting a wave of itchiness. She quickly retrieved her frostbite ointment and rubbed her hands vigorously until the itch subsided. In the discussion board, newcomers seeking shelter were pleading for assistance. But who would genuinely take in others out of kindness at such a time? "Please, any benevolent soul, I come with supplies. I only seek a place to rest." With that time, you could have dug your own shelter. Indeed, incessantly crying out for help, what use is it if you don't take action? Perhaps their intention was not merely to seek refuge, but something else entirely. "Your comment gave me goosebumps," someone remarked. Perhaps you are right. Those who have survived thus far cannot be too foolish. The truly foolish ones would have already drowned. I agree. With the time spent acting, they might as well stay put. Draped in her coat with a warm pack nestled within and a hot water bottle in her arms, Qiao Yunfeng leaned against the hearth. sipping the hot broth made from simmered bones. In truth, she felt that this person's intentions were likely not pure. After all, it was already the 9th day. If they were truly foolish, how could they have persevered this long and still audibly assert their possession of supplies? For challengers, finding a place to stay was the least of their worries. They could dig a shelter on any hillside using their spatial abilities. While it may not be comfortable, there would certainly be no shortage of places to reside. However, resources were not universally available. Many were lacking in food. And the frank admission of possessing supplies was a clear signal to those with ulterior motives. It seemed some individuals were attempting to play the fool to deceive the wise, though whether the wise would fall for it remained to be seen. Chapter 5, Scene 1. The train accident. The persistent Qiao Yunfeng once again disseminated the message. Cold medicine antipyretics in exchange for long-range high-damage weaponry, hoping to see if anyone could resist the temptation to trade. Regrettably, her hopes were dashed once more. Shaking her head, she intended to casually peruse the discussion forum, only to discover a plethora of items available for exchange. In no time, she found herself unable to resist trading for several items. 20 liters of gasoline for 2 antipyretics. Gasoline was indeed a valuable resource, and one could never have too much. Exchange completed. A half-deer for 1 antipyretic, or wood that burns for 8 hours. Upon seeing the untouched half-deer, she opted to exchange it for an antipyretic. Delicious mushroom chicken soup. 10 health points for wood that burns for 6 hours. She glanced at her stock of wood, ready to agree, but found it had already been snatched up by another. It seemed that items enhancing health were currently in high demand. Unfortunately, her medicines were incapable of boosting health or stamina, serving only to alleviate negative conditions. Nevertheless, she was grateful that she had thus far avoided a cold or fever. Thanks entirely to her stock of medicines, she patted her medical kit and continued her search for usable items. A diamond necklace for antipyretic. She swiftly dismissed it. A mink coat for 2 pounds of cooked food. After a moment's contemplation, she deemed it not worth the trade. A complete outdoor cooking set for 2 antipyretics. After inspecting the comprehensive set of utensils, she proceeded with the exchange. 1 raincoat for antipyretic. She passed on that. 1 roasted chicken for antipyretic and 2 roasted ducks for wood. As the day turned to night, she realized that shopping was indeed an exhausting endeavor. After organizing her newly acquired supplies, the sight of her accumulated resources filled her with a sense of satisfaction, gradually dispelling the frustration of not obtaining a handgun. At precisely 8:00 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 10 commences. The challenge will officially conclude at 4:00 p.m. this afternoon. She had been awakened by the cold twice overnight, but fortunately, her ample wood supply kept her warm. After consuming a packet of cold medicine, she had yet to experience any other negative effects. Upon the conclusion of the challenge, each successful survival challenge would elevate her level by 1. The items she possessed would also level up alongside her, provided they remained unchanged. However, the rewards post-challenge were determined by her final state upon completion. State: good. Rewards: Health 100, Stamina 100, Space 1 MX1M, Source Crystal 300, good. Health and Stamina retained above 80. State: Average, Health 100, Stamina 100, Space 1 MX1M. Can only choose 2 items, Source Crystal 150, Average, Health and Stamina retained above 50. State: Poor, Health 100, Stamina 100, Space 1 MX1M. Can only choose 1 item. Source Crystal 100, Poor, Health and Stamina retained above 1. Source Crystals were utilized to purchase a random assortment of 10,000 items before each challenge. In her previous life, she had achieved poor status in both challenges, but today, observing her plentiful health and stamina, and listening to the booming hail and howling wind outside, she cradled her cup tightly and smiled to herself, confident that she would surely attain good this time. Once again, she posted in the discussion forum. Cold medicine antipyretics in exchange for long-range high-damage weapons, but unsurprisingly, still no firearms. Gazing out at the swirling snowflakes, she saw nothing but a blanket of white. Sipping the warm soup from the stove, she awaited the time to arrive. Welcome back, Challenger. Congratulations, first challenge, train accident, successfully completed. Level increased by 1. Current state evaluated as good. Rewards: Health 100, Stamina 100, Space 1 MX1M. Source Crystal rewards: 300. The second challenge will commence at 7:00 a.m. 3 days from now. Standing in her living room, Qiao Yunfeng experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. However, upon gazing at her familiar home, a smile involuntarily spread across her face. She was home. Alas, What lay ahead was the task of packing her belongings, leaving her home in the city, and seeking solitude in the mountains. For chaos was soon to erupt in the urban area. All animals and plants on Earth had begun their decline, and no living beings would grow any longer. In a time of severe scarcity, humanity could become terrifying, and the instinct for survival could drive one to madness, especially after the second challenge concluded in her past life. Those who had not participated began to exert pressure on those returning from the challenge, eventually leading to violence. It had been discovered that by killing a challenger and seizing their bracelet, one could assume their status as a challenger and inherit all the resources within their bracelet. The spread of this information plunged society into chaos, spiraling out of control. Returning from the challenge, what should have been 3 days of rest turned into a harrowing struggle for survival, more brutal than the challenges themselves. She vividly recalled discovering a mark at her doorstep after the second challenge, which terrified her into hiding in a park, planning to leave the city for the mountains after the third challenge. Yet, she had never managed to escape the third challenge. Now, Reborn, the timing was not too late. Societal order was tenuously maintained, and she still had time to retreat to the mountains. After losing her parents in an accident during her teenage years, she had lived in a boarding school, and all relatives had ceased communication following her parents' funeral. With no one to contact, she swiftly entered the kitchen to gather her belongings, stowing them away in her space, grateful for her long-standing instinct to hoard. She retrieved 6 bags of rice, 5 bags of flour, and 2 large boxes of assorted dry noodles, along with seasonings and pickled vegetables, utensils, pots, and more, all packed away. The refrigerator in the living room contained various fruits, beverages, and snacks, and the snack cabinet held unopened self-heating pots and instant noodles, along with sausages of various flavors that made her chuckle. After packing everything from her bedroom into her space, she cautiously peered through the peephole to ensure the coast was clear before quietly exiting. Hastily making her way downstairs, she noticed that most shops along the street had already shuttered their doors. During their 10 days in the challenge, those who had not participated had gone mad with desperation to acquire supplies. It was likely that all stores were devoid of merchandise, and even if they had goods, who would still be willing to sell? Entering a vehicle trading market, she found all the dealerships closed. She had to break a window to gain entry, quickly selecting a mid-sized RV to store in her space, leaving her bank card and password behind before driving off. By the time the next challenge concluded, money would become worthless. Once in the vehicle, she drove straight toward the mountains, stopping at every gas station to refuel. Initially, she had hoped to purchase supplies at the gas station's convenience store, but alas, there was nothing left to buy, not even water. Many gas stations had run out of fuel, forcing Qiao Yunfeng to search through each one. Ultimately, as she neared the mountains, she managed to stockpile approximately 30 barrels of gasoline. After driving directly into the mountains, the vehicle was reclaimed by the space, prompting Qiao Yunfeng to commence her trek on foot. For 2 consecutive days, she traversed 2 mountain peaks and, in a valley, discovered a barely adequate spot for camping. This location was still relatively close to the urban area, and with the impending chaos in the city, many would likely consider venturing into the mountains, thus, it could not serve as a suitable campsite. Regrettably, the second challenge was set to commence the following day. As she gazed at the sun gradually descending, she could only make do for the night, igniting a campfire and preparing a grill for a sumptuous barbecue feast. Tomorrow, she might not have the luxury of enjoying a proper meal. Once the second challenge concluded, she would continue deeper into the mountains, ideally seeking a natural cave for shelter. If that proved unfeasible, she would have no choice but to excavate another site. Lying on the bed of her camper, wrapped in her own blanket, Xiao Yunfeng peacefully drifted into slumber. Chapter 6, Scene 2, The Frontier Town, Disaster Survival Challenge. Scene 2, The Frontier Town. This is an ancient frontier town, the first line of defense for the nation, known for its rugged spirit. The town is currently enduring a severe drought, with a critical water shortage. As a passerby, please adhere to the town's regulations, otherwise, you shall face severe penalties. During the challenge, one must not step outside the town's boundaries. Violators will have their life points reduced to 0. Survival duration, 10 days. In the challenge, personally killing other challengers will result in a downgrade of 1 level. Falling to 0 will lead to automatic death. The background of the frontier town is ancient. Any weapons or items exceeding this era have been sealed and are prohibited for use. The seal will be lifted upon the conclusion of the challenge. The second challenge is about to commence, with a reward of 3,000 gold coins. You currently possess 300 source crystals. Please choose from the following items. with a random selection of 10,000 items available for each round. 1. Stamina 100, 150 source crystals. 2. Space 1mx1m, 200 source crystals. 3. Vitality Restorer, cures all ailments, fully restores life and stamina, 600 source crystals. Upon seeing these options, all of them were enticing. The effect of the Vitality Restorer made Qiao Yunfeng's heart race with anticipation, but unfortunately, her source crystals were insufficient. Ultimately, she opted for the space upgrade. A larger space would allow her to store more supplies, and a comprehensive stockpile would provide her with a sense of security. Name: Qiao Yunfeng Level 2 can be upgraded. Each successful challenge against a disaster allows for 1 level increase. Gender: female. Number of challenges participated: 2 life points. For 100 stamina. For 100 status. Good space: 8mx8m can be upgraded. Possessions: Level 2 medical kit. Restores all items within the kit to their original state. With effects doubled. Upon reading the upgraded description of the medical kit, her eyes sparkled. The doubled effect meant that a single fever reducer could immediately alleviate a fever, and a hemostatic agent could stop bleeding instantly. How wonderful! Looking around, she found herself standing by the town gate, where the sign read Shanguan Town. As she gazed at those 3 characters, her heart swelled with complexity. In her previous life, she had been rescued here, and it was that very figure that inspired her to save the one who had taken her life in the 3rd challenge. Standing there again, her emotions were tumultuous, until the conversation of 2 women entering the town interrupted her thoughts. Did you hear? Sanshu Township was raided by bandits the day before yesterday. Many died, and a lot was stolen. I heard. It's terrifying. A relative of my neighbor married there, and they say every household is flying white banners. So pitiful. What about Wulio village next door? Do you know? I know. My cousin's son married a girl from that village. They say everyone there is terrified, and the men must patrol every day. Is that feasible? In this heat, they might fall ill. What can be done? Each household must send one. The 3 widows from their village have cried at the village chief's house several times about this. Our village is better. We are close to the town. And with the border military here, the bandits dare not come. Indeed, in previous years, those people were so fierce, yet they were driven back by the border military. Can a few small bandits be more ferocious than the who? Exactly. These bandits are utterly despicable. She trailed behind them, pondering intently. The frontier town is the first line of defense for the nation, known for its rugged spirit, and when she recalled their conversation, she realized she had overlooked these details in her previous life. Reflecting on the challenges she faced in her past, the initial phase was merely a drought with scarce food, which became exorbitantly priced. However, with sufficient stockpiling, it was not insurmountable. The true difficulty lay in the final days when the Hu people invaded, and the border military could not withstand them, leading to chaos as they stormed the town, forcing everyone to hide and survive until the 10th day. Piecing together all the information, Qiao Yunfeng discerned that the crux of this challenge was the chaos of war. How could she survive once the Hu people charged in? She recalled how she had cowered in a cellar, trembling until the deadline. This time, she resolved not to merely endure, to survive until the end of the challenge. She must become formidable. With determination, she hastened into the town, hoping to uncover more undiscovered clues. Deep within her heart, she harbored a flicker of hope. Perhaps she might encounter that girl who had saved her in her past life. In her previous life. Just as Qiao Yunfeng believed she would be slain by the Hu and Appo's blade, a frail figure had shielded her, clad in leather armor and wielding a large blade. The girl had blocked the onslaught, allowing Qiao Yunfeng to escape. Regrettably, she had never seen the girl's face clearly, only recalling her urgent shout to flee, followed by a powerful shove that repelled the Hu's attack, her red silk trailing dramatically behind her as she fought back. At that moment, Qiao Yunfeng could only cower in a cellar, terrified of being discovered, surviving until time ran out. She had never seen that girl again and had missed the chance to express her gratitude. As she walked down the street, she arrived at the blacksmith and Appo's shop she remembered. Along the way, she noticed many challengers already gathering supplies, but due to the prolonged drought, resources had become exceedingly dear, particularly food, which was in short supply. Upon reaching the blacksmith shop, she saw a burly man sharpening a blade. Approaching him, she said, "Sir, I wish to purchase a weapon." The burly man turned and smiled at her. "What does the young lady desire? A dagger? A long sword? Or perhaps a cleaver? I want that crossbow." Qiao Yunfeng replied earnestly, pointing to one on the shelf, "and some arrows." "How much?" The blacksmith regarded the petite girl, noting that such a weapon required considerable practice to wield effectively and could easily harm others. That one is quite complex for someone your size. Perhaps you should consider something else. No, I want that. I'm afraid of bandits invading the village, and this can strike from afar. Xiao Yunfeng insisted with determination. The blacksmith sighed. That is crafted from fine iron and costs 2,500 gold coins. Each arrow made entirely of fine iron is 5 coins. Those with only iron tips are 2 coins each. Hearing this, Qiao Yunfeng retrieved her entire 3,000 gold coins and handed them over. Thank you, sir. I'll take it. Along with 60 fine iron arrows and 100 iron arrowheads. Seeing her unwavering resolve, the blacksmith sighed again. Very well, I shall give you 10 extra arrows. Thank you, sir. Could I also have those 2 water skins? I've spent all my coins, and mine were damaged on the way here. I fear I will be scolded at home. She pointed to 2 old, worn water skins on a table outside. All right, those won't last long anyway. Consider them a gift. But do tell your family to buy new ones soon. Those are nearly unusable. He handed her the extra arrows and the water skins. Thank you, sir. She took the bundled items and slung the crossbow over her shoulder as she departed. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 1 begins. The sun rose. And the temperature soared to 40 degrees. Having spent all her gold coins, Xiao Yunfeng recalled the blacksmith and Appo's expression, and a thought crossed her mind. She wanted to give it a try. She found a pharmacy where an elderly man with white hair was sorting through medicinal herbs. Hello, I wish to buy some medicine. The old man looked up and smiled. Come, young lady. What ails you? I seek a medicine that won't take a life but can render someone unconscious. Do you have such a remedy? The elderly man suddenly lifted his gaze, his expression grave as he looked at Xiao Yunfeng. Why would such a young girl desire something so morally repugnant and harmful? Upon observing the old man and Appo's demeanor and the tone of his voice, Xiao Yunfeng immediately adopted a look of both grievance and fear. There are bandits in the Sama village, and many have perished. Our village requires each family to send someone to patrol. However, it is just my brother and me at home, and he is not here. I fear, what if? I thought if I could just make them faint, immobilized, that would suffice. I would not take their lives, merely incapacitate them. And then swiftly return to fetch my brother. The old man gazed at her, his eyes betraying a hint of compassion, yet he sighed deeply. Such things cannot be used to harm others. I cannot give it to you. You must leave. Cannot give? So such a drug truly exists? Initially, Qiao Yunfeng was uncertain, merely inquiring, but now, knowing it is indeed real, she resolved to find a way to procure it. As she looked at the elderly man, a multitude of schemes flashed through her mind. Ultimately, recalling the old man's earlier sympathetic gaze, she produced an old water pouch filled to the brim and pushed it towards him, whispering, "This contains pure water. I truly seek only to preserve my life. Please, assist me." The old man and Appo's brow twitched involuntarily, his white beard trembling slightly. He regarded Xiao Yunfeng, then glanced at the water pouch, before turning his head stiffly to the side. "Little girl, I understand your plight, but I cannot give you this. You are still young. Hurry along now." Despite the old man turning away, his gaze lingered on the water pouch. Xiao Yunfeng slowly rose, clutching the pouch as she took a few steps towards the exit, suddenly pivoting to retrieve another pouch, slamming both full pouches onto the table. "Elder, I assure you, I will not use this drug to take a life. I would not dare. I only seek to protect myself." The old man and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment as he trembled, his hands brushing against the 2 large water pouches, his white beard shaking incessantly. Noticing the elderly man's hand resting on the water pouch without retracting it, Xiao Yunfeng sensed her plan had succeeded. Indeed, the old man sighed deeply, his voice revealing an unmistakable weariness. Wait a moment. He rose and approached the medicine cabinet, retrieving a small locked box from the innermost compartment. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, he handed it over. "This is the sedative I used when I foraged for herbs in the mountains. If you encounter wild beasts, you can toss them into the fire and cover your mouth and nose. After a short while, it will take effect. If used on people, its effect in the air may not be immediate, but burning it will hasten its efficacy. Thank you. I will remember all of this." Xiao Yunfeng accepted the box, observing the old man swiftly returning the water pouch to the cabinet with a speed not befitting his age. She reached out, grasping the old man and Appo's sleeve. Furrowing his brow, he turned to her. "Do you need something else? Could you return the water pouch to me? It is all I have." The old man glared at her, rolling his eyes in irritation, before retrieving 2 empty pouches from a nearby counter and thrusting them into her hands. "Off you go. Hurry." Embracing the newly acquired pouches, Qiao Yunfeng was swiftly ushered out of the apothecary before she could utter another word. Satisfied, she walked past a bustling inn under the glaring sun, filled with challengers. Deep within, she still hesitated to engage too closely with them. Standing beneath the eaves across the street, she took a hearty gulp of ice water before turning towards the back streets, her current objective being to seek out an available room for rent. Although her coins had been spent, given the soaring prices and the scarcity of water, she could easily offer water or food as payment. She had several bags of rice and flour stored away, sufficient for rent. This town was vast, after searching 6 streets without finding a rental. Had she not placed an ice pack upon herself and sipped on the chilled water infused with cooling herbs, she might have succumbed to heat stroke by now. After traversing 3 more streets, she finally spotted a rental notice. She approached and knocked on the door, where a middle-aged woman emerged. "What brings you here, little girl?" Seeing the notice, Qiao Yunfeng smiled and inquired about the rental process. "Are you living alone? Where do you hail from?" The woman scrutinized Qiao Yunfeng. "This is a border town. Safety is paramount. It's prudent to ascertain your background." Momentarily taken aback, who would have thought renting a room would entail such questioning? She quickly prepared a fabricated story, recalling her previous experiences. "I hail from Wulyo village. Recently, bandits have invaded Sama village, and my family is concerned, wishing for me to stay in town for a while. There are border guards here, and the Hu people are being slaughtered. Surely the bandits would not dare approach." The woman listened, her expression softening with sympathy. "Let me show you the place. It's just next door. It's my own house, a room with a small yard. You can take a look." She turned to fetch the key, guiding Qiao Yunfeng around the corner. The yard was small, the gate facing a dead-end alley. But it was adequate for one person, far superior to an inn. "And who? What are your terms for rent?" "Times are tough for everyone. For this yard, I would ask for 200 gold coins per month. How many you choose to accommodate is up to you. I want to interfere." She pointed towards a small cellar beneath the woodpile. "You may inspect it." And who regarded Qiao Yunfeng, thinking she must be truly seeking refuge. Approaching the woodpile, she revealed a small wooden board, lifting it to unveil a cellar no more than 3 meters deep, currently empty. Qiao Yunfeng and Appo's mind raced back to her past life, where she had hidden in a cellar until the end. The cellar's inconspicuous location, if covered with wood, would remain undetected even if the Hu people stormed in. Could I pay with food instead? Would grain suffice? Aunt Hu regarded her with surprise. "You are quite young. Perhaps you are unaware of the grain's value. Crops are failing, and soon, people might resort to eating bark or dirt. You wish to use food to pay rent? Have you discussed this with your family?" "Yes. We have little gold in our village, but we have some stored grain from previous years, though it cannot be excessive. My brother needs to patrol daily." "Very well. 10 pounds of rice or flour will do, or a bit more sweet potato. Go home and consult your family." Aunt Hu contemplated, her heart softening as she resolved to do a good deed. "All right, I shall return shortly. My family is in town searching for accommodation. We agreed to meet at the city gate, so I will be back soon." Chapter 7, Scene 2 in a remote town. Qiao Yunfeng emerged, braving the sweltering heat as she circled the vicinity, meticulously memorizing the terrain. This time, she resolved not to wait for others to rescue her, to survive the challenge. She must cultivate her own strength. As she turned onto the main street, she spotted a woman carrying a machete, adorned with a crimson ribbon. In a moment of excitement, she was about to rush forward when she noticed another woman with a similar stature approaching from across the street, also wielding a machete embellished with red silk. Her foot halted abruptly. Had she mistaken the identity? With a self-deprecating smile, she realized she had not truly observed the woman and Appo's features. It would be absurd to approach a girl with a red ribbon blade and express gratitude for a past life as salvation. Shaking her head, she prepared to turn back when 2 men conversing nearby caught her attention. "Many in the border troops have fallen ill lately. The herbal remedies for diarrhea in the clinic have run out. Would you like to join me in searching the mountains for more? They're distributing large cakes over there." "Really? Large cakes? I'll grab a basket from home. Wait for me. I'll join you shortly. Be quick. It's too hot." Qiao Yunfeng advanced a few more steps, overhearing another group discussing the situation. "So many in the border troops are ill. There was an announcement at the city gate today calling for volunteers to patrol outside the city. They're offering food and water as payment. I'm considering going, are you? Patrolling outside in this heat? The water they provide wouldn't even be enough to drink. I want to go. With so many in the border troops sick. Are they really short on patrolmen? What if the Hu people come? It's so hot this year. The Hu people are human too. If they come, they'll likely perish on the way. Haha, true enough. I'd rather not go. It's too hot. I still want to go so. The illness within the border troops and the shortage of patrollers, the very catalyst for the ensuing events that led to the Hu people invading the city? She quickly approached the city gate and confirmed the notice posted there, stating that registration would occur in 2 days. It appeared the border troops were indeed in dire need of personnel. Under the relentless sun, drenched in sweat and feeling parched. She calculated the time and retrieved a white cloth bag filled with rice and flour, knocking on Aunt Hu and Appo's door. After receiving her instructions, she took the key and entered the small courtyard. Securing the courtyard door, she stepped inside the house, paying no heed to the dust, and laid out a cool mat on the bed, closing all the windows. From her storage space, she produced a suitcase filled with hailstones. Ah, what a relief. She finally felt comfortable. As she lay there, she thought how delightful it would be to have air conditioning right now. After all, the hailstones in the suitcase wouldn't last long before melting. Regardless, she decided to relish the moment, and before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. When she awoke, darkness had enveloped the outside world. Attempting to retrieve a lamp from her storage, she found all battery-operated lights had been sealed away. Momentarily confused, she rummaged through her belongings until she found a t-shirt, which she cut into strips. Using a ceramic bowl, she poured in some oil and soaked the cloth strips to create a small oil lamp. After a significant amount of effort, everything was finally prepared. However, upon attempting to ignite it, she realized, oh, even her lighter had been sealed. In a moment of exasperation, she searched through her storage for any other means to spark a flame, but to no avail. Using the moonlight, she gazed at the small oil lamp and let out a long sigh. Sighing, she returned to the bed, clutching the bowl of ice, and began browsing the trading area, hoping to find something to ignite a fire, only to be inundated with countless requests for water. She sent a trade request, 100 grams of drinking water for one usable fire source. Almost immediately, a trade was offered, a piece of burning charcoal. Qiao Yunfeng gazed at the less than 4-centimeter piece of charcoal and sighed deeply. After the last bonfire had burned for so long, why hadn't she thought to save some charcoal? Confirming the trade, she collected the charcoal and lit the small oil lamp, illuminating the dark room at last. While munching on jerky, she continued to scroll through the discussion area, searching for other valuable items to trade. Some items in the trade were quite appealing, such as 250 grams of high-concentration alcohol for 150 grams of drinking water, which she accepted. She also found an offer for 20 pounds of charcoal in exchange for 200 grams of drinking water. It seemed a bit pricey, but considering the ample rainwater she had stored, she agreed. However, an offer of an apple for 200 grams of drinking water was simply excessive, so she skipped it. The offer of a thick blanket, 2m×2m, for 500 grams of drinking water was acceptable, so she accepted that as well. Thus, she exchanged the rainwater she had collected from the previous round for numerous items she deemed quite satisfactory. At 8 a.m. sharp, the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 2 commenced. She prepared to register for patrol tomorrow, so today she practiced with her crossbow in the small courtyard, hanging 5 wooden plaques on the wall to begin her training. After a half-day of practice, her arms felt utterly exhausted, yet the results were evident. Her accuracy had improved significantly since the beginning, and she could now hit 4 out of 10 shots while moving. The only downside was the intense soreness in both arms, making her feel as if they had been crushed. Retrieving a medicated plaster from her medicine cabinet, she firmly applied it to her shoulders, experiencing instant relief from the muscle ache. The upgraded medication truly worked wonders. Satisfied with her possessions, she took a break, and by noon, her shoulders had completely recovered. With no lingering pain, she prepared herself a bowl of ice and practiced shooting arrows while eating. Before dinner, she finally achieved a score of 6 out of 10 shots while on the run. At 8 a.m. sharp, the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 3 began. She headed directly to the city gate, where she saw many people already lining up to form groups. She slung her crossbow over her shoulder, packed with large cakes and 2 water pouches, and approached. "Young lady, you need to have your brother come for registration." The man in charge of registration smiled at her with a deliberately soft voice, his dark face betraying no hint of warmth. "I'm here to register. I want to go," Qiao Yunfeng replied earnestly. A moment of silence fell over the crowd before the registrar chuckled. "Ah, a child from our Shangguan town. Well done. However, you're still quite young, and as a girl, this work is very taxing. You should return home." Kind laughter echoed around her. "Indeed, little girl, you should go home. There are plenty of uncles here. It's best you head back." "I can do this. My brother is patrolling the village and cannot come, but I can keep up." "No matter what, Qiao Yunfeng was determined to make her case. "Zhang Commander, let her join our team. I'll take care of her. Rest assured. I'll bring her back. If she can't keep up, I'll carry her." A burly man stepped forward, addressing the dark-faced man. "Lindsay, what nonsense are you spouting? This little girl is frail. Patrolling is no game. What if she encounters the Hu people? It could be life-threatening. If something happens to her, what will you say to her family?" Zhang Commander frowned at the hulking figure. "No one else responsible but me. I've already discussed it with my family." Qiao Yunfeng raised her voice. "Let me go." "Fine, you can join our team. We'll look out for each other." "Zhang Commander, don't worry. All of us are from Shangguan Town, and we will ensure she returns safely." The crowd behind Lindsay chuckled in agreement. "You lot truly," Zhang Commander pointed at them, shaking his head with a wry smile. "All right, I'll register you. You will be with Captain Lin's team. Remember, your life is paramount. Your family is waiting for you to return." Upon receiving the badge from General Zhang and listening to his earnest admonition, Xiao Yunfeng felt a sudden pang in her heart. Silently reflecting, "I am an orphan. No one awaits my return home." Yet, upon further contemplation, she resolved that regardless of whether anyone was waiting for her, she must return safely. She still had a life to live. "Thank you, General Zhang," she expressed sincerely, stepping forward to acknowledge the group led by Lindsay with a warm smile. "I am Qiao Yunfeng. I appreciate everyone speaking on my behalf. I will do my utmost not to hold anyone back. Little Qiao, just call me Uncle Lindsay. Rest assured, everyone will look after you. Do you have a hat? In this sweltering heat, wearing one would be beneficial." Lindsay smiled as he handed her a broad-brimmed hat woven from bamboo. "Thank you, Uncle Lindsay," she replied, donning the hat with gratitude. "Prepare your belongings. We shall set forth," Lindsay called out, leading the group through the city gates. Their patrol route would take them northward and then westward, covering a semicircular area, while the subsequent teams departed in various directions. The anticipated duration of the patrol was 2 days, requiring them to spend a night outdoors, with each individual carrying their essential provisions of food and water. Lindsay and 3 companions, familiar with the border patrols, moved with precision and speed, all the while Lindsay imparting crucial advice to Qiao Yunfeng. Their party comprised 8 members. Aside from Qiao Yunfeng, 3 others were new recruits, including 2 young men who seemed to be acquainted with one another, and another who was a local resident. As they journeyed, the group engaged in lively conversation, curious about Qiao Yunfeng's reasons for joining the patrol in such oppressive heat, suggesting it would be far more pleasant to remain at home. She found herself recounting her carefully crafted narrative once more, even disclosing her current residence. Upon hearing her story, the group collectively sighed, their expressions a mix of complexity and understanding. The arid landscape was barren, the horizon dominated by parched earth, with only the occasional desiccated tree trunk breaking the monotony. As midday approached, Qiao Yunfeng began to feel lightheaded and weak. She silently expressed her gratitude for Lindsay and Appo's hat. Without it, she might have already succumbed to the heat. Hearing Lindsay call for a break, everyone promptly collapsed onto the ground, massaging their legs and sipping water, while nibbling on some flatbread. Under the blazing sun, Xiao Yunfeng and Appo's vision dimmed momentarily. She feigned rummaging through her pack for her water pouch, secretly retrieving a pouch containing cooling herbs, while discreetly placing a piece of ice in her mouth and gulping down several refreshing sips. She then unobtrusively took out a cooling patch, affixing it to her clothing, instantly feeling a wave of relief. She silently praised her upgraded medical kit, whose items now boasted double efficacy, truly invaluable. Before long, her dizziness subsided, and her vision cleared, though her legs were sore and her feet weary. She wished to apply a couple of ointments but feared drawing attention with her movements. Everyone was seated on the ground without any cover. She would have to wait for another opportunity. If we can reach our resting point by noon, we can take a break in a little cabin. Lindsay encouraged the group loudly. Upon hearing that there was a shelter to rest in, everyone sprang to their feet in eager anticipation. For even sitting on the ground was uncomfortable under the relentless sun. "Little Qiao, are you all right? If you truly cannot continue, I can carry you for a bit." "Dawn and Appo's, push yourself. Your health is paramount." Lindsay approached her with concern. "Uncle Lindsay, rest assured, I have prepared for this journey. This water pouch contains cooling herbs, and I have been cautious throughout," Qiao Yunfeng reassured him, patting the pouch. "Good. If you find yourself unable to continue, call for me," he replied, then turned to inquire about the others. At last, they glimpsed the distant cabin, and spirits lifted as they quickened their pace, yet the journey seemed deceptively long. Just as Qiao Yunfeng felt her legs give way, A young man behind her caught her arm, and another companion joined him. "Let us assist you. It will expedite our arrival," they offered. Reluctantly, she accepted their help, realizing she was nearing her limits. She assessed her condition, extreme fatigue. Thankfully, she had not succumbed to heat exhaustion due to her careful sipping of the cooling herbal concoction and the ice patch on her skin. Yet, the journey had proven far more arduous than she had anticipated, and she feared becoming a burden to the group, which was never her intention. Nodding in agreement, she allowed the two men to support her as they continued forward. Lindsay turned back to check on them, and, upon seeing Qiao Yunfeng being assisted, called out, "Little Qiao, are you truly worn out? Allow me to carry you." "Uncle Lindsay, there's no need. I can still walk," Qiao Yunfeng insisted, reluctant to depend on others. She preferred not to be too close to anyone unless absolutely necessary. However, Lindsay was insistent. "Come on, let me help you get there more quickly. They can catch up. This way, you can rest a bit longer, and we still have a long way to go. If you don't recuperate now, you'll struggle even more later." After a moment's contemplation, Qiao Yunfeng acquiesced and climbed onto Lindsay's back, murmuring her thanks. "There's no need for thanks. Last year, my daughter joined a similar patrol. And since there were more border soldiers then, she was able to learn a great deal. For the children of Shangwan Town, gaining experience is beneficial," he said, steadying his pace. The others chuckled, reminiscing. "Indeed, last year when the girl accompanied us, we even encountered some Hu people. We were waiting for the captain and Appo's orders when that brave girl brandished her knife and charged ahead, startling us all." "Huh, you speak the truth." The captain turned pale with fright, another added. "Indeed, I was taken aback as well." Later, the border commander remarked, "A tiger's father does not raise a dog of a daughter. That was meant to praise both me and my daughter. You all wouldn't understand." "My daughter takes after me," Lindsay boasted. Yes. Thankfully, she doesn't and Appo's resemble you too much." They laughed. Xiao Yunfeng couldn't and Appo's helped but join in their laughter. Realizing that the camaraderie and fortitude of these people were indeed remarkable, likely shaped by their experiences near the border. Chapter 8. Scene 2. The border town. As they laughed and joked, they arrived at the small wooden cabin. Upon entering, everyone immediately opened the windows and settled onto the wooden floor, sipping water and snacking. Although the cabin was warm, it was far more comfortable than sitting outside under the blazing sun. After a brief respite, Lindsay suggested that they aim to reach the next patrol point by nightfall, encouraging anyone who could to rest well. After speaking, Lindsay moved to the back and called out to Qiao Yunfeng, "Come over here to sleep, Xiao Qiao. If you can, get some rest. I'll wake you when it's time to set off." "Thank you, Uncle Lindsay," Qiao Yunfeng replied as she made her way to the rear. The cabin was quite small, with a stone fire pit in the center, likely used for warmth during winter. She positioned herself against the wall, turning her back to the others, and applied 2 pieces of medicated plaster to her calves and another 2 to her feet. Soon, the pain began to subside. After sipping some refreshing water and nibbling on a biscuit, she assessed her condition and noticed she was beginning to recover. Laying down with her head resting on her pack, she forced herself to sleep, knowing it was essential for restoring her strength. As she drifted off, she lamented the absence of potions to replenish stamina and health in her medical kit, recalling the nourishing food traded in the discussion area with a twinge of envy. As the afternoon sun became less oppressive, Lindsay awakened everyone, urging them to prepare for the next patrol point. He approached Xiao Yunfeng to check on her condition. Thanks to the medicines from her kit, she could now be considered fully revitalized. During their march, Xiao Yunfeng overheard them discussing how, in previous years, nomadic tribes would invade the borders primarily to plunder grain and handsome women. The border guards had endured for many years, ensuring survival. Otherwise, they would have long since perished. The nomads were skilled horsemen and archers, with each warrior formidable in battle. It was said that the chief of their small tribe was the most skilled fighter among them. Listening to their conversation, Xiao Yunfeng gradually understood why, despite the risk of being a burden, the townsfolk were willing to include her in their journey. Even the chief scribe had not opposed her presence. Living in this border town, they understood that although she appeared delicate, if she possessed the means to defend herself, it would provide an additional chance for survival in the event of an invasion. Thus, they embraced her fabricated story, accepting her as one of their own from Shangwan Town. As she observed them laughing and bantering, occasionally exchanging lighthearted insults about family matters, she thought of the blacksmith who sold her the crossbow and the landlady who rented her a room. They were truly a sincere group of individuals. She recalled the shadowy figure that had shielded her from a blade, and a wave of gratitude washed over her. These people were genuinely kind. approaching the patrol cabin. Lindsay shouted, startling everyone awake. Hold on tight, everyone. This was met with a chorus of laughter and playful curses from the group. Thanks to the efficacy of the plaster, Qiao Yunfeng felt relatively well, but her moment of contentment was abruptly interrupted when Lindsay bellowed, back to back, something's coming. In an instant, they formed a circle. Back to back, focusing on a pack of hyenas charging towards them, approximately 20 in number. Be careful, they are hyenas. Draw your shields and avoid being bitten. Xiao Qiao. Stay behind me. Just as he finished speaking, 2 arrows flew from their ranks, landing among the hyenas but failing to strike any. As Qiao Yunfeng steadied her crossbow, she raised her left arm to aim, preparing for a series of shots. Meanwhile, 2 other archers had successfully hit several hyenas, yet this did little to slow their advance. As the pack continued to close in swiftly, though she believed her practice would yield accurate shots, her arrows found their mark only once in 10 attempts. Hitting such fast-moving targets proved exceedingly difficult. Having exhausted her first quiver of arrows, she reached for her second, but the foul-smelling hyenas had already surged close. Lindsay had engaged the beasts directly, wielding his sword valiantly. Without hesitation, Qiao Yunfeng drew a machete and charged at a fallen hyena, striking it down. She forced herself to remain calm, swinging her blade repeatedly. After an intense battle lasting over 10 minutes, 8 or 9 hyenas lay dead, 3 of which Lindsay had felled himself. He used his shield to protect Qiao Yunfeng from the hyena's lunges, sustaining a scratch on his right hand. Fortunately, she swiftly retaliated, plunging her knife into the creature, preventing further attacks. As the group sustained various injuries and their stamina waned, the remaining 7 or 8 hyenas abruptly ceased their frenzied assault and retreated swiftly. Once they vanished from sight, Lindsay urged, let's move quickly. You 3, last in line. Xiao Qiao, come here. Grabbing Qiao Yunfeng, he dashed forward, with the others following closely, while the 3 experienced men kept vigilant at the rear. After running for over half an hour, Qiao Yunfeng found herself exhausted. Lindsay, recognizing her fatigue, lifted her onto his back and continued running. Eventually, they managed to stop for a brief respite. We must hurry to the patrol point. Those beasts may return, Lindsay panted, beads of sweat streaming down his face. As they caught their breath, each person tended to their wounds in silence, no one uttering a complaint. Qiao Yunfeng, observing Lindsay and Appo's dedication, diluted her refreshing drink with additional water and offered it to him. Uncle Lindsay, this is the summer drink my family prepared for me. It contains medicinal herbs. Please share it with everyone. They should drink some. Lindsay turned to her, soaked in perspiration. No, it and Appo's. It's too hot for you to be giving away your provisions. We have enough water. There's no need for a young girl like you to provide for us. Keep it for yourself. But Uncle Lindsay, I have another one. This truly contains summer herbs, and if everyone drinks, it will aid in recovery. Didn't you say they might return? Seeing the fatigue etched on everyone's faces, Lindsay finally accepted her offer. Thank you, girl. Rest assured, I will ensure your safe return. He took the water pouch, pouring half a cup for each person and returning the remainder to Qiao Yunfeng. As she watched the remaining amount dwindle, a worry crept into her heart about whether it would suffice, especially since she had diluted it. After a while, noticing that everyone seemed to be recovering, she began to feel more at ease. On the periphery of the group, 2 young men who had remained mostly silent exchanged glances with Qiao Yunfeng before lowering their heads, though their fingers subtly communicated with one another. By the time they reached the patrol cabin, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Lindsay lit a torch taken from within the cabin and instructed everyone to take a moment to rest, as they would need to take turns keeping watch throughout the night. Initially intending to build a fire outside, they found themselves lacking sufficient wood. The surrounding area was barren, offering no fuel to create a fire. They would have to dismantle parts of the cabin. After hydrating, Qiao Yunfeng handed a biscuit to Lindsay. Uncle Lindsay, you should eat more. You've carried me for such a long distance and must be exhausted. You know what day it is, girl? First you bring water, now you offer biscuits. Keep it for yourself. Everyone has had enough already. Make sure you eat and rest, he said, pushing the biscuit back toward her with a sigh. After pondering for a moment, Qiao Yunfeng stood before Lindsay again. Hey, you should take a break, he urged, glancing at her with a weary sigh. Uncle Lin. When I stepped out, I purchased a sedative from the pharmacy. The elderly gentleman at the drugstore mentioned that if placed in a fire, it could incapacitate beasts. I was so anxious this afternoon that I forgot, but it just came back to me. I retrieved a small paper packet, which was a portion taken from this little box. I dared not extract anything else, but since this was purchased in town, it should remain unrecognized, right? The two young men exchanged glances upon hearing this, their fingers fidgeting slightly. It must be from the Tang family's medical shop. Old Tang is a kind-hearted man. Yet he never dispenses such medicine. No matter who asks, he refuses. How did you manage to persuade him? One of the men inquired with curiosity. Qiao Yunfeng explained the process of requesting the medicine, omitting details about the two water bladders, suggesting that perhaps Old Tang was genuinely compassionate. Fearing I might truly fall victim to some villain and amp, Oppos, as poison, I had explicitly stated that I would not harm anyone, and only then did he acquiesce. The others chuckled, reassured that the night would not be too perilous. Lindsay took the packet of medicine and smiled at Xiao Yunfeng, stating that having her with them this time was indeed fortunate. With this, they should remain unharmed. You should rest and sleep early. We will take turns keeping watch tonight, so you can sleep peacefully and recuperate your strength. The others echoed their agreement. Looking at Lindsay, Qiao Yunfeng asked, Uncle Lin, could you teach me to wield a knife? I don't know how, but I want to learn, even just a little. Lindsay, grinning widely, replied, Sure, you resemble my daughter in this regard. I will teach you. Let us step outside so they cannot see us. Ha ha ha, the door is open, they can see us. With such a large window, how could they not? Lin, please teach with care. Indeed, if you're not attentive, we will certainly notice. The two young men observed Xiao Yunfeng diligently practicing with a machete outside the wooden cabin, and one shook his head at the other. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted, they discreetly slipped some ice inside and took a sip of water. That night, Qiao Yunfeng was awakened by the heat of her bedding. As she quietly prepared to apply another ice pack, she overheard two faint voices amidst the chorus of snores. Brother Nia, that girl seems like a challenger. Her cooling medicine works wonders. It takes effect immediately, even better than ours. This shouldn't be the case. Don't overthink it. She has family. She mentioned there are places to stay in town. We started with gold coins, barely enough for supplies, let alone renting accommodations. If all the money went to rent, how could she amass so many supplies? And the sedative? Who but the townspeople would know about it? Many have visited that drugstore. Have you seen anyone aware of the sedative? But you heard it. Those townsfolk know there is a sedative, just unwilling to sell it. Stop speculating. It's irrelevant. What matters is surviving and overcoming this challenge. You're right. I just thought if they were all challengers, wouldn't it be easier to pass together? Oh, don't think like that. How do you know that that's what they intend? Remember how you fell ill in the first round? If I hadn't traded the electric baton for fever medicine, you wouldn't have made it through. Let us focus on preserving ourselves. I apologize. My previous judgment was flawed. I never anticipated that person would sigh. This is a survival competition. Only 20,000 can remain. Everyone wishes to survive. There is little room for anything else. Brother Nia, I will change. I just traded for some ice in the market. Use it sparingly. It will likely get hotter ahead. Xiao Yunfeng was thoroughly alarmed, fully awake. Indeed, despite her utmost caution, suspicion had still arisen. Fortunately, she had not revealed too much yet. After applying the ice pack, she resolved to maintain an even lower profile the next day. Alas, matters of this world seldom align with her desires. At precisely 8 a.m., the disaster survival challenge commenced its fourth day. The night passed without the appearance of hyena packs. They organized themselves and set out once more, reapplying their poultices. Qiao Yunfeng determined to exercise utmost caution today, vowing not to reveal any flaws. Approaching noon, they spotted the third patrol point's wooden cabin. Their journey was nearing completion, with only the return path remaining. Just as everyone was secretly elated, Lindsay suddenly shouted, Gather round, back to back. Something is approaching. Turning around, they saw a pack of hyenas, similar to those from the previous day, rushing towards the cabin. However, they were still some distance away, and before reaching the cabin, the pack was almost upon them. Prepare for battle, Lindsay bellowed. Cover your noses and mouths, then take out the torch you brought this morning. He ignited it and placed the paper packet and torch on the ground, signaling everyone to step back 10 paces as the hyenas charged forward. 2 arrows were immediately released from the team, and Xiao Yunfeng joined in the shooting. She steadied herself and, with that box of 10 arrows, managed to strike 3 hyenas. As they neared, she wouldn't bother switching arrow boxes. Instead, she drew her machete, recalling Uncle Lin's teachings, gripping the handle firmly. Everyone covered their mouths and noses with cloth, making the onset of battle somewhat arduous. Thankfully, within about 10 seconds, the hyenas began to stagger and collapse. They surged forward, eliminating the pack. Lindsay instructed them to dig a pit and bury the hyenas and Oppos' bodies. While digging, a sudden noise erupted, prompting Lindsay to shout to the cabin. "They're coming again." His voice trembled, betraying a fear he himself did not recognize. Everyone immediately began to run, and Lindsay grasped Xiao Yunfeng's hand as they rushed towards the cabin. Once inside, Lindsay located the torch and pulled one out, igniting it and looking at Xiao Yunfeng, asking, "Do you have more sedative?" At that moment, Xiao Yunfeng could think of nothing else and quickly handed him a small packet. Lindsay dashed outside, placing the torch and medicine on the ground, then turned back, urging everyone to secure the doors and windows. In a matter of moments, over 30 hyenas charged toward them, relentlessly battering the wooden door. They waited in the room for the medicine to take effect, and soon, the sounds of the assault diminished. Lindsay instructed everyone to prepare and forcefully push open the door, brandishing their weapons as they charged outside. Chapter 9, Scene 2, The Border Town. The pack of hyenas, numbering around a dozen, had already fallen in the fray. However, there were still about 10 more charging from behind, unaffected by the sedative. Their snarls filled with malice as they bared their teeth at the group. Lindsay, accompanied by several others, surged forward, while Qiao Yunfeng brandished her blade, striving to dispatch the fallen hyenas. Uncertain whether the effects of the sedative had worn off, she felt compelled to eliminate them swiftly. Despite her efforts, remnants of the pack continued to assault her, and within 5 minutes, she had been caught 4 times, forced to evade and dodge desperately, striving to avoid their ravenous bites. Such is the irony of fate. The more one attempts to avoid a calamity, the more it seems to seek them out. As she cleaved through the fallen hyenas, one lunged directly at her face. In an instant, she was knocked to the ground, instinctively raising her arm to shield her head, causing her machete to slip from her grasp. The hyena's teeth sank deeply into her forearm, eliciting a wave of pain that coursed through her, as if her very limb might snap. Blood streamed down her arm, staining her face, a torment too intense to bear. Gritting her teeth, she inhaled deeply to maintain her composure. Drawing forth a dagger laced with an unknown toxin, she plunged it fiercely into the hyena's abdomen. Truly, a single drop of this venom could incapacitate an adult. Within 2 seconds, she sensed the creature's body slacken. Whether dead or merely unconscious, she could not tell. Withdrawing the dagger and prying open its jaws, she freed her arm from its grip, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Dizziness threatened to overwhelm her, yet she could not afford to succumb. She staggered a few steps to retrieve her machete, delivering a decisive blow to finish off the hyena, before applying a hemostatic powder to her arm and binding it tightly. The hemostatic agent from the first aid kit proved effective, but the blood that had been lost could not be regained, and she felt increasingly lightheaded. The wound throbbed painfully, causing her flesh to tremble. She had forgotten to procure any painkillers. Leaning on her machete, she stood upright, surveying her comrades who bore varying degrees of injuries. Lindsay bellowed as he dispatched another hyena, then turned to see Qiao Yunfeng, bloodied and battered, and shouted, "Xiao, get back inside." As he continued to assist others, 2 young challengers fought valiantly, their coordination impeccable, wielding their long blades with precision. Remarkably, they bore the fewest injuries among the group, yet their prowess in battle was undeniable. With 5 or 6 hyena corpses strewn at their feet, Qiao Yunfeng understood her limitations. Should another hyena appear, her fate would be sealed, and others would be forced to divert their attention to aid her. Thus, she retreated into the wooden cabin, rummaging through her supplies for anything to replenish her strength. Alas, aside from some red dates and brown sugar, there was nothing else. She popped a piece of brown sugar into her mouth and washed it down with water, hoping it would suffice for her recovery. As she approached the door, she could see that the battle outside was nearing its conclusion. Only 5 hyenas remained, now hesitant, having ceased their assault. Under the ferocious shouts of Lindsay and the others, they each seized a fallen hyena and Oppo's carcass and fled. Qiao Yunfeng promptly opened the door, inviting everyone in to rest. Among them was a middle-aged man, gravely injured, his thigh punctured and bleeding profusely, unable to stem the flow. With a pallid complexion, the man instructed Lindsay to inform his wife of the location of his hidden savings. Lindsay, in anguish, urged him to be silent, desperately pressing cloth to the wound in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. But the blood continued to seep through the makeshift bandage, when suddenly, a hand surged forward, pushing Lindsay aside and removing the cloth from the wound to apply a medicinal powder. "What are you doing?" Lindsay shouted, astonished. To everyone's surprise, the relentless bleeding abruptly ceased. Amidst the collective astonishment, Xiao Yunfeng bound the cloth tightly. "Xiao Yu." The injured man gazed at her with his pale face, Meeting Qiao Yunfeng and Amp, Oppos, S calm eyes, swallowing the words that lingered on his tongue. Thank you. I'll go home and have my wife make chicken soup. We still have 2 old hens at home. Tears welled in his eyes, his voice trembling. All right, I'll be waiting, Qiao Yunfeng replied softly, offering a faint smile before turning to sit aside. The others began tending to their own wounds, yet their glances frequently darted toward her. Did Qiao Yunfeng feel regret? As she observed the expressions of the 2 young challengers, she realized her secret had been exposed. She had carelessly left her dagger, still smeared with the mysterious toxin, within easy reach, feigning rest while her focus remained entirely on the outside. She had acted impulsively, yet she bore no regrets. Reflecting on the care and support she had received throughout this arduous journey, she resolved that should these 2 challengers wish to confront her, she would retaliate with full force. The 2 challengers were Nie Gaoang and Ming Wenrui, both seasoned soldiers who had been on a mission when drawn into the challenge. While they were equally astonished by the turn of events, their thoughts diverged from what Qiao Yunfeng assumed. Such a potent drug exists? To staunch blood flow from such a large wound instantly, this could mean the difference between life and death on the battlefield. They contemplated approaching her to inquire about exchanging for some hemostatic powder, but upon observing Qiao Yunfeng's pallid visage, they silently retreated. Ultimately, Nie Gaoyang resolved to seek her out once they returned, hoping to negotiate for some of the precious medicine. After a brief respite, Lindsay urged everyone to prepare for the return journey, as the multitude of hyena carcasses might attract even more predators, and they lacked the strength for another confrontation. Qiao Yunfeng assessed her condition, weak and barely able to walk back. Yet, remaining behind would be even more perilous. Earlier, she had posted a trade request in the discussion forum, seeking items to replenish her stamina, but the offers had been scant, consuming all she had managed to procure. Her energy restored only marginally. With no other options, she rose, securing her water pouch, and joined the group as they set out. Lindsay, carrying an injured comrade, glanced at Xiao Yunfeng. Xiao, let them support you. We'll take turns carrying Das Han. Let us move swiftly. We'll be safe within 5 kilometers of the city gate. Xiao Yunfeng nodded, recognizing that this was not the time for bravado. All right, thank you. As she felt the 2 challengers grasp her arms, anxiety surged within her as they aided her along the path. Yet, her strength waned, and she struggled to keep pace. Nie Gaoyang halted, looking at her earnestly. I know you're a challenger as well. We'll carry you back in exchange for 2 doses of hemostatic powder. Is that agreeable? Qiao Yunfeng raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting such directness. At the city gate, we can settle the terms? Agreed. Upon hearing her affirmative response, Nie Gaoyang promptly lifted her onto his back, swiftly catching up to the front of the group. After half an hour, they switched, and Ming Wenrui continued to carry her. Thus, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they finally beheld the city gate. In that moment, a collective sense of relief washed over them, akin to the feeling of surviving a calamity. Upon entering the city, Qiao Yunfeng settled her dues, then pulled Lindsay aside. Uncle Lindsay, I'm going to rest now. Here. Take this. She handed him a small pouch of hemostatic powder. This is for you. Thank you for your assistance these past 2 days. Xiao. Lindsay sighed deeply, torn between refusing and accepting. Yet, the efficacy of the medicine was undeniable. He truly desired it, for it was a matter of life and death. Take it. Thank you, Uncle. I'll head back to rest now. If you need anything, just come find me. With that, she turned and hastened to her small courtyard. Lying on her comfortable bed, she resolved to take a bath, enjoy a delectable meal, and then indulge in a blissful sleep. Despite feeling exhausted over the past few days and exposing herself in front of the challengers, she has learned a great deal. They imparted to her much valuable knowledge about wilderness survival and emergency response techniques. After a brief wash, wary of infection in her wounds, she disinfected them with iodine and took aspirin before rewrapping them. Surrounded by a suitcase filled with hail, she peacefully drifted into slumber. At precisely 8 o'clock in the morning, the 5th day of the disaster survival challenge commenced. Upon waking, she assessed her condition, excessive blood loss, and her wounds had begun to scab. She once again disinfected them with iodine. Qiao Yunfeng intended to rest at home today, nurturing her body back to health, and to organize the cellar. For should the Hu people attack as they did previously, that would be her final refuge. She first placed 2 empty wooden boxes from her room inside, positioning them side by side to create a small bed where she could lie down and sleep. While she was tidying up, someone knocked on the gate. It was her landlord, and who, calling out, Xiao, someone is here to see you, opened the door. Qiao Yunfeng pondered that she did not recognize anyone. But upon opening the door, she was greeted by Uncle Lin and a woman accompanying him. The moment the woman laid eyes on Qiao Yunfeng, she eagerly inquired, "Lin Go, is this the young girl?" Seeing Lin nod, she dashed into the courtyard, placing a bundle of items on the small stone table. She grasped Xiao Yunfeng and Appo's right hand with both of hers, tearfully exclaiming, Xiao, thank you, thank you. My husband returned and told me if it weren't for you. He and Appo's have made it back. Thank you. At that moment, Xiao Yunfeng was startled and instinctively jumped back, calling out, Uncle Lin. Lin immediately stepped forward, grabbing the woman, saying, calm down, let us speak gently. You're frightening the young girl. The woman, who was Dashuan's wife, wiped her tears and gestured toward the items on the table. Xiao, I didn't know what you'd like, so here are some yards of floral fabric, last year and Appo's trend, you can make some clothes. This is chicken soup. Knowing you injured your arm, I cooked it for you. Be sure to drink it. And this is homemade flatbread. Eat it with this pickled vegetable, it's delicious. She continued to unpack the items, even presenting 20 eggs. Xiao Yunfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. She insisted she did not need any of it. But Dashan and Appo's wife would not hear of it. Unable to refuse, she merely wished her to take care of herself and fled as if on wings. Aunt Hu glanced at Xiao Yunfeng, then at her bandaged arm, and sighed as she returned to her own courtyard, inviting Uncle Lin to sit in the courtyard. Xiao Yunfeng earnestly urged, Uncle Lin, I do not lack for anything. Please take these back to Dashan and his family. They have provided so much. And it may not even be enough for them, especially since he is injured more severely than I am. He needs to recuperate. You need not say more. This is their heartfelt intention. You saved his life. They feel they owe you even more, Lin sighed. You, my dear girl, do not understand the value of such generosity. How can your family allow you to venture so far alone? Oh, my home is not far. It's just. Do not deceive me, Uncle Lin interjected, furrowing his brow. They are unaware, but I know well that the hemostatic medicine is not something our small town can provide. I have lived in this town for many years. I have visited every apothecary. The effectiveness of this medicine suggests it must have come from the capital. What business does a young girl like you have coming to the border town? Are you unaware of the dangers posed by the Hu people? What would you do if something were to happen? Lin regarded Xiao Yunfeng as if she were a disobedient child. Heed my advice, return home early. It is not safe here. Your family would be much relieved. Uncle Lin, do not worry. I shall return in a few days. I merely sought to explore and broaden my horizons, having never been here before. This time, however, I have indeed been frightened. I promise that once I heal, I will go back. You need not fret. Xiao Yunfeng refrained from further explanations or fabricating stories. A profound sense of bittersweetness welled up within her as she sincerely accepted the elder's admonition, feeling the genuine care behind it, something she had always longed for yet rarely acknowledged. Tears began to silently well up, and her heart ached, but she could only offer a benign falsehood, for in a few days she would indeed leave, vanishing from Guanshan town, perhaps never to return in this lifetime. Ah, this is it. Please accept this. We have managed a small feat this time. The garrison awarded gold coins. Keep this safe. Also, this is a new leather armor my daughter made. It has never been worn. Please do not think it too much. Your medicine is quite costly. This is all I can offer. I only hope you have smooth sailing ahead. He pushed a bundle toward Xiao Yunfeng, revealing a set of soft leather armor for women. And this is for you as well. I noticed your chopping knife is no longer usable. He presented a new chopping knife. This one is perfectly weighted for you. The girls in our town often tie a red ribbon on theirs. I brought you one for my daughter. If you like it, you can tie it on. Upon receiving the knife and the red ribbon from Uncle Lin, Xiao Yunfeng and Appo's eyes glistened with tears. Gratefully accepting the knife, she tied on the ribbon and raised it high, saying, Thank you, Uncle Lin. It is truly beautiful. When Lin departed, Xiao Yunfeng asked him to deliver a package to Dashan and Appo's family, containing rice, flour, and a substantial piece of venison, along with the eggs they had given her. Lin stood at the gate, preparing to escort Dashan's family to the neighboring town. They would leave the next day and not return for several days. He invited Xiao Yunfeng to visit upon their return to meet his daughter, reminding her repeatedly to take care of her health. As he left, Xiao Yunfeng also gave him a package, saying, Uncle Lin, this is for your daughter. Since I accepted her leather armor, she no longer has it. Please accept these small gifts as tokens of our friendship. Lin laughed heartily as he departed. Upon returning home, he was greeted by his daughter's enthusiastic shout. Startled, he rushed over to discover the package contained 8 large peaches, a stack of flatbreads, 2 water bladders, a sizable piece of venison, and dried meat. Chapter 10 Scene 2, Border Town 5. Resting in bed, Qiao Yunfeng gazed at the gold coins in her possession, contemplating yet another trip to procure a water pouch. Alas, her water pouches never seemed to last long. At noon, she lounged on her bed, savoring sweetened ice jelly while perusing the discussion forum for potential trades. Ice, non-edible, 1mx1m for 2 kilograms of edible food. This was precisely what she desired. She accepted the trade. And suddenly, a large block of ice appeared in her room, bringing a welcome chill. 1 dagger for 2 flatbreads. This too was acceptable, and she agreed. Osmanthus glutinous rice balls, 10 health points in exchange for 500 liters of drinkable water was another appealing offer, which she promptly accepted. After completing her trades, she lamented why she had yet to acquire any items that could enhance her status. Such musings had become increasingly frequent of late, perhaps a reflection of her own inadequacies. Having exchanged a bowl of ice jelly for a considerable amount of usable supplies, she traded food for 3 more blocks of ice to store in her space, feeling a sense of relief wash over her as she settled down for a peaceful slumber. By afternoon, the heat had lessened, and Qiao Yunfeng secured her ice before heading to the blacksmith shop, intent on spending her newly acquired gold coins. She made a bulk purchase of traps, a dagger, iron chains, an axe, and a shield. The blacksmith raised an eyebrow at her numerous traps. "What do you need so many traps for?" he inquired. "I plan to set them at the village entrance. Perhaps they will catch any marauders that come by," she replied. "These are quite heavy. You won't be able to carry them all. Would you like me to deliver them to the city gate?" "No need. I have a room in town. Could you take them there instead?" "Certainly. Let us go." As they walked, the blacksmith recounted how in previous years, the nomads would raid multiple times, yet this year, they had not appeared. Instead, bandits had come first. "Do the nomads attack every year?" Qiao Yunfeng inquired. "Indeed, they come several times in spring and autumn. This year, however, the heat has kept them away, which is fortunate. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult for everyone if we had to fight in this sweltering heat." It seemed the nomads' assault would soon be upon them. She resolved to recover her strength over the next few days, as she intended to partake in the battle when it arrived. That evening, illuminated by the flickering light of a small oil lamp, Qiao Yunfeng tirelessly scoured the trading forum, seeking to exchange drinking water 250 grams for items that increase health or stamina by 10 points or more. Among the numerous trades, she noted a particular individual, Shinrand, who had offered Angelica ginseng chicken soup for an impressive 50 health points, an unparalleled offer thus far. The requested water quantity was 5,000 grams, a trivial requirement for Qiao Yunfeng. The transaction was swiftly completed. Throughout the night, Qiao Yunfeng continued to exchange for various items that would enhance her stamina and vitality, preparing herself for the impending arrival of the nomads. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the 6th day of the disaster survival challenge commenced. Upon waking, her first action was to assess her condition. Stable. She unwrapped the bandage on her left hand, finding the wound healed and movement restored. Touching her medical kit brought a wave of comfort. Having medicine was indeed a blessing. In the morning, she busied herself crafting a plethora of wooden arrows, storing them conveniently in her space for future use. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Listening closely, she discerned cries of fire. "Fire! Quickly, extinguish it!" accompanied by the resonating clang of a gong echoing throughout the town. Qiao Yunfeng stood in shock for a few moments, reflecting on how such an incident had not occurred in her previous life. She quickly gathered her belongings and dashed outside, where she spotted Anhu from next door rushing out, cradling a child in her arms. "What is happening? Is there a fire?" she asked. "I'm not sure. I just heard the shouts. I'll go check," Anhu replied. Qiao Yunfeng sprinted into the street, where chaos reigned. People were running in all directions, smoke billowing from every corner, yet the source of the fire remained elusive. Eventually, she heard someone shout that the barracks were ablaze and urged everyone to bring buckets and shovels to dig up earth to extinguish the flames. "Quickly, all who can. Come and help." Qiao Yunfeng dashed back to Aunt Hu's door, informing her of the situation before racing towards the main street, joining others carrying supplies as they headed towards the outskirts of town. Upon reaching the open area outside, she found organized groups digging, transporting earth, and dousing the flames with soil. In a discreet corner, Qiao Yunfeng collected a sizable amount of earth and threw it onto the fire. The commanding soldier spotted her near the flames and shouted, "Young lady, it's dangerous. You should return." Feigning ignorance, She swiftly moved to a less visible spot to continue her efforts. Thus, she toiled through the afternoon, digging and throwing soil, battling the intense heat and flames. Despite applying ice packs and consuming heat-resistant medicine, her condition deteriorated to extreme fatigue. As the fire gradually subsided, Qiao Yunfeng collapsed on the ground, placing a chunk of ice in her mouth and gulping down water. Every part of her body ached, and as several challengers passed by, she felt utterly unresponsive. Today had been overwhelmingly exhausting. At that moment, she spotted Nie Gaoang and Ming Wenrui approaching her. "Are you all right?" they asked, pulling her up. Qiao Yunfeng, unaccustomed to such close proximity, took a step back. "I'm fine, just tired." Noticing her retreat, they quickly responded, "Take care," before turning away. This suited Qiao Yunfeng perfectly. She was too fatigued to engage in conversation. Slowly, she made her way back to her small courtyard, informing Aunt Zhang that all was well. Once inside, she retrieved the ice blocks, filled a basin with water, and began to wash, feeling rejuvenated afterward. Finally, she settled down with a bowl of rice and some side dishes, savoring her meal. Upon opening the discussion forum, she found the community buzzing about the day's events. How could the fire have erupted so suddenly? That is quite unusual. Could it be a repeat of the 3-day fire? If so, many could perish. Perhaps we should retreat to the mountains? The mountains are quite expansive. I think that's a good idea. I plan to go tomorrow. I agree. As long as we stay within the town's limits, we should be fine. But if the fire spreads to the mountains, where would we hide? We might not even be able to escape. Doesn't anyone find this suspicious? This trial only presents heat and water shortages, nothing else. The previous trial included a train derailment, torrential rain, flash floods, hail, and the risk of illness. I too feel this trial seems rather straightforward compared to the previous one. I wonder if there's a hidden twist awaiting us. Lack of food, lack of water, unbearable heat, and the risk of heat stroke. Life is already quite harsh. The newcomer upstairs has been identified. Agreed, they must be participating for the first time. Yes, it is my first time. What's wrong? You've been through it twice, yet you're not particularly impressive. Huh, as long as you're happy. Ha one. As long as you and Oppos, happy. The banter among the newcomers felt trivial, yet some sensed a looming challenge ahead. She decided to rest, as her stamina was nearly depleted. It was best to allow herself time to recover. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the 7th day of the disaster survival challenge commenced. Upon awakening to find her status fully restored, her spirits lifted, enjoying bread and chilled milk. Qiao Yunfeng couldn't shake the feeling that yesterday's fire had been peculiarly strange. Something about it felt off. The heart whispers that perhaps, as other challengers have suggested, things ought not to be so straightforward. Regardless, given the historical incursions of the Hu people, it is prudent for her to prepare diligently. While she was busy crafting wooden arrows, the sound of drums erupted outside once more. The Hu were attacking the city. Everyone must gather their belongings, and men should head to the city gate. Without delay, Qiao Yunfeng donned the leather armor bestowed by Uncle Lin and stepped out of the courtyard. At the entrance, and Hu called out to her, "Little Qiao, the Hu are here. Quickly lock the door and hide under the bed or in the cellar. Aunt Hu, I must lend a hand. You should take the children and hide away. Bring some food and do not emerge," she replied, sprinting toward the city gate, where throngs of people were assembling. General Zhang, who had previously been in charge of recording, shouted, "Men, come and collect your weapons." Lines of men queued to retrieve arms before ascending the city walls. Moments later, the air was filled with cries of alarm. The walls were too high for Qiao Yunfeng to see outside, and she could not ascend, so she waited anxiously below. Soon, several wounded men were lowered from above, their bodies drenched in blood. The healers below sprang into action, and she rushed over to assist, initially holding the injured steady while arrows were extracted. As the number of casualties escalated, the scene grew chaotic. She took it upon herself to remove arrows, apply medicine, apply pressure, and bandage wounds. An elderly man, who had intended to speak, simply observed her swift hands tending to the next patient, then silently resumed his work. Before long, a shout echoed from above, "The ladders have arrived. Quickly, move the stones." The lightly injured below began to lift stones, and Qiao Yunfeng spotted several challengers using spatial abilities to transport stones up to the battlements. She too stored stones in her spatial pocket, armed herself with a crossbow, and ascended to the wall, where chaos reigned. The wounded were propped against the wall, awaiting removal, while others had pulled out their own arrows and resumed fighting. Siege engines were relentlessly hurling stones downwards, aiming to dismantle the ladders erected by the Hu outside. Qiao Yunfeng bent low beside a siege engine, placing down stones. But as she prepared to return for another load, an arrow suddenly struck a nearby man in the face, causing him to collapse in a pool of blood. He had been loading stones. A fellow loader shouted at her, "Load." She snapped back to reality, grabbing a stone and placing it onto the siege engine, and the man continued to fire, reload, and repeat the process. Despite their efforts, some ladders were successfully raised, and the defenders above began pushing against the invading ladders. Men hurled stones downwards, and Qiao Yunfeng joined in, throwing with all her might. Yet, even as she dislodged one, a second, and a third, the assailants surged forward, undeterred by death. She fought with every ounce of her strength, but still, foes climbed up. She stowed her crossbow and drew her machete, coating it with an unknown poison beforehand, hoping she would not need to use it. But deep down she knew that was unlikely. At that moment, an unexpected calm enveloped her, and a surge of courage ignited within her. Spotting a Hu warrior climbing up, she advanced steadily and swung her blade, sending him plummeting to an uncertain fate below. There was no time to ponder. A second and third assailant soon followed, and she swung her knife continuously, oblivious to whether they were merely incapacitated or slain. Another Hu warrior, having scaled the wall, lunged at her with a blade. She struck him, but her knife remained embedded, and she resigned herself to the inevitability of injury. Just then, a figure burst forth behind her, raising a shield to absorb the blow meant for her. The stranger pressed forward, forcing the Hu warrior back while engaging in a fierce struggle. "Be careful," was the only warning given before Qiao Yunfeng withdrew her machete and turned to find the battlefield awash in chaos. The one who had aided her now vanished from sight. The onslaught from the Hu continued unabated, and she could not afford to relent, fighting with all her might. "The Hu are retreating. The Hu are retreating," echoed a voice, though it was a distant sound amid the clamor. She lowered her machete, raising her gaze to see jubilant comrades embracing one another. And only then did she realize she was gasping for breath, collapsing against the stone wall to catch her breath. Her body trembled, especially her arms, which shook uncontrollably, the grip on her weapon slipping. Gazing at the carnage strewn across the ground, her emotions dulled. This was the harsh reality of war, and as a challenger, she was embroiled in a conflict of her own. A group of soldiers commenced clearing the battlefield, lowering their own wounded while discarding the bodies of the Hu over the city walls. Before long, the corpses outside would be gathered and set ablaze. A soldier approached her, his expression one of concern. "Young lady, are you all right? Can you stand? Are you injured?" He extended a hand to help her rise. "I'm fine, just fatigued." "A brief rest will suffice," Qiao Yunfeng explained. The soldier smiled in understanding, "Then sit and recuperate. You can descend later. There are many below. The Hu are unlikely to return tonight. Rest for a while, eat something, and it would be wise to get some sleep." Qiao Yunfeng seized upon the key point. The Hu were not expected to return until the night, suggesting they might indeed return later. Determined, she stood and made her way down, needing to rest and restore her strength. Upon descending, she observed numerous wounded awaiting treatment, while porridge was being prepared below. She longed to retreat to her room. And along the way, she noticed many challengers resting, seemingly intent on staying for the duration. Once in her chamber, she locked the door, removed her leather armor, and fetched ice to drink while eating. Despite her exhaustion, she understood the necessity of nourishment to replenish her energy. She applied medicinal plasters across her body and succumbed to sleep, yearning to regain her strength. As slumber enveloped her, she lamented her own frailty. Upon awakening, darkness loomed outside. She assessed her condition, mildly fatigued. Consuming restorative food obtained through trade, she recoated her machete with poison, donned her leather armor, and returned to the city gate. Chapter 11. Scene 2, Frontier Town 6, revised. Tonight, the city gate is illuminated by numerous torches, casting a bright glow over the worried faces of the townsfolk. "Have you heard? Due to illness and the fire, less than 1/10 of the border troops remain able to confront the enemy. Is that true? Can we still achieve victory? I've heard that aid has been sought from the neighboring city. If we can hold on a little longer, hope may yet arrive. Do you think the fire yesterday was set by the Hu people? It's possible. Who else would set a fire for no reason? But what would be the point? We managed to extinguish it in no time. Who knows? If I could discern the general and Appo's thoughts, I would be a general myself." "True enough, haha." Listening to their conversation, Qiao Yunfeng leaned against the wall, pondering the peculiar nature of yesterday's fire. She opened the forum and posed a question, hoping someone might have an insight. The fire yesterday was strange and rather suspicious. Although it raged fiercely, it was extinguished swiftly. Why would that be? Does anyone have any theories? Has anyone upstairs come to a conclusion? It is indeed odd. As challengers, this difficulty seems significantly less than the first round. Where is it easy? I find it quite challenging. It is much simpler compared to the first round, and thus far, there have been no particularly daunting obstacles. This doesn't feel like a survival challenge. You people are absurd. How can you say it's easy when it's so difficult? It doesn't tee it up. If the Hu people set the fire, surely burning the town would incite chaos more quickly, yet they chose to ignite the military camp outside the city. They harbor deep hatred for the border troops after years of conflict. Qiao Yunfeng considered the reasoning put forth. Yes, igniting the city would have been the most effective way to create turmoil. With the current drought, the tightly packed houses would ignite rapidly. Shouldn't a military incursion aim for maximum damage? Why opt for the camp instead, driven solely by hatred? Outside the city? Suddenly, a thought struck her. What if they couldn't enter the city? Perhaps they had no choice but to set fire to the area outside. Yesterday, with the gates wide open, everyone rushed out to extinguish the flames, and they mingled among us? This revelation sent the discussion forum into a frenzy. Wait, are you suggesting there are Hu people inside the city right now? What would they do inside? No one seemed to act during the daytime attack. Nothing happened during the day. Could they be waiting for the night? Upon reading this, Qiao Yunfeng felt a chill run down her spine. Yes, they were indeed waiting for nightfall. After a day of battle, everyone would be fatigued, and if a second engagement occurred, coupled with internal betrayal, the garrison would be doomed. She sprang to her feet, determined to alert the border guards. Meanwhile, she noticed several others standing up, some racing to the walls, while others sought out soldiers. She spotted Nie Gaoang and Meng Wenrui, who approached a doorway and exchanged words before entering. She intended to find Commander Zhang, as they had at least met before. Just then, a thick, acrid smoke began to billow from the direction of the city gate, growing denser and more suffocating, accompanied by muffled cries for help. This was bad. The traitors were making their move. Qiao Yunfeng dashed towards the chaos, but the smoke was overwhelming, obscuring her vision and stinging her eyes. She heard the sound of the gate being pulled open and shouted, "The traitors have breached the door. The gate is opening." Everyone heard her cry and rushed over. But it was too late. As the gate opened slightly, Hu soldiers poured in, attacking indiscriminately. The air erupted with shouts and screams as Qiao Yunfeng emerged from the smoke. Brandishing her blade, coated with poison, her weapon promised a swift demise to any Hu soldier it touched. She would strike again to ensure her kill. They fought valiantly against the surge of attackers, yet more and more Hu soldiers flooded in. Once the gate swung wide open, a cavalry unit charged through. "Horse bandits!" someone shouted. The defensive line crumbled as the marauding Hu soldiers surged into the town, plundering as they went. Their cries mingling with the sounds of despair echoing through the streets. Qiao Yunfeng fought with every ounce of strength she had, but the adversary seemed endless. Time lost meaning as she felt the sting of multiple cuts across her body, pain radiating through her limbs, and her grip on the blade began to weaken. Just as another sword swung toward her, she was forcefully shoved aside. "Run!" she heard someone shout as she fell to the ground. Lifting her head to see chaos all around her, unable to discern who had just saved her, she retreated to a secluded alley, tending to her wounds, drinking medicine, and applying salves. Despite her efforts, the overwhelming fatigue persisted. At that moment, Qiao Yunfeng felt a deep-seated resentment toward the challenge, toward herself. Why had all her efforts come to naught? She recalled the Vitality Restorative, removes all ailments, fully restores health and stamina. Cost: 600 source crystals. Regret washed over her. Had she purchased that, she could have fully recovered. Now, her only option for survival was to return to her small courtyard and rest, waiting for her condition to improve. Cautiously, she made her way back to the courtyard, opened the door, and descended into the cellar, closing the door behind her. She placed a pile of firewood on the wooden floor to conceal the cellar's entrance. She retrieved ice, forcing herself to eat, striving to block out thoughts of the chaos outside, intent on recuperating. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., she was awakened by the sound of a notification: Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 8 begins. Checking her status, she found it normal. Equipping herself fully with ice packs, leather armor, a machete, and poisoned arrows, she prepared for what lay ahead. Clearing the wood from the ground, she exited the cellar. Outside, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Unsure if the Hu people had departed or if everyone was hiding, she stealthily made her way along the wall, halting at any sound. Raising her crossbow, she relaxed upon confirming it was not a Hu soldier and continued on her way. If it were Hu soldiers, she would conceal herself, observe their numbers, and devise a plan for ambush. This time, she equipped herself with iron-tipped arrows, their penetrating power formidable, each coated in venom. Should she strike true, the Hu would surely fall, allowing her to follow up with a decisive blow. Throughout the morning, she managed to collect 7 curved swords from the Hu soldiers, along with several woolen blankets and supplies. Many houses stood empty, and she wondered if their occupants had fled or hidden away. Without uttering a word, she left after dispatching the Hu soldiers, moving on without delay. Approaching the main street, she spotted a small group of 10 or so Hu soldiers. Realizing the odds were against her, she contemplated retreating when her peripheral vision caught movement. Turning, she saw 3 or 4 young men on the second floor, exchanging gestures before leaping down. One of them seized a Hu soldier, swiftly targeting the throat, while 3 or 4 others charged from the alley, attacking the Hu soldiers with fierce determination, silent but for the guttural shouts of their foes. Without hesitation, Qiao Yunfeng joined the fray, drawing her machete and unleashing her fury. The chaotic skirmish concluded rapidly, though a few skilled Hu soldiers fought back, injuring several. In the end, it was Qiao Yunfeng and Apos' blade that felled the last, sending him crashing to the ground. In that group, there was a young man who had been stabbed. He sat weakly on the ground, clutching his wounded abdomen, gasping for breath as blood stained the surrounding area. Beside him, a girl was silently attempting to staunch the flow of blood. "We must leave this place. The main street is far too perilous," murmured one man, urging, "Lift him up quickly." Immediately, 4 men rushed to carry the injured man into a nearby alley. Qiao Yunfeng hesitated for a moment, her hands clutching the hemostatic powder, uncertain of whether there were challengers among them. Yet, witnessing the man's dire condition, it was apparent he was on the brink of collapse. After 3 seconds of indecision, she wrapped her face with a cloth and dashed to the wounded man, pushing aside the girl tending to him, pouring the hemostatic powder onto the wound, and swiftly turning to flee. The girl, taken aback by the shove, was incensed and was about to shout at Qiao Yunfeng and Apos' retreating figure when she heard a man and Apos' voice exclaim, "Look, the bleeding has stopped." Turning around, she was astonished to find the wound, which had seemed impossible to control, was no longer bleeding. She gazed back toward the place where Qiao Yunfeng had vanished and softly uttered, "Thank you." In the alleys, similar battles transpired ceaselessly. Qiao Tianqi lay in ambush with 7 or 8 companions when a flustered girl staggered toward them, closely pursued by 5 laughing Hu men. "Don't come near. Don't come near," she cried out, glancing back in terror. Upon realizing she had stumbled into a dead end, despair washed over her as she faced the grinning Hu men approaching her. "Help!" Her desperate cry seemed to invigorate the Hu men, who eagerly advanced into the narrow alley, exchanging taunts. Suddenly, the girl stood tall, her delicate face transforming into a fierce smile. "Now it's my turn." Qiao Tianqi and his men surged forward, their blades aimed with lethal precision. In mere moments, the 5 Hu men lay defeated in the dead end. "Clean up," Qiao Tianqi instructed, gesturing to the fallen bodies. Then approached the girl, asking, "Are you injured?" "Qiao Dage, don't worry. I'm fine. Wait for me. I'll bring back more." Without a backward glance, she dashed out of the alley. The group swiftly tidied up and resumed their watch, the alley returning to its prior tranquility as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Wu Yanheng struggled against the onslaught of Hu men wielding blades, having already suffered 3 cuts. He berated himself for his carelessness, having rushed into the fray upon seeing only 2 adversaries. Upon entering a small courtyard, he discovered 2 more foes inside, now surrounded by 4 Hu men, unable to escape. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, 2 men burst through the door. With military precision, they dispatched 2 Hu men in an instant, and within a minute, the battle concluded. They helped him to his feet, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he replied. Had he been rescued? "Find a place to hide. The Hu men are fierce," one man smiled at him. The 2 silently exited, leaving Wu Yanheng feeling scorned, as if he had been underestimated. He was not weak. This was merely a lapse in judgment, compounded by overwhelming numbers. "I can hold my own," he muttered to himself as he contemplated the empty courtyard. In the darkness of a cellar, a woman held her child tightly, covering the child and Apos' mouth with her hand while listening intently to the sounds above. The Hu men had invaded her home, searching every corner. She fervently hoped they would leave quickly without discovering their presence. Her anxious grip on the child was too forceful, causing the little one to whimper in pain, prompting her to loosen her hold. When the commotion outside ceased, panic gripped her heart. Fearing the Hu men would come to investigate the noise, she swiftly tucked the child into a nearby box, whispering, "Don't make a sound, don't cry, don't come out." After sealing the box, she positioned herself in front of it, readying a dagger, her body trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, Shouts and the sounds of struggle erupted from outside, but eventually, silence fell again. Unsure of the situation outside, she cautiously retrieved her child, pulling them tightly to her chest. Still shaking with fear, the child and Apos, a small hand pressed firmly against their mouth, enduring the discomfort without a sound. Having evaded the group, she returned to the small courtyard by midday, taking a moment to rest and replenish her strength with food before preparing to venture out once more. Deep within, she felt an inexplicable fondness for the townspeople. Despite knowing the dangers, her desire to help persisted. Additionally, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her to encounter once more the girl from her previous life, who wielded a red silk blade. This time, she wanted to see her clearly and express her heartfelt gratitude. Just as she was about to leave, a piercing child and Apos' cry echoed from the neighboring yard, followed by a woman's scream. "Don't hurt my child. Please, don't harm my child." It was Huanti. Qiao Yunfeng rushed outside, spotting a horse tethered nearby. Yet sensing there were multiple men in the courtyard, she raised her arm, steadying her crossbow with a steel-tipped arrow primed. Cautiously, she approached the door to observe. 3 men stood within the courtyard, uncertain of how many more lurked inside. One was standing with his foot on the child's back, while another had seized Huanti. The third one laughed heartily, taunting something. Taking aim at the laughing man, Qiao Yunfeng released her arrow, striking true, and he collapsed instantly. The remaining 2 men turned alarmed toward the entrance, rushing toward her. Steadying her aim once more, she fired again, but missed. Her next arrow was deflected by a blade as they closed in. With no time to spare, Qiao Yunfeng withdrew her crossbow and swiftly drew her machete, striking at the second man, who fell as the third man swung his weapon toward her. The proximity of their duel left her no choice but to dodge aside, narrowly avoiding the blade. Chapter 12, Scene 2, Frontier Town 7. The curved blade of the human sliced through her left arm, causing blood to pour forth. Striking true, the human continued to swing his sword. Qiao Yunfeng raised her right hand to intercept the incoming blade with her own weapon while a dagger materialized in her left hand. Gritting her teeth against the pain from her wounded arm, she thrust the dagger forcefully into the human and Apos' abdomen. His eyes widened in disbelief before he collapsed, unwilling to accept his fate. "And who? Are you all right?" Qiao Yunfeng withdrew her weapon and charged into the courtyard, and who clutched her son tightly, momentarily dazed upon seeing Qiao Yunfeng. I'm fine. Gather your belongings and head to my cellar. I will join you shortly." As she spoke, she dragged the human's lifeless body a short distance onto the street. Once Antu departed, Qiao Yunfeng delivered a fatal blow to each of the fallen foes to ensure they would not rise again. She collected their weapons, including a dagger adorned with gemstones, and a wool mat. Leaving a trail of footprints toward the street, she quietly returned to her small courtyard, secured the door, and returned to the cellar, stacking wood atop it. And who soon approached. "Xiao, you're injured. Let me tend to your wounds." "No need. And who?" "Check on the child. Make sure he hasn't been frightened." "I'm all right. I can manage." She declined the offer of assistance, knowing that the hemostatic agent was too effective for Antu to witness its application. Turning her back, she began to dress her wounds. When she finished and turned around, she found Antu anxiously watching her. "Do not fear. I have created a commotion outside. If more men come, they will assume people fled and will not approach this area. I have piled wood here, making it difficult to discover us. You need not worry." Qiao Yunfeng reassured her gently. Seeing Antu's expression improve, she offered the 2 boxes they had as makeshift beds for her and her son to rest. Antu gratefully consented, gently coaxing her child to lie down. The little boy had remained silent, not crying, perhaps genuinely frightened. Now he lay there dazed, complying with her request, but keeping his eyes wide open, fixated on Antu. Qiao Yunfeng observed the child and was reminded of her own moment of loss when her parents suddenly passed away. She had felt equally lost, staring blankly at their photographs for an eternity, with no one to comfort her. Unsure how to console the mother and son, she settled quietly to the side. The exertion from the fight had drained her energy. What had become of the challengers who had hidden in the mountains? The men sought to steal. They likely would not ascend the mountains. Perhaps those challengers were truly safe there. But safety was a delusion. The challengers hiding in the mountains were utterly defenseless against the wild boars charging towards them. Initially relieved to have escaped the chaos of battle, they soon found themselves besieged by a horde of boars, each one tough-skinned and armed with sharp tusks, capable of shattering even slender trees. There was no fighting back, no escaping, and no hiding from their onslaught. The challengers on the mountain had few means of defense, Otherwise, they would not have sought refuge there. Their cries for help echoed through the mountains, pleading for salvation. Qiao Yunfeng watched in despair as pleas for aid flooded the discussion forum. Various payment offers for supplies appearing incessantly. She could only sigh and shake her head. Survival in this challenge could not rely on others. These people still failed to comprehend that this was not a game but a true test of survival, one that required self-reliance to endure. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 9 begins. Qiao Yunfeng ventured out once more. Although Aunt Hu remained fearful, she could only urge Qiao Yunfeng to exercise caution and return safely. In the alleys, it was increasingly rare to encounter solitary Hu men. They had gathered supplies along the main street, with groups preparing to load their carts. Today, at least one group consisted of 4 individuals, while most ranged from 6 to 7, collecting food and winter clothing from homes. Throughout the morning, she managed to eliminate a small 4-person team, but the others were too numerous to confront all at once. She could not afford to attract more Hu men, as that would endanger her own safety. Upon returning to the cellar, she briefed Aunt Hu on the current situation, and Hu sighed, the Hu men are preparing to leave. It and Amp, Oppos, as for the best, let them go quickly. As she nibbled on a biscuit, a commotion arose from the neighboring courtyard, accompanied by shouts and sounds of struggle. I will kill you wretches. Return my wife and child. It and Oppos, as my husband. And Hu gasped, startled. He shouldn't be back for a few more days. She rushed to the cellar door, intent on going outside. And Hu, let me go, keep an eye on the child. She glanced back at the boy, who had remained silent, tears streaming from his eyes, his lips pressed tightly shut, fear evident in his gaze directed at Aunt Hu. Qiao Yunfeng grasped Aunt Hu and Amp, Oppos' arm. Looking at the sobbing child, momentarily forgetting this was a challenge, that this might be a scripted scenario, and that it had little bearing on her. Do not emerge. Stay silent. I have piled wood above, no one will discover us. After ensuring they understood, she turned and dashed toward the commotion. At the door stood a horse pulling a cart laden with food and blankets. Qiao Yunfeng swiftly readied her crossbow. The courtyard door was wide open, revealing 4 Hu men inside. One was injured, relentlessly whipping a man held down by the other 2, while the 4th rummaged through the house. With precise aim, she shot an iron arrow at the man wielding the whip. The shot struck true, and he fell. The remaining 2 shouted, and the man inside bolted out. At that moment, 2 Hu men charged toward Qiao Yunfeng, while the 4th was seized by the man on the ground, who began to strike him furiously. She continued to fire, taking down a 2nd Hu man. The 3rd charged at her, drawing his sword and lunging forward. The Hu man swung his weapon, parrying Qiao Yunfeng and Amp, Oppos' strike. He cast a scornful glance her way, his blade clashing against her weapon as Qiao Yunfeng felt a violent jolt surge through her arm, sending her sword flying from her grasp. The Hu man and Oppos' strength was formidable. He advanced, looking down at the unarmed girl with derision and condescension, gripping her by the neck. He lifted her effortlessly, leaving Qiao Yunfeng gasping for breath. Instinctively, she attempted to pry his hand from her throat while her left hand retrieved a dagger from her spatial pouch, slashing at the arm that held her aloft. The Hu man initially dismissed her attack, his mocking grin still intact, but he soon staggered backward. The last Hu man shouted in anger, plunging his knife into the body of the man who had clung to him, then yanked his weapon free to charge at Qiao Yunfeng. Ignoring his pain, the man once more embraced the Hu man, who thrust his dagger into him again. Yet, he refused to relinquish his grip, preventing the Hu man from advancing. At that moment, Qiao Yunfeng surged forward, driving her dagger into the Hu man's back, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Immediately, Qiao Yunfeng knelt beside the wounded man, assessing his injuries. Blood covered him, and she quickly retrieved a hemostatic agent to staunch his bleeding. The man lay on the ground, weakly addressing Qiao Yunfeng. The little girl is of no help. I am nearing my end. When you see my wife and child, please convey my apologies. I have failed them. Do not speak such nonsense. The bleeding has stopped. Take care of yourself. You will surely recover. Aunt Hu is in the cellar next door. I will take you to find them. Upon hearing this, the man, whose eyes were nearly closed, suddenly opened them wide and, with great effort, pushed himself up from the ground. Really? You're not deceiving me? Of course it's true. Rest assured, I will take you there immediately. Qiao Yunfeng first ensured the demise of the 4 men before assisting the injured man back to the cellar. Watching the family embrace, Qiao Yunfeng silently pressed her lips together and turned to leave. She wanted to afford them some privacy for their reunion and also needed to tidy up outside, wary of any further threats from the Hu people. After she had hidden away the knife and the cart filled with supplies, She cleaned the bloodstains leading to the small courtyard before returning to the cellar. "Thank you, little Qiao, thank you," and Hu exclaimed as she embraced her, tears streaming down her face. "Do not cry. It is a joyous occasion that the family is together. If we are cautious, this ordeal shall soon pass," Xiao Yunfeng comforted, noting that today marked the 9th day, and the next day should bring relief. "Little Qiao, did you close the courtyard door when you came in?" the man softly inquired, lying on the wooden box. "I closed it. I made sure of it." "Do not worry," she replied. "Go and open it. Let the courtyard door be ajar and all the doors inside open as well. This will create the illusion that the place has been abandoned. If the Hu people see the doors shut, they will know there are still people inside," he explained, gasping for breath. Xiao Yunfeng hurriedly went to open all the doors, aware that the interior contained nothing of value to the Hu people. Indeed, experience proved invaluable. After preparing everything, she returned to have a quiet lunch. The man and child finally fell asleep, while Aunt Hu held her husband and Appo's hand in one and their child and Appo's hand in the other, leaning against the edge of the box, unsure if she had drifted off. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, followed by the sound of galloping hooves and marching soldiers, accompanied by shouts and the sounds of combat. "Stay hidden. I will go and see," Xiao Yunfeng instructed before exiting the cellar. She moved swiftly and silently to the main street, witnessing countless soldiers pouring into the city. Soldiers were engaged in combat with the Hu people. Had reinforcements arrived? Xiao Yunfeng stared in astonishment at the flood of soldiers. Such a sight was absent in her previous life. Until the very end, the Hu people had remained in the city without any support. Why had this changed so dramatically this time? Was the challenge not predetermined, but rather subject to alteration? Momentarily frozen in place, a soldier approached her. "Little girl, are you alone? Do not be afraid. We are here for rescue. Head to the city gate. There is a gathering place for residents. Once we have driven out the Hu people, you can return home. I have family to call." Qiao Yunfeng thanked him and turned back to the cellar. She brought out the cart, covered it with blankets, and helped the man lie down before leading them to the city gate. There, a large crowd had already gathered. Everyone exchanged glances filled with unspeakable sorrow and relief, tears streaming down their faces, yet none could find the words to express their feelings. Eventually, they simply sighed. "It is enough to be alive. It is enough to be alive." Before nightfall, they were able to return to their homes. As the Hu people had been completely cleared from the city, the army had organized all the supplies and accounted for the survivors. By morning, half of the Hu people had retreated with their goods. That evening, soldiers distributed supplies to each household, water and food, while the injured were able to collect some medicine. And Hu and Appo's home was nearly devoid of everything. Qiao Yunfeng took some grain from the cart and placed it in her courtyard, explaining that it had been hidden away by the Hu people and was now for them. And Hu embraced her, crying in gratitude. Xiao Yunfeng wished to check on Uncle Lin, but did not know where his home was, or if he had returned. That night, under the soldiers and Appo's protection, everyone slept soundly. At 8 o'clock a.m. sharp, a message echoed, "Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 10 begins. The challenge will officially conclude at 4 o'clock p.m. Finally, it was the 10th day, a completely different series of events than in her previous life. Xiao Yunfeng remained perplexed about what had caused these changes. Was it possible that the challenge itself was inherently mutable? Suddenly, light rain began to fall, the droplets pattering against the window, accompanied by cheers from outside as people rushed out to collect the precious water. The drought was coming to an end. This was yet another occurrence absent in her previous life. Watching the rain, Qiao Yunfeng grabbed an empty bucket and thought nothing of it. Collecting water was paramount. She arranged all available containers in the courtyard. As departure loomed, Qiao Yunfeng prepared 2 bundles of meat, grains, fruits, and medicine and made her way next door. And Hu and Appo's husband still lay in bed while her son played in the rainwater outside. Seeing the bundles in Qiao Yunfeng and Appo's hands, and Hu inquired, "Are you leaving?" Qiao Yunfeng placed the 2 bundles on the table, sliding one toward Aunt Hu. "Aunt Hu, this is for you. I am leaving today. Please take care of it. The other bundle is for Uncle Lin, but I do not know where he lives. Please hold on to it until he returns. Tell him I remember what he said and that I am going home. I will accept this and ensure he receives it," Aunt Hu promised, taking the bundle for Lin. "But I cannot accept this. I know you are an ambitious child. You saved our entire family. Aunt Hu, I must go home. Please accept it and take care of your health. Uncle Hu and Appo's recovery is paramount, and the child also needs nourishment," Qiao Yunfeng urged gently, unable to hold back. Aunt Hu suddenly burst into tears but quickly covered her face to conceal her sorrow from her husband. Very well, Aunt Hu will accept it. But I must give you something in return. You must accept it, she said, turning back to retrieve a property deed from the drawer. This is the deed for the small house next door. I know you might not need it, but it symbolizes our family's gratitude. You saved our lives. And now we have nothing left. This is still of some value. Please do not refuse it. Originally reluctant to accept, Qiao Yunfeng saw the sincerity in Aunt Hu and Appo's eyes and decided to take it, intending to leave it in the neighboring house when she departed. All right, I will accept it. If I am not around, you may rent the house. Please keep the rent for me, she agreed. Very well, Aunt Hu replied with a smile. As Qiao Yunfeng turned to leave, she was suddenly tugged at the hem of her clothing. Turning around, she saw Aunt Hu and Appo's son, who had been silent since yesterday. Pulling her back, she knelt down to meet his gaze, smiling softly as she asked, "What is it?" Chapter 13, Scene 2, in a remote town. A boy extended a crimson silk ribbon towards her, his gaze imbued with sincerity. "Is this for me?" Qiao Yunfeng inquired. The boy nodded affirmatively, and Aunt Hu approached, gently patting the boy's head in silence, discreetly wiping away her tears. "Why are you giving me this?" Qiao Yunfeng continued to ask. The boy blushed furiously, his lips quivering. Yet he could not utter a single word. Qiao Yunfeng simply smiled and watched him quietly until, after a long pause, a faint voice emerged for the knife. To defeat the bad people. Aunt Hu joyfully embraced the boy, bursting into tears. Qiao Yunfeng accepted the crimson silk, stroked the boy's head, and said, "All right. I shall tie it to the knife, to vanquish the wicked. You must also grow up strong." The boy nodded vigorously. Qiao Yunfeng then patted his head and said, "Wait for me a moment." She turned and returned to her dwelling, reaching into her space to retrieve a crossbow and the remaining arrows. She returned and presented the boy with the crossbow, saying, "This is for you. Practice diligently. If you can hit every target, you will be able to protect your family and become a true man." The boy, clutching the crossbow, looked at Qiao Yunfeng earnestly and declared, "I will hit every target." "Indeed, every target," she confirmed. As she stepped out of the courtyard, and who called out from behind, "Little Qiao, you must take care." She turned back, raising the hand that held the crimson silk, waving it vigorously, the ribbon dancing gracefully in the air, a sight to behold. Behind her, the boy earnestly echoed, "Every target." Upon returning to her courtyard, she placed the land deed on the empty bedside, securing it with a stone. She drew out a machete from her space and tied the crimson silk given by the boy to it. Two ribbons, differing in size, length, and hue, adorned the knife and Appo's handle, yet they formed an unexpectedly harmonious beauty that was quite pleasing to the eye. As she caressed the crimson silk, her thoughts drifted to the silhouette that had saved her in a previous life. She had not encountered her since. A sense of regret washed over Qiao Yunfeng, and she silently wished for her well-being, hoping that no matter who she was or where she might be, she could live happily and prosperously. At precisely 1600 hours, Qiao Yunfeng vanished from the courtyard as quietly as she had arrived. The courtyard remained silent. "Welcome back, challenger. Congratulations on successfully completing the second challenge in the remote town. Your level has increased by 1. Current status evaluation. Good. Rewards. Threefold. Health 100, Stamina 100, Space 1mx1m, Reward Source Crystals, 300. Special Rewards, Town Resident, Aunt Hu, grants a land deed exchangeable for Space 5mx5m. Town Resident, Hu Tian, sincerely wishes you to hit every target. Exchangeable for a shooting weapon accuracy of hitting every target. Town Resident, Lin Dafu, sincerely gifts a machete, exchangeable for a crimson silk machete that will never be lost, never damaged, and is exceedingly sharp. The third challenge will commence at 7 o'clock 3 days hence. When Qiao Yunfeng returned to reality, her face bore an expression of disbelief. She recalled the special rewards given at the conclusion of her challenge and checked her space with her wristband. Indeed, it had expanded. Even though she hadn't retrieved the land deed, it had been converted into additional space, a delightful surprise. Her space now measured 14mx14m, allowing her to store a multitude of supplies, filling her with joy. She also noted, hitting every target, exchangeable for shooting weapon accuracy of hitting every target, meaning that if she acquired a crossbow or a handgun in the future, she could strike true with each shot. This was undeniably practical. Hu Tian. So that was Aunt Hu's son. She drew out the crimson silk machete, reading the description, "Will never be lost, never damaged, and is exceedingly sharp," and felt a wave of emotion, This blade would accompany her to the end. Lin Dafu must be Uncle Lin, she mused. Noticing the daylight still ample, she promptly set out to traverse the mountains. It was not until she had crossed the third peak that she discovered a natural cave. Deciding to make it her temporary camp, she parked her RV inside the cave and kindled a fire. That evening, she intended to indulge herself. Savoring a feast of roasted meat, she set up a small stove, placed an iron plate atop it, and laid out freshly cut meat, which soon wafted a rich aroma as it sizzled. Roasted meat pairs perfectly with beer. She relished a bite followed by a sip. Sitting outside the cave, facing the tranquil forest, she enjoyed this delightful meal. For the past 10 days, it had felt as though she had been subsisting on nothing but flatbreads. After a sumptuous dinner, she returned to her RV, took a warm shower, and peacefully lay down to sleep. Upon waking, she felt somewhat disoriented. Exiting the cave, she gazed at the forest. The grass had thinned considerably, and the smaller trees were beginning to wither. The woods were as silent as the day before, devoid of any sounds. Unlike her previous visit, not a single small creature was in sight. After breakfast, she set about gathering wood, as her supply had dwindled. Now that her space had expanded so much, she could stock up more. Each day was dedicated to chopping wood, exercising, and preparing delectable meals for herself. Camping in the wild is best accompanied by roasted meat, savoring the succulent roasted pork belly, beef, and crispy bones, paired with fruity beer, made the fatigue of a day spent chopping trees seem trivial. Of course, compared to the challengers still in the city, her exertions were minor. For those returning challengers faced the dire reality of life and death. In the discussion forum, some sought help. A group was blocking a man and Amp, Oppo's doorway, demanding he surrender his supplies. He insisted he had none, but they refused to believe him. Consequently, his entire family was assaulted, and all their food was stolen. While they accused him of selfishness for not rescuing others, but little did they know he truly had nothing to give. Numerous voices in the discussion echoed similar experiences. Indeed, I truly had nothing. When the disaster began, I hid in the cellar, too afraid to go out. The previous round had already brought calamity, with resources skyrocketing in price. And water was a dire scarcity. I nearly perished from thirst. How could I possibly spare supplies for them? It and Amp, Oppo's, utterly unreasonable. It and Oppo's, as if they believe we challengers should be obligated to give. I wonder how they discern who among us is a challenger if our families do not reveal it. I too wonder. I'm single, yet as soon as I returned, someone knocked at my door. I remained silent, yet they persisted in knocking. There are still 6 or 7 of them outside my door. I'm quite frightened. In reality, food is scarce, but we too are struggling. What strength do we have left to assist others? We don't even know if we can survive the next round. It and Oppo's, terrifying. Just moments ago, a challenger in the next room was killed by that group. They stole his wristband, claiming that whoever possesses it can become a challenger. He saw the start time for the next round. Upstairs, is that true? Are you trying to scare us? It and Oppo's, true. My neighbor is a bit eccentric. Since he entered the challenge, he has boasted every time he returns, claiming he will master divine powers and change the world. Then they want to come looking for you directly, right? Surely not. I'm terrified. I must move. Yes, I'll pack up and leave tonight. Is this news real or a joke? This isn't funny at all. Hey, upstairs, come back and say something. As she read these messages, Qiao Yunfeng's worries solidified. It was still the same, and it had finally begun. This is precisely why she rushed into the depths of the mountains upon her return. The human heart can be terrifying, especially when survival is at stake, leaving one utterly oblivious to the transformations of others. It is far safer to be alone in such a setting. She relished her days filled with ample nourishment and restful slumber, utilizing her leisure time to study downloaded wilderness survival videos and knowledge of disaster survival, completely unaware of the passage of time. Until she heard that familiar notification sound. 7 o'clock, time to enter the challenge. Disaster Survival Challenge, Round 3, Urban High-Rise. Welcome to a modern metropolis, where affluence abounds and goods are plentiful. However, humanity and Oppo's comprehensive development inevitably accompanies irreversible environmental pollution and ecological collapse. As a guest here, please adhere to the city regulations. Failure to comply will result in severe penalties. During the challenge, stepping outside the city limits is prohibited. Violators will experience a complete depletion of life points. Survival duration, 10 days. In the challenge, personally eliminating other challengers will result in a downgrade. Reaching 0 level will lead to automatic death. The third round of the challenge is about to commence, and a reward of 4,000 gold coins awaits. Current source crystal count, 400. Please select from the following items. Each round features a random assortment of 10,000 items. 1. Life points 100, source crystal 150. 2. Infinite firing pistol, capable of unlimited bullets, source crystal 400. 3. Vitality restoration agent, removes all conditions, fully restores life and stamina, source crystal 600. Upon seeing the vitality restoration agent, Qiao Yunfeng couldn't help but furrow her brow. Her source crystals were insufficient. In her previous life, she perished at this stage, and the unchanged nature of round 3 filled her with unease. However, upon spotting the infinite firing pistol, she decisively clicked to confirm her purchase. This weapon, coupled with her impeccable aim, was perfectly suited for her. She felt a step closer to surviving until the end. The resources in this city were indeed abundant, and she had meticulously planned to stockpile supplies and fill her space to the brim. Name, Qiao Yunfeng level 3 can be upgraded. Each successful disaster challenge allows for 1 upgrade. Gender, female challenges participated. 3 life points, 500 stamina points, 500 status, good space, 14m x 14m, upgradable, items held. Level 3 medical kit, restores all items within every 3 days. Effect doubled. The medical kit had a new feature. Every 3 days, the medicines would reset, allowing her to use them freely. Upon entering the challenge, she found herself placed at the bustling intersection of the city, observing the constant flow of traffic and pedestrians. She promptly donned a mask. Starting today, the city would be enveloped in toxic fog. Inhaling to a threshold of 100 would forcibly deduct from her maximum life and stamina points. In her previous life, she had suffered such deductions for an hour each day, leading to a state of fatigue and weakness after 6 days, with her maximum points halved from 300. Even when she later acquired items to replenish life and stamina, the ongoing deductions limited her recovery. This time, she was determined to be thoroughly prepared. Without wasting a moment, she made her way to the pawnshop at the street corner, carrying the spoils, a dagger adorned with precious gems received from the Hu people. Although she knew the pawnshop would not offer a high price, time was of the essence. She would accept a loss if it meant achieving her goal. The 2 large rubies caught her eye as the pawnshop offered 2 million gold coins, their highest price, with anything higher requiring approval from the main office. Chapter 14. Scene 3. Urban high-rise at precisely 8:00 a.m. The disaster survival challenge commenced on its first day. A light fog enveloped the sky, gradually dissipating under the sun's warm embrace. Armed with a card worth 2 million gold coins, Qiao Yunfeng ventured into a nearby alley to retrieve her RV. She consulted her map and navigated to the nearest pharmacy, where she commenced a significant procurement of antibiotics, antihistamines, anti-inflammatory medications, masks, protective clothing, oxygen masks, and various other essentials. Due to the sheer volume of her purchases and the restrictions on certain medications, she had already devised an explanation. Her team intended to embark on a journey to the northern snow-capped mountains, necessitating ample supplies for the long journey ahead. With over 40 vehicles in her convoy, amounting to around 100 people, she justified the need for a generous stockpile to avoid shortages on the road. The pharmacy staff, upon noticing her RV parked outside, eagerly assisted her in loading boxes of medications into the vehicle. They even recommended several frostbite prevention products, which Qiao Yunfeng gladly accepted, further boosting the staff and Oppo's enthusiasm. Throughout the morning, she traversed multiple pharmacies, repeating this process. The sight of neatly categorized medical supplies stacked in her RV brought her immense satisfaction. Her next destination was the local largest wholesale market, where she aimed to stockpile various meats, vegetables, fruits, and seafood. Employing the same rationale to fill her RV with an abundance of food, enough to last her well over 2 years if she were to dine alone. Afterward, she headed directly to her planned 3rd stop, the night market. From dusk until the early hours, she packed a variety of delicacies, filling 2 vehicles to the brim. Exhausted, she found a parking spot, collapsed onto the bed in the rear of her RV, and fell into a deep slumber. At 8:00 a.m. the following day, the disaster survival challenge resumed. The fog had thickened considerably compared to the previous day. In the city park, citizens engaged in morning exercises, laughing and commenting on how the mist created an ethereal atmosphere. Today, Qiao Yunfeng's agenda included further stockpiling while also seeking a secure place to reside, as the fog was expected to intensify, necessitating a reliable shelter to mitigate future complications. Early in the day, she approached a real estate agent. specifically requesting a property equipped with an air purifier, regardless of the cost or distance. The agent, thrilled by such a lucrative client, swiftly secured a listing and drove her to a large residential complex on the outskirts of the city. The complex comprised over 40 buildings, each standing 18 stories tall, surrounded by lush greenery and equipped with both above-ground and underground parking facilities. The entrance featured 24-hour security, with each building having its own access control. Upon entering, they encountered a man in his 50s conversing with a strikingly beautiful young woman. Upon noticing them, he beamed. "Are you the ones who called to view the property?" The agent promptly confirmed, introducing Qiao Yunfeng as the potential tenant. "Let an amp, Oppos, head upstairs. I have a unit available on the 15th floor, while I reside on the 16th. It will be convenient for you to reach me if needed." He proudly boasted about the quality of his apartment, stating, "I had it specially renovated. I only use top-tier materials." The agent complimented him. "You certainly spared no expense. Managing 3 units must have been quite the endeavor." "Not at all. I own this entire building. The adjacent one belongs to my wife," he replied, grinning. "The renovation team was thrilled to work with me. They all wanted to take on my project. My wife is simply wonderful, and she is an excellent cook too." The agent momentarily faltered, unsure how to respond, while Qiao Yunfeng stifled a laugh. "Does the unit on the 15th floor have an air purifier?" The landlord nodded eagerly. "Indeed. I had purifiers installed throughout the entire building, including my wife's unit. Each apartment has its own, allowing you to operate it as you please. The air quality can sometimes be quite poor. My wife occasionally coughs due to pollution and smog." The agent struggled to contain his disbelief, wondering why he had outfitted the entire building when his own apartment sufficed. The man earnestly explained, "I have 3 sons. What if they wish to live on different floors in the future? My wife insisted on installing purifiers throughout so they can choose any unit they desire. She's incredibly astute." At this point, the agent was at a loss for words. While Qiao Yunfeng remarked, "Indeed, she is exceptionally clever." The landlord beamed, affirming her statement. As the elevator arrived at the 15th floor, the agent stepped out first, followed closely by Qiao Yunfeng, who surveyed the layout. This level housed only 2 units, with a spacious marble foyer leading to 2 separate apartments, each secured with a robust electronic lock. She first inspected the left unit, which featured an entrance hall leading into a large living area, designed as a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. The right unit mirrored the left, and as the landlord had claimed, it was well furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. "Which unit do you prefer?" the landlord inquired cheerfully. Qiao Yunfeng glanced at the tall, striking young woman beside her. "Which one do you prefer?" "I'm fine with either." The woman replied, "I'm good with both." "How about I take the left, and you take the right?" "Sounds perfect," Qiao Yunfeng agreed, completing the payment and recording her fingerprint for access. She then prepared to return to the city to continue her stockpiling efforts. As she exited, she noticed the young woman also preparing to leave, clutching a set of car keys. They entered the elevator together. "Are you heading out?" "Yes, I need to buy some supplies. The apartment is lovely. But there and Oppos, no food inside." "Are you going out too?" "Yes, to purchase some essentials." As they exited the elevator, they parted ways towards their respective vehicles. The young woman raised an eyebrow upon seeing Qiao Yunfeng and Oppos, SRV, but asked no questions as she drove off. After she left, Qiao Yunfeng started her RV and set off for the day's objectives, solar panels and diesel generators. After visiting several locations, she successfully acquired all she needed, including a substantial amount of diesel, kerosene, and charcoal. Next, she visited the wholesale market for daily necessities, purchasing a variety of cleaning supplies, clothing, hand warmers, and heaters, taking precautions against any potential restrictions and future challenges by acquiring low-tech items. To facilitate organization within her RV, she procured over 10 shelves, several large water tanks, and storage boxes. As she continued shopping, her gold coins dwindled, and she suddenly realized she lacked watercraft. With renewed enthusiasm, she sought out yachts, but the prices were exorbitant. The cheaper options resembled inflatable boats. Ultimately, she consoled herself by purchasing 2 sets of diving suits for her collection. The shop assistant, noticing her purchase of a wetsuit, promptly inquired if she needed some oxygen tanks. Consequently, she acquired several additional oxygen bottles and tanks, even requesting the store personnel to direct her to a place specializing in oxygen sales, where she stocked up on 100 large oxygen tanks. The staff, cautious and repeatedly admonishing her to be careful due to the risk of explosions, filled the atmosphere with a sense of urgency. After exiting the yacht dealership, she felt a twinge of reluctance, vowing to seize the next opportunity to acquire a small yacht suitable for 3 or 4 people. Continuing her quest for supplies, she felt compelled to fill every inch of her spacious abode with provisions, as the sight of a well-stocked environment brought her immense joy. She consulted her notebook to ensure she had not overlooked any essentials and promptly set out to gather more. By the time she returned home, night had fallen. Observing her fully equipped kitchen, she resolved to prepare a pork chop in the oven, complemented by some potatoes. The kitchen in this suite was superb, and standing there, she felt an irresistible urge to create a meal. The freshly baked pork chop, accompanied by a vegetable salad and chilled beverages, brought her a profound sense of satisfaction. Upon checking the discussion forum, she noticed that others seemed oblivious to the problematic fog. She had observed a few individuals coughing during her travels that day. Anticipating that the fog would thicken by tomorrow, she decided to refrain from venturing outside, having nearly completed her stockpiling of supplies. Tomorrow, she would seal every gap in her room and Oppo's windows. Just as she was about to close the discussion forum to watch survival videos, a message suddenly appeared. Do you have a reading for inhaled fog levels? What does this mean? I also have one. It reads 1, which should be harmless. And my status is normal. My status remains unchanged. It's also 1. I believe we have nothing to worry about. Since it and Oppo's has been documented, it must have some significance. So I plan to wear a mask tomorrow. Yes, if it were inconsequential, it likely wouldn't have been mentioned. Are you all overthinking this? To survive, it's better to be cautious than to regret. That makes sense. I will also purchase a mask tomorrow. With such an abundance of affordable food here, it feels like a trick played by you seasoned challengers. The newcomers in the building always echo the same sentiments during the first 3 days. I am gradually becoming accustomed to it. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the third day of the disaster survival challenge commenced. Fog enveloped the entire city, reducing visibility to less than 20 meters. Upon waking and witnessing the dense fog outside, Qiao Yunfeng took transparent tape to seal all the windows. The air purifier had remained operational since her arrival. Realizing the low visibility, she deemed driving too perilous and recalled that she had parked her car in the ground-level space below, fearing it might attract attention, thus not retrieving it into her own area. It seemed she would have to wait until the fog thickened further, obscuring everything, before she could safely retrieve her car. After painstakingly sealing every window in her room, she rewarded herself by roasting beef ribs in the oven, accompanied by cherry tomatoes and potatoes, filling the air with a rich aroma. While waiting for the meat to cook, she resumed her studies by watching downloaded wilderness survival videos. After lunch, she placed fish in the oven, preparing it for dinner. She drew out a machete to practice, having discovered during the second challenge that her stamina was lacking. If not for the enhancements provided by the supplies in her medical kit, she would have struggled considerably. However, future challenges might present even greater dangers, necessitating a commitment to physical training to elevate her combat capabilities. In her past life, the primary challenge of this competition was the fog. Excessive inhalation would lead to negative effects. With adequate preparation, avoiding or minimizing exposure to the fog was manageable. Yet, fog is a natural phenomenon, and few would think to guard against it. This oversight had caused most participants to falter, leading to a chaotic shortage of supplies later on. In the preceding days, she had exerted herself to gather essential resources, and from today onward, she intended to remain indoors. This challenge offered ample food and drink. She simply needed to maintain a steady position until its conclusion. Nevertheless, events rarely unfolded as planned, often presenting unforeseen shocks that propelled circumstances into unanticipated directions. As she turned on the television to watch the news, she diligently practiced with her machete. The reports incessantly warned, due to the dense fog, multiple vehicle collisions have occurred. Please exercise extreme caution while driving. A significant number of people are exhibiting coughing symptoms. Cough medicine is sold out in pharmacies. Citizens are urged to purchase rationally and refrain from hoarding. The city and Oppo's supply remains plentiful. Please leave some emergency medications for those in need. Subsequently, pharmacies announced a limit of 2 boxes per person. In the discussion forum, pleas for cough medicine began to emerge. If anyone has cough medicine, please contact me. I will trade at a high price. What is going on? My status still reads normal, so why am I coughing? Indeed, I can barely stand due to coughing. Yet my status is normal. Isn't that contradictory? Have you checked your inhaled fog levels? Mine is at 10. Mine is at 20. Does this relate to her symptoms? It must, or else why would we be coughing? That sounds like nonsense. If the status is normal, there should be no issues. Suit yourself, I'll speak my truth regardless of your skepticism. Who has cough medicine? Pharmacies are out of stock. Let us see some cough medicine in the trading area. Chapter 15. The third challenge. Urban heights at precisely 8 o'clock a.m. The city was shrouded in dense fog, with visibility reduced to less than a meter. After breakfast, Qiao Yunfeng prepared to descend and retrieve her RV from the designated space. She donned her protective suit, secured her headgear, and retrieved a mask from the medical kit before stepping outside. While waiting for the elevator, the door across from her swung open, revealing a young woman clad in a waterproof trench coat, complemented by knee-high boots. A silk scarf adorned her head, topped with a hat, and she wore a sun-protective neck gaiter, along with a mask and goggles. Their eyes met, and a brief moment of surprise passed between them. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward until the elevator arrived, prompting them to step inside one after the other. The young woman turned to glance at Qiao Yunfeng several times before finally breaking the silence. Do you have any spare protective suits? Would you be willing to sell me a couple? After a moment and Oppo's contemplation, Qiao Yunfeng responded, I can give you one. I'll leave it by your door when I return. She had no immediate plans to venture out, having stocked up on necessities and deemed it a friendly gesture. Especially since the girl was not a challenger. After all, challengers did not typically possess such luxurious vehicles in the initial days. The girl turned to Qiao Yunfeng and introduced herself. I'm Xiao. Thank you. Indeed, Xiao was a challenger. But her possession was quite unique, a lucky koi that increased luck by 50, now upgraded to level 3, enhancing her intuition. She could instantly sense others' feelings towards her, discerning whether they harbored affection or disdain. If someone bore ill intentions, she would feel it within a heartbeat. Upon encountering Qiao Yunfeng, she sensed that the latter might need assistance and decided to follow her, ultimately proving helpful. As a result, her current lodging was complimentary, and she had the freedom to use Qiao Yunfeng's vehicle. Xiao also perceived Qiao Yunfeng's goodwill and speculated that she was not a challenger, given that challengers would not possess an RV in the early days due to space constraints. I'm Qiao Yunfeng, she replied as they exited the elevator, each heading in opposite directions. The fog today was so thick that she could not see her own hands raised before her. She stumbled her way to the RV, bumping against various obstacles, unsure if they were flower beds or other objects. Thankfully, guided by memory, she located her RV, stored it away, and turned to retrace her steps. Navigating in such weather felt akin to being blind. Upon returning to the 15th floor, mindful of surveillance cameras potentially capturing her use of space, she first entered her home to retrieve another protective suit, which she placed outside Xiao and Oppo's door. Afterward, she returned to her entryway, disinfected herself with alcohol, removed the suit, sealed it, and took a thorough shower. After changing into fresh clothes, she sat down to open her bracelet and peruse the discussion board for the day. Disaster struck as her status indicator displayed that she was unwell, having inhaled 40 of the fog. I'm in the same boat. I was at 35 yesterday and still deemed normal. How is it that I'm now at 40? She lamented. Had I known the status would change, I would have worn a mask. She had consistently worn a mask, and now her inhalation level was at 15, indicating that the mask provided some measure of protection. Anyone with cough medicine, please come forward for trades. She called out. The requests flooded in, with many seeking cough remedies. Meanwhile, the news channel on television advised everyone to remain indoors, cautioning against excessive exposure to the fog, which could provoke coughing. Citizens were urged to secure their homes and avoid lingering outdoors. The scrolling banner read, "The city's supplies are plentiful. Please purchase rationally and do not engage in panic buying." Yet the footage displayed empty supermarket shelves, a stark irony. The hospital soon issued a statement, declaring they were operating at full capacity and advised the public not to visit for cough-related issues, as inhaling more fog would only exacerbate their coughs. They recommended resting at home, consuming fruits, and for those able, cooking sugar pear water or tremella soup. The screen cut to a demonstration on how to prepare these beverages at home. Xiao Yunfeng noted that she had all the necessary ingredients and decided to make a batch, which turned out quite well. She reserved a few bowls and placed the remainder in the trading area. Sugar pear water x1 bowl for 10 exchanges, seeking daily necessities. Before long, they were all exchanged, and she prepared another pot of tremella soup for herself. The rest of her day was spent wielding a machete for exercise. When fatigue set in, she would watch survival videos for learning, then return to her workout. The television continued to broadcast the news, with little new information besides increased traffic accidents and hospital overcrowding. Cheng Shishao, participating in her first challenge, had always been sensitive in reality, occasionally experiencing unexplained allergic reactions. At the onset of the competition, she hurried to the pharmacy to stock up on essential items: masks, alcohol, allergy medication, vitamins, cold medicines, raincoats, and more, spending nearly half her coins. After donning a mask, she proceeded to the market with her remaining coins, purchasing food. It wasn't until then that she realized she had yet to secure lodging, leading her to wander in the park for 3 days, nearly getting apprehended by the police. Ultimately, she fashioned a makeshift shelter on the rooftop of a residential building, hoping to evade discovery by property management. Today, she utilized her supplies to trade for many items in the discussion area and was astounded to see someone trading pear water for goods. This is too simple, she thought, promptly setting up a small pot to cook. After trading 5 batches of sugar pear water, she marveled at her well-stocked supplies, feeling incredulous. Is this challenge truly so easy? Yet, reality would soon prove otherwise. At 8 a.m., the 5th day of the disaster survival challenge commenced, with the fog still enveloping the city. Upon rising, Qiao Yunfeng received notification that the community had been locked down, urging residents to remain indoors and refrain from venturing outside. The government would deliver supplies daily, with each household receiving 1 portion to collect from the lobby. These developments had little impact on Qiao Yunfeng. She brewed a cup of coffee, pairing it with freshly baked toast topped with cheese and cream, utterly delightful. With time on her hands, she planned to prepare additional meals for storage, ensuring easy access when hunger struck. A beef patty and some fruit, perhaps with yogurt, would complete the perfect meal. Most of her day was dedicated to rigorous training with her blade, a daily ritual necessary for survival. When her arms grew weary, she would apply a medicated patch, take a break to watch lifestyle videos, then resume her workout. She retrieved her infinite ammo handgun to test its accuracy. It performed splendidly, confirming its reputation for reliability. Afterward, she could only reflect on how worthwhile the 400 source crystals had been. As night fell and she opened the discussion area, she noticed continued pleas for cough medicine and masks, with some trading antibiotics. With her supplies ample, she swiftly exchanged for whatever she desired. Oh my heavens! How could the coughing be so severe? Today, I witnessed someone downstairs coughing up blood. I wanted to go to the hospital, but they wooden and amp, oppose, let anyone leave at the entrance. Is it really not permitted? Would that not lead to a confrontation? There was already a scuffle. Someone rushed out only to be brought back in the afternoon, stating that conditions in the hospital were even worse. Does anyone know what this inhalation fog level truly signifies? It has already risen to 60. Although I am unsure, observing its continuous rise fills me with dread. Is there anyone who knows how to prevent it from escalating? I feel that wearing a mask is futile. It merely slows the increase rather than halting it completely. The troubling fact is that even within my room, it continues to rise. Should I wear a mask for all 24 hours of the day? Who has any cough medicine to spare? I could use some. I can barely stand from the incessant coughing. Yunfeng found himself utterly unable to stand due to his relentless cough. He could not fathom why it had become so severe, as everything seemed normal according to the readings. Thus, he harbored deep suspicions regarding the inhalation fog level. After taking the costly cough medicine he had just procured, he felt slightly alleviated. Observing the ongoing discussions in the forum, he pondered what actions to take. Now, he dared not step outside. The fog outside was too thick. He hid in his room, drawing the curtains and donning a mask, hoping to survive this ordeal until the end. The continuous coughing from next door weighed heavily on his heart. At exactly 8 a.m., a notification blared. Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 6 begins. Special notice. Inhalation fog level has reached 100. Each hour will deduct 1 permanent life point and 1 permanent stamina point. Upon this announcement, all challengers erupted in a frenzy of curses. Why were we not warned sooner? I'm already at 75, and you only notify us now. There are still several days left. It is impossible not to breathe. This is inhumane. You suggest we can avoid inhaling this fog simply by willpower? Are we expected to procure gas masks? Who knows where to find them? Those living above us who are aware have already bought theirs. Who would share that information? Masks are acceptable, albeit less effective, still better than nothing. For those unable to find masks, they could fashion their own from clothing. Stop frightening yourself. It only starts deducting at 100. It's not there yet. We should all wear masks from now on. It's better than waiting for the notification at 100. Someone remarked, I believe you are toxic. Though I sense your argument is flawed, I find myself unable to refute it. Have you been subjected to psychological manipulation for so long that you are now self-manipulating? Shouting louder won't help, will it? Will it lower your inhalation level? You are boastful. I cannot, but at least venting my frustration brings me some relief. Does anyone have spare masks? Let us trade some in the exchange area. Qiao Yunfeng glanced at her stockpile of masks and posted an exchange offer in the trading area. Masks X2 for 100 supplies. Before long, others began to list various protective gear, such as hoods and some protective neck gaiters. Someone even offered a complete gas mask set, but they were seeking vitality potion in return. And no one was willing to trade. She noticed him incessantly refreshing the page as she awaited her mass trade. By midday, a different commotion erupted in the discussion. What on earth? The outdoors is swarming with rats. Are they going mad? The sight caused goosebumps to rise. I see them too. Good heavens. How could there suddenly be so many rats? They and amp, oppos, restarting to gnaw at my door. My wooden door is nearly breached. What do we do? Could they be suffering from the fog's toxicity too? Are we to coexist with these rodents? The rats are flooding in. It's too overwhelming. Run to a higher floor. But there is fog outside. Are you foolish? It's uncertain what awaits outside, but if you stay put, you may be bitten to death. This is terrifying. It's a dark mass. Does anyone have rat poison? Run. I've been bitten. These rats can bite humans. I'm done for. I've been bitten too. There are too many. I can't fight them off. Run. There are swarms of them. What can we do? Quickly, to higher ground. After a period of silence, it was unclear whether they had escaped or succumbed to their fate. Xiao Yunfeng did not see the news report until nightfall. A massive rat infestation has been reported in the city. Please secure your doors and windows. The government will distribute rat poison shortly. Please remain vigilant. The video doorbell for her community chimed, alerting her that the property management was warning residents of the rampant rats. They urged everyone to keep doors closed and not to open them at any sound outside. If rats entered homes, residents were advised to eliminate them, with rat poison to be distributed the following morning. After ending the video call, Qiao Yunfeng sat on the sofa, pondering, were there no rats in my previous life? I cannot be mistaken. In my former existence, I never encountered a single rat. Until the 8th day of her past life, she had not seen even one rat. Why was it different now? Since her rebirth, everything seemed altered. Was this transformation a consequence of her reincarnation? Unable to grasp it, she shook her head and began to seriously contemplate how to navigate the current circumstances. What potential threats could an influx of rats pose? Infectious diseases? Plague? Suddenly, the thought struck her. The plague. This was an exceedingly dreadful contagion, particularly coupled with the fog in the city. If one were to contract both simultaneously, it was uncertain whether survival until the 10th day would be possible. No. She must seal off the entire room. It would be best to block the hallway and the drainage system, as rats could ascend through it. Having formulated a plan, she rushed to the bathroom and retrieved tools from her supply stash, sealing every drain thoroughly. Grateful for her habit of stockpiling items, she located metal sheets and steel panels. She worked tirelessly until the dead of night, finally securing all drain points. As for the hallway, that would have to wait until the morrow. Chapter 16, the third round. City High-Rise 3, revised. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the disaster survival challenge commenced on the 7th day. The dense fog outside had yet to dissipate, and the rat population was growing increasingly audacious. Early in the morning, cries for help echoed through the discussion forum. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Yunfeng knocked on the door opposite her. Without preamble, she stated, I intend to weld iron plates in the corridor to prevent the rats from entering. What are your thoughts? Xiaotian glanced at the tools behind Xiao Yunfeng and replied, I spoke with the building manager yesterday. The elevator is out of service. Let's first secure the stairwell door and seal it, then return to block the elevator door. Our main entrance is fortified with thick steel. We only need to lock it shut. The rats cannot penetrate it. Xiao Yunfeng, somewhat surprised, regarded Xiaotian with newfound respect, thinking to herself, this girl is remarkably quick-witted. All right. Just a moment, she said. The manager has already relocated some materials to his home. I'll fetch a few items. Otherwise, we might lack sufficient materials to complete the task. Xiaotian turned and ascended the stairs to find the building manager. Shortly thereafter, she returned with several steel plates and power tools, accompanied by the manager's voice from above. Xia, you two young ladies must exercise caution. Do not injure yourselves. Understood. You and Auntie should start sealing off the entrances quickly. Remember to do it in 3 layers for added security, Xiaotian replied, closing the corridor door and locking it securely. Turning to Qiao Yunfeng, she instructed, let us begin. I will lift the plates while you secure them with nails. Once nailed, we'll use the welder to seal them. Before commencing, she mentioned, I and Amp, Oppos, VE already laid down rat poison. Hopefully, it proves effective. As they worked, The two women transitioned from complete disarray to a rhythm of collaboration, silently giving each other a thumbs up, both thinking, this girl is indeed clever. Clad in protective gear and engaged in strenuous labor, they soon found themselves drenched in sweat. Yet neither mentioned the need for a break. They silently endured their discomfort and persevered. After 2 hours, the corridor door was finally sealed. Thanks to Xiao and Apos' persistent insistence, they had managed to complete all 3 layers. Qiao Yunfeng sat on the floor, sweat-soaked and unable to wipe her brow. Reluctant to remove her gear due to the lingering fog, they rested momentarily in an unceremonious manner before resuming their efforts to seal the elevator door, which they accomplished in just 1 hour. Make sure to seal all the drains. The rats might attempt to ascend through them. Qiao Yunfeng reminded as she headed back towards her room, appreciating Xiao and Apos' intelligence, hoping she had already considered this. Got it. Thanks. Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and stepped inside her room. Qiao Yunfeng entered the hallway and thoroughly disinfected herself with alcohol. With the bathroom drain sealed, she could not shower. Instead, she moved the sofa in the living room to create space for her RV, where she took a proper shower and changed clothes before settling down with a sense of relief. Checking her status on her wristband, she noted, extreme fatigue, stamina, 100. Health, 260, inhaled fog, 0. Whenever she stepped outside, she wore a mask from her medical kit, which had proven to be exceedingly useful. She retrieved some snacks from the night market, selected 3 items, and consumed them before lying down in her room to regain her composure with a rejuvenating nap. Upon waking, she sipped on ice water and opened the discussion forum, which was rife with despair. Oh my goodness, I was bitten by a rat yesterday, and now my entire leg is swollen and oozing fluid. What should I do? Is there anyone with medicine? I was just bitten by a rat. With fog and rats everywhere, I might as well end it all. I and Apos am feverish. Could it be from a bacterial infection due to the rat bite? What should I do? Does anyone have antipyretics? Oh my heavens, the rats have climbed to the 5th floor and are gnawing at the outside door. What should I do? What door? The iron door is fine. It can't be easily damaged. The security door is iron, but the bottom is mesh. Could they destroy it? That and Apos' uncertain. If it's too fine, perhaps they can. Don't panic upstairs. Pour some oil outside and set it ablaze. I've already tried that. Will the door catch fire? I don't know, but it's better than letting them gnaw their way in. What if they can't break through? Then you'll just have to wait. I'm begging for antipyretics. I need rat poison. The poison is useless now. It and Apos' quicker to burn them alive. What if the house catches fire? If the main door burns down, I should flee. Observing the chaos in the discussion forum, Qiao Yunfeng contemplated before posting a trade offer. Vitamin increases bodily resistance, X10 for 50 items, and Apos' aspirin reduces inflammation and boosts immunity, X2 for 30 items. As soon as she sent out these offers, numerous individuals began to trade with her. By the time she meticulously gathered the items she desired, 2 hours had elapsed. She unwrapped a portion of her snacks, munching while browsing through the forum to see what others were offering. At that moment, she received a private trade request from Shinranyan, proposing ginseng chicken soup, buff, stamina limit 10, X1 in exchange for masks X10, vitamins X10, aspirins X10. Qiao Yunfeng and Apos' eyes widened at the prospect of increasing her stamina limit. This Shinranyan is remarkable. She recalled that in the previous round, Ranyan had provided food that replenished health. Now she was offering sustenance that could enhance stamina limits. Without hesitation, Qiao Yunfeng accepted the trade. After consuming the ginseng chicken soup, her status updated to normal, stamina 360 510, health 500 inhaled fog, 0. Seeing her stamina limit genuinely increase filled Qiao Yunfeng with exhilaration. She promptly sent a friend request to Shinranyan. Moments later, the request was accepted, and Qiao Yunfeng, with candor, inquired, "Do you have any more?" Shinranyan paused at the message. As a chef, her special item was not a singular object, but rather the ability to recreate dishes she had previously prepared daily. Such an ability was quite advantageous in the survival challenge, as she had never lacked for food since the very first round. Moreover, with each level she gained, her dishes had a 20 chance of providing random beneficial effects. However, that 20 chance did not activate every time. Faced with Qiao Yunfeng and Apos' simple request, she truly wished she had more, but the reality was she did not. Uncertain whether Shinranyan genuinely had none left or simply did not wish to trade at that moment, Qiao Yunfeng replied, "If you have more in the future, please prioritize me for trading." "Sure," came the reply from Shinranyan. Satisfied, Qiao Yunfeng felt confident she could find some items of need among her many supplies. The transaction was completed smoothly, with both parties content. Zhao Kursin was following the forum and Oppo's suggestions, pouring oil out through the small window of the security door. Once the oil was sufficiently spread, she would swiftly toss out a burning piece of wood. Boom, she could hear the sound of flames igniting outside. And the hand pressed against the door felt the heat intensify. He immediately withdrew his hand, listening to the continuous chirping sounds outside the door. Wonderful, it truly worked. Now, there was no need for concern. He decided to conserve oil and search online for ways to use less oil while ensuring a quicker burn. The internet suggested soaking cloth in oil, which could indeed save oil and burn faster due to the fabric's properties. This method seemed convenient. So he tore a piece from the bedsheet and began cutting it into strips to soak in oil. At exactly 8 a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 8 commenced. Today marked the anniversary of Qiao Yunfeng's demise in her previous life. Upon rising, she sat on her bed, surveying her state and the abundance of items in her space, truly feeling that this time, she would survive. She walked to the living room intending to turn on the television and catch the day's news, only to find it unresponsive. Reaching for the light switch yielded no results either, which immediately raised her suspicions. She hurried to the kitchen and turned on the faucet. But the water had ceased as well. Attempting to contact the property security through the access system, she discovered that even that was inaccessible. Turning to the air purifier, she confirmed it had shut down due to the power outage. Uncertain of when it had stopped, Xiao Yunfeng quickly retrieved a mask from the medical cabinet. Opening the discussion forum, she saw that the topic of rats dominated the conversation. People were panicking about being bitten and seeking remedies. Reports of power and water outages flooded in. Some mentioned having aspirin left over from yesterday. It was noted that there were fewer rats on higher floors, suggesting an escape route upward. Outside, the fog loomed ominously. With inhalation levels reaching 90, fear gripped her. They too had lost power, and it seemed the entire community was affected, possibly due to the overwhelming rat population. Inhalation levels soared to 100, now prompting a warning. Every hour, her stamina and health points would diminish by 1. At this rate, she would lose 24 points a day. Leaving her with less than 3 days until the deadline, she merely had to endure. However, being bitten by a rat had caused her to develop a fever, further depleting her health. Others suggested barricading their doors with metal sheets, asserting that rats could not penetrate them, thus preventing entry. Is that really feasible? How do we block them? Someone questioned. Upstairs, just wait to be bitten. I want tea. How do I do it? Rats can't chew through metal sheets. I lock myself in a shipping container for safety, but I'm unsure if the air will last until the 10th day. Breathe oxygen upstairs. You'll surely survive. Right. I'll post a trade request for oxygen. Don't listen to him. Just shoot a small hole at the top. Too much oxygen isn't good either. Do you not understand? A hole means fog will seep in. You want him dead, don't you? Just breathing oxygen brings him closer to death. Xiao Yunfeng observed the trade request for oxygen and recalled the oxygen tanks she had stockpiled. She sent a trade offer containing 3 oxygen tanks, which, if rationed, should suffice for one person to survive until the 10th day. Upon receiving the offer, the other party quickly messaged her, "Boss, what do you want?" Qiao Yunfeng pondered for a moment, glancing around her well-stocked space. She appeared to lack nothing, even possessing a handgun. However, the tone of the inquiry sparked her curiosity, prompting her to tentatively reply, "Anything is fine, as long as it doesn't exceed 50 centimeters x 50 centimeters x 50 centimeters. The reply came without hesitation. Qiao Yunfeng blinked in confusion. Why was there a size requirement, but no specification for the item itself? After a few moments of contemplation, she probed further. So, you have no oxygen? This size of oxygen 1T lasts a day. This response confirmed some of her suspicions, leading her to continue. Then I'd like a box of grenades. Boss, can I add you as a friend? I'll come to you tomorrow. Qiao Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. Surprised by the immediate agreement, she sent a friend request, which was promptly accepted. Boss, wait for me. I'll come to you at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Please reserve it for me. Okay. After replying, she mused about the other person's unusual possessions. If they could guarantee grenades for tomorrow. They likely did not have them on hand now. Given their discussion, it was improbable they could venture outside the shipping container to retrieve any items, as the area was swarming with rats. There was only one possibility. Their possessions were exceptional. But why not today? Was there a time, location, or quantity limitation? After pondering, Qiao Yunfeng shook her head, deciding to let it go. She had little interest in the other party's secrets, as long as they could truly provide grenades by tomorrow. Lu Haoshuan breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving a reply. His condition was far from ideal, with inhalation levels reaching 80. He had only begun wearing a mask after the 4th day, by which time its efficacy had diminished significantly. To prevent further inhalation, he resorted to a gas mask, which proved effective in halting the increase in inhalation levels, although it did not reduce the initial amount. However, the mask was thick, causing him to sweat profusely, and he dared not remove it. Mealtime had become a cautious affair, with his stamina dwindling to below 100 points, his status marked as fatigued and overheated. Initially, he had intended to trade another gas mask for a vitality potion, having seen the potion priced at 600 source crystals but hesitated to exchange it, hoping someone might offer a trade. Unfortunately, no one had approached him. Thus, he found himself with an extra gas mask occupying space. His heart ached, but he dared not voice his troubles, knowing that many were in even worse predicaments than he. If he could acquire oxygen, he would no longer need to wear the gas mask, alleviating the oppressive heat and potentially restoring some stamina. Grateful for the other party's remarkable resources, he felt a flicker of hope. Chapter 17, the third match, Urban High-Rise for today. A new item appeared in the discussion area. Ginseng slices, restores 2 health points, x10 in exchange for something that can exterminate a multitude of rats. Upon seeing this item, Qiao Yunfeng felt a twinge of curiosity. Her collection of medicines included various types, ginseng slices among them, yet hers lacked any restorative properties. Eager to understand the difference, she attempted to trade a small canister of kerosene, which, when poured on the ground and ignited, would effectively eliminate a swarm of rats, likely meeting the other party's requirements. The other party accepted the trade, and she examined the ginseng slices. Indeed, they were merely small cuts of ginseng with no remarkable features, indistinguishable from her own stock. A single slice restoring 2 health points was of little utility to her at present. After setting aside the 10 slices, she resolved to seek opportunities to discover such beneficial items in the future. Unexpectedly, the other party sent another trade proposal. Complete Lingji, restores 50 stamina, x1 in exchange for 3 cans of kerosene. The stamina restoration effect was quite impressive, prompting her immediate agreement. Following the completion of the trade, the other party sent a friend request, Sun Yuan. Upon acceptance, a message arrived. Do you still have kerosene? Yes. Do you need more? With so many rats, perhaps you should consider relocating, Xiao Yunfeng replied, puzzled. After all, that was 4 cans of kerosene exchanged, with careful usage. It could last for numerous applications. Or you could reinforce your door with metal sheeting. Rats cannot gnaw through it. She offered this well-intentioned advice, considering the value of the traded items. Unfortunately, the doors and windows of my house are inadequate. Reinforcing with metal would require too many materials. I and Amp, Oppos, am planning to move to gather more supplies for the journey, Sun Yuan explained. Her plan was to ascend to the rooftop. Upon her arrival at this complex, she had previously visited the top floor and discovered an abandoned metal shed, which had fallen into disrepair due to the sweltering heat. Now, she aimed to reach the rooftop before others thought of it, ensuring her safety. I still have kerosene. Do you have any more items that enhance status? Qiao Yunfeng inquired directly. I currently do not have any status-enhancing items, came the reply. Qiao Yunfeng frowned instinctively at this response. Before she could voice her thoughts, another trade request arrived. Highly toxic venom, extracted from poisonous plants. 1 drop is lethal. X1 bottle 100 milliliters in exchange for 4 cans of kerosene. Without a moment and Amp, Oppos' hesitation, she accepted, recalling how useful the unknown poison had been in the last encounter. It had played a crucial role in her survival. And now the mere sight of the word venom ignited a thrill within her. This truly was a remarkable item. After the trade was completed, Qiao Yunfeng inquired, if you possess this antidote, why not use it against the rats? Spraying it after dilution diminishes its potency, and I do not have much, making widespread use impractical. Came the earnest explanation from the other party. Qiao Yunfeng appreciated the candor and quality of the items, noting that if any similar items came up again, she would be open to future trades. All right, Sun Yuan responded. After donning gloves, she coated her clothing and shoes with a layer of medicinal powder, then donned a homemade mask crafted from charcoal filters. Fully equipped, she approached the entrance. Her plan involved climbing from the 4th to the 16th floor and prying open the lock on the rooftop door. For a tech-savvy individual like her, traversing 12 flights of stairs was daunting, especially with swarms of rats lurking in the stairwell, ready to attack. Though anxiety gnawed at her, She understood that this door would not keep the rats at bay for long. If she delayed, she would soon face a tide of rats, leaving her with no escape. After thoroughly checking her protective measures, she grasped her makeshift torch, inhaled deeply, and resolutely opened the door. As she crossed the rat-infested area, the creatures refrained from attacking her. However, as time passed, they began to nip at her pant legs and shoes. Rats that bit her fell lifelessly to the ground. But their sheer numbers forced her against the wall. She placed a barrel down, poured kerosene over it, and ignited it to clear a batch of rats. In the meantime, she quickly reapplied the medicinal powder on her pants and shoes before continuing her ascent. This cycle repeated itself until she finally reached the rooftop. Upon seeing the locked door, she wasted no time and poured a bottle of sulfuric acid over the lock, which yielded to her efforts. Closing the door behind her, she barricaded it with metal sheeting and entered the abandoned metal shed. Chu Chanchi, observing his health points, resignedly removed his mask. Inhaling the mist had already reached 100, and further loss of health was inevitable. Thus, he felt no need to further discomfort himself. With a pang of bitterness, he raised his gaze to the ceiling and shouted in frustration, "I still have 300 health points. Even if I lose them all, I will survive. You cannot intimidate me." As if on cue, a chorus of rat squeals echoed from outside the door, heralding yet another wave. His previously defiant expression faltered as he sighed inwardly. How could there be so many? He had already incinerated 3 waves today, and this would be the 4th. He wondered if the door could withstand much more. Realizing this could not continue, he stood and dealt with the current wave of rats before calling out, "Who has metal sheeting? Bring it to help barricade the stairwell. The thicker the metal, the longer we can hold them off. If this house collapses from the fire, we are all finished." He was unsure if anyone would respond, but he could not afford to hesitate. He retrieved his remaining metal sheets and began sealing the stairwell door. Before long, a man approached, carrying a pile of metal sheeting. They exchanged nods and continued their work, joined by a third and fourth person. Through their combined efforts, the door was secured, and they shared a solemn glance, each offering a wish for safety. For Qiao Yunfeng, today was a particularly significant day, a day worth commemorating. The dining table was adorned with flickering candles and an array of delectable dishes. She carefully poured herself a glass of red wine into a crystal goblet and raised it toward the faint shadow cast by the candlelight on the window. "Xiao Yunfeng, you have survived today. Keep striving. You will surely endure until the end." She drank deeply from the goblet, the tartness of the wine filling her palate, a bittersweet farewell to her past, a nostalgic tribute to her former self. Throughout this challenge, she had not encountered the woman from her previous life who had brought about her demise. She had pondered whether she would feel hatred or a desire for revenge if they crossed paths again, or if she might be unable to resist taking lethal action. Yet, until today, she had not encountered that individual. Sometimes, it seemed that small changes could alter the course of events. People who were meant to meet would simply pass by each other on the street. Setting aside these troubling thoughts, she indulged in a hearty meal, celebrating her rebirth. She vowed to fight for her survival until the very end. At exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, the survival challenge. Day 9 commenced. The city was ravaged by a plague unleashed by a rampant rat infestation. Those bitten by the rodents suffered a continuous depletion of vitality, losing an additional point of life every hour, compounded by other ailments. As Qiao Yunfeng perused the news, she received a trade request from Lu Haoshuan. 1 box of grenades, 50 cm x 50 cm in exchange for 3 large oxygen tanks. Her eyebrows raised in astonishment. It appeared that her possessions were indeed quite extraordinary and remarkably useful. She clicked to accept the trade, stowing the box of grenades in her inventory, and sent a counteroffer for oxygen equipment in exchange for any item. The response came swiftly. "Boss, what's the matter? How can you utilize oxygen equipment without any? Opening it directly would be a waste." The trading platform did not permit the transfer of items without a corresponding exchange, so she replied, "Just put something down. It doesn't have to be valuable." The other party responded that they lacked oxygen and consequently any equipment necessary for inhalation. "Thank you, boss. You are truly benevolent. In the future, should you desire anything, come to me first, and I will prioritize your request as long as it fits." Reading this message elicited a smile from Qiao Yunfeng. Benevolence was a trait of her past life, one she wished to leave behind after her rebirth. "Let us engage in serious trading from now on. If I need anything, I will seek you out." She prepared a modest breakfast, feeling no hunger after last night and Appo's indulgence. She poured herself a cup of coffee and casually nibbled on a piece of bread while navigating to today's discussion forum. "Does anyone have stamina-restoring medicine? I ran out yesterday. If anyone has some to spare, I'll trade supplies. Yes, the amount doesn't end oppos, matter. Just need something. Who has some? Hurry and offer something for trade. This challenge is exceedingly ruthless for newcomers. With a mere 100 life points, we face constant deductions from fever and plague statuses. How can we possibly succeed? It seems designed for us to perish immediately. Upstairs, we endured a similar ordeal. The train derailed amid torrential rain and hail, leaving us frozen in shock. There were even wolves lurking in the woods. This mindset has persisted since then. Instead of complaining, we should devise solutions. Indeed, we were all newcomers once. What is there to lament? You who have experienced 2 or 3 rounds, with higher life and stamina points, naturally fear nothing. Yet, have I seen any of you assisting us newcomers? Goodness, I thought such insincerity existed only in reality. I never expected to encounter such pretentiousness in a challenge. You must have constantly demanded supplies from those who emerged from the first 2 rounds, berating them for their lack of morals if they declined. I am not as you claim. Your words are venomous. I hope you traverse this challenge safely and return to find yourself surrounded by individuals like you. Endlessly repeating these words. As for whether it escalates to violence, that is up to fate. Haha, upstairs, you voiced my sentiments. When I second that. Too well. The upstairs individual is impressive, I must agree. 10001 everyone. Let us block that pretentious individual. I will support you, brave soul. ID number. Indeed, blocking is essential. Proximity breeds toxicity. As Qiao Yunfeng munched on fruit, she scrolled through the trading posts, opting not to exchange for life or stamina-restoring items this time, but rather to seek something more intriguing. To her surprise, the trade area was filled with fascinating items. Fresh apples 5 life points x1, in exchange for and oppos, 200 ml disinfectant, and oppos, fruits that restore life points? Never mind, I won and oppos, trade. A small snail 10 life points x1. In exchange for 5 masks. Is it alive? How does one consume this? Raw? Angelica slices 10 stamina points x10. In exchange for and oppos, 5,000 grams of cooked meat and rice. And oppos, is this a craving for meat or a genuine need? A bowl of unknown soup can eliminate fever status, x1. In exchange for 1 weapon. This is intriguing. The unknown bears a resemblance to some toxic substance. Observing the peculiar items others offered, Xiao Yunfeng felt compelled to return to this space in the future. The variety was vast, and she might discover more of what she required. Tang Xinyan, enduring pain in her legs, swung her stick to fend off several rats and dashed toward a large iron cargo container, opening the door to slip inside. Once she heard the rats squeaking outside, unable to breach the metal, she finally relaxed her body and sat down. What the forum participant had asserted was indeed true. Rats could not gnaw through iron. What a relief. After quenching her thirst and tending to her wounds, she retrieved a small flashlight and discovered a multitude of cardboard boxes within the container. With time on her hands, she planned to remain hidden until the challenge concluded. Upon opening a box, she was astonished to find it filled with neatly packaged sausages. This was a treasure. Her eyes sparkled, and even the pain from her bites seemed to diminish. She continued unboxing, her enthusiasm undeterred, even as her stamina plummeted. Fatigue plagued her body, yet her spirit soared with excitement. In the discussion forum, participants fervently sought medicine, with new messages appearing intermittently. Does anyone have disinfectant? My rat bites have swollen. No disinfectant? You can use alcohol, it will sting. High-proof liquor will suffice. If all else fails, you can resort to fire. Are you serious? How can you suggest that? Just heat a blade and apply it directly. Surely we're not at that point. This is merely a query about alternatives. It counts as a suggestion. I suspect your intentions are dubious. Toilet cleaner? Your malice is evident. Who has disinfectant? Let us trade. Alcohol swabs? Is anyone interested in a trade? Observing the myriad of requests, Qiao Yunfeng found herself compelled to exchange many items from her stockpile of medical supplies. The most traded items seemed to be alcohol and iodine, indicating that many had indeed been bitten by the rats. Chapter 18, Third Round, Urban High-Rise, 8 o'clock a.m. Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 10. The challenge will officially conclude at 4 o'clock p.m. Due to an infestation of rats, a plague has erupted within the city. Individuals bitten by rats will incur an additional deduction of 2 life points per hour, compounded with other status effects. At long last, the final day has arrived. While others scramble to manage their accumulating statuses, engulfed in turmoil, Xiao Yunfeng remains remarkably composed. When fatigued, she simply nourishes herself. When weary, she allows herself a moment's respite. With a mask adorning her face, she reviews pre-recorded survival videos, occasionally checking the discussion forum, trading for desired supplies as they become available. Patience, she reminds herself. Just hold on until the end. As long as her life points remain above 0, she will have succeeded. To her dismay, yesterday and Oppo's deduction of 1 point escalated to 2 today. It feels as though they are intent on systematically depleting her resources, while she yearns to replenish her life points. The imposed limits thwart her efforts. She ponders the calculation of inhaled mist. Why do some fare better than others? Some don masks, others face shields, and a few even sport gas masks, leading to varied outcomes. The individual with the gas mask is indeed a marvel. She envies their foresight. Her mask merely mitigates the effects, but does not eliminate them entirely. With her life points at a precarious 100, the deductions commence anew. Yet her reserves remain sufficient for now. Is there no oversight in this city plagued by rampant rodents? Who will come to her aid? She feels the weight of desperation as she reaches out to the prominent figures within the community, imploring for items that would restore her life points, no matter how meager. Throughout the day, requests for replenishing supplies flood the forum, vanishing almost instantaneously. Each challenger exerts themselves fully, striving to endure until the final moment. Observing the discussions, Qiao Yunfeng feels a sense of relief. Her prior preparation has afforded her an advantage, sparing her the same fate as her peers, who struggle with life point deductions and the threat of rat bites. Yet she knows that in the next round, she will lose this edge and face the same unforeseen challenges as the others. As she gazes out at the fog-laden world, she whispers words of encouragement to herself, assuring her survival until the end. At 4 p.m. sharp, welcome back, challengers. Congratulations on successfully completing the 3rd round in Jiang City's high-rises. Your level has been elevated by 1. Current evaluation of the Challenger's status. Good. Rewards. Life points 100, stamina 100, space 1 meter x 1 meter. Source crystal, 300. The 4th round of the challenge will commence 3 days hence at 7 a.m. Returning to reality, she has triumphed in the 3rd round. Standing before the cave, it is as tranquil as when she first entered the challenge. The trees in the forest have withered. A gentle rain begins to fall. As if mourning the ordeal, she inhales deeply, savoring the fresh, untainted air. Back in the cave, she releases her camper and swiftly ignites a campfire. The rain continues to fall, gradually soaking the ground outside as she arranges her food on a small table, relishing the peace and comfort it brings. During the 3 days of rest, the rain has not ceased. She ventured out only on the first day to fell 2 trees before retreating to the cave, where her supplies remain plentiful. Maintaining the campfire is her only concern. Wetwood produces smoke, which is quite acrid, so she spends her days in the cave, placing empty buckets outside to collect rainwater. The discussion forum has descended into chaos, with many individuals returning from the challenge only to be besieged for supplies. Attempts to explain their lack of resources go unheard, met with disbelief. Family members accuse one another, friends hurl insults, and neighbors lament their plight, exacerbating the struggles of those fortunate enough to return alive. I barely made it back, yet my mother berates me for not sharing food with my uncle's family. Claiming I am ungrateful, one person laments. If I give them food, we'll have nothing left for ourselves. Can't you see that? Didn't you explain? Another replies. My family is fine. My mother hasn't mentioned anything. When others inquire about my whereabouts, she merely says I'm asleep. But does explanation matter? All she does is scold me and force me to give away our provisions. I refuse. She has taken all the remaining food from our house and told me, if you want us to starve, don't bring anything out. Upstairs, you can't be blood-related, another chimes in. Why not sneak away? You can't carry a group as a bronze. If I leave, they will truly starve. If you don't go, you will perish. Please, don't say that. Try to explain. Those who haven't faced the challenge don't understand how difficult it is. Have you not encountered those trying to seize the rings? I've already left home. Before I departed, I packed my things. Now I'm in the suburbs, preparing to head into the mountains tomorrow. You're moving too quickly. I just exited the city. People have become terrifying. They will do anything for supplies. I took something out, and they insisted I take more. I have nothing left. Yet no one believes me, even my own father. I plan to take my parents with me. Otherwise, the people in the neighborhood will drive them mad with their incessant cries. They have agreed to take turns sitting at my door and crying. I've already brought my parents out. As long as we're together, that's what matters. My family is large. My mother insists on bringing my younger brother and sister, along with their families. We can't go anywhere. Observing the current state of the city and then glancing at her serene cave, Qiao Yunfeng tosses a piece of wood into the fire. With so many people, only 20,000 can ultimately survive. In the quiet cave, there is nothing to respond to her but the crackling of burning wood. At 7 o'clock a.m., the time has come to enter the challenge. Disaster Survival Challenge, 4th round, Icy Town. This town offers comprehensive entertainment and leisure services, nestled against ancient snow-capped mountains, adjacent to a frozen lake and a frigid forest. The environment is exquisite, and the air is fresh, occasionally showcasing unique and singular scenic wonders for guests to admire. Within this town, as long as you provide the corresponding gold coins, the town will offer you the finest services. As a guest here, please adhere to the town's regulations, otherwise you will face severe penalties. During the challenge, you may act freely without restrictions. Survival duration, 10 days. Killing other challengers will result in a level drop. Reaching 0 levels will lead to automatic death. The 4th round of the challenge is about to commence. Earn 5,000 gold coins. You currently possess 300 source crystals. Please select from the following items, with a random assortment of 10,000 items available for each round. 1. Health 100, source crystal 150. 2. Space 1m(x)1m, source crystal 200. 3. Universal antidote, upon consumption, reduces the chance of poisoning by 50, source crystal 400. Upon seeing the effect of the universal antidote, Qiao Yunfeng's immediate reaction was one of delight. However, her lack of source crystals led her to shake her head and continue with option 2, purchasing additional space. Although her current space was considerably larger than that of her fellow challengers, it was only natural to desire even more room. The greater the storage, the greater her peace of mind. Name, Xiao Yunfeng level 4, can be upgraded. Each successful disaster challenge grants 1 level. Gender, female. Number of challenges participated. For health, 600 stamina, 610 status. Good space, 16m(x)16m can be upgraded. Possessions. Level 4 medical kit. Items within the kit replenish daily. With the efficacy of medicines doubled, restores 10 points each to stamina and health, with the medical kit's impending upgrade allowing for the restoration of both stamina and health. Qiao Yunfeng acknowledged that while the 10 points was not substantial given her current numbers, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Additionally, the daily replenishment made this feature exceedingly practical. The entry point for this venture was a swaying cable car. Qiao Yunfeng sat comfortably as the car glided forward. At the front of the car, a bespectacled gentleman enthusiastically announced, "Esteemed guests, in 3 minutes, we shall arrive at your destination, Icebound Town. Depending on your selected package, you may enjoy various accommodations and recreational activities within the town. Please note that VIP guests receive the utmost service. Icebound Town is situated in a unique geographic location, currently accessible only by cable car. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to contact the staff within the town, who will resolve any issues you may encounter. We are almost there. Kindly don your coats and disembark in an orderly fashion. The current outdoor temperature is -20 degrees Celsius, so please ensure you keep warm. Your luggage will be delivered directly to your rooms following your hotel selection. Enjoy your delightful and perfect journey." As the cable car came to a halt, guests rose in succession to exit, stepping into the town. Qiao Yunfeng glanced back, observing a sea of clouds, rendering any other sights invisible. Ahead, a striking woman in work attire emerged from the town, warmly welcoming everyone into the central hall. Guests were seated on comfortable sofas, and each was served a steaming drink. "Welcome, esteemed guests. My name is Xiaomi, and I shall provide an introduction to the town. Our town offers a plethora of amenities. I kindly ask for your patience as I outline the details to enhance your experience over the next 10 days. We offer packages to cater to our esteemed guests' needs. Basic package, 10 days of Class C double room accommodation, all Class C meals at the restaurant, beverages and alcohol not included, access to all entertainment facilities, excluding hunting services and VIP single hot spring rooms. Cost, 2,000 gold coins. Intermediate package, 10 days of Class B single room accommodation, all Class B meals at the restaurant, including beverages, alcohol excluded, access to all entertainment facilities, excluding hunting services and VIP single hot spring rooms. Cost, 3,000 gold coins. Supreme VIP package, 10 days of Class A single suite accommodation, all meals available at the restaurant, with room service included. All beverages and alcohol are included. Access to all entertainment facilities, and Supreme VIP guests do not require reservations. Cost, 5,000 gold coins. Each guest received a detailed document outlining the distinctions among classes A, B, and C. Qiao Yunfeng decisively chose the Supreme VIP package. Through her previous experiences, she had discerned a pattern. The introductions often revealed information pertinent to the upcoming challenges. This particular occasion emphasized that VIP guests would enjoy the finest treatment, suggesting a significant advantage, prompting her to be the first to stand, select her package, and complete her payment. Thank you, our most esteemed VIP guest. I am Xiao Hong, and during your 10-day stay in our town, I shall be your steward. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. Please keep this wristband. It will facilitate all your needs. May I now show you to your room? After completing her payment, a charming young woman approached. Following Xiao Hong, Qiao Yunfeng made her way to the eastern side of the town, where an orange 10-story building stood out vibrantly against the blanket of white snow, reminiscent of the orange wristband she wore. She noticed the blue and black buildings nearby and inquired about the blue 10-story structure. Is that also a hotel? Indeed, esteemed guest. That is the single-room accommodation for Package B, and the black one is for Package C double rooms? Correct, esteemed guest. Each wristband's color corresponds to the respective package. What if I lose my wristband? She wondered internally, concerned about the possibility of theft. We have recorded your information. Should the wristband be lost, simply inform me, and I will arrange for a replacement. Nodding, she felt reassured by the comprehensive service, confident that such incidents would be rare. Upon reaching the 12th floor via the elevator, she found only 2 rooms on that level, providing a tranquil environment. Her room was 1201. As the wristband unlocked the door, a wave of warm air enveloped her. The living room and Oppo's fireplace was ablaze, though it was not burning wood, making the room feel as warm as summer. After handing her a small intercom, Xiao Hong smiled and gracefully exited the room. Chapter 19. Scene 4. Icy Plain Town at precisely 8:00 a.m. as the disaster survival challenge commenced on its first day. Qiao Yunfeng stepped out of the elevator, eager to explore the quaint town and assess its overall ambience. Suddenly, a faint tremor reverberated beneath her feet, causing her to tense up instinctively. She dashed onto the street, just managing to steady herself when delighted exclamations erupted nearby. Wow, look at that! How beautiful! Glancing upwards, she found herself momentarily breathless. It was indeed breathtaking. Countless snowflakes floated gracefully in the air, each delicate flake shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the bright sunlight. Regaining her composure, she reached out to halt a passing staff member. Excuse me, what was that tremor just now? The staff member, noticing her wristband, beamed and replied, Esteemed guest, it seems you are new to our town. There's no need for concern. This is a unique phenomenon of our locality. Due to the town's geographical peculiarities, minor tremors often occur, resulting in such enchanting sights. Rest assured, you are entirely safe. We hope you enjoy your stay. After a courteous bow, the staff member turned and departed, observing a few children nearby, gleefully laughing and jumping to catch the snowflakes. She felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Despite the overall tranquility enveloping the town, the place was modest in size, with several inns scattered around, and 3 restaurants positioned to the north, south, and east. Various shops clustered around the central hall, which boasted 7 stories. Adjacent to it was the registration area for sledding and snowmobiling. With a prior booking, guests could head to the east gate where guides awaited with all necessary equipment. Among the visitors to this town, those reserving skiing spots were undoubtedly the most numerous, as the ski resort offered various elevations and activities. Xiao Yunfeng's objective was to reach the highest point to survey the town's layout and orientation. She made her way to the mountain registration desk, wishing to book a cable car to the summit. After checking her wristband and confirming her request, the booking staff promptly arranged her ride for the following morning. Esteemed guest, your solitary cable car has been booked for departure at 8 a.m. tomorrow. This schedule ensures you will arrive at the peak by 9 a.m., allowing you to behold the most magnificent views under the sun and Oppo's embrace, unobstructed by any barriers. With a warm smile from the service personnel, she stepped outside. Next to her stood an opulent clothing store, where garments required an additional fee, each adorned with various accessories. As she admired a grayish-white wolf fur cloak, she reached out to touch it, confirming its authenticity. The store attendant approached her, stating, Esteemed guest, this cloak is crafted from local wolf fur, providing exceptional warmth and practicality. Regrettably, Qiao Yunfeng found herself without a single coin to her name and could only nod stiffly before departing, leaving the attendant smiling politely. Opposite the clothing store was a hunting supply shop, with wolf pelts and heads displayed on the left and an entire wall lined with firearms on the right. The staff welcomed her enthusiastically. "Esteemed guest, are you interested in booking a hunting expedition? Where would you like to hunt?" Pointing at the wolf pelts, Qiao Yunfeng inquired. "Are there still wolves to hunt?" The attendant replied, "We will provide 2 professional guides who will accompany you into the southern woods. After an 8-hour journey, you will reach areas where wolves frequently roam. Whether you encounter one is a matter of luck. Many guests, though unsuccessful in hunting wolves, have still witnessed them, which is a uniquely memorable experience. Most guests tend to hunt rabbits or deer. Will there be bears?" she asked. "If you wish to see bears, you can book a snowmobile or sled ride. Their routes lead to the eastern glacier, where bears are often sighted. You may observe them through binoculars. The town's location has been carefully chosen to ensure everyone's safety, so rest assured." "What about hunting gear?" she queried. "As a distinguished VIP guest, you may freely select from all our available weapons. Whatever you fancy, we will ensure it is prepared for you in the vehicle. Our rugged off-road vehicle is perfectly suited for traversing the snow, and 2 experienced guides will accompany you at all times to guarantee your safety." After gathering the pertinent information, Xiao Yunfeng nodded and exited, reflecting on the natural environment surrounding the town: snowy mountains, glaciers, bears, and wolves, creating a rather perilous backdrop for the challenge. While pondering the potential disasters that could arise in such an environment, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a vehicle repair shop, and curiosity compelled her to enter. "Esteemed guest, has your vehicle encountered any issues since arriving?" A staff member greeted her upon noticing her orange wristband. Taken aback, Xiao Yunfeng asked, "Is that possible? What can you fix? And what are the charges?" "You are a VIP guest, so you will enjoy our complimentary service," the staff member responded warmly. "You may drive your vehicle in, and we will conduct an inspection. If your vehicle cannot start, we can come to you. You can use the intercom to call for assistance, and we will be at your service." The clarity of the staff and Oppo's explanation left her impressed. As she stepped out of the shop, she couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional service, which was almost overwhelming. Noticing the time nearing noon, she entered the Eastern restaurant, where she was warmly welcomed by the staff and escorted to a private room on the 5th floor. The large window offered a view of the distant glacier, where many were enjoying various activities on the ice. Snowmobiles sped across the surface, and dog sleds dashed back and forth. Using the automated ordering machine, she selected several seafood dishes along with a bottle of white wine. Before long, a lift brought her freshly prepared meal to the table. As she savored the delectable food and sipped her drink, the soothing music enveloped her, and a thought flickered through her mind. This is how a normal life should be lived. Yet, she quickly dismissed the notion, realizing the improbability of such a reality. She was in the midst of a survival challenge, where vigilance was paramount for survival. Shaking her head vigorously, she banished the unrealistic thought from her mind. She needed to endure until the end. This town was unsettlingly comfortable, a state that could easily lead one to complacency and a gradual loss of vigilance. She opened the discussion forum to see if any other challengers had made noteworthy discoveries. "You frauds, every time we return to reality, you say the challenge is arduous. But here we have food, drink, and shelter. Whereas the hardship? I'm glad to be here. Once I leave, I'm definitely going to give that guy next door a piece of my mind." "Go ahead and leave first." Then came a reply. "Haha, yes. You voiced my sentiments. You should exit before you make any statements. Is it really just going to be like this for 10 days? I find that hard to believe. Trust your instincts. It can't be this simple. I just enjoyed a hot spring, and it even boosts stamina. How wonderful. Isn't the basic package supposed to exclude hot springs?" "The private hot spring is not included. It is shared among everyone." "Is that true? Then I shall go as well. Snowmobiling is exhilarating. Come and join the fun." I stand atop the snowy mountain, ready to glide down, laughter spilling forth. What a thrill. The fare at this restaurant is truly delectable. I could indulge endlessly. I have already tumbled 6 times down the snowy slope, yet my desire to continue is undeterred. What should I do? I discovered that I could simply store the restaurant and Oppo's offerings in my space without anyone noticing. Really? Then I shall come and fill my space first. It appears that despite their initial concerns, everyone is captivated by the enchanting surroundings, which alleviates their anxieties, enabling them to genuinely relish the services provided here. Outside the town, I found a secluded spot to set up the RV, then drove it to the repair shop to have the spare snow tires installed. The staff readily agreed, even offering to conduct a comprehensive check and maintenance of the vehicle. Thinking of the esteemed VIP service, Qiao Yunfeng inquired if she could have protective nets added to her car windows and barriers at the front and back for her hunting trip. It can be done, though I must advise that such additions may compromise the vehicle and Oppo's aesthetic appeal. The staff maintained a warm smile throughout. Never mind, how will the charges be handled? Qiao Yunfeng worried about her dwindling gold coins. If the cost was high, she would forego the modifications. As a valued VIP guest, your requests are our duty. This service incurs no additional fees, the staff assured with unwavering smiles. Indeed, VIP privileges grant the finest service, encompassing even these enhancements. How splendid. Pondering further, Qiao Yunfeng added, I have consulted the hunting store and learned that it takes 8 hours of driving into the woods to reach areas frequented by wolves, if possible. Could you prepare some gasoline for me? Absolutely, rest assured. The staff accompanying you will have all necessary supplies in the trunk. When may I retrieve the vehicle? I wish to set out for hunting as soon as possible. You may collect it tomorrow afternoon, the staff replied, their demeanor consistently pleasant as they bowed and departed. The service here is truly exceptional. Qiao Yunfeng found herself rather enchanted by the day and Oppo's experiences. Upon entering the hot spring center, she was welcomed into a private hot spring room, where soothing music floated through the air. The side of the hot spring pool was adorned with an array of fruits and beverages, and a delicate fragrance enveloped the space. Within arm's reach lay a call button, enabling her to summon assistance at any moment. How utterly delightful. As she reclined in the pool, she observed her stamina gradually increasing under the water and Oppo's soothing influence. Indeed, this place is a haven devoid of ambition. Suddenly, she sat up in the water, glancing around before discreetly channeling some of the flowing hot spring water into her space, filling it with 6 large barrels of this invigorating elixir. Such a beneficial item for enhancing stamina should not go to waste. Before returning to her room, the attentive steward Xiao Hong noted that if she experienced any difficulty in breathing, she could utilize the oxygen provided at her bedside, and she could summon her at any time. Oxygen? I already have plenty in my space. Is this also a necessary resource? Promptly at 8:00 a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 2 commenced. Qiao Yunfeng boarded the cable car, embarking on her journey to the mountain summit. Prior to boarding, Steward Xiao Hong kindly handed her 2 portable oxygen tanks. As a distinguished guest, please be aware that as you ascend, the altitude will increase, and if you feel any discomfort in breathing, do not hesitate to use the oxygen. She accepted the tanks with a smile. Upon disembarking at 9 o'clock, the reception staff escorted her directly to the highest point, inquiring if she wished to ski down. Assessing the distance, she opted against it. Skiing was simply not within her skill set. The staff bowed and left behind a high-powered telescope, 2 portable oxygen tanks, and a thermos of hot coffee. Gazing through the telescope, Qiao Yunfeng carefully surveyed her surroundings. The snow peak on which she stood lay to the north of the town, beyond which towered the majestic snow-capped mountains, their peaks hidden in the clouds, only the lower slopes visible. To the west of the town lay steep cliffs and a deep chasm, with only the swaying cable car lines transporting passengers. To the south, a dense forest emerged, growing increasingly thick and elevated. To the east, a vast, flat ice lake stretched long and wide, faintly merging with the distant woods. Diligently noting the terrain, she realized, as the townsfolk had claimed, that this was an exceptionally chosen location, a rare low-lying basin amidst the rugged landscape. Returning to the town via cable car. It was already noon. After a sumptuous lunch, she felt a slight tremor, glancing up to behold the sky filled with shimmering, multicolored snowflakes, with similar exuberance. Yet from a different group of children, she entered the car dealership to retrieve her vehicle. The RV was now equipped with snow tires, fully serviced, and outfitted with protective nets and crash bars as she had requested. The vehicle gleamed, having been thoroughly cleaned, with the electricity, water, and gas all replenished. Additionally, 4 large water tanks and 4 fuel barrels were neatly stored in the compartment beneath the vehicle. Esteemed guest, should you wish to drive into the woods for camping, please park at the location indicated on the map, where we have installed charging and water replenishment facilities. The campsite is equipped with a call button, but please be advised that communication devices may not function in the wooded areas and without staff accompaniment. Do not stray too far from the designated camping site to avoid danger. The staff warmly presented her with a map. Chapter 20. The 4th event. After carefully studying the map and clarifying the directions, Qiao Yunfeng turned her vehicle out of the south gate, seeking an isolated spot to retract her RV into the spatial realm. Upon returning to the town, she intended to reserve a snowmobile to investigate the conditions near the ice river. Enjoying the privilege of VIP services, she was promptly escorted to the East Gate, where staff members provided instruction. Once equipped, she sped on the snowmobile towards the ice lake, where she observed a multitude of people engaged in recreational activities on the frozen surface, with some fishing through the ice. Why are there so few fish today? Last year, there were plenty when I went fishing, she mused. I inquired with the staff yesterday, and they mentioned that, for reasons unknown, there are fewer fish this year. Indeed. When I visited last year, the restaurant offered a variety of fish, each prepared in several delightful ways. But this year, not only are there fewer types, but the portions seem smaller as well. Had you not mentioned it, I might not have noticed. I'll ask at the restaurant tonight. How many have you caught today? I've been at it all day and only managed to catch one. What about you? I just arrived at noon and haven't caught anything. As Qiao Yunfeng pondered whether the fish were indeed scarce, she gradually approached a nearby work booth. Why are there so few fish this year? I can't even find my favorite kind. Esteemed guest, you may order directly at the restaurant. We will do our utmost to fulfill your requests. This year, both the quantity and variety of fish have diminished compared to previous years, which may hinder your ice fishing experience. However, the pleasure of dining on fish remains attainable. The staff member replied cheerfully. Look, there's a bear over there. Suddenly, an exclamation of excitement erupted from nearby. Xiao Yunfeng turned her gaze, but initially saw nothing. Upon observing others, she noticed everyone was peering through binoculars towards the opposite side of the lake. Quickly retrieving her powerful binoculars, she spotted a polar bear on the ice, fishing for its meal. Even the bears are fewer in number this year. Last year, I even witnessed 2 bears fighting. Someone remarked, "This is my 4th day here, and I've only seen 1 bear. Did you really see bears fighting?" Another added, "Yes, last year they were quite fierce. I've been here 6 days and have only seen 1 bear. Indeed, sightings have decreased. Last year, it was common to see 1 or 2 bears daily." As Qiao Yunfeng listened to their discussions in silence, a subtle realization began to dawn upon her, a fleeting thought that flitted through her mind. After a lengthy excursion on the snowmobile around the town, she noted several routes leading to various destinations. Upon her return, she sought out the housekeeper, Xiao Hong, and directly inquired, "Is it possible to venture into the snow-capped mountains to the north of the town? Esteemed guest, you may observe with binoculars, but entry is prohibited for humans. That area is said to be the dwelling of deities, guarded by the god of wind and the god of snow. Mere mortals cannot tread there," the young girl replied earnestly. Xiao Yunfeng raised an eyebrow at the girl's sincere, yet fantastical response, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a sense of frustration rising within her. Yet, she could not help but find her genuine belief endearing. Very well, she finally conceded, nodding absent-mindedly. I suppose I shall head to the restaurant and see if the situation aligns with what I've heard today, particularly in the first-floor dining area. After making 2 rounds, she ascended to the exclusive VIP restaurant upstairs. The buffet on the ground level indeed lacked in portion sizes and occasionally displayed notices of supply interruptions, while the upper dining area offered a seamless experience with no signs of shortages. Clearly, the VIP service was as commendable as they had claimed. Recalling discussions in the forum regarding the ability to store food directly into the spatial realm, her spirits lifted. She ordered an array of diverse hot soups and various high-proof spirits, preparing to stock her space. While waiting for the dishes, she opened the discussion forum to see if others had made any interesting discoveries that day. "This place is wonderful. I can store the food from the restaurant directly into my space. It's incredible." Someone had already tried it on the first day, and many had stored substantial amounts. "This experience is so comfortable. Could it be that the previous one was overly challenging, and this one is a reward for us? Are you drunk or still half asleep? Hurry and get out of the water. Remember to keep your wits about you. Up above, you've cleared out all the bamboo shoots." That's exactly what I wanted to say. One must always keep their mind intact. However, the current event was perplexing. Unlike the previous one, which had provided fog inhalation prompts, this one had offered none thus far. Perhaps there were hints that we simply overlooked. Regardless, let us stock up on provisions while we can. It's free, after all. Agreed, I'll go gather more as well. Indeed, it's wise to stock up. Xiao Yunfeng nodded silently, recognizing the validity of the statement as she resumed ordering from the menu. She decided to hoard more high-proof spirits, which could be consumed and also serve as a disinfectant during injuries, a valuable asset. A few more servings of hot soup would be comforting in the cold. She also requested a selection of cold drinks, several tubs of ice cream, an assortment of fruits, a variety of vegetables, and an ample amount of meat prepared in different styles. The selection of fish was plentiful, so she ordered a few more servings. The seafood was indeed abundant and worthy of extra portions. She could not forget the staple foods. The aroma of freshly baked bread was enticing, the noodles were satisfactory, and rice was essential. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 3 commenced. Before finishing her breakfast, another minor tremor occurred, lasting 2 seconds before subsiding. The others had grown accustomed to these occurrences, delighting in the delicate snowflakes drifting from the sky. Navigating the borrowed snowmobile, Qiao Yunfeng followed the map as instructions. Entering the eastern woods and driving to the outskirts of the camping area, where the road had not been repaired. A significant and conspicuous safety warning was displayed. For your safety, please do not leave this area without staff accompaniment. She pressed on for another hour, the woods thickening, revealing small creatures scurrying eastward. After another half-hour of travel, the ground became uneven with hills and depressions. She narrowly avoided a tumble down a slope, managing to brake just in time. Throughout her journey, she observed all the animals fleeing deeper into the forest. On her return, the fleeting thought that had crossed her mind yesterday resurfaced. Sitting on the carpet in her room, she retrieved a survival knowledge book from her spatial realm, repeatedly searching for information to validate her suspicions. The minor tremors, the animals fleeing in one direction, the diminishing fish population, and the scarcity of bears, all these natural phenomena suggested a possible precursor to an earthquake. The information she uncovered corroborated her hypothesis, revealing a plausible connection. Considering the geographical location, Qiao Yunfeng gradually narrowed her eyes, realizing that this small town might not be safe. Based on her observations of the terrain, if an earthquake were to occur, the low elevation of the area could spell disaster. A mild tremor might be manageable, but a strong quake could trigger avalanches, leaving the town to be buried beneath heavy snowfall. Should we embark on a direct drive to the campsite nestled by the dense forest for an overnight stay? As the darkening skies loomed outside, Qiao Yunfeng contemplated the terrain within the forest, noting that the elevation increased deeper within, which might offer greater safety. Yet, the presence of wolves in the forest lingered ominously in her mind. Tomorrow marks the 4th day, with the danger index steadily rising, regardless of what unfolds. She resolved to set off at dawn towards the camping area. Having made up her mind, she compelled herself to sleep, but the night proved restless, fraught with unease. At the break of dawn, before the first light of day, the sound of barking dogs roused her from her fitful slumber. Many others were awakened too, as the cacophony of sled dogs echoed through the tranquil town. Where are the staff? Someone ought to manage this, she thought. What is troubling these dogs? Could it be wolves approaching? Why are they barking so ferociously? Staff, please check the situation. What is going on? It's barely 5 a.m. Will we not have any peace? The dogs and Appo's unusual behavior only reinforced Qiao Yunfeng and Appo's as suspicions of an impending earthquake. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, she gathered her belongings and dashed towards the eastern gate. Retrieving a snowmobile from her spatial storage, she sped off towards the eastern woods at full throttle, already sensing a secondary tremor as she approached the campsite, which lasted 3 seconds. Unfazed, she continued along the route she had traversed the previous day, pushing deeper into the forest. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge Day 4 commenced. Upon entering the forest, the ground became uneven, necessitating a reduction in speed. It was then that the third tremor struck, markedly more intense than the previous two, also lasting 3 seconds. Gritting her teeth, Qiao Yunfeng pressed on until she reached the slope where she had nearly fallen the day before. She dismounted the snowmobile and swiftly recalled it to her spatial storage. Descending the slope, she excavated the earth using her spatial abilities, deepening the depression, and positioned her RV directly into the hollow she had created. This arrangement ensured that the RV nestled securely against the earth, its wheels firmly lodged in the pit. Just as she finalized the placement of the RV, a powerful tremor jolted her to the ground, lasting 5 seconds and accompanied by a thunderous roar. Fearing another earthquake, she hastily climbed into the vehicle, buckling her seatbelt and cradling her head, anxiously awaiting the shaking to subside. Within a minute, a violent impact sent her body tilting to one side. Yet the seatbelt held her securely in place. After a strong jolt, darkness enveloped her, rendering everything invisible. Thankfully, the seatbelt kept her anchored, and after a moment of stillness, she turned to gaze out the window. The view was obscured, and as she retrieved her flashlight, she discerned what appeared to be snow outside the window. Upon opening the window, snow rushed into the vehicle, and she utilized her spatial abilities to gather the snow outside, carefully crawling out of the vehicle only to discover she was buried beneath a thick layer of snow. An avalanche had occurred. The vast expanse of snow attested to the severity of the situation. She quickly began to excavate the RV, recalling it to her spatial storage, before retrieving the snowmobile and cautiously navigating back to the campsite. She attempted to contact the town center through a communication device, but the line remained persistently busy. Scrolling through the discussion forum on her bracelet, she was inundated with pleas for help. "Oh my God, I'm on the 3rd floor and I've been buried. What should I do? This is terrifying. The elevator is out, and I can and amp, oppos, find any staff. What should I do? I and amp, oppos, am on the 6th floor and also trapped. How could there be an avalanche? The staff assured us everything was fine. Am I buried alive? The power's out, and it's freezing. We need to move up and see if we can escape. The snow is too deep. I can and oppos, tell how many floors are buried. Our building has 8 floors. If we're all trapped, how will we get out? We should each use our spatial abilities to clear some snow and carve a path out. There's not much space left. With snow this thick, can we really dig out? Just fill it up, return to dump it, and then go back to dig. It's not that complicated, is it? But one and oppos, anyone come to rescue us? In such a disaster, surely the staff would come to our aid. You go first, take your time, and good luck. I and amp, oppos, am the first one. I don and amp, oppos, understand why no one is explaining anything. What does that mean? Figure it out yourself if you want to survive. I'm in the East Black building and preparing to dig. Anyone want to join me? I'm in. I'm coming. I'm in the West Black building. Is anyone else coming to help? Let's go dig together. I'm on my way. As she read through the messages, she noticed a trade request from Shinranran. 10 complete replenishing soup, increases stamina and health limit by 30, in exchange for oxygen or something to breathe for 1 day. Such a valuable item. She must be in dire straits to offer that. Reflecting on the current predicament, Qiao Yunfeng sent a reply, buried in snow. Shinranran glanced around her single room, confirming she was indeed buried on the 5th floor. I doubt help will arrive. I want to try to climb out myself. Checking the number of oxygen tanks she had, Qiao Yunfeng decided to offer 3 large tanks along with an oxygen device and 2 small portable tanks in the trade. Be careful, Don and oppos, let anyone see. Reading this short message, a wave of emotion washed over Shinranran. She understood the implication behind those words. If others saw, they might attempt to seize it. Seeing Qiao Yunfeng immediately propose a trade for 30 small oxygen tanks, she thought Qiao Yunfeng feared that others would notice her using oxygen and might try to take it. Believing that with her combat strength, she might not be able to protect it. Thus, she offered the trade so that everyone could have some, drawing less attention to her own supply. This heartfelt analysis moved Shinranran to tears. If Qiao Yunfeng knew her thoughts, she would surely clarify. I don and amp, oppos, mean that. You're overthinking it. In truth, she had simply accumulated a substantial amount of oxygen, seeking to exchange it for something useful. Yet, such a beautiful misunderstanding had taken root. Chapter 21, the 4th round, Icefield Town 3. After considerable contemplation, Qiao Yunfeng resolved to return to the town to ascertain the current situation before devising a subsequent plan. Here, she found herself unable to establish contact with the outside world, yet the central office of the town should possess tools for external communication. Moreover, the hunting lodge was replete with an entire wall of firearms. Upon riding her snowmobile back to the town, she noticed that, save for the conspicuous orange building, the expansive white landscape rendered the town nearly unrecognizable, almost entirely buried beneath the heavy snowfall. By the time she returned, over 2 hours had elapsed, and some individuals had emerged, some in tears, others engaged in rescue efforts, and a few shouting frantically. Approaching a group of staff members who were organizing rescue operations, she inquired directly, "Are you still able to contact the rescue team outside?" "Esteemed guest, we have made contact. However, due to the current instability of the cables, they are unable to ascend. It is deemed too perilous for aircraft to approach. Thus, we must first attempt self-rescue. They shall arrive as swiftly as possible." One staff member replied, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. "Does this imply we must also excavate our own supplies?" Qiao Yunfeng pondered and then confirmed her suspicion with a follow-up question. Indeed, the staff member and amp, oppos, smile faltered. This indicated that no rescue was forthcoming. Observing the strained smiles of the staff, she chose not to press further and sent a message to Shinranjan. "Have you emerged yet?" "Not yet. But it should be soon. We are over 20 individuals taking turns excavating," came the reply. "Is there sufficient oxygen?" she inquired. "Yes," was the reassuring response. Qiao Yunfeng sincerely hoped for her swift emergence, for she was the only one capable of providing food that could enhance their condition. Silently encouraging her, she swiftly typed, "Let me know if you need more." Upon reading the message, Shunranjan fell silent once more. She felt a mix of gratitude and wounded pride, as she always offered her best in exchange, yet it seemed that the powerful never lacked anything. Meanwhile, Qiao Yunfeng was preoccupied with the wall of guns in the hunting lodge. Having pinpointed a probable location, she secured a rope around herself and tied the other end to a sturdy tree trunk before beginning her descent. To avoid detection, she veered off after digging 2 meters, sealing the entrance above her before continuing downward, only to have her oxygen tank slip from her back. Upon reaching the bottom and illuminating her surroundings with a flashlight, she realized she had excavated in the wrong direction. This was a clothing store, not the hunting lodge she sought. Nevertheless, since she was there, she decided to collect a few warm garments. Earlier, she had specifically asked the staff, "Do we need to excavate our own supplies?" The staff had affirmed, yes, indicating that anything she unearthed was hers to claim without hesitation, and she was more than happy to stockpile. After gathering all the clothing, she poured some snow from her space into the room and proceeded toward the hunting lodge. To her delight, all the guns and ammunition remained intact, along with several barrels of gasoline and a wolf pelt hanging nearby, all of which she promptly stored in her space. Recalling the off-road vehicles parked outside, she decided to secure 2 of them as well, recognizing that such opportunities might not present themselves again after today. Upon returning to her excavation point and gazing up at the rope, she realized she had inadvertently trapped herself. Climbing back up was not an option. The height was daunting. After some thought, she returned to the hunting lodge entrance and began to carve her way up in a zigzag pattern. An hour and a half later, she finally emerged, collapsing onto the snow and gasping for breath. For the sake of supplies, she had indeed exerted herself significantly. Reflecting on the somewhat foolish act of burying herself, she found solace in the plentiful resources she had amassed. Thankfully, her oxygen supply remained adequate, but being buried in such deep snow had been an unpleasant experience. At that moment, all the survivors had congregated in the Orange Hotel, the only building tall enough to offer refuge in the entire town. Despite the limited number of rooms, it provided at least a place to stay. With no water or electricity, they resorted to burning wood for warmth. Currently, fewer than 10 staff members remained, the rest presumably challengers. After 2 hours of entrapment without rescue, the chances of survival were exceedingly slim. The lack of air alone was fatal, compounded by the dangerously low temperatures that could induce hypothermic shock. Observing the gathering in the hotel, Qiao Yunfeng noted the emergence of small factions. She resolved to depart at dawn. Her return had been to ascertain the likelihood of rescue, now that she understood no assistance would arrive. The challenge had shifted to survival in the wilderness. She simply sought a quiet place to contemplate her future plans. Today marked merely the 4th day, and it was inconceivable for the challenge to conclude here. Having made her decision to leave, she abstained from participating or expressing her stance when the survivors rallied to organize a search for supplies. Cheng Yao, noticing Qiao Yunfeng's distant stance and refusal to join the collective effort, felt a surge of indignation and bitterly remarked, "Then you shall not benefit from the things we retrieve." Qiao Yunfeng shot her a glance, initially inclined to explain herself, but the palpable hostility emanating from Cheng stifled her words, prompting her to rise and walk away. Some individuals are simply like that. The more you attempt to clarify, the more they seem to relish the conflict, as if awaiting your response to escalate the situation. Qiao Yunfeng retreated to her room, 1201, where several individuals were gathered around a fire. She said nothing, instead retreating to a corner and wrapping herself in a blanket, for the corner remained quite cold. Checking the discussion forum on her wristband, she mused that the number of challengers had likely diminished significantly. Is the pass rate for this round truly so low? My heavens! How terrifying! Completely unprepared, I was buried in the snow. Is there anyone coming to rescue? Why has no one arrived? Dig yourself out. Or you and Amp, Oppos, LL soon run out of oxygen. How long have you all been digging? A dozen of us dug for 2 hours. About the same for us. I and Amp, Oppos, am alone. Can someone please rescue me? I have supplies. I suggest you change your oxygen tank and dig your way out. How could I possibly dig out alone? Is there anyone who can assist me? What supplies do you need? No one responded further. They all deemed it impossible to locate him, uncertain of his whereabouts for a rescue. It was entirely plausible that he had dug for 2 hours only to realize he was excavating in the wrong direction. At that moment, Qiao Yunfeng received a message from Shinranjan. Where are you? I have emerged. May we meet? I wish to thank you. The mention of meeting elicited an immediate sense of refusal within Qiao Yunfeng, but she soon reconsidered. Shenronjan's food could enhance their condition, which was indeed valuable. It would be prudent to engage in future exchanges with her. Meeting would also allow her to observe Shen more closely. If this encounter proved unsatisfactory, she could forego future transactions. I am in 1201. Before long, Shenronjan arrived. Qiao Yunfeng saw a round-faced girl enter and approached her. Shenronjan? Yes, Qiao Yunfeng. Indeed. Thank you for your... Shen began, but upon noticing the group of onlookers, she moved to the spot where Qiao Yunfeng had previously been seated, took a seat, and messaged her. Thank you for your oxygen. I managed to hold on until I got out. Thank you also for exchanging oxygen in the trading area. Everyone managed to get some, so no one thought to seize mine. Qiao Yunfeng then realized that this seemingly gentle girl might have misunderstood her and immediately explained. I took the oxygen solely to trade for supplies. Shenronjan glanced at her, a slight smile curving her lips. I understand. Thank you. Yet her tone seemed off, lacking genuine belief. Narrowing her eyes, Qiao Yunfeng decided against further explanations, thinking it best to rest early as the day had been exhausting. All right, Shenronjan replied, lying down beside her, ready to sleep. Qiao Yunfeng pursed her lips, intending to say, I mean you can leave now. However, seeing the tranquil sleeping face of the girl, and recalling how they had narrowly escaped being buried alive, she sighed, deciding to let it go until tomorrow. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 5 commenced. Everyone was summoned outside, where a tall man stood, urging everyone to gather supplies. He loudly proclaimed, we have already lost many. The remaining must unite to weather this storm. Without waiting for a response, he began assigning tasks. You dig in the restaurant, you chop trees, and you gather supplies from all the hotel rooms. We shall share them later. Qiao Yunfeng, observing his authoritative declaration, felt he was offering no room for refusal. She stepped forward, stating, I'm leaving now. Instantly, all eyes turned to her, filled with astonishment. Are you insane? Where do you think you're going? Do you know of a safe place that you intend to keep to yourself? The striking girl from the previous night, Cheng Yao, emerged once more, appearing far tidier than before. Had it not been for her piercing voice, Qiao Yunfeng might not have recognized her. Last night, she had indeed been rather disheveled. Disregarding the crowd, Qiao Yunfeng turned to leave, dismissing their incredulous comments as a waste of time. Stop her. She must know where is safe, otherwise, how would she dare to go alone? Cheng Yao and Amp, Oppo's shrill voice rang out again. At the mention of safe place, excitement surged through the crowd, and a man quickly stepped in front of Qiao Yunfeng. In that moment, reason was lost. Everyone was eager to hear only what they wished to, and further explanations would only complicate matters. Qiao Yunfeng had no intention of engaging in dialogue. Raising her firearm, she aimed the ominous barrel at the man blocking her path. Do you wish to die? Just bury yourself if that and Oppos. That's what you want. The man instinctively recoiled at the sight of the gun, stepping aside. Witnessing this, Cheng Yu felt a surge of arrogance. She had disliked Qiao Yunfeng since the previous night. Why should she be clean while everyone else toiled in the snow? Cheng Yu convinced herself that Qiao Yunfeng was the type to do nothing while others worked hard, merely waiting for them to finish before sauntering out with the crowd. Her blind prejudice fueled her sharp retorts. Don't listen to her. She wouldn't dare shoot. If she did, she would be demoted. She wouldn't and Amp, Oppos, risk it. The crowd, swayed by Cheng Yao's words, began to see reason, and some moved forward to obstruct Qiao Yunfeng again. Turning to face Cheng Yao, without a word, Qiao Yunfeng fired a shot. A piercing scream erupted from Cheng Yao as she clutched her leg, blood gushing from the wound, her face paling from blood loss and cold. She was still in disbelief that Qiao Yunfeng had actually pulled the trigger. Qiao Yunfeng squinted. I am accustomed to being solitary and my temperament is hardly amiable. Who among you is unafraid of death and wishes to test me? The brutality of her action stunned the crowd, causing nearly everyone to retreat a step. The man who had spoken earlier approached cautiously. Let us not act rashly. If you don't want to, no one is forcing you. Just don't harm anyone else. We simply wish to ask if you know of any safe places. Wouldn't it be safer to share that information? Qiao Yunfeng glanced at him before turning toward the trees. A few individuals broke away from the crowd. Some produced snowmobiles, others bicycles, and one even retrieved a small car from their space. Gradually, they departed into the woods. Shenronjan hurried after Qiao Yunfeng. I don't want to stay here either. Could you recommend a place? Qiao Yunfeng considered her response. I'm heading into the woods, but there may be bears and wolves. This is not the end. Today is only the 5th day. There could be aftershocks or further avalanches. Leaving here is the right choice. Observing Shenranzhan listen earnestly. With no indication of wanting to follow her, Qiao Yunfeng felt a slight shift in her perception of her. Do you know the direction and location of the hunting lodge? Yes, it's across from the clothing store. I've been there. I dug a zigzag tunnel, but the top 2 meters are sealed with snow. You might find an entrance there, and in front of the hunting lodge, there's an all-terrain vehicle. This spot likely still has snowmobiles buried beneath the snow. But you might not be able to dig them out alone. Shenranzhan looked at Qiao Yunfeng with gratitude. Qiao, I truly admire you. I have a snowmobile. Take care of yourself. Qiao Yunfeng nodded and sped toward the woods on her snowmobile. A voice suddenly emerged from those left behind. They're leaving like this? Won't they freeze to death in the woods tonight? Others quickly echoed, exactly. It's ridiculous. Why not stay together? They deserve to freeze. Absolutely. Being here is far warmer than the woods. Cheng Yiyao observed the crowd's reactions, silently tending to her wound and curling up. She realized her grave mistake and understood that no one would assist her among those remaining. She needed to avoid drawing attention until her injury healed to survive. Others exchanged glances without speaking. Many wished to leave, but most simply weren't prepared yet. Chapter 22. The 4th contest in the frosty town of Icefield. Qiao Yunfeng rode her snowmobile back to the location from the previous day, preparing to venture deeper into the woods. She recalled that the terrain inclined higher as one moved inward. At noon, she experienced 2 minor tremors, each lasting 2 seconds. Contemplating her surroundings, she sought a high slope, and after 10 minutes, the tremors returned, this time significantly stronger than before. Instantly, she halted on a slope, excavating 3 distinct sections of earth to create a right-angled surface. She nestled her RV against the earthen wall and promptly squeezed through the window, fastening herself securely with a seatbelt. Before long, another tremor struck, again lasting 3 seconds. She remained in the vehicle for half an hour, noting the absence of further disturbances. Doubt crept into her mind. Would there be no more quakes today? Reflecting on her previous avalanche experience, she pondered her next steps. A memory flashed through her mind of survival videos demonstrating the construction of makeshift shelters in the wild. Instead of building a full structure, she could fashion a sloped surface with thick tree trunks between the earthen wall and the ground, creating a perfect right triangle. With the RV positioned beneath, she would at least have some space in the event of another avalanche. Fearing further tremors and avalanches, she refrained from straying too far. Fortunately, the trees in the forest were robust, and she retrieved her chainsaw to begin her work. By the time she completed her simple shelter according to plan, night had fallen. She ignited a campfire and savored a sip of warm soup, reflecting on her return to the wilderness and reminiscing about her initial days in this environment. Shaking her head, she lamented, the first 3 days indeed felt like a dream. Opening her wristband, she discovered a trade request from Shenranzhan. Boiled beef X1, sauerkraut fish X1, spicy blood curd X1 in exchange for 10 liters of gasoline. It seemed she wished to exit the town. Noticing her ample reserves, Qiao felt a favorable impression of Shen. She decided to facilitate a reasonable trade, promptly offering 2 large barrels of gasoline and approving the exchange. Shen, surprised by the generous amount of gasoline, silently resolved to save more enhanced food for Qiao in future trades. After fueling her snowmobile, Qiao continued her advance into the forest, determined to delve deeper as she had indicated. The temperature dropped significantly as night enveloped the woods. To stave off the chill, she activated the RV's air conditioning, relishing the warmth before settling in for a restful sleep, assured that she would not be rudely awakened by the cold this time. At dawn, she planned to recharge the RV with solar panels, allowing for an extended period of comfort. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 6 commenced. After breakfast, she ventured further into the woods, experiencing 2 more minor tremors in the morning. Drawing from her previous day's experience, she opted to keep moving. By midday, the terrain exhibited pronounced changes, with significant undulations on the hills. She selected a high slope, replicating yesterday and Oppo's strategy to establish a triangular camp, and set up the solar charger for her RV. Just as she was about to eat and gather firewood, an intense tremor struck. She dashed into the RV and secured her seatbelt. This tremor lasted no more than 3 seconds before an even stronger aftershock followed, resulting in a second avalanche. Once the snow settled, Qiao Yunfeng found herself once again buried, though this time the triangular space allowed her to avoid digging out the vehicle. Instead, she collected the surrounding snow into her designated space and disposed of it at a distance. Sighing at the thick blanket of snow, she concluded that she needed to venture deeper into the woods, where the elevation would afford greater safety. With afternoon upon her, she resolved to set out early the next day. Lighting a campfire, she opened the boiled beef received from Shin, appreciating her culinary skills. Scrolling through discussions, she noted that those who remained in the town had once again been buried. Has anyone come to dig us out? Those who managed to escape. Could you lend a hand? Is there anyone with oxygen to trade? Please, we are running low on air. Qiao Yunfeng shook her head. Returning was not an option. She initiated a trade for 20 cans of oxygen, leaving their survival in their own hands. After concluding the exchange, she resumed her quest for firewood. Sustaining the campfire was essential for wilderness survival. Meanwhile, Chu Pingxing lay in the snow for 2 hours, finally managing to extricate himself from the icy depths. The group of survivors gasped for air, as if their breaths were the only proof of their existence. Contemplating the challengers who had ventured into the woods, he rose, preparing his snowmobile. Where are you headed? A man who had emerged with him inquired, gripping his arm. Into the woods. It's too perilous here. Many challengers have already entered, Chu replied patiently, aware that they had all experienced the same harrowing ordeal. Don't go. This place has already been buried twice. It's likely to happen again. There are wolves in the woods. Are you inviting them to dinner? The man insisted earnestly. Enough. I wish to proceed. Those willing to enter the woods should do so promptly. Those who prefer to stay should take care, Chu retorted. Pushing aside the man and Appo's restraining hand and speeding into the forest. A few others followed suit, venturing into the woods. You'll regret this. There are indeed wolves within the forest. The man shouted stubbornly, but no one responded. Everyone understood that while wolves roamed, they might not encounter them. However, remaining behind could spell certain death in the event of another avalanche. At precisely 8:00 a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 7 began. After an hour of progress, Xiao Yunfeng felt another tremor. She found a high slope to halt her journey and constructed yet another triangular campsite, growing increasingly adept at her task. Just as she settled in, another tremor struck, and she quickly secured herself once more. Each subsequent tremor was shorter yet more intense. The final tremor lasted the longest at 10 seconds, significantly stronger than its predecessors. Yet, no snow fell. After a 10-minute wait, she wondered if it was merely an earthquake. Checking the discussion forum, she discovered the truth: an ice lake had cracked, unleashing torrents of water and ice, flooding the town. Remembering the terrain she had observed from the peak, she concluded that her decision to sprint into the dense forest had indeed been wise. Help! I've just emerged only to be submerged. My stamina is plummeting. I need wood and materials to start a fire. Is there a wise soul who can direct us to safety? Those who wish for guidance, we implore you. Not that we don't wish to help, but it's futile. Entering the woods is one thing, the beasts and the cold at night are another. Can you endure it? Seeing the responses, Xiao Yunfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, mere words wouldn't guarantee action. After a careful observation of the surrounding environment, it appeared quite satisfactory. This shall serve as a temporary campsite. After a meal and a brief rest, Qiao Yunfeng took up a chainsaw to fell some trees. Caution was essential while dwelling in the dense forest. The campfire must burn throughout the night for safety, and a protective barrier would provide some peace of mind, guarding against both wildlife and potential intruders. Encircling the hillside, he constructed a fence using wood and wire and dug a 2-meter wide, 2-meter deep pit 1 meter outside the fence. Numerous animal traps were set nearby, useful for both humans and wildlife alike. As he sat by the campfire that evening, continuously sharpening wooden stakes, his thoughts wandered to the challenge that had proven to be exceedingly arduous. The first 3 days had been a delightful experience filled with good food, enjoyable activities, and abundant joy. In retrospect, it felt like a paradise turned into a hell. It became evident that in any future endeavors, he must remain vigilant and prepared to avoid misfortune. Lu Zhengrui, while chopping branches, cursed incessantly, lamenting the sudden tremors and avalanches, yearning for some warning signs. He mused that if it weren't and Appo's for his audacity and meticulous nature, he would have succumbed to this ordeal. He scoffed at the idea of surrendering. He was determined to survive until the very end, refusing to be defeated. With every swing of his arm, his anger seemed to dissipate into the relentless chopping and cursing. Upon returning to his campsite, he found it in disarray. The recent tremors had caused his excavated shelter to collapse. As a longtime aficionado of wilderness survival, Lu Zhengrui resolved to dig a bunker. I refuse to believe that a bunker can collapse. Meanwhile, Huasisi struggled through icy waters. When the first wave of participants departed, she hesitated. Though she too wished to leave, she was persuaded by others, feeling that survival in the wild was too daunting. When the second wave left, she followed to the edge of the forest, but again faltered. Today, Reality struck her like a resounding slap. She finally understood that fear and cowardice would not ensure her survival. Those who once shared her sentiments were now trapped in the icy depths. With a third opportunity at hand, despite her lingering fear, she resolved to venture into the woods, knowing that only by doing so could she hope to survive. Before her lay two paths, life or death. She chose life, vowing to strive for survival regardless of the challenges ahead. The water was growing shallower. She was almost on dry land. What a relief! At precisely 8 a.m., the 8th day of the Disaster Survival Challenge commenced. Qiao Yunfeng inserted all the sharpened wooden stakes into the pit he had dug, covering them with small branches and sprinkling snow over the top, rendering them nearly invisible. Having completed this task, he set about gathering wood to create torches and stockpile materials for the campfire. Throughout the morning, he felt no further tremors. Upon returning from his woodcutting, he discovered several small animals caught in the traps. With the earthquake over, had the animals returned? After tending to the caught creatures and resetting the traps, he suddenly heard the sound of a vehicle approaching. Quickly drawing his pistol, he turned to face the direction of the noise. A large man stepped out of a vehicle parked 50 meters away, standing at a distance with his hands raised, indicating he bore no weapons. "Hey there, I mean no harm. I noticed you have quite a bit of wood. I was hoping to barter for some or perhaps for an axe, as these trees are quite resilient. I and Amp. Oppos. V. already broken two machetes." Qiao Yunfeng glanced at the wood in her possession, contemplating how much to trade. "I don't have much. Giving you all would be unwise. How about you offer me a tool instead? Do you have anything rechargeable?" She produced a chainsaw, waving it slightly. "You're tough. I'll trade some wood for that." Qiao Yunfeng exchanged half a pile of wood for a large container of solid alcohol. The man surveyed her campsite, paused for a moment, and then departed without uttering another word. After lunch, as she resumed chopping wood, a sudden gunshot rang out, bang. Pain shot through her leg, and she fell to the ground. Blood streaming from the wound. She had been shot. "Don't move. One more twitch, and I might take another shot. Raise your hands so I can see them. Don't attempt to grab anything," a harsh male voice commanded from above, followed by the sound of footsteps entering her campsite. The gun pressed against her back. "Little girl, your camp is quite well constructed. I'll reluctantly accept it. Now, hand over all the supplies in your space, and I'll let you go. You know, killing challengers results in penalties. I'm not here to kill you, just to rob you." The voice dripped with malice and a hint of mockery. Qiao Yunfeng listened intently, discerning no other voices. It seemed there was only one assailant. However, she needed to confirm this with her own eyes. "Can I stop the bleeding first?" she asked, softening her tone to sound as though she were in excruciating pain. "That's not an option. Your current state ensures my safety. Don't waste time. The longer you delay, the worse it becomes for you," he replied, pushing the gun further into her back. It was clear that feigning weakness would yield no results. She resolved to confront him directly. "If I hand over what I have, won't that just hasten my demise? Even if you let me go, without supplies, I would still face death here. If I'm going to die, why should I make it easy for you? Huh, you're quite young. It seems you're still just a girl. I could make your death far from simple if you wish to test that. For instance, I could shoot you in the leg again or sever one of your hands," he said, his tone laced with amusement, sending chills down Qiao Yunfeng's spine. "Fine, I'll give you what you want. But how can I be assured you will let me go?" she retorted. "No, you must simply hope that I will release you. I've already stated I want to kill you. I don't wish to incur penalties. Where should I place it? That's the spirit. Stand up and slowly turn left, placing it there. If you attempt any tricks, remember my bullet is faster than you." Qiao Yunfeng carefully rose to her feet, taking 3 cautious steps to the left. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the gunman. There was indeed only one. She released some food, water, and a portion of her medical supplies. The man appeared startled, momentarily speechless. "Is this sufficient?" she inquired, turning to face him. His face contorted into a wicked grin. "And medicine too. You've got quite a stash. What a pity." Chapter 23, Round 4, Icefield Town 5. Before he could finish his sentence, Qiao Yunfeng swiftly drew a powerful flashlight, directing its blinding beam straight into his eyes. Forced to squint and turn his head, the man instinctively squeezed the trigger of the gun in his hand. Prepared for such a reaction, Qiao Yunfeng had already bent low to evade the shot. In one fluid motion, she unsheathed a dagger coated with an unknown venom and plunged it viciously into his abdomen. The man and Amp, Oppos, words were abruptly cut off as he crumpled to the ground. Seated on the ground, Qiao Yunfeng first tended to her wounds, disinfecting, applying medicine, and bandaging, before dragging the incapacitated man out of the campsite. She retrieved a chain, stripped him of his clothing, and bound him to a tree, silencing his mouth. She wondered if he would regain consciousness. If he screamed too loudly, it could attract wild beasts. Given the current outdoor temperature of -20 degrees Celsius, coupled with his blood loss, he would perish from exposure within the hour. After completing these tasks, she returned to the campsite, feeling quite fatigued. This method had been employed by someone in her past life, and she had once thought that person excessively ruthless. Now, however, she executed the actions with unwavering hands. Indeed, to survive in this challenge, one must continuously grow stronger. While one may not wish to harm others, there are many who seek to do harm to you. The man's gaze had clearly indicated his intent to not let her go. Murder and robbery were his objectives. Should he succeed, her fate would undoubtedly lead to her demise. With no alternative outcome, exhausted, Qiao Yunfeng sat in the RV, assessing her current condition, slight injuries. The supplies from her medical kit had proven remarkably effective after their upgrade. She anticipated that by evening, she would be completely healed. As she restructured the campsite, her mind reflected on the fact that this man had descended from the slope above, indicating that she needed to devise protective measures for that area as well. Her inexperience was evident. She extended the protective perimeter to include the slope, digging trenches and setting traps with wooden spikes. Such a location was indeed inconvenient for defense. Next time, she should seek a more easily defensible site. Observing the fortified barriers and the 2-meter deep trench traps surrounding the camp, she finally felt a semblance of security. Torches illuminated the area, and 2 large bonfires blazed both inside and outside the campsite. During the day, she had noticed numerous animals beginning to stir. It was possible that other creatures might approach at night. The flames had a certain deterrent effect on wildlife. Having checked all defensive measures, she was about to return to the RV to continue watching survival videos when she heard the unmistakable roar of a vehicle approaching, seemingly not far from her position. Suddenly, the sound ceased abruptly, leaving an unsettling silence. Unfortunately, it was too dark to discern anything beyond the flickering flames. Standing at the entrance of the campsite, Xiao Yunfeng scanned the direction of the noise and noticed someone running toward her. After a moment's wait, she recognized the figure. It was Shenranyan. However, she appeared to be in a rather disheveled state. Upon seeing her condition, Qiao Yunfeng's vigilance heightened instantly. She raised her weapon, aiming toward Shenranyan's direction. As the latter approached the firelight and recognized Qiao Yunfeng, she paused in shock before regaining her composure and shouting, "Qiao, there's a bear behind me. Don't let it come any closer. There are traps over there. Stand behind the bonfire," Qiao Yunfeng instructed, gesturing toward the campfire's perimeter. Shenranyan promptly veered toward the flames, her face a mask of fear and urgency. "Is it safe? I ran over here when I saw the fire," thinking the bear might be afraid of it. As they spoke, a massive white bear burst into Qiao Yunfeng and Appo's line of sight. It was enormous, likely over 2 meters tall on its hind legs, charging toward them like a small tank. The bear halted momentarily at the sight of the fire, but disregarding the flames, it resumed its charge with reckless determination. Bang! Gunfire erupted as Qiao Yunfeng steadied her nerves and began to shoot. The bear was struck but seemed unaffected, maintaining its speed as it barreled forward without a hint of slowing. Bang, bang! She fired twice more without pause, fully confident that all 3 shots had found their mark. Yet, the bear continued its relentless advance until it fell into the trench she had dug. The force of its charge, combined with its considerable weight, caused it to impale a paw on the wooden spikes hidden below. A deafening roar shattered the tranquil night, piercing through the stillness and causing pain to their eardrums. Even in this dire situation, the bear fought to escape the trap, thrashing and roaring. If not for the depth of the trench, it might have already climbed out. With the bear and Appo's unyielding struggles, the nearby fence had been battered down. This could not continue. Xiao Yunfeng resolved to intervene. If the bear kept creating such noise and chaos, it might attract other predators, escalating the situation further. She drew her dagger, laced with potent poison, and approached cautiously, aiming to strike at the bear's flailing paw. Its immense strength posed a grave threat. Should she be caught by a swipe, it could result in severe injury or worse. With meticulous care, she advanced and swung 3 times, missing each time. The bear and Appo's roars grew louder, expressing its fury. This was untenable. She needed to act decisively. Gritting her teeth, she stepped closer and struck its paw. The impact confirmed a hit, prompting her to retreat swiftly, creating distance. Despite her quick escape, she was still grazed by the bear and Appo's claw, resulting in a deep gash on her left arm that bled profusely. Had she not evaded in time, That blow could have rendered her arm useless. Pressing on the wound, she withdrew 5 more steps to widen the gap between herself and the bear, awaiting the venom to take effect. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the white bear ceased its thrashing. Xiao Yunfeng exhaled deeply, sinking to the ground to tend to her injury. "Xiao, are you all right?" Shun Ranyan exclaimed, having spotted Qiao Yunfeng's wound and instinctively wanting to rush over. However, she recalled the warning about the traps, halting her steps as she watched the bear trap below. "Dawn and Amp, Oppos, team move. I've dug trenches around here. If you come over, you'll fall in too," Qiao Yunfeng cautioned, wary of another potential injury. "Are you okay? Do you need any medicine? I have potions to restore stamina and health." Shun Ranyan, witnessing the blood streaming from Qiao Yunfeng, felt a pang of guilt, knowing the bear had pursued her. Cleaning, disinfecting, applying medicine, and bandaging, this process was becoming second nature to Qiao Yunfeng, who couldn't help but smile at her own progress. With a self-deprecating chuckle, she rose and nodded at Shun Ranyan. "Show me what you have. Send me a trade request. Lingji Immortal Brew 100 ml Stamina 70, Angelica Ginseng Goji Chicken Soup 100 ml Health 100 for any item." Upon seeing the impressive restorative values, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this girl's skills are not only proficient, they are astonishing." She set a barrel of gasoline aside, contemplating that while fleeing from the bear, Shin had abandoned her vehicle and run on foot. The car must have either crashed into a tree or run out of fuel. She hadn't heard any collision sounds, so it was likely the latter. After accepting the potion, she drank it immediately to boost her stats. She then collected the bear and Oppos' carcass, fearing that the strong scent of blood might attract other predators. If that happened, she would be forced to fight throughout the night. Shin ran in, observing the gasoline exchanged, felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. "Thank you. My car ran out of fuel. Otherwise, I wouldn't and Oppos' have had to stop earlier. I saw the flames and rushed over without thinking. I'm sorry." Qiao Yunfeng glanced at her, took a deep breath, and said, "Please bring the vehicle over. Let us stay by the fire for the night and devise our plan for tomorrow. It is certainly much safer with a bonfire at night." Shenranjan looked earnestly and sincerely at Qiao Yunfeng, saying, "Thank you, Qiao Yunfeng. I understand that the challenge has led to a certain distrust among us, but I believe in you. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Shenranjan, a chef. My possession allows me to obtain the food I have prepared daily, and there is a chance to gain random enhancement effects. I am grateful for your rescue. Should you ever need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. If I have it, I will gladly trade." Qiao Yunfeng observed Shenranjan, noting that she still hesitated to engage in too much genuine interaction with the challengers, given the harrowing experiences of her past life. Perhaps this is what people often refer to as once bitten, twice shy. "Well, if you come across any enhancement items in surplus, do not hesitate to approach me. If I possess what you desire, I assure you a fair exchange. Our shared goal is survival." Shenranjan nodded with a smile and took out a torch, walking toward the direction she had come from. Meanwhile, Qiao Yunfeng began to repair the damaged traps and barriers. Indeed, having protective measures was invaluable. Had there been no traps earlier, confronting the bear head-on would have likely resulted in severe injury or worse. As she contemplated strengthening the defenses further the next day, the aftermath of the earthquake became evident as animals began returning to the forest. Thus, her outdoor crisis was officially commencing. At precisely 8 a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 9 commenced. After breakfast, Shenranjan approached Qiao Yunfeng to bid farewell, intending to drive elsewhere to establish a camp for their final 2 days. Just as she prepared to leave, a chorus of wolf howls echoed nearby, indicating a sizable pack was approaching. "Quickly, retract the vehicle and come inside," Qiao Yunfeng shouted urgently, her priorities shifting instantly. She placed a thick door panel over the trap while Shenranjan hastily ran into the camp. Qiao Yunfeng poured oil into the pit and, pulling Shenranjan to the slope, retrieved a pile of wood from her storage, pouring oil into the trench and igniting it. A pack of grayish-white wolves dashed toward them, led by an unusually robust alpha, who threw back its head and howled, eliciting a cacophony of responses from the pack. "You stay up there and ensure the fire remains large. If it diminishes, add more wood and oil. I will go below. Remember, we must not allow the wolves to encircle us. Do you have any weapons?" Despite her outward calm, Qiao Yunfeng felt a sense of trepidation at the sight of nearly 50 wolves. The fire, fueled by oil, blazed fiercely. As the wolves drew closer, they halted at the perimeter of the roaring flames, circling restlessly. "I have a knife, but I am not skilled in combat. What should I do?" Shenronjian asked anxiously. Take this. It may prove useful if they charge, Qiao Yunfeng replied, handing her an electric baton. Keep your items that enhance your stamina and health within reach. Look after yourself. Shenronjian gripped the baton tightly, affirming, I will ensure the fire remains strong. With her final instructions given, Qiao Yunfeng descended into the camp. Observing the wolves forming a semicircle around them, howling in a coordinated fashion but refraining from attacking. After half an hour, as the fire and Oppos, S intensity waned, the Alpha's call signaled another wave of 6 or 7 wolves charging forth. Covering her nose, Qiao Yunfeng shouted, tossing a tranquilizer into the flames. As the wolves approached, a few collapsed by the fire, while others, maintaining their distance, fixated on the camp. Qiao Yunfeng dared not venture out to finish them off, but instead shot each wolf 3 times to ensure they would not rise again. She then ignited a torch and hurled it at the carcass, which caught fire instantly. The wolves, previously aggressive, momentarily ceased their assault, pacing restlessly while glaring at the camp with fierce eyes. After another half hour, the Alpha's howl rang out once more, leading another charge of 6 wolves. Qiao Yunfeng fired again, hitting all 6 shots, but only 2 fell, while 4 were injured, one of which leaped through the flames and lunged at her, ablaze. The wolf's weight and momentum knocked her to the ground, its jaws poised to strike. In a swift motion, Qiao Yunfeng drew a poisoned dagger from her side and plunged it into the wolf's belly, silencing it instantly. Feeling the threat subside, she shoved the carcass aside and rose to confront the remaining wolves. One wolf, engulfed in flames, struggled against the fence, while the other 2, wounded, retreated closer to the pack. She fired again, accurately dispatching the burning wolf, then stored the body in her space before returning to the trench to replenish the wood while keeping a vigilant eye on the wolves' movements. Despite their recent setback, the pack remained, ceasing their assault but continuing to circle, fixated on Qiao Yunfeng. Chapter 24. The fourth encounter in the icy town. Qiao Yunfeng remained vigilant, never daring to relax for even a moment. He focused intently on the movements of the wolf pack, continually adding wood to the trench to keep the fire roaring. After 10 more minutes, the howl of the lead wolf pierced the air, and, in response to the chorus of countless wolf howls, they gradually retreated. It was not until every last trace of the wolves had vanished that Qiao Yunfeng finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, he turned to Shenronjian and said, Come down. They shouldn't return anytime soon. Let us eat something before we begin chopping wood. We need to quickly reinforce our defenses. Alternatively, we could run away. Perhaps if we go far enough, they won't pursue us. Shenronjian was soaked in cold sweat, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Her clothes were drenched. It's terrifying. It's a pack of wolves. She had been paralyzed with fear as she watched the wolves attack from the slope, trembling uncontrollably and repeating, We must not let the fire die down. We cannot outrun a pack of wolves, and they are known to hold grudges. As long as we remain in this area, they will undoubtedly return to find us. Instead of wasting time, we should devise a strategy to prolong the confrontation and wear them down. Either they perish, or they retreat in fear, or perhaps our time will run out, and we must leave. Qiao Yunfeng contemplated the survival knowledge he had regarding wolves, letting out a long sigh. After being attacked by the pack, evading them would be nearly impossible. Given their vengeful nature, as long as the 2 of them remained in the woods, they would inevitably be pursued. The thought of being targeted by the wolves without any protective measures was terrifying. They could charge one by one until one's strength was completely depleted, turning a person into a meal for the pack. After a brief meal, the 2 immediately set to work. Qiao Yunfeng skillfully operated the chainsaw, sending sparks flying as he hastily constructed a barricade of wood, standing half a person's height, securing it in place, and laying another layer outside the trench. They tore up bed sheets, soaked them in oil, and attached them to the wooden barriers. The hillside was piled high with wood and oil, completely encircling their camp with 2 layers of barricades. Once they finished, they checked the time and sat in the center of the camp to rest and regain their strength. Shenronjian pulled out some stamina-restoring food and handed it to Qiao Yunfeng, saying, You should take this. It might come in handy later. All right, thank you, he replied, stowing it away. Indeed, we might face a fierce battle tonight, so it's wise to prepare extra. Do you still have some? Yes, don't worry. My combat skills may not be exceptional, but I won't be a hindrance. Honestly, I wasn't great either, but I encountered a good person who taught me a lot. Qiao Yunfeng gazed into the flames, occasionally recalling Uncle Lin, wondering if he had made it back and whether he had retrieved the package she left behind, hoping for his well-being in the future. Even knowing it was a challenge and that it might be fabricated, Uncle Lin's concern for her and the emotions flowing within her heart felt undeniably real. I must find a way to fight. Otherwise, as the challenges grow tougher, I may not survive. Shenranjian looked at the fire, sharing her thoughts. The brutal skirmish that day had imparted many lessons upon her. Stay strong. Your possessions are commendable. If you can discover a suitable attack method and coordinate effectively, you should survive until the end. Qiao Yunfeng glanced at Shenranjian, wondering why she thought of someone so fragile. Those moments of pain would often flash before her eyes unexpectedly, and the more she tried to ignore them, the more they disrupted her thoughts. As the two rested with eyes closed, a familiar wolf howl suddenly pierced the air. Indeed, the pack had returned. They sprang to their respective positions as Qiao Yunfeng quickly ignited all the bonfires and retreated to the center of the camp. This time, the pack did not linger to observe. Even in the face of the roaring flames, they charged forward without hesitation. 8 wolves lunged at them, 5 crashing directly into the barricade, igniting their fur in a blaze, causing them to roll on the ground in agony, howling in pain. 3 wolves leapt over the outer barricade and charged inside. Qiao Yunfeng fired her gun, taking down 2 wolves, while one lay on the ground, whimpering. The outer barricade was ablaze due to the oil-soaked wood, and after the first failed assault, the wolf pack did not immediately launch a second attack. Led by the alpha, they howled incessantly at the camp, their cries echoing in a relentless chorus. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for half an hour. The outer wooden barricade began to weaken under the flames, and the fire gradually diminished. Under the alpha's command, the wolves launched another assault. A dozen or so leaping over the outer barricade and charging straight for the trench. Cover your mouth and nose. Qiao Yunfeng threw her last remaining sleeping gas. The wolves that rushed in collapsed one by one after inhaling the gas, and seizing the opportunity, Qiao Yunfeng swiftly put them down, ensuring that none of the attacking wolves survived. She kept a watchful eye on the pack, daring not to turn away. Although she was aware that wolves were also attacking from the slope, her immediate focus was on the alpha, which, along with more than 10 remaining wolves, glared at her with ferocity. She could not afford to look back or lose concentration. Her entire being was fixated on the movements of the wolves. Meanwhile, Shenranjian, on the slope, noticed 2 wolves with glinting eyes staring at her from outside the fire circle, baring their sharp teeth and growling menacingly. Fear gripped her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. However, she was acutely aware that Qiao Yunfeng was engaged in battle below, unable to assist her. She had to confront the 2 fierce beasts alone. Forcing herself, she continued to feed the fire, ensuring it burned brightly. Yet, the 2 wolves leaped over the flames, charging toward her engulfed in fire. With a howl, they landed and emitted a haunting cry as they were caught in the traps. Shenranjian took a deep breath to steady herself, advancing with the electric baton to incapacitate them, then finishing them off. This tactic had been devised during their rest. Traps had been placed behind the trench on the slope, anticipating that if wolves leaped in, most would be ensnared, significantly reducing the danger. Qiao Yunfeng had placed all the traps in her space for emergencies, never anticipating they would indeed be necessary. The battle intensified as the alpha wolf howled thrice. But this time, there was no echo from the other wolves. All charged alongside the alpha toward Qiao Yunfeng, forcefully breaking through the remnants of the outer barricade, closing in on the trench. Without hesitation, Qiao Yunfeng produced grenades, throwing 3 in quick succession, their explosive sounds echoing across the hillside. Oh my heavens! What did I just witness? Shenranjian gasped, her eyes wide in shock. After the grenade explosions, the wolf pack was nearly annihilated, with only a few left whimpering on the ground. Qiao Yunfeng raised her pistol, taking down the last of the wolves, and subsequently stored their carcasses in her space. Looking up at Shenranjian, she declared, "You can come down now. It should be safe." After all, the Wolf King had just been subdued by her. Observing Shenranjian gazing at her in a daze, silent and motionless, she called out once more. This time, there was finally a reaction. Noticing the hesitant expression on Shenranjian's face, Qiao Yunfeng perceived her fear. She thought about how the girl had never faltered throughout, even managing to deal with the wolf on her own. Smiling gently to reassure Shenranjian, she said, "It is unlikely that anything will trouble us tonight. Tomorrow, we shall depart. There is no need for excessive worry." Shenranjian's lips quivered slightly, but she remained silent. Deep down, she yearned to inquire whether they could exchange for a few grenades. Yet, she understood that such potent weaponry would not be easily traded, even if Qiao Yunfeng were willing. She had nothing of value to offer. It would be unreasonable to expect the esteemed figure to simply gift her such items. Perhaps she could wait until she had something worthwhile, perhaps a nourishing food with enhanced effects, to propose an exchange later. Resolving her thoughts, she laid the wolf she had slain on the ground, explaining, "This is the wolf that fell into your traps. I stunned it with an electric baton before delivering the final blow. It is all yours." Qiao Yunfeng glanced at the two wolf carcasses on the ground. Reflecting on the arduous day they had endured, she lifted her gaze to comfort Shinran, saying, "These spoils are yours to keep. Please check above for any remaining creatures. If you find any, gather them. I will venture outside to see if there are any injured ones that escaped." The two separated, each taking a torch to meticulously inspect their surroundings. Once they confirmed the area was secure, Shinran released her vehicle outside the camp, positioning herself near the warmth of the campfire. "I shall rest here. You should also get some sleep," she suggested. Through the day's interactions, Shinran had discovered that Qiao Yunfeng was kind-hearted and capable, albeit somewhat reclusive. When approached, she seemed to tense up, prompting Shinran to retreat from the camp. Lying in her vehicle, she pondered, it appears even the formidable have their undisclosed habits. She wondered if her actions today would leave a more favorable impression on Qiao Yunfeng. Qiao Yunfeng was genuinely delighted by Shinran's initiative. She thought to herself that if Shinran were to return for an exchange in the future, she would ensure to provide her with more resources, as long as her own stock was sufficient. At precisely 8 a.m., the announcement rang out. Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 10 begins. The challenge will conclude at 4 p.m. After the exhaustion of the previous day, both women rose later than usual. Shinran inquired about any tasks they could undertake. "We could gather some wood and snow, freezing it into ice blocks for convenience later," Xiao Yunfeng suggested. Thus, they divided their labor. Shinran melted snow for water outside the camp, while Qiao Yunfeng resumed her role as a lumberjack. It was only by afternoon that they sat down to share a meal, organizing their supplies and recuperating their energy. During their conversation, they recounted some experiences from the first 3 rounds and voiced their frustrations regarding the commencement of this challenge. In their dialogue, Qiao Yunfeng learned that not all challengers participated in the same environment. While they faced similar challenges, they did not necessarily share the same location. Information visible in the discussion forum pertained only to those in the same vicinity. If one were in a different setting, they could not send messages or trade. "How did you come to know this?" Xiao Yunfeng inquired, her curiosity piqued by Shinran and Appo's knowledge, as she had yet to grasp this distinction. "A person from the first round who traded food with me added me as a friend. In the 3rd round, he found himself trapped by rats without food and attempted to contact me for more supplies. However, he could not send messages or trade requests. He thought I had failed the challenge. It was only after he saw my trade post in the discussion forum that he reached out to me for additional stamina-boosting food," Shinran explained. "That's when I realized, with 3 million participants, the number of challengers in any given scene couldn't possibly be so vast." This was information that Qiao Yunfeng, a solitary individual by nature, could not have discerned. It seemed prudent for her to engage with other challengers, as it might lead to new insights or discoveries. As their pleasant conversation continued, the clock struck 4 p.m., signifying their return. "Welcome back, challengers. Congratulations on successfully completing the 4th round of the Icebound Town Challenge. Your level has increased by 1. The announcement continued. Current status evaluated as good. Rewards: 3 portions, health 100. Stamina 100, space 1m×1m. Source crystals, 300. Special reward: as you have successfully eliminated the Icebound Overlord, the Appo's, Grey Wolf Clan, and Appo's, you have received the following bonuses. 1. You possess an instinctual ability to sense malice from all creatures. 2. You can swiftly identify your opponent's fatal weaknesses. 3. All animals will now fear you threefold. The 5th challenge would commence at 7 a.m. 3 days hence. Seated beside the campfire in the cave, watching the delicate snowflakes drift outside, she noted the temperature had noticeably dropped. Her wristband indicated that the current population had dwindled to 10 million, and from now on, each return to reality would come with a total population update. Relishing the warmth of her hot pot, she contemplated the special reward, animal fear increased threefold, which implied that any creature would instinctively cower upon encountering her. If she hoped to coax a stray cat or entice a dog, such endeavors now seemed futile. Nonetheless, aside from this concern, she found much to appreciate. As she savored the hot pot, the only sound accompanying the gentle snowfall was the silence that enveloped the world. Reminiscing about the once vibrant chorus of insects and birds, she felt a pang of nostalgia. Indeed, the world had grown exceedingly quiet. Chapter 25, fifth challenge. Zombie World Shun Ranjan gazed at her final special reward, a self-deprecating chuckle escaping her lips. Was this truly what they referred to as riding on the coattails of a big shot for experience? Her successful assistance in vanquishing the Icefield tyrant, the Grey Wolf clan, had significantly increased her chances of triggering random rewards, despite her pride being slightly bruised by the notion of clinging to others for support. Her beaming smile betrayed her inner delight, clearly inscribing the words delightful upon her visage. On the second day of her rest, Qiao Yunfeng seemed to hear some distant sounds. Retrieving her binoculars, she meticulously observed the valley across the mountains, noting that someone was chopping wood. It appeared that the residents of the city had ventured into the mountains, presumably preparing to settle there. Should she, after this respite, contemplate relocating? She pulled out her map for a thorough examination, considering the current weather conditions. Snow had begun to fall, and the temperatures would likely plummet further. Remaining in the mountains would undoubtedly make outdoor living increasingly arduous as the chill deepened. If she were to return to the city now and find an unoccupied house, it would surely be far more comfortable than a cave, regardless of how cold it became. As time passed, the population would dwindle, leaving behind numerous vacant houses. Finding a solitary refuge should pose no challenge. With the fifth challenge commencing tomorrow, she resolved to tidy up and venture into the city to secure a suitable dwelling. Returning to her cave, she resumed watching survival videos while sipping coffee and occasionally nibbling on jerky and snacks as snowflakes danced gently outside. The moment arrived for the commencement of the fifth challenge. 7:00 a.m., time to enter the challenge. Disaster Survival Challenge, 5th round, Zombie World. Once a prosperous and beautiful coastal city, it has now succumbed to an unknown virus, transforming into a haven for zombies and a hell for survivors. The virus has been rampant for 3 weeks, prompting the government to establish a human shelter 50 kilometers outside the city. All citizens must make their own way there. As a survivor in this city, it is your responsibility to eliminate zombies. You must reach the human shelter to register your identity. Survival duration, 10 days. In this challenge, personally killing other challengers will result in a rank reduction. Reaching 0 will lead to automatic death. The fifth challenge is about to commence. A reward of 6,000 gold coins is at stake. You possess 400 source crystals. Please select from the following items. Each round offers a random selection of 10,000 items. 1. Space 1M×1M, 200 source crystals. 2. Space 1M×1M, 200 source crystals. 3. Universal Antidote. Reduces the probability of poisoning by 70 when consumed. 400 source crystals. Noticing the availability of 2 spaces, Qiao Yunfeng vacillated between choosing space and the universal antidote for 3 seconds. Observing the dwindling quantity of spaces, she promptly made a decisive purchase of 2 spaces, expending all 400 source crystals. Name, Qiao Yunfeng level 5, upgradable. Each successful disaster challenge increases level by 1. Gender, female challenges participated. 5 health, 730 stamina, 740 status. Good space, 19M×19M, upgradable. Possessions, level 5 medical kit, double space while retaining original effectiveness. A random medicine appears daily. Following the upgrade of her medical kit, not only did its size increase, but it would also yield a random medicine each day. This was splendid news. Should she be fortunate enough to receive a vitality recovery agent, it would save her a significant amount of source crystals. Although she was acutely aware that such thoughts were merely wishful thinking, Qiao Yunfeng found herself seated on a grimy mat, surrounded by 20 or so young men and women scattered about. The environment resembled a supermarket, and at her feet lay a substantial backpack, bulging with supplies. A male voice, deliberately lowered, resonated in the air. Classmates, in 1 hour, we will depart. Please be cautious and avoid making loud noises, as the zombies will be drawn to sound. Stay close together. Once the vehicle starts moving, the noise will surely attract them. If you see zombies approaching, do not scream or call out. If we unite, we will surely reach the shelter safely. Raising her gaze, Qiao Yunfeng recognized a young man addressing the group, while the others nodded eagerly in agreement. Ensure all your belongings are secured. Ladies, check the weight of your backpacks. If they are too heavy, Yuan and Appos, be able to run. Should you fall behind, we will not return for you, as we all wish to survive. The young man approached the group of girls, scrutinizing their heavily laden backpacks. Though we are traveling by vehicle, if the roads are blocked, we will need to run. Keep the weight manageable. If you cannot keep pace, you will be left behind. If we do not exit the city before nightfall, when the zombies become more active, we will truly be stranded. Please double-check your supplies. After imparting his advice, he returned to the other boys, continuing to converse quietly with them. Several girls exchanged concerned glances, one of them pouting dismissively. Another immediately opened her backpack, extracting a large bottle of mineral water, while another approached the boys, engaging one in conversation. Qiao Yunfeng peered into her own backpack, confirming it was indeed packed with various foods and water, feeling its weight as she gently turned to the girl beside her. Do you know where the shelter is? The girl raised an eyebrow, replying, Isn't it that new government school built outside the western part of the city? We discussed this, didn't we? If you check the map we received, it will be clear. Having barely arrived 3 minutes prior, Qiao Yunfeng opened the small pocket of her backpack and discovered a map. Unfolding it, she noticed a circle marked in red, clearly indicating the shelter. She inquired further, Where are we now? The girl examined the map closely and pointed to a position slightly northeast. We should be around here. We've been walking for a day and are nearing the city. Ideally, we need to exit the city today. There are too many zombies there. Studying the map intently, Qiao Yunfeng recalled the initial hint. This is a port city. Their current location was quite close to the port, situated directly north, while the shelter lay in the southwestern outskirts of the city, requiring them to traverse the entire urban area. Glancing at the cargo ship area, the passenger ship zone, and the private docking area on the map, she remembered the yacht she had coveted but could not afford, quietly contemplating whether she should explore the port. With all this food, are we not supposed to pay for anything? She inquired, lightly touching her bag. The girl turned her head and replied softly, Who would we pay? Given the circumstances. If we weren't burdened, who wouldn't he want to take more? We have no idea when we will have food again. It seemed they could indeed take what they wished. Relieved, she began to strategize how to discreetly distance herself from the group without drawing attention. Perhaps she could intentionally lag behind when the time came to move. Carefully studying the map, she plotted a course to the port while quietly listening to the hushed conversations around her. Do you think these boys will really abandon us? We all graduated from the same school. Would they truly leave us behind? Who knows? But you saw that they are busy fighting zombies. They likely lack the energy to assist us. I and Oppos am so scared. Why is this happening? We finally made it out of school. I thought it would be better. Stop crying. What if you attract the zombies? Be strong. What good does crying do now? He is right. If we do not traverse through the city center during the day, the zombies will emerge at night, and we may become trapped. The large shopping malls in the city center are interconnected. The number of zombies now equals the number of people who once thronged there. Why has the military come to rescue us? If we could hitch a ride with a military vehicle, we would surely be safe. Enough of this thinking. Gather your belongings and prepare to depart shortly. Yes, let us all muster our strength. Having escaped from the school, we can certainly reach the shelter safely. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the disaster survival challenge commenced. The lead boy secured the supplies on his back, wielding a baseball bat, and softly urged his classmates, Let us go. One by one, they rose from the ground, shouldered their backpacks, and cautiously descended the stairs, gently stepping out of the supermarket. Outside lay a scene of chaos, with debris scattered everywhere. 2 zombies wandered aimlessly, while 4 boys, in pairs, advanced towards them, striking the zombies' heads forcefully with their bats. After several blows, the zombies fell to the ground, motionless. The moment Qiao Yunfeng laid eyes on the zombies, she perceived their fatal weakness to be the head. The boy's actions confirmed her suspicion. The special reward was indeed useful. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice that everyone had quickly begun boarding the vehicle, leaving her as the last one behind. In front of her, 4 or 5 people lined up to get in, when suddenly a zombie emerged from around a nearby wall, advancing directly towards them. Though its pace was slow, it startled one girl into a scream. The piercing cry immediately attracted more zombies. Seeing this, the others hurriedly squeezed into the vehicle, which had already started moving. The noise of the engine drew even more zombies, and as the vehicle accelerated away, Qiao Yunfeng was forgotten, left behind. Observing the zombies distracted by the sound of the car, she swiftly returned to the supermarket, locked the door, and went upstairs to gather the remaining usable supplies. Packing several shelves into her space. Now alone, she decided to head north towards the port, hoping to find a yacht, and then proceed to the shelter. Driving? The roar of the engine would surely attract a horde of zombies. Being unfamiliar with the roads and observing the poor conditions outside, she realized that if her car were to become stuck, she would likely be surrounded by zombies, a perilous situation. No, driving was out of the question. She would have to walk. Loud noises would attract zombies, so she could not use her handgun. It was midsummer, and the sun blazed down mercilessly. She applied a cooling patch, donned her leather armor, gripped a red silk machete in her right hand, held a shield in her left, and put on a sun hat before descending the stairs once more. Inside the vehicle that had escaped the zombies, tension filled the air as everyone urged the driver to go faster. There are too many zombies behind us. Hurry. The boy at the wheel, overwhelmed by their demands, felt the tension build in his muscles. Stop pushing me. If I go any faster, we'll flip. Suddenly, a zombie appeared in the road ahead. As the driver attempted to turn, someone yanked his arm, urging him to steer clear. In a moment of desperation, he slammed down on the accelerator, crashing into the zombie with a sickening thud, splattering the front windshield with dark, viscous blood. A girl finally broke down, unable to contain her tears. Stop crying. It's infuriating, one of the boys shouted. Quiet down and stay alert. The leader patted the driver's shoulder. I'll take over once we get past this stretch. Just hold on. The weeping girl buried her face in her backpack, biting down on the strap as she silently expressed her fear. The vehicle sped away from the zombies, racing past, while the rest failed to notice that one classmate was missing. Qiao Yunfeng took a few sips of iced coffee and continued her journey. Wearing leather armor in this heat was uncomfortable, yet the zombie virus was no trivial matter. A single bite or scratch could deplete her life force. Cautiously stepping onto the main street, she observed the zombies meandering about. They were sluggish now, and as long as she kept her distance, they would not charge at her. She had tested this theory multiple times in the alley and confirmed that these zombies relied on sound and scent to identify their prey, being particularly sensitive to noise, while their olfactory response required proximity of about 2 meters. Walking north along the main road, she occasionally spotted other survivors, mostly in groups heading south, primarily on foot. Among them, a group of young people rode bicycles, loaded with supplies, moving at a brisk pace. The bicycles were relatively quiet, proving to be an excellent mode of transportation. Inspired by the cyclists, she sought out a bicycle shop and managed to find 2 mountain bikes suitable for riding. She mounted one and continued towards the port. After confirming her direction twice and changing routes 3 times, she finally arrived at the private docking area, now hiding in a second-floor room across the street. She observed the situation through binoculars. The zombies on the main road were sparse. The private docking area was enclosed by a wall, necessitating entry through the service center and Oppo's S-gate. The gate stood wide open, with a dozen zombies wandering nearby, but the interior remained obscured. Charging an unprepared could lead to being surrounded by a horde. This plan would not suffice. Chapter 26, Scene 5, Zombie World 2. Qiao Yunfeng carefully surveyed the surrounding terrain and retrieved the alarm clock she had collected from the supermarket. She descended the stairs and placed the clock approximately 100 meters behind the road, setting a 3-minute timer. Swiftly, she rode back and concealed herself around the street corner. Before long, the alarm began to ring, its sound resonating through the tranquil port and immediately drawing the attention of the nearby zombies, who began to shuffle toward its source. From her hiding spot, she observed several zombies emerging from the service center across the street. With the entrance now vacant, she seized the opportunity to dart across the road and into the service center. In that instant, she collided head-on with 3 sluggish zombies. They raised their arms, mouths agape, lunging towards her. While wielding her shield for protection, she swiftly dispatched the 3 zombies and hastened towards the docking area behind. There, a variety of yachts were moored. Navigating through the dock's passage, she searched diligently and was delighted to discover the yacht she had long coveted but could not afford. Gradually approaching, she ensured that no zombies were in sight before boarding the vessel. After inspecting the entire boat and confirming it was devoid of zombies, she promptly stored it in her spatial inventory. Turning back, she made her way outside, only to find the zombies, previously drawn away by the sound, now aimlessly wandering about. She retrieved her bicycle and pedaled swiftly out of the area. Her next destination was the gas station, as the zombie outbreak had only just entered its 3rd week, and she anticipated finding a substantial amount of fuel there. With her increasing need for fuel, it was imperative to stockpile it for peace of mind. As she rode, she eliminated solitary zombies, carefully circumventing any clusters. By the time she spotted the gas station, dusk had settled, and she recalled that the zombies would be more active at night. Thus, it was prudent to seek a safe haven for the night. Though the gas station was tantalizingly close, she rationally opted to retreat to a nearby residential complex. After swiftly clearing the zombies in front of the lodging building, she ascended to the 5th floor, finding a room with an open door, and quickly slipped inside. Once she confirmed the room was clear, she secured the door and barricaded it with her off-road vehicle. Closing all the windows, she finally allowed herself to relax and let out a sigh of relief. Having worn her leather armor all day, she was indeed fatigued. In the living room, she cleared a small area to set up her RV, filling it with warm water for a soothing bath. After changing into fresh clothes, she felt rejuvenated, comfortably seated within the RV, enjoying cold noodles. She activated her wristband and scrolled through the discussion forum. Suddenly, a new notification appeared. Zombie kill count, 89. Was this a new addition? The challenge began with the message. Eliminating zombies is your responsibility, implying that killing zombies was part of the task. Curious, she checked the forum to see if others had received the same notification. Help! I and Oppos am trapped in a building, and there are zombies everywhere. Who can rescue me? I have supplies. Do you all have the zombie kill count displayed? Does anyone know its significance? I don't and Oppos. No, but I have it too. Just save yourself. No one will come to your aid. I have it too. But I have no idea what it and amp. Oppos. S4. Every time I kill a zombie, the number increases. This challenge is too daunting. I panic every time I see a zombie. What should I do? Decide whether you're more afraid of dying or of the zombies, and that will guide your actions. I was surrounded as soon as I stepped out. If it were an and Oppos, T for the military passing by, I and Oppos, DB done for. Does anyone know where the shelter is? I and Oppos, V been alone since I arrived. And I haven and Oppos, T seen a single person. Wow, your luck is incredible. The shelter is southwest of the city, about 50 kilometers outside. Just head out of the city, and you'll find signs along the road. How do you know this? You're not already there, are you? Yes, I had good fortune today and followed the military. I'm already in the shelter. There's food, drink, and rooms. I can even bathe and sleep. Good luck to you all. Are you just boasting? That and amp, Oppos, that's rather cruel. I've been bitten. What should I do? It says I'm in a poisoned state. Am I going to turn into a zombie? On the first day? How did you get bitten? They move so slowly. Couldn't you have run faster? I saw someone run into a horde of zombies and get bitten to death. We and Oppos, all terrified now. Someone help me. Qiao Yunfeng read through these messages and glanced at her medical kit. The random medication she received on the first day was a cough suppressant, which indicated that just one sip would stop coughing, a useful item, though currently unnecessary. So she decided to save it. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 2 begins. Notification echoed in her mind as she diligently cleared the gas station. The number of zombies inside was minimal, and within half an hour, she had eradicated them all. Excitedly, she approached the parked fuel truck, which, to her astonishment, was completely full. Without hesitation, she stored it within her spatial inventory. She then retrieved empty barrels and continued to fill them with fuel, remaining vigilant for any new zombies that might wander in. After filling 10 barrels and stowing them away, she noticed her spatial inventory was nearly full. With a hint of regret, she glanced at the fuel pump, pondering why her space was so limited. Just as she contemplated reorganizing her inventory, her wristband displayed a new zombie kill count, 128, with a note indicating it was redeemable. Curiosity piqued, she clicked on the redeem option, which informed her that she had acquired a piece of land, level 1, for cultivation. Surprised, she perused the land's details, realizing that the kill count could be exchanged for land. This plot was capable of supporting crops, meaning she could cultivate her own food. Immediately, her mind raced with visions of fruits, vegetables, and rice. In a world where plants could no longer thrive, this land offered a glimmer of hope. Fueled by this newfound incentive, Xiao Yunfeng was determined to continue eliminating zombies, for that land was a precious resource. She excitedly retrieved her map, re-examining her route to the shelter. Initially, her plan was to gather fuel and follow the others straight through the city center to the shelter. However, now that she understood the significance of killing zombies, she resolved to seek out areas abundant with them, strategically planning to maximize her kill count before proceeding. If all challengers realized the benefits of killing zombies, many would undoubtedly return to the city to hunt them down. The map indicated a commercial center to the south, a location likely bustling with zombies and not far from her current position. Qiao Yunfeng promptly mounted her bicycle and sped towards it. Upon nearing the commercial center, she took out her binoculars and found a vantage point to carefully observe the terrain and the distribution of zombies. Indeed, the number of zombies here was substantial. The thought of the land she could reclaim by eliminating them filled her with exhilaration. After several deep breaths, she suppressed the urge to charge in recklessly. Rationality reminded her that if she rushed in without a plan, she might perish before she could even slay a single zombie. Thus, she resolved to strategize meticulously, prioritizing her safety above all else. She meticulously assessed the weapons at her disposal and identified 2 viable escape routes on the map. Subsequently, she cleared the zombies along these paths, ensuring no threats remained. To further fortify her position, she obstructed both ends of these routes with abandoned vehicles, preventing any other zombies from wandering in from nearby streets. With all defensive measures in place, she returned to the commercial district. Using her binoculars, she located a promising vantage point, a second-floor restaurant across from the mall. The entrance below faced the commercial area and stood ajar. While she noted the absence of zombies on the upper level, one window was slightly open, providing an escape route should the situation become dire. Calculating the distance, she hurled a grenade toward the mall entrance, the explosion resonating loudly and drawing the attention of nearby zombies, who began to shuffle toward the sound. After a minute, she launched another grenade, which claimed several undead lives while attracting even more. The 2 explosions summoned a horde of wandering zombies, and seizing the moment, she swiftly pedaled her bicycle into the chosen shop, drew her handgun, and secured the door. After confirming the first floor was zombie-free, she locked the door from the inside and barricaded it with furniture, then ascended to the second floor. After ensuring the upper level was secure, she strategically placed animal traps on the stairs and positioned herself at a window, firing her handgun to systematically eliminate the zombies below. The gunshots lured more of the undead to her location. As the zombies congregated and began to assault her makeshift barricade, she tossed another grenade into their midst. The box of grenades she had acquired earlier rested quietly beside her. The cacophony of battle attracted several nearby challengers, who watched in awe as zombies fell in droves under her relentless firepower. The spectators, filled with longing, yearned to join the fray. Those brave enough to remain in the urban chaos had already recognized the rewards of slaying zombies. Their presence in the city was fueled by the desire to amass as many kills as possible in the limited time available, drawn to the area by its abundant undead. The onlookers, torn between desire and caution, hesitated as they witnessed the carnage. Suddenly, a man burst from around a corner, attacking a lone zombie with remarkable speed and skill, swiftly dispatching it before turning his attention to another. The attention of the zombie shifted entirely to the sound of gunfire from Qiao Yunfeng, allowing the man to strike without resistance. As he continued his assault, the crowd watched in amazement. He had already slain 5 zombies in a matter of moments. Unable to contain their excitement any longer, the spectators rushed forward, abandoning reason for instinct. Fortunately, even in their impulsive state, they retained some semblance of caution, focusing on clearing the perimeter rather than plunging into the fray. The battle on Qiao Yunfeng's front was fierce, had she not preemptively established her barricade of vehicles. The zombies might have surged into the first floor. After hurling 5 grenades in various directions, the pressure lessened slightly. If not for her infinite ammo weapon, she would not have dared to be so reckless. Standing at the second-floor window, she executed precise shots, each bullet finding its mark and dropping a zombie with swift efficiency. 2 hours of continuous combat left her utterly exhausted. Even with her stamina exceeding 700, she felt the toll of fatigue creeping in. Her arms ached, muscles protesting against the extended tension. Applying ointment from her medical kit to alleviate the soreness, she swallowed stamina-boosting pills and resolved to persevere. This territory was too valuable to squander. Oblivious to her current kill count and lacking time to check, she continued firing and occasionally tossing grenades. After 3 hours of relentless assault, the swarm of zombies in the commercial plaza finally began to dwindle, with most of the nearby undead having already converged upon her position. Sighing in relief, she prepared to wrap things up and follow her pre-planned escape route to find a safe haven and assess her day and Appo's bounty. Meanwhile, challengers who had been battling on the periphery noticed the reduced number of zombies and eagerly surged into the shops of the commercial street to scavenge for supplies. Their coordinated assault inadvertently lured away some of the clustered zombies. Xiao Yunfeng swiftly cleared the remaining zombies at the entrance and pedaled away at a rapid pace. What she needed most now was a moment of tranquility. At the entrance of a nearby residential complex, she drew her machete and dispatched a few lingering zombies before ascending into an apartment, barricading the door with her off-road vehicle and securing all the windows. Anxiously, she activated her wrist device, revealing her kill count to 789. Chapter 27, Scene 5, Zombie World 3. Qiao Yunfeng swiftly clicked to redeem. And this time she exchanged for merely 24 plots of land. Alongside the previous one, she now possessed a total of 25 plots, forming a perfect square adjacent to her space. Zombie kills, 389. The subsequent redeem option had extinguished, likely having reached the limit. However, the count continued. There must be some other utility for it. Once she had recuperated, she would resume her hunt to explore any additional uses, happily savoring her cold noodles. She reflected on today's endeavors. The grenades had been consumed in considerable quantity, and if she intended to continue exterminating zombies, she would need to exchange for more. Truly, these grenades were a miraculous tool for slaying zombies. I would like to exchange for another box of grenades. Do you have any? Qiao Yunfeng sent a message. But after a prolonged wait, she received no response. It remained uncertain whether her message had gone unnoticed or if they were simply not in the same scene. Her attention was drawn to the newly acquired land. Its emptiness felt wasteful. Perhaps she should attempt to plant something. After rummaging through her supplies without finding any seeds, she decided to wash a peach. After consuming the fruit, she buried the pit in the ground, which indicated the plot was now occupied and would take 10 days to grow. Reading that notification filled her heart with immense satisfaction. This was splendid. Henceforth, she would never lack for food, especially fruits. Her space was now replete with resources, nearly devoid of vacant areas. A camper van, 2 off-road vehicles, and a yacht were occupying substantial space. She retrieved several large bags and prepared to create emergency supply packages, distributing them among the camper, yacht, and the 2 off-roaders. The camper and Oppo's storage held 6 barrels of gasoline, while the refrigerator and the roof cabinets brimmed with food and various beverages. Thick blankets and mats adorned the bedside. The yacht also contained 6 barrels of gasoline and everyday necessities, with the cabin's sofa cabinet filled to the brim with supplies. Both off-road vehicles had their trunks filled with assorted categorized provisions, thus freeing up some space within her storage. Organizing supplies had become her favorite pastime since her rebirth. Gazing upon her bounteous space instilled a sense of security within her, assuring her that she would survive until the end. Bao Xianming had an exceptionally thrilling day. He discovered that after killing over 100 zombies, he could redeem life-restoring potions, which was astounding. Each potion replenished 50 health points. If he could exchange for more, it would be a lifesaver. Initially, he had been near the commercial district, luring zombies one by one, retreating to the buildings to rest when fatigued, and upon regaining stamina, he ventured out once more. Throughout the morning, he managed to slay fewer than 50 zombies. Yet, by the afternoon, he had astonishingly defeated nearly 300. He chuckled with joy at the thought of continuing this spree tomorrow. However, he pondered where the influential figure would be hunting tomorrow. If he could follow in the footsteps of that expert, surely he could also enjoy a gratifying spree as he had today. He was curious about how many zombies that expert had slain. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 3 commenced. Qiao Yunfeng planned to first enter the shelter to complete her identity registration before returning to the city to clear out zombies. Fully armed, she descended and retrieved her bicycle. Adhering to the route she had planned the previous day, bypassing the main urban area. Once outside the city, the road conditions improved significantly, allowing her to accelerate in her off-road vehicle. Upon nearing the outskirts, the sign indicated that the shelter was only 35 kilometers away. On the map, she noticed a road leading south for 10 kilometers, which led to a farm. Considering that her 25 plots of land lacked usable seeds, she thought perhaps the farm might have some. Parking outside the farm, she meticulously surveyed the area with binoculars. It appeared to be a quaint tourist village, with each home adorned with distinct signs advertising lodging, farmhouse cuisine, roasted lamb, and more. The number of zombies wandering within the farm seemed considerable. However, due to the narrow streets and the spacious yards in front of each house, the zombies were dispersed and did not cluster like they did in the commercial area. Contemplating her approach, she realized yesterday's strategy might not suffice. She would first attempt to lure them out using sound. If too many emerged at once, she would retreat to the roadway, as these zombies were not particularly swift and could not outrun her vehicle. Additionally, being in the outskirts, the surrounding area was flat and unobstructed, making it easy to drive. Prepared, she drove forward for a stretch, then executed a sharp turn, halting her vehicle across the road. Rolling down the window, she began picking off zombies one by one with her gun. The sudden screech of her brakes, combined with the gunfire, attracted the attention of zombies from the farm, who surged towards her. When the number of zombies became overwhelming and she could not shoot them all, Qiao Yunfeng swiftly drove away. The zombies pursued her vehicle, and after gaining sufficient distance, she stopped again to continue her shooting. Once the zombies clustered again, she repeated the process of driving and shooting. After a day spent akin to flying a kite, she finally exterminated all the zombies in the farm. Gulping down some ice water, she lamented that if she hadn't wanted to conserve grenades, she wouldn't have worn herself out so. Driving into the farm as dusk approached. She found a house, inspected it thoroughly, and secured the yard gate. She decided to rest there for the night. As she prepared her dinner and activated her wristband, she finally noticed a response. "Boss, I'm here. Are you available? I would like to exchange for gasoline." Still exchanging? The last message had been sent an hour ago while she was preoccupied with the zombies, and she hadn't noticed. She was uncertain if the other party still required it. "Yes, how many liters do you want to exchange?" "Boss, you finally replied. I would like to exchange for 300 liters. "Sure, send a transaction request." She glanced at the pile of barrels for gasoline and promptly received a transaction request from the other party, offering a box of grenades for 300 liters of gasoline. She clicked to agree, receiving the grenades, and her mind began to plan her next zombie hunting expedition. "Boss, may I ask if you are the one who mentioned in the discussion forum that you single-handedly bombarded zombies in the commercial district for an entire afternoon?" Qiao Yunfeng was slightly taken aback. "Yesterday? The commercial district?" "Yes. Everyone in the discussion forum is talking about gathering together to hunt zombies, but they fear being overwhelmed by too many." Then someone mentioned that an expert single-handedly cleared an entire area of zombies in the commercial district without stopping his bullets or grenades. "Was that you?" "It should be me." "Boss, I just want to ask how you accomplished that. Could you teach me? I can offer you another box of grenades. I wish to hunt zombies like that too." It seemed that everyone was now aware of the potential for redeeming zombie kills, and they were all eager to increase their numbers. Offering another box of grenades was a tempting proposition. Nevertheless, even if he shared his method, without infinite bullets or perfect accuracy, survival was not guaranteed. "You might not be able to use my method. First, you need to ensure every shot hits the zombies and oppos, heads. The grenades are merely supplementary, to be used only when they gather in large numbers." "Boss, I apologize for the intrusion. Farewell." Qiao Yunfeng felt exasperated. A box of grenades had just slipped away, which was indeed a pity. She noted her zombie kill count, 1483, but the redemption option still remained unlit. What could be the reason? Has the exchange ended? Did it time out? Or is the quantity insufficient? Let's open the discussion forum and see if others have different opinions. Tomorrow, I plan to venture into the city to hunt zombies. Anyone interested in joining me to form a team? How shall we organize? Whoever lands the hit claims the kill. Yet there is bound to be some competition for the takedowns. Moreover, zombies possess remarkable hearing. Even the slightest noise can draw a horde. It's evident that everyone wishes to score more kills. Who would envy an expert who can single-handedly clear an entire commercial street? But one must truly possess such skill to achieve that. Is it really just one person? Did anyone spot the expert yesterday? With so many, it seems implausible for one individual to handle them all. I was nearby, and indeed, it was just one person. The sound of gunfire was distinctly individual shots. If there were two people, there should be at least two guns firing. Let us elaborate on how it was accomplished. Can we learn from their methods to improve our own efforts? Yes, please detail the process. If one person can't manage, perhaps a group of 3 to 5 could give it a try. Everyone can share their techniques. I find it quite challenging. The expert was on the second floor, unreachable by the zombies, and their marksmanship was exceptionally precise. Although visibility outside was limited, it seemed they were taking down one zombie per shot. When the zombies below became overwhelming, they simply tossed grenades. I was outside and engaged in quite a bit of combat myself. It was indeed exhilarating. Alas, my stamina eventually waned. I was also on the periphery. The expert continued to hunt for more than 3 hours while I had already replenished my stamina twice. I remained puzzled as to how their endurance could last so long. Could it be that utilizing firearms consumes less stamina? We, fearing the noise might attract more zombies, rely on melee weapons and continuously swing them, which must surely deplete stamina at a greater rate than using a gun. It has become clear to me that I lack the conditions for solo hunting. I shall stick to safer spots for combat. If we gather a group of 10 or so and split into teams of 5 to rotate attacks, could we achieve the same results as the expert's solo endeavors? It's worth a try, although ammunition and grenades would be rapidly depleted, and once gunfire erupts, zombies swarm at an alarming pace. I am definitely heading back to the city tomorrow. For those interested, let us meet at the shelter entrance to discuss our strategies. Strength lies in numbers. Making it faster than hunting alone. All right, I'll be there tomorrow as well. Are we truly hunting together? When a horde of zombies emerges, does it become a race for who can run the fastest? If you hunt solo and a horde appears, you must run too. It seems they lack any substantial suggestions. Indeed, after going in circles, the questions return to their origins. In this survival challenge, the trust among participants is rather tenuous. Cooperation? It's uncertain whether they will truly achieve their desired outcomes. If there is mutual distrust, the effectiveness of collaboration is likely to suffer. I should seek out seeds. The primary task upon arriving at the farm is to cultivate all 25 plots of land, filling them with diverse vegetables and fruits. After an extensive search throughout the house, I finally located corn, potatoes, and various vegetable seeds in the cellar of the backyard. Each type of seed was planted in a separate plot to observe how they would grow. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the fourth day of the disaster survival challenge commenced. After 2 hours of scouring every building on the farm, I uncovered a significant number of usable seeds, carefully categorized and stored in my inventory. I anticipate that these 25 plots will soon be brimming with produce. I designated 10 plots for fruit cultivation, while the remaining 15 will be rotated for various vegetables and grains. I smoothly drove to the shelter, and upon completing my identity registration, a voice echoed in my mind. Identity registration completed at the human shelter. With the requirements fulfilled, I could now arrange my remaining time as I pleased. I drove back to the city. Having already identified another potential zombie hunting location on the map, the snack street, I sped into the city, switched to my bicycle, and approached the snack street, where I discovered a challenger team already clearing zombies. Their numbers were considerable, around 30 individuals, and half of them were resting on the side. As I walked over, they merely glanced up without much reaction. I found a spot on the second floor, taking out my binoculars to carefully observe the surrounding situation and layout. The location they chose for extermination was indeed commendable. It was the narrowest entrance among several on the snack street, allowing only pedestrian passage, with several S-shaped iron barriers positioned in the middle of the road. Consequently, even if zombies surged forth, these barriers would impede their advance, granting the team precious moments to retaliate or escape. Indeed, those who could endure until the 5th round and dare to hunt zombies in the city possess considerable skill. My objective was to find an appropriate location to replicate yesterday's strategy, now with the added factor of avoiding proximity to these challengers. After searching, I discovered a suitable entrance at the rear of the snack street, adjacent to a building by a river. If zombies amassed too densely, I could leap from the second floor directly into the river and retreat by boat. With my target set, I quietly approached, utilizing only my machete to dispatch all nearby zombies, taking care to avoid drawing more into the fray. Chapter 28, Scene 5. As Qiao Yunfeng arrived at the small building as planned, having navigated through the first floor and climbed to the second, she was preparing for an intense battle when a sudden loud explosion echoed nearby. Someone had thrown a grenade into the horde of zombies. The deafening sound attracted the nearby zombies, and Qiao Yunfeng felt a wave of frustration wash over her. After driving for so long and fighting her way through, she had finally reached her position, only to see the zombies drawn away by someone else. The disappointment was overwhelming. Grabbing her handgun, she resolved to make the most of her time. Determined not to let her efforts go to waste, she thought to herself, whatever I can eliminate will suffice, and planned to scout out another 2 locations that evening. Just to be safe, tomorrow morning, she would head out early to secure a prime spot. Her discontent faded gradually as the zombies fell one by one. It seemed others had also noticed the diversion, as 2 more grenades were thrown, luring even more zombies away. Xiao Yunfeng fired her handgun relentlessly, taking down 1 zombie with each shot. Within less than an hour, the zombies in her vicinity had been mostly cleared, with the rest having been drawn away by the others. She took a few sips of her iced coffee, ready for a brief respite, planning to return to the shelter for the night and set her course for the next day. Just as she was about to retreat, a voice suddenly rang out, shouting for help. Peering out the window, she saw a mass of zombies blocking her view, rendering it impossible to ascertain what was happening. The sound of grenades echoed again, growing more frequent. Are they surrounded by zombies? Qiao Yunfeng speculated, puzzled. That shouldn't oppose to be the case. It's easy to escape in that direction with the help of the iron fence. A few grenades could clear the way. Unless, of course, those individuals were trapped on the second floor like her, unable to descend due to the horde below. Taking out her binoculars, she looked toward the second floor and indeed spotted 3 men frantically shouting for help while tossing grenades out the window. Qiao Yunfeng couldn't help but feel exasperated, her lips twitching involuntarily. Are they truly calling for help, or is their shouting merely a tactic to attract more zombies? After some contemplation, she decided to drive back to the shelter. The challenges on this street were too numerous, and one misstep could lead to a feast for the undead. She felt that maintaining distance from other challengers would increase her chances of survival. Stealthily, she descended the staircase and made her way out of the food street. No longer as cautious as when she entered, for most of the zombies had been drawn away by those three men. As she rode away on her bicycle, she could still hear their desperate cries. However, the other challengers outside showed no inclination to rush in. There were simply too many zombies amassed below them. As she pedaled away, the sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed in the distance. Upon returning to her single room in the shelter, she was reminded of a school dormitory. The restrooms were located outside each floor. The cost of 1 kilogram of food for a day's rent was exorbitant in this post-apocalyptic world. Nevertheless, the peace of mind it afforded her was worth the price. Checking her wristband, she noted her zombie kill count for the day, 1,894. Yet the exchange still remained unlit. After taking a refreshing shower in her RV, she meticulously examined the map, circling several locations she deemed worthy of exploration for the following day. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge commenced on its 5th day. As Qiao Yunfeng set out, she was stopped at the shelter's entrance by a military personnel. Though their tone was courteous, their demeanor was resolute. Please cooperate with us to clear the hospital for the continued survival of humanity. Since she was already planning to hunt zombies, the hospital was part of her itinerary. And accompanying the military meant they would provide firearms, ammunition, and grenades. However, other weapons, such as flamethrowers, would not be available. She secretly yearned for a flamethrower. Although its range was limited, its effectiveness in incinerating a horde was undeniable. Along with her, other challengers from the shelter were also transported by military vehicles to the city hospital's entrance. The hospital was divided into 5 sections, each managed by a different military team. Qiao Yunfeng was assigned to the laboratory section, joining the larger group as they began clearing the entrance. As the gunfire erupted, the zombies inside the hospital became agitated, their growls mingling with the stench of decay as they surged forward. With a mask in place, Qiao Yunfeng raised her shield and charged into the hospital alongside the soldiers. Their mission was to eliminate the zombies and retrieve any usable medications and equipment to take back to the shelter. Each team was assigned specific tasks, and after clearing the entrance, they entered the building in groups to continue their efforts. Following the soldiers, Qiao Yunfeng made her way to the laboratory. Everyone was cautious, clearing half a floor at a time. In her half, there were 7 rooms. The first 3 were empty, their doors ajar. The 4th room was locked, its windows sealed, obscuring any view inside. She would have to force the door open, but fortunately, there were no zombies within. However, as she broke the door down, the growls of nearby zombies echoed ominously. Raising her weapon, she kicked the door open and stormed in, aiming to dispatch any lurking undead. Suddenly, a girl with glasses appeared in front of her, her gun trembling slightly in her hands, but thankfully, she did not fire. The girl glanced at Qiao Yunfeng before returning to her task. Could you close the door? I need 2 more minutes to finish. Observing the calm demeanor of the girl, Qiao Yunfeng stepped outside to secure the door, checking the remaining rooms before returning. The military is clearing the hospital. If you still need that zombie, I should inform them. No need. I've already got my results. With that, the girl produced a dagger and swiftly eliminated the zombie she had bound to a chair. Let's go. How did you manage to bind it? Qiao Yunfeng asked, genuinely curious. Zombies attack anyone within 2 meters of them. I thought you would ask me why I and Appos am here alone. The girl replied, glancing at Qiao Yunfeng. You surely have your reasons for being here as well. I was just curious about how you managed to bind it. If it's inconvenient, you needn't share. Everyone has their secrets. I tried to poison it with drugs, but unfortunately, it was already dead. The poison had no effect. I couldn't kill it again. It merely incapacitated it for 10 minutes, during which I bound it. After 10 minutes, it would regain its strength. I've experimented with many methods, but cannot eliminate it. Isn't it merely a matter of delivering a strong blow to the head? That's a crude approach. I don't favor brutality. Looking at the composed girl, who was both scholarly and unpretentious, Qiao Yunfeng found merit in her perspective. Though she still believed that if something was effective in resolving a problem, the means were inconsequential. Indeed, perspectives and methods differ. I'm experimenting with a drug that can return zombies to their state of death, thus preventing them from becoming the living dead. Perhaps that encapsulates the difference between a scientist and an ordinary person. However, each individual's views are unique, and there is no need for imposition. Respect is enough. I hope you find success. Thank you, the girl replied, glancing at Xiao Yunfeng. You're welcome. Carrying her downstairs, they reported everything to the army personnel. As arrangements were being made for people to enter and retrieve supplies, loud explosions echoed from the distance. A soldier rushed over, urging them to help quickly. There were too many zombies in the inpatient area, and many had been bitten. By the time they reached the inpatient department, chaos reigned. The zombies had breached the army's carefully established defenses, and the soldiers in the front lines faced the fiercest assaults. Many had already succumbed to the infection, turning into zombies and attacking their comrades. Thus, the defense fell back repeatedly, leading to a ripple effect that impacted the other two sectors, resulting in utter disarray. The military swiftly issued commands for a full retreat, instructing everyone to regroup at the hospital entrance before reorganizing for a counterattack. Just as Qiao Yunfeng prepared to follow the main force and retreat, she was suddenly tackled to the ground by the girl from earlier. Turning around, she realized that the soldier behind her had transformed into a zombie, biting the person who had been standing next to her. She quickly got up, pulling the girl with her. "Thank you. Let us go." In a mere 30 seconds, the zombies surged forward, and the soldiers had already retreated, leaving the two girls trapped among the horde. With no time for hesitation, Qiao Yunfeng swiftly turned and dashed towards the adjacent building, seeking a room to safely evade the approaching zombies until the army could return. "Come on, let's find a place to hide from these zombies," she urged. Armed with a machete and the girl with a dagger, they hurried to the front of the building. Just as they were about to ascend the stairs, 3 grenades were suddenly hurled down from above, the thunderous explosions drawing a throng of zombies. "What idiot did that?" Qiao Yunfeng couldn't help but exclaim. "Hurry up. More zombies will come soon." She considered fleeing to another building, but the mass of zombies behind them left no room for disdain. They had no choice but to race up the stairs, where they spotted 2 men on the 3rd floor still tossing down grenades. "Stop throwing those. You and Oppos, LL attract all the zombies, and we and Oppos, LL all die here," Qiao Yunfeng exclaimed in frustration. The young man with the bleached hair retorted defiantly, "If you don't throw grenades, we'll never kill them all." Another man pulled him back, agreeing with Qiao Yunfeng. "She and Oppos, that's right. The zombies will come if they hear the noise." Ignoring the 2 foolish individuals, Qiao Yunfeng dashed up to the 5th floor, found a room with an intact lock, and anxiously urged the girl to come inside. To her dismay, she discovered that her companion had fallen behind. Turning back to the staircase, she saw the girl, panting heavily, struggling to ascend. She quickly pulled her into the room, locked the door, and barricaded it with a cabinet. "Are you a challenger?" The girl, Sun Yuran, finally caught her breath, gripping her dagger tightly, her demeanor tense. Qiao Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. "You too?" Her hand instinctively tightened around the machete and Oppos' handle as she cautiously regarded Sun Yuran, her mind racing with uncertainty about their next steps. The growls of zombies grew louder downstairs, accompanied by the gunfire and explosions from the bleached-haired man. Qiao Yunfeng closed her eyes in frustration, gritting her teeth in anger at the sheer foolishness of some people. In times of extreme fear, emotions can spiral out of control. Sun Yuran fixed her gaze on Qiao Yunfeng. "Let us wait here for a moment. As long as we don't make noise. The zombies won't notice us from 2 meters away. Once the army comes back in, we can escape." Qiao Yunfeng, concerned about the potential recklessness of her companion, explained. "I'm afraid we won't have time to wait for the army to return." Sun Yuran pointed downwards, where cries for help echoed along with the sounds of grenades exploding. "I don't want to die here." Listening to the chaos below, Qiao Yunfeng and Oppos' agitation mounted, her eyes twitching. It seemed inevitable that someone would complicate a simple situation, escalating it into a disaster. The lower floor was likely teeming with zombies, making a frontal escape impossible. She moved to the back window and peered down, only to find more zombies gathering. Inching closer to the front door along the building's walls, she retrieved binoculars to scout for a potential escape route, but every direction was swarming with zombies. It seemed she would truly be ensnared by these 2 brainless individuals. Reflecting on the route they had taken to enter in their current position, Qiao Yunfeng glanced at the SUV and gasoline in the room, contemplating how to break free. She remained oblivious to Sun Yuran's hesitant demeanor. A minute can feel fleeting, but in this dire situation, it stretched into an eternity. The shouts from the bleached-haired man echoed up the stairs. "You idiots hiding there. How long do you plan to cower? If you don't come out and fight the zombies, we'll all perish together." Qiao Yunfeng and Oppos' frustration boiled over, her patience fraying at the man's incessant taunts. If she allowed him to continue, they would soon be trapped. Grabbing a long rope from her supplies, she took an axe and smashed the back window. "I'm leaving. What is your plan? How will you escape? Can you share your plan?" Sun Yuran asked, looking up. "We'll go down from here, drive to the area we came from. The zombies there are fewer, we'll get to safety first." We can't stay here any longer. As she spoke, she had already secured the rope to the window ledge and tied the other end around herself in a tight knot. Chapter 29, Act 5. Zombie World 5, can you take me with you? I will offer compensation. In this situation, I cannot make it out alone. Sun Yuan approached swiftly, assuring with confidence. The transaction has a complete explanation. You can trust that I wish to survive. Please tell me your name, and I shall send you the trade request. Qiao Yunfeng. She replied, and almost instantly received a trade request. Homemade healing potion, 500 health points in exchange for any item. Upon hearing her name, Sun Yuan looked up in surprise, realizing who it was. Seeing the potion and its benefits, Qiao Yunfeng's expression turned to one of rejection, her lips parting to articulate a refusal that was abruptly silenced. If you harbor any ulterior motives, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Rest assured, my strength is limited. I merely wish to survive, Sun Yuan responded with calm assurance. This ISN and Oppos. Our first trade. After all, kerosene boss. What an odd moniker, Qiao Yunfeng mused, her brow furrowing in confusion. Just as a cacophony of shouts from downstairs signaled the approaching zombies. The shouting was growing nearer. The blonde-haired man was calling out as he ascended, evidently drawing the undead closer. If they did not leave immediately, they would be trapped. With a sudden resolve, she embraced Sun Yuan tightly before leaping from the window. The zip line carried her down swiftly, halting 2 meters above the ground. With a quick maneuver, she severed the rope and landed deftly. Without hesitation, she charged towards the nearest zombies, wielding her cleaver with precision. After dispatching 3 of them, she swiftly retrieved an off-road vehicle. As the engine roared to life, a few zombies were lured towards her, and upon seeing Sun Yuan safely inside, she slammed the accelerator, sending the zombies flying. Qiao Yunfeng pressed the pedal to the metal. Navigating through the horde, stopping was not an option, as they would be instantly surrounded. As she barreled forward, she unexpectedly encountered a wall, leaving no time to decelerate. She yanked the steering wheel, executing a sharp right turn. With a resounding crash, Sun Yuan collided forcefully with the passenger window, emitting a muffled grunt. Qiao Yunfeng remained entirely focused on driving, unable to divert her attention to whether Sun Yuan was injured. The latter, her face pale, said nothing but silently buckled her seatbelt. They were nearing the building from which they had escaped. Qiao Yunfeng slammed on the brakes, stopping the vehicle. Get inside and head to the top floor, she instructed. With that, she drew her handgun and began methodically eliminating the pursuing zombies. Without question or hesitation, Sun Yuan exited the vehicle and sprinted towards the building. Qiao Yunfeng retracted the off-road vehicle into her space, retrieving several oil-soaked sheets and 5 grenades, tossing them as she dashed towards the entrance, the zombies hot on her heels. In a swift motion, she turned back and hurled a grenade onto the sheets. With a thunderous explosion, the oil ignited, engulfing the nearby zombies in flames. Having reached the 2nd floor, Sun Yuan witnessed the inferno below, her pale visage illuminated by the firelight, causing her heart to quiver involuntarily. Observing Qiao Yunfeng ascending, she remained silent, pushing herself to continue up the stairs. Qiao Yunfeng bounded up, grabbing the physically weaker girl and propelling them both to the 5th floor, where they found a room, secured the door, and peered out the window to assess the situation below. The fire had thwarted a portion of the zombies' pursuit, and those that entered afterward were consumed by the flames. I wonder if the zombies perished in the fire will count towards my kill count? She mused softly, relieved to see no more zombies approaching, allowing herself a moment to rest. As long as they remained silent and waited for the military to arrive, they would be safe. Watching Qiao Yunfeng cleanse herself and sip iced coffee while resting on the sofa, Sun Yuan sighed deeply. Thank you. To the girl who appeared somewhat fragile. Qiao Yunfeng's wariness remained intact. You need not follow me. You could evade the zombies on your own. Why take the risk to accompany me? From the moment she encountered this girl, Qiao Yunfeng understood that beneath her seemingly weak exterior lay a woman who had survived alone in a hospital, even capturing a living zombie for research. This indicated she possessed something that ensured her safety among the undead, at least protecting her from their attacks. I believe the 2 individuals in the building are rather foolish. I wonder if they will stir up further trouble. Should they lead zombies to my vicinity? I would be powerless to resolve it, Sun Yuan explained candidly, her sincerity evident. I realize you may not fully trust me, as challengers seldom do. But I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply feel safer accompanying you than venturing alone. You mentioned it's not our first trade, correct? Qiao Yunfeng recalled their conversation before jumping from the window. Indeed, kerosene boss. We even added each other as friends. Feel free to check. My name is Sun Yuan. She smiled faintly, tapping her wristband. What a dreadful nickname, Qiao Yunfeng remarked, wrinkling her nose in distaste. During that city incident, when the rats swarmed. Had you not traded me a heap of kerosene, I would never have mustered the courage to climb to the rooftop and hide until the end. Sun Yuran chuckled, as if recalling a fond memory. With your stamina, you climbed to the rooftop? Xiao Yunfeng thought, recalling how winded she had been ascending to the 5th floor. Indeed, I climbed for over 3 hours, consuming countless stamina potions and incinerating rats 10 times along the way. Sun Yuran appeared genuinely pleased with her accomplishment. I had no idea I possessed such endurance and willpower. I only focused on survival. Qiao Yunfeng sighed. Yes, survival is paramount. In that moment, she remembered who this girl was, known for her deadly toxins. Yes, that and Appos. Me, Sun Yuran affirmed with a smile. You mentioned previously that if you obtain more, you could come to me for trade. Nodding, Qiao Yunfeng acknowledged their past interactions. However, trading in a forum was vastly different from face-to-face encounters, leaving her momentarily speechless. This building is safe for now. Let us rest and await the military and Appos' movements. As long as we remain quiet, we should be secure. Fortunately, Sun Yuran was not one for excessive chatter, and both settled into opposite corners of the room, quietly tending to their needs, drinking water and eating. Half an hour later, the sounds of intense combat erupted outside. Evidently, the military had regrouped and resumed their offensive. I intend to descend and rejoin the military, perhaps rack up more zombie kills. What about you? Qiao Yunfeng inquired, glancing at Sun Yuran. I wish to accompany you, if that is all right. Sun Yuran and Appos' earnest gaze prompted a flicker of reluctance in Qiao Yunfeng. She was unaccustomed to having anyone follow her. I will provide compensation. Realizing Qiao Yunfeng and Appos' reluctance, the young woman sent another transaction proposal. Unknown growth agent stamina limit 30 in exchange for any item. Qiao Yunfeng and Appos' heart wavered once more, and after a moment and Appos' hesitation, she reluctantly nodded, cautioning the girl to be careful of zombies. If a fight breaks out, I cannot guarantee that I will save you. All right, no problem. The girl grasped her dagger firmly and followed Qiao Yunfeng down the stairs. Once again, they joined the military forces and thoroughly cleared the hospital. By the time everyone returned to the shelter, fatigue had overtaken them, leaving them with nothing but the desire for sleep. After returning to her room, Qiao Yunfeng deliberately activated her wristband to check her zombie kill count, 2854. The exchange option lit up. Finally, she could redeem her points. After completing the transaction, the prompt appeared, land upgraded to level 2, planting cycle is now 7 days. Her zombie kill count stood at 854, and with 2,000 points redeemed, she had successfully upgraded 25 plots of land. Upon inspection, the growth time had indeed decreased, now displaying 7 days. She pondered whether further upgrades would reduce the planting cycle even more. Determined, she resolved not to accompany the military outside the next day. Instead, she would venture into the city alone to increase her zombie kill count. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 6 commenced. Qiao Yunfeng drove out of the shelter and swiftly made her way to a predetermined location on the map, a university in the east. Across from the university lay a bustling food street, where she had meticulously observed advantageous terrain and cleared debris from her escape route. Now standing in her chosen position, she began firing. With each gunshot, zombies fell one by one. The resonating gunfire attracted the undead in droves, and she instantly recalled the exhilarating sensation of hunting zombies in the commercial district, invigorated and alert. Her rate of fire was significantly improved compared to her previous day and Appos' experience. Sipping on an iced coffee, she continued her assault, mentally commending herself for her early rise. She aimed to maximize her kills today, hoping to elevate her land to a higher level. The zombies in the area were dispersed and did not cluster together, prompting her to change locations 3 times. The battle persisted until the afternoon, when she barely managed to clear the area. Checking her kill count, she noted 1989, yet the exchange option had not appeared. Upon returning to the shelter, she overheard soldiers at the entrance discussing their day's mission to clear the power plant. She silently sighed in relief for having left early, avoiding detection by the military. Although solo zombie hunting posed risks, they were manageable. Accompanying the military, despite the provision of weapons, could lead to unforeseen dangers. Reminiscent of her encounter with the yellow-haired zombie. Yes, I must leave early tomorrow. Mo Xiao had trailed behind the military for 2 days, marking her first foray into the challenge. Initially, she believed that being rescued by the military on her first day and entering the shelter would ensure her safety. However, She found herself without food or water, and with her coins locked away in the shelter, she could not procure any necessities. Each day, she squeezed into a shared room with over a dozen others, awaiting meager portions of relief porridge, merely one bowl per day. She observed the discussions in the forum and questioned why others thrived while she struggled. She reassured herself that hardship was typical for newcomers, while those thriving were veterans with established foundations. That perception shifted when she met another newcomer, Tang Yuzhao. Tang Yuzhao was also a first-time participant in the challenge. Yet before arriving at the shelter, she had already begun slaying zombies in the city and had scavenged a wealth of supplies from a supermarket, filling her small space to the brim. She had even exchanged her kills for medicine. Although she too resided in the crowded room, she ventured outside daily to hunt zombies. It was through Tang Yuzhao that Imo Xiaoxiao realized that the struggle of newcomers was not inherent, but rather a reflection of her own complacency. From that day forth, she diligently accompanied the military in slaying zombies, transforming from a fearful screamer to an independent participant capable of completing missions. As she witnessed the steadily accumulating supplies, she finally grasped that the sense of security in the challenge could only be cultivated by her own efforts. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 7 commenced. Observing the soldiers saluting at her door, Qiao Yunfeng felt an overwhelming urge to shut herself away and remain hidden. Please hurry downstairs, she thought as one soldier saluted and proceeded to the lower room. Their room allocations had been registered, so the military was well aware of who occupied each space. Reluctantly, she made her way to the square, where the military was set to retrieve a batch of researchers from the laboratory and transport equipment back to the facility. That area had become heavily infested with zombies since the outbreak began. The researchers had sought refuge in an underground safe room, attempting to devise a solution to the zombie crisis, but regrettably, they had failed. Now, food supplies had dwindled, necessitating their retrieval. This mission was a significant expense for the military. Each participant was permitted to select 3 weapons. Qiao Yunfeng chose a box of grenades, a flamethrower, and a rocket launcher. To her surprise, the soldiers did not hesitate to grant her request without question. Seeing her selections, others quickly followed suit, but the military denied their requests. One man protested vehemently, questioning why she could select those weapons while he could not. The soldier responded sternly, "Her kill count meets the requirements. Yours does not." Upon hearing this, Qiao Yunfeng understood the implications, gathered her belongings, and walked away, catching the man's frustrated shout. "No way. How many did she kill? Tell me. It's impossible she has more than I do. This is unfair." Chapter 30, Scene 5. Zombie World 6. Everyone gathered at the entrance of the shelter as the military made their arrangements before setting off together. During their advance, small hordes of zombies emerged repeatedly. However, with the formidable firepower of the military backing them, the convoy swiftly reached the vicinity of the research institute. The reason they could not proceed further was the overwhelming number of zombies present. Gazing through binoculars at the dense mass of zombies, Xiao Yunfeng finally comprehended why the military insisted on sealing them off in their respective rooms today. The sheer quantity of zombies gathered here was staggering. Without adequate manpower, it would be impossible to clear them all. After the military personnel organized themselves, they commenced their assault according to plan, relentlessly exterminating the zombies as they advanced. Under the military and Oppo's command, everyone responded in unison, executing frontal kills without concern for being encircled by the undead. Armed with pistols and grenades, it became a contest of speed. Xiao Yunfeng dispatched the zombies with remarkable efficiency, her shooting speed drawing the astonished gazes of those around her. Thus, they launched a full-scale attack for 2 hours, only managing to advance a mere 200 meters. Nevertheless, they had cleared approximately half of the zombies outside the research institute. The military deemed the zombies ensnared by the barbed wire as a secondary concern. The primary objective for the day was to rescue individuals from within. They focused their efforts until noon, finally clearing the area surrounding the entrance, yet they had not yet entered the building. Most challengers were utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground, some taking medicine while others rested, incapable of continuing the battle. The military had no choice but to reorganize a few small teams with the aim of entering the research institute. Due to her rapid attack speed earlier, Qiao Yunfeng found herself among them. To her surprise, Sun Yuran was also included. As Sun approached her, she stated, "There are things inside the institute that pique my interest. Can you protect me once we go in?" "No," Xiao Yunfeng replied bluntly, firmly refusing. Unknown supplement 300 life exchanged for any item flashed across her mind as she viewed the trade proposal from Sun Yuran. Despite the temptation, she rationally declined once more. "No. I am unaware of the circumstances inside, nor do I know your intentions. No matter how valuable the items may be, one must survive first. I understand that you possess something that can ensure your safety. You should have no trouble exiting on your own. Qiao Yunfeng was acutely aware that this girl could remain in a hospital teeming with zombies, suggesting she had some undisclosed method of survival. If she still sought protection from others, it only implied that her intended actions were perilously dangerous. Alternatively, she might not even be certain of her own escape. Xiao Yunfeng and Apos' refusal was resolute. Having been reborn, her sole objective was to survive until the end. No matter how precious the items, one must first live to enjoy them. Upon hearing her response, Sun Yuran did not press further. She nodded quietly and returned to her original team. As the gate of the research institute swung open, zombies surged forth with a deafening roar. The team swiftly cleared the area before entering, organized by the military into units to systematically cleanse the floors. Just as in the hospital, Qiao Yunfeng rapidly cleared their team's designated floor before retreating alongside them, where they encountered the researchers who had already been rescued. An elderly man with white hair was vociferously demanding that the military ensure the retrieval of a specimen, exclaiming, "It is the sample we have. We are running low on what we currently possess. What shall we do if we do not retrieve it this time?" The military personnel, besieged by the overwhelming number of zombies, explained that they needed to leave, or else the barbed wire would not hold, and they would be surrounded. It is unacceptable to abandon our findings now. That would undermine all our efforts. We can still maintain control for a while. We must extract the sample, the researchers insisted. Their resolve unwavering. After a prolonged standoff, the military reluctantly capitulated, dispatching 3 teams to re-enter the research institute. This time, the teams entering the institute consisted solely of soldiers. No others were permitted to join. An hour later, the weary soldiers burst back out, having lost many of their number, with only 5 survivors emerging. The leader clutching the so-called sample tightly. On the return journey, everyone noted a marked increase in the zombies, which differed from the previously wandering ones. These zombies, upon appearing, charged directly at them in relentless waves, only ceasing their assault as they neared the base and Apos' entrance. On the way back to their quarters, Sun Yuran approached Xiao Yunfeng again, lowering her voice to whisper, "That and Apos, sample and Apos, is not right." The zombies reacted strongly to it. The soldiers who entered must have aimed to retrieve it, which explains their heavy losses. After nodding, she turned and left. Qiao Yunfeng shared her concerns regarding the sample, as the zombies' attacking methods on the return journey had been entirely different. They were not merely drawn by noise. Instead, they seemed to have a specific target, charging directly forward. Opening her wristband, she noted her zombie kill count, 3276. With no options for exchange appearing, she checked the discussion forum and found an unusual consensus among the challengers. All had engaged in fighting zombies. Many had accompanied the military in recent days, and the forum was unexpectedly harmonious. They had achieved significant results today, with kill counts rapidly accumulating. Indeed, the military had provided weapons and ammunition, contributing to their kill tallies. This experience had been immensely gratifying. Perhaps the previous challenge was so difficult that many perished, leading to this one being easier, someone speculated. "You think too much. The challenge can only accommodate 20,000 survivors," another replied. "Haha, fighting zombies alongside the military ensures safety. The shelter is also secure. I believe this challenge will be manageable." Indeed, after accompanying the military these past few days, my kill count has also risen. I just arrived from my first challenge and found it not difficult at all. There are ample supplies and weapons. Why do you all keep lamenting how hard it is? Those speaking from a position of safety should wait until they survive to share their thoughts, came the retort. Newcomers are always the same. Ignore them. Those who can survive will know it for themselves. For those who cannot, what does it matter what you say? Exactly. I think it's quite manageable. Aside from the zombies being a bit off-putting, overall, the difficulty is not great. Today, I filled my space to the brim with goods from a supermarket in the city. It was simply delightful. The military has been dragging us along these past few days, preventing me from scavenging in the city. Why Haven and Apos, till you come to the shelter? Still in the city? I don't want to be tethered to the military. I find living in the city quite agreeable. I just saw someone living in the city get surrounded by zombies the night before yesterday. They didn't return today. Who are you trying to scare? I'm not easily frightened. Just stating facts. Believe what you will. Honestly, I feel that going out with the military to eliminate zombies is both safe and swift. I would prefer to continue with them. Me too. Supplies are sufficient. I can always find time to scavenge before we leave in a couple of days. For now, I'll stick with the military to increase my kill count. Well, I wonder where the military will head tomorrow? As she gazed at the messages in the discussion forum, a peculiar sense of foreboding surged within Qiao Yunfeng. She recalled that the last time all challengers experienced such a harmonious atmosphere was 3 days prior to the catastrophe in the Icefield town, where everyone felt at ease. As if everything was within reach, only to be abruptly struck by an earthquake and avalanche, leaving them buried alive. What monumental event might be looming now? Could it be supernatural powers, a zombie mutation, an alien invasion, or a zombie siege? Suddenly, she sat upright in bed. A zombie siege seemed highly probable. The zombies today were unrelenting, pursuing the convoy with singular determination. However, if she were to voice her suspicions without evidence, the inhabitants of the shelter would undoubtedly dismiss her. After meticulously inspecting the off-road vehicle in her space, she resolved that if things went awry, she would make a dash out of the shelter without hesitation. At precisely 8 a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 8 commenced. Qiao Yunfeng bit into a steamed bun while systematically dispatching the oncoming zombies. Early in the morning, the military knocked at the door once more, directly relaying that a substantial number of zombies had been spotted gathering 10 kilometers away, and they requested everyone to assist in intercepting them. Their team had already been engaged in combat for some time. Today, the military had divided everyone into 4 triangular formations, with them as the first team, followed by 3 others, with the aim of eliminating as many zombies as possible. At the entrance of the shelter, another team was finalizing their defensive position. As members of the first team, Qiao Yunfeng and her comrades faced the greatest pressure. They had initially believed that the sound of gunfire would attract the zombies en masse. Yet today's reality proved otherwise. The zombies, if not incapacitated, seemed drawn inexorably toward the shelter, advancing relentlessly. They had feared being surrounded and were prepared for a tactical retreat, but the anticipated scenario failed to materialize. Standing atop military trucks, they fired incessantly, tossing grenades and unleashing flamethrowers. Yet still, a vast horde of zombies surged forward. This situation was utterly abnormal, and Xiao Yunfeng was increasingly convinced that the samples from yesterday were indeed flawed. When the supply vehicles arrived, a soldier raised a rocket launcher and fired into the throng of zombies, instantly toppling a multitude. Yet before the cheers could erupt, the gap was swiftly filled by a mass of dark figures. The advancing zombies paid no heed to their fallen comrades, trampling over them. Some, having stumbled, were crushed underfoot by those behind, continuing their relentless march. This scene instilled unease not only in the challengers but also in the soldiers, who instinctively sensed something was amiss. The ammunition from the supply trucks was depleted in less than half an hour, while the number of zombies showed no signs of diminishing. Throughout the morning, trucks of supplies were exhausted, forcing a retreat as the horde continued to swell. Gradually, their 4 defensive lines dwindled to 3, then 2, and finally to 1, until all retreated to the entrance of the shelter. Witnessing the unyielding tide of zombies amidst relentless shelling and flames, the fighters became numb, mechanically firing and tossing grenades. Internally pleading, why are there still so many? Each person consumed restorative potions, their stamina nearly depleted, and no one paid attention to the kill count anymore. At last, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the number of zombies began to wane, with no new ones appearing. A chorus of cheers erupted. Finally, they had repelled the assault. Observing the heaps of zombie corpses outside the city gate, the military quickly dispatched several snowplows to clear the remains, igniting them swiftly. Exhausted, Qiao Yunfeng returned to her room and lay on her bed, still feeling that something about the day and Oppos events was amiss, too eerie. The sheer number of zombies had been overwhelming, and the retreat at night was peculiar. Zombies should be most active after sunset, so why had they surged during the day only to withdraw at night? This scenario was utterly illogical. Opening her wristband, she noted her zombie kill count, 4866, and upon clicking for redemption, she received a notification. Land upgraded to level 3. Planting cycle reduced to 5 days. The kill count stood at 866, and with 4,000 points, she had achieved another land upgrade. Peering into the details, she confirmed that the growth cycle had indeed shortened once more. The first upgrade required 2,000 kills, the second 4,000. Well, what would the next threshold be? 6,000? 8,000? As she pondered these figures, she entered the discussion forum to find many challengers sharing her unease about the day's events. Something feels off. Is anyone else sensing it? Yes, I feel it too. Even if we prevailed, it carries an odd sensation. Right. I thought we'd be on alert all night, but the moment the sun set, they retreated. Shouldn't night be when zombies are most active? Their withdrawal is a good thing, isn't it? Are you a newcomer? If you think so, that's enough. But surely they must return, just like in the last border town, perhaps at midnight again? The upstairs participant seems experienced. I'm only in my second challenge and lack knowledge. Please elaborate. Everyone, stay alert tonight. Indeed, something is amiss. Today's retreat was bizarre. And I still can't fathom it. Could it be that we exterminated them all? You're overthinking. That cannot be the reason. Is there a possibility they're regrouping for another assault? Zombies don't strategize. They don't plan. Aren't we merely speculating on possibilities? Could they be preparing a big move? This all feels quite strange. Is there anyone who spent the night in the city? Are there still many zombies left? Yes. Someone stayed in the city overnight and hasn't returned. If you're here, please speak up. I hope you're not surrounded. Seeing no one propose alternative theories, Qiao Yunfeng contemplated Sun Yuan and Appo's remark about the samples being off. She rose, secured the door, closed the windows, pushed the cabinet against the entrance, fortifying her defenses, and then returned to bed, seeking rest amidst her swirling thoughts. Chapter 31, The Fifth Match, Zombie World 7 at precisely 8 o'clock a.m. The Disaster Survival Challenge entered its 9th day. Standing amidst the throngs in the crowded hall, with freshly distributed supplies in hand, Qiao Yunfeng felt an escalating sense of unease as she gazed at the tightly shut doors of the shelter. The military had instructed everyone to remain there, forbidding them from venturing outside or returning to their quarters. Just as she contemplated seeking information, the shelter and Appo's loudspeaker announced that zombies had entered a 100-meter radius, urging everyone to prepare. Qiao Yunfeng looked up, pondering what preparations were necessary, yet no one around her seemed to possess the answers. Confusion etched on their faces. The broadcast continued, announcing the zombies' approach. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The first wave had already reached the outer wall, with more advancing, and all squads were instructed to ready themselves. 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer, preparations were underway. An explosive sound erupted outside, shaking the very ground beneath Qiao Yunfeng's feet, leaving many disoriented and some collapsing to the floor. As the cacophony subsided, military personnel emerged, organizing everyone according to yesterday and Appo's divisions and leading them out of the shelter to continue the fight from the previous day. Qiao Yunfeng found herself in the first team once again, tasked with defending the initial explosion point, 3 kilometers away from the shelter. As they charged forward, the relentless tide of zombies showed no signs of abating, and the intensity of the battle persisted until noon. Gradually, the number of advancing zombies began to dwindle, prompting a military order for their retreat. Logically, having repelled the zombies and receiving a withdrawal command should have been seen as good news. Yet, an unsettling apprehension gripped Qiao Yunfeng, enveloping her in a shroud of anxiety. Despite the alleviation of pressure due to the military's minefield, the sudden appearance and disappearance of the zombies felt profoundly wrong. The volume of the explosions was immense. How could the zombies still retreat? Approaching the supply station, Qiao Yunfeng intended to gather more intelligence from the military, but found them in utter disarray, their lips sealed tight. Thus, she merely restocked on grenades and prepared to return to her quarters when she noticed Sun Yuan striding purposefully towards her, evidently seeking her out. Let us collaborate. I have a potion that, when applied to your clothing, renders you undetectable to zombies. However, from now until the end of this challenge, I must remain by your side. Sun Yuan stated bluntly. You should be able to hide somewhere and use the potion to survive until we leave, Qiao Yunfeng replied thoughtfully, baffled by Sun Yuan's unwavering belief that her presence would guarantee survival. Indeed, that is a possibility. But there is also the chance that more zombies will converge upon the shelter, ultimately overwhelming it. Sun Yuan responded candidly, meeting Qiao Yunfeng and Appo's gaze. You are the most aware of danger among those I've encountered. Being with you significantly increases my chances of survival compared to fending for myself. Qiao Yunfeng did not readily acquiesce. Although she too sensed that something was amiss within the shelter, the prospect of leaving at that moment had not yet crossed her mind. Noticing Qiao Yunfeng's hesitation, Sun Yuan pressed on. You don't need to worry about me or feel compelled to save me. Just allow me to accompany you, and I will take no further responsibility. If you agree, I will give you the potion now. With a bemused expression, Qiao Yunfeng raised her eyes to meet the earnest gaze of the young woman before her and asked, Aren't you concerned that I might take the potion and flee? Given your stamina, you might find it difficult to catch up. You are not that kind of person, Sun Yuan replied, her trust evident in her eyes. Qiao Yunfeng suppressed a sigh, feeling a headache brewing. She genuinely preferred to operate independently from other challengers, and the uncertainty of what lay ahead weighed heavily on her mind. Don't overthink it. I will simply follow you and will not interfere with your decisions. Besides, this potion is highly effective. If we find ourselves surrounded by zombies, it will at least ensure your safe escape from their clutches. Then you should use it yourself. Why insist on following me? Xiao Yunfeng countered weakly, exasperation threading through her tone. Why was this girl so determined to stick with her? Because the true horror lies not with the zombies, but with people. Sun Yuan clarified earnestly. I fear humans, that they might coerce me into handing over the potion and then cast me into a horde of zombies. Upon hearing her response, Xiao Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, a sense of weariness washing over her as memories of her past life as tragic and flickered through her mind. Taking a deep breath, she conceded, Fine, I agree. However, you must keep up with me. If you lag behind, I will not turn back. Understood. Accepting the potion Sun Yuan offered, Xiao Yunfeng opened it and inhaled its scent, finding nothing particularly unusual. Let us return to our quarters and rest for a bit. I truly feel the shelter is unsafe. And that feeling has only intensified since the appearance of the sample. The outside is even less secure. The influx of zombies is overwhelming. The road from the city is likely teeming with them, Sun Yuan asserted, reinforcing her point. Xiao Yunfeng reflected on her battle positions from the previous days. Judging by the direction of the zombie tide, it appeared as though all the zombies from the city had emerged. What shall we do? Is there anywhere else we can go? Yes, Xiao Yunfeng quickly recalled the farmhouse she had previously visited alone, where she had successfully led a zombie away. It was situated 10 kilometers from the main road, making it a less frequented location for zombies. If necessary, they could retreat there, as the area was spacious and conducive for escape. Ultimately, she could drive her vehicle and lure zombies away, accumulating kills along the way. She had the car, fuel, and grenades, having scarcely depleted her military supplies. Presently, she had 5 crates of grenades remaining, along with 3 rocket launchers and 2 flamethrowers. As long as they were not swarmed by an overwhelming number of zombies, survival should not pose a significant issue. As the two prepared to retire to their quarters, a sudden cacophony of frantic shouting erupted from downstairs. Zombies! There are zombies in the shelter. Instinctively, they turned to witness chaos unfolding outside. The streets were in disarray, filled with cries and the sight of zombies lunging at anyone in their path, biting and clawing. The mix of wails and the zombies and oppos, guttural growls created a harrowing symphony of terror. Let us go, Qiao Yunfeng urged, prioritizing survival over contemplation of how these zombies had infiltrated the shelter. Her first instinct was to ensure her safety, and she dashed downstairs, heading for the military supply area in her off-road vehicle, hoping to acquire additional weapons and ascertain the military's response. Upon arrival, she was met with a scene of utter devastation. Many soldiers had succumbed and transformed into zombies, attacking their former comrades. She swung her machete, swiftly dispatching several zombies before securing 5 crates of grenades. Spotting more challengers rushing in for weapons and ammunition, she bolted outside, her vehicle speeding towards the shelter's entrance. Remaining there was no longer an option. The presence of more living individuals only served to draw the zombies closer, and once combat commenced, the sound of gunfire would inevitably attract even more zombies, making escape increasingly difficult. The roar of the vehicle attracted a horde of zombies. Qiao Yunfeng recklessly charged towards the entrance, fervently praying, "The door is open, the door is open." Unfortunately, her desperate pleas went unheard by the heavens. Gazing at the firmly shut gate ahead, her heart tightened. The iron doors of the sanctuary were specially reinforced to fend off zombie assaults. With her current off-road vehicle, attempting to ram through would only result in destruction and demise. We must unlock the sanctuary's gate to escape. First, apply your medicine. Once you exit the vehicle, head straight for the door and see if you can open it. I will hold off the zombies behind us and join you shortly. With that, Qiao Yunfeng slammed on the brakes, expertly maneuvering the vehicle to a stop in the middle of the road while tossing 3 grenades out of the window. Looking back at Sun Yuan, who safely navigated between 2 zombies without drawing any attention, Qiao Yunfeng silently praised the efficacy of the medicine. Alas, she too needed time to apply her ointment. But the advancing zombies showed no mercy. While retrieving supplies, she recalled the wolf carcass she had swiftly stored away after the last encounter. A spark of inspiration ignited in her eyes. Zombies were drawn to fresh blood and flesh, and wolf blood and meat should hold similar allure. Determined to test her theory, she promptly retrieved a wolf carcass, sliced it open, and flung it into the distance. As the body hit the ground, the scent of blood lured the zombies, who rushed towards it. Indeed, fresh blood and flesh were their greatest temptation. After discarding over 20 wolf carcasses, she finally caught her breath, swiftly applying the medicine to herself before sprinting towards the gate. It was imperative to leave the sanctuary quickly. Soon, other challengers would arrive, and their attempts to escape would undoubtedly attract even more zombies. In the ensuing chaos, the situation could spiral out of control, resulting in a horde of zombies blocking their way. Sun Yuan had already unlocked the gate and was straining against the heavy iron door. Yet, it proved too cumbersome for her. Despite her efforts, she had only managed to push it halfway open when a vehicle came barreling through, speeding past her without so much as slowing down. She was knocked to the ground, and by the time Qiao Yunfeng reached her, she quickly helped her up and shoved her into the off-road vehicle, racing towards the farmhouse at the crossroads. The number of zombies increased along the way, all heading in the direction of the sanctuary. The medicated vehicle sped past the zombies. Even when struck, they seemed oblivious, as if they could not feel a thing. Qiao Yunfeng silently lauded the effectiveness of the medicine once more. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, she maintained speed all the way to the farmhouse, pulling Sun Yuan inside and securing the door tightly. "There are vehicles following us," Sun Yuan exclaimed, plopping down on the ground in relief. "I saw them. There is no need to worry about them. As long as we don't attract a horde of zombies, we can ignore them." Qiao Yunfeng took out an iced coffee and gulped down several mouthfuls. "Have you been here before? Are we resting here today?" Sun Yuan curiously surveyed the small courtyard. "Yes. During the first 2 days after my arrival, I cleared the zombies here and rested in this very house," Qiao Yunfeng explained thoughtfully. "If you're tired, feel free to rest. I dealt with the zombies in this farmhouse last time, and I'm concerned that those arriving later might draw the outside zombies to us." Sun Yuan pondered for a moment before expressing her worries. "Let us take a break. As long as they still have their wits about them, they should know that remaining quiet is the best course of action." Qiao Yunfeng sighed, leaving unspoken her true fear, those mindless ones, akin to the yellow-haired ones. The two quietly retreated to the small building, each retrieving their belongings and settling onto the sofa to rest. It seemed that the challengers who had followed them were indeed intelligent, as there had been no significant disturbances outside thus far, save for the occasional distant growl of a zombie. Qiao Yunfeng activated her wristband, noting her zombie kill count, 1564. Most of her day had been spent fleeing, resulting in little increase in kills. She contemplated returning to the main road the following day to eliminate more zombies, hoping to upgrade the land once more before leaving. "If you need any medicine, just come to me. I'm a physician and can provide supplementary medicine, as well as toxins," Sun Yuan said, splashing cool water on her face. Upon hearing the word toxin, Qiao Yunfeng perked up. Many times, it had been toxins that had kept her safe. "How can you produce toxins?" she inquired, genuinely curious. "I was involved in pharmaceutical research before entering the game, and I had a penchant for studying toxic substances." Sun Yuan replied candidly. "Does this undetectable medicine work on other things?" "Probably not. This particular medicine was developed during my time in the hospital." "All right. If you require any supplies, feel free to ask me. I should have most of what you need," she added, though she refrained from elaborating further. "Thank you. Rest well." The two women retired to separate rooms for the night. Their slumber, however, was far from peaceful, as the discussion forum buzzed with pleas for help from those still trapped in the sanctuary. Chapter 32, The Fifth Match, Zombie World 8 at precisely 8 o'clock a.m. The Disaster Survival Challenge entered its 10th day, with the competition scheduled to conclude at 4 o'clock p.m. The tranquil morning was abruptly pierced by the roar of engines and the growls of zombies. Yesterday, Qiao Yunfeng believed that the group she had accompanied possessed some semblance of intelligence. However, at this moment, she regretted not slapping herself for her naivety. They were, in fact, a mindless bunch. Their desire to increase their zombie kill count before returning was understandable, as it was a sentiment shared by all. Even Xiao Yunfeng had planned to venture out and hunt for stragglers to bolster her own tally. Yet, who could have anticipated that they would indiscriminately toss grenades onto the main road? This reckless action attracted nearly half of the zombies towards them. Faced with the overwhelming horde, it was only natural for them to turn and flee. However, the gravest error lay in their retreat, as they continued to hurl grenades, inadvertently leading a swarm of zombies back into the farmstead. From the second-floor balcony, Qiao Yunfeng surveyed the chaos through binoculars, her mind swirling with expletives, wishing she could hurl a grenade into the midst of these challengers. Intelligence is a precious asset, and it is imperative to keep it close. With the final day upon them, they still chose to stir up trouble. What should we do? Shall we venture out to eliminate some zombies? Sun Yuan, gripping her handgun tightly, peered down at the zombies meandering through the alley. How proficient are you with that firearm? Qiao Yunfeng inquired. Observing how tightly Sun Yuan clutched the gun, her knuckles turning white. Not great. I'm not particularly fond of using these things. But I must learn, given the circumstances. She replied candidly, true to her nature. Then you should practice more. It will undoubtedly serve you well in the future, Xiao Yunfeng advised, drawing her own handgun and echoing her own commitment to daily practice with a blade. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuan pursed her lips and turned towards another direction on the balcony, and soon the sound of gunfire echoed. ISN and AMP. Oppos. Is it possible to shoot from here? Qiao Yunfeng queried, glancing at Sun Yuan, who had moved away. Although she struggled to comprehend the reasoning, she raised her arm and began to eliminate zombies one by one. The gate below had been barricaded with various objects the previous day, preventing the zombies from breaching the yard, allowing the two of them to shoot uninterrupted from the upper level. However, the neighboring buildings were not so fortunate. A scream pierced the air as a vehicle, amidst the cacophony of grenades, careened out of the farmstead. The sound of the car and the explosions diverted a wave of zombies, yet a significant number remained. As the horde swelled, Qiao Yunfeng descended to secure the doors and windows on the first floor. She also piled oil-soaked bedsheets and wooden planks in the courtyard, preparing to ignite them should the zombies breach the premises. The battle raged on until the afternoon, sapping their strength considerably. In a bid to be in better shape for their return, they simultaneously decided to stow away their firearms and take a brief respite in their room. The diminished firepower, particularly the absence of Qiao Yunfeng's precise shots, did not go unnoticed by the other teams. Soon, a youthful voice erupted, urging them not to slack off and to shoot faster. Qiao Yunfeng felt no inclination to respond, and Sun Yuan was entirely disinterested. They focused on the outside, consuming provisions and restorative potions, watching their stamina gradually replenish. After repeated calls yielded no response, the young voice realized the futility of their efforts and ceased fire, declaring, "If you're slacking off, I'll take care of it. I'm done." The rising number of zombies meant certain doom for all. Hearing this, Qiao Yunfeng was left speechless, her face betraying her exasperation. She wondered who had attracted the zombies back. Glancing at her kill count, she noted, 1738. The prospect of upgrading her land seemed bleak. The fruits she had planted initially were ready for harvest, and the vegetables would soon follow. She recalled her experiment. If ripe fruits were left unpicked, they would continue to grow, prompting a reminder to harvest again in 5 days if the tree remained unharvested. Silently, she praised the situation. She would no longer worry about running out of fruits and vegetables. She had stockpiled ample meat from previous encounters, enough to sustain her alone. Regrettably, she had intended to lure a few more zombies today. However, witnessing the relentless influx of zombies into the farmstead, she resolved to maintain a greater distance from other challengers in the future, for one could never discern who possessed common sense and who did not. Encountering more of the latter could very well spell her demise. As they quietly recuperated, the zombies finally breached the yard. Xiao Yunfeng ignited the prepared bedsheets and planks, instantly engulfing the area in flames. In the face of the blaze, the two exchanged earnest farewells. At 4:00 p.m., the announcement rang out. "Welcome back, challengers. Congratulations on successfully completing the 5th match of the Zombie World Challenge. Your level has increased by 1. Current status evaluated as good. Rewards: Health 100, Stamina 100. Space 1mx1m. Source Crystals 300. The 6th challenge will commence at 7:00 a.m. 3 days hence." A campfire crackled in the cave, and the outside temperature had significantly dropped. Fortunately, today was free of snow, rain, and wind. The wristband notified her the population had dwindled to only 6 million, down from 10 million upon her last return. Clearly, those who remained outside the challenge were not faring any better, with the weather growing colder. The cave's insulation paled in comparison to that of a house should a snowstorm arise. Qiao Yunfeng gazed outside, where an eerie silence prevailed, pierced only by the crackling of burning wood. The thought of descending the mountain back to the city filled her with reluctance. The following day, Qiao Yunfeng had anticipated a lengthy journey down the mountain, but upon reaching the foot of the hill, she realized it had taken merely a day and a half. Her stamina had significantly increased, allowing her to traverse the distance more quickly and efficiently than before. In the small town at the mountain's base, she found an unoccupied house. Throughout her journey, she had encountered no one, save for the occasional sound of a vehicle speeding by on the road, uncertain whether it was heading into the mountains or like her, departing. After tidying up, she secured the outer door from the inside, set traps in the yard, and barricaded the first floor with assorted debris. All windows and doors on the second floor were locked and curtains drawn. She lit the stove, gradually warming the interior as she prepared to enjoy hot pot that evening. From her storage, she retrieved an array of ingredients: slices of beef, lamb rolls, tripe, shrimp paste, fish paste, potato slices, white radish, cabbage, lettuce, and bok choy. She had harvested a variety of greens from her space, each in modest quantities, but combined with the fragrant spicy broth, the aroma was intoxicating. The blend of heat and spices, coupled with the scent of the food, tantalized her senses, and the warmth of the hot pot dispelled the chill in the air. After relishing a delightful meal, she Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T helped but marvel at how simple happiness could be. Nestled comfortably in the bed of her RV. With the warm air conditioning gently enveloping her, Qiao Yunfeng drifted into a tranquil slumber. Suddenly, the alarm signaled 7 o'clock a.m., marking the commencement of the challenge. Disaster Survival Challenge, 6th Round. Island of Horror. The cruise ship you boarded has unfortunately sunk after encountering a typhoon. All passengers are scattered across the vast ocean. You must locate an island and survive for 10 days. All survivors in this round are challengers. Special requirements, besides the items possessed by the challengers. Only 3 items from the available space may be selected for use. All challengers and Amp, Oppos, current spaces will be sealed at the start of the challenge. Challengers may utilize a temporary space of the same size as their current space to store resources. If you personally kill another challenger, your level will decrease. If it reaches 0, you will automatically perish. Countdown begins. 10, 9. Before Qiao Yunfeng could fully process the announcement, the countdown commenced. Swiftly, she selected a handgun, a machete, and a yacht from her space. The handgun was essential, while the machete, being durable and indestructible, was equally vital. The instructions indicated that they would be swimming to find the island, making the yacht indispensable. Fortunately, she had a habit of hoarding supplies and had stored plenty on the yacht. She hoped it could be considered part of it for the challenge. Just as she finished her selections, the countdown reached 1. The 6th round of the challenge is about to begin. You have earned 7,000 gold coins. You currently possess 300 source crystals. Please choose from the following items, with each item available in a random quantity of 10,000 per round. 1. Stamina 100. 100 source crystals. 2. Crossbow, unlimited shots. 400 source crystals. 3. Life restorative, 800 health. 500 source crystals. The crossbow and life restorative were regrettably beyond her means. With a sigh, she thought to herself that the 800 health was indeed tempting, as it represented an additional life. She resolved to save her source crystals for future purchases. Name: Xiao Yunfeng. Level 6, upgradable. Each successful disaster challenge allows for a level increase. Gender: female challenges participated. 6 health, 830 stamina, 870 status. Good space, 20m x 20m, upgradable. Items held: medical kit level 6, retains original effects. With 2 random medicines appearing daily, with the medical kit upgraded, it would now yield double the random medicines each day, significantly increasing the chances of obtaining vitality restoratives. Qiao Yunfeng rubbed her hands together, delighting in the prospect of 20 opportunities over the next 10 days, especially after not receiving any in the previous challenge. As she lay on a wooden plank, swaying with the rhythm of the waves, the sound of crashing surf filled her ears. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of an endless ocean, strewn with debris, and not a soul in sight. Immediately, she retrieved the yacht from her space and boarded, eagerly checking her supplies. A wave of happiness washed over her as she confirmed that everything was intact. In her space, the handgun and machete remained, and the cultivated land was still usable, bringing her further relief. Glancing at the scattered debris on the ocean and Oppos' surface, she decided to start collecting them in this vast emptiness. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 1, begins. The yacht sped through the water, yet after a prolonged search, no islands were in sight. Only the vast, serene sea stretched before her. Qiao Yunfeng's expression darkened. She needed to accelerate her search, as the prompt had indicated that the shipwreck was due to a typhoon. If she failed to find an island soon, this little yacht would be in peril should another storm arise. Suddenly, a small island appeared on the horizon. It looked modest from a distance, but as she approached, she realized it was surrounded by towering cliffs, and there were no accessible landings to be found. Reluctantly, she abandoned the idea and continued her search for another island. As she sped away, a fierce wind surged across the sea, darkening the sky and heralding the arrival of a storm. Qiao Yunfeng's heart raced as her yacht skimmed the water, leaping over waves. In the distance, she spotted another island and charged toward it without a second thought. Upon drawing nearer, she discovered the island was not only large, but also had a beach suitable for landing. With no other options, she drove her yacht onto the shore and sprinted toward the trees behind the beach. Just as she reached the edge of the forest, a powerful force pushed her from behind, sending her tumbling forward. As she scrambled to her feet, the sound of howling winds confirmed her fears. The typhoon had truly arrived. Despite her cautious advance amidst the raging winds, she stumbled and fell repeatedly, pain radiating throughout her body. Eventually, she was swept against a rocky cliff, and upon impact, she quickly excavated a cave using her space, shaping it into a C formation to minimize the wind's intrusion. Leaning against the cliff, Xiao Yunfeng exhaled deeply, finally feeling safe. However, her body ached as if it might fall apart, bruised and battered. Opening her medical kit, she struggled to find anything useful. Applying a patch to her wounds offered some relief, but she could only console herself with such small comforts. With no firewood aboard the yacht, she couldn't and oppose light a campfire. So she opted to enlarge the cave and settled inside the cabin of the yacht. She affixed several warm packs to herself, closed the yacht and oppose doors and windows, and began sorting through the items she had salvaged from the sea, examining what could be of use now. Chapter 33, The Sixth Contest. Island Terror Qiao Yunfeng sipped the boiling water from her alcohol stove, mentally commending her commendable habits. She had stocked her yacht with gasoline, grenades, outdoor gear, neatly organized food, and emergency supplies. Beneath the seating in the yacht's lounge, she had stashed numerous daily necessities, carefully planning her itinerary for the following day. She resolved to first return to the beach to thoroughly survey the island, and then to gather firewood, for the absence of a campfire would render the night unbearably cold. Wrapped snugly in her sleeping bag, lying on the yacht and Oppo's long sofa, she silently mused that if her RV were here, her slumber would be far more comfortable. Scrolling through the discussion forum to check on other circumstances, she was unsurprised to find that the onset of this challenge had been exceedingly difficult. Everyone was in dire straits. Who has managed to start a fire? We need some kindling in the trading area. I didn't bring a lighter, and I'm freezing. Who has spare warm clothing? I emerged from the water drenched, and it's terribly cold. Does anyone have an extra machete to trade? I didn't bring one. And breaking branches by hand is exhausting. What did you bring? No knife? Who knew it would only give us 10 seconds? I didn't even have time to react before it was over. I only managed to grab one item, with the other two randomized. My heavens. A bowl and a bottle of water. How am I supposed to survive? You and Oppos, lucky to have a bottle. I'm just waiting for rain to drink. Why not climb a tree? There are coconuts up there. I'm on an island without coconut trees. It's nothing but rocks. Oh. The island I'm on is quite large with abundant resources. I've even found plenty of wild fruits. Has anyone encountered other challengers? No, I've been entirely alone. Yes, there are several of us on my island, but everyone is preoccupied with their own tasks. I'm looking to trade for some wood. I arrived late today and am shivering. Any experienced players willing to trade? Come on, let us see what you've got to exchange. This round has been a total disaster. Lina had finally been washed ashore by the sea. Despite the strong winds making it nearly impossible to keep her eyes open, she persevered in gathering branches and collecting some dry twigs before returning to the cave she had excavated. Grateful for her possessions, particularly her clothing bag, which had been upgraded 3 times, she could now retrieve her desired outfits 5 times a day. When she fell into the sea, she had managed to pull out a life jacket, which ensured her safe arrival on the island. Clad in outdoor adventure gear, she felt no chill at all. However, glancing at the 3 items she had chosen, a sense of disappointment washed over her. 10 seconds was far too brief. She had just selected a knife and a lighter when time ran out, and the 3rd item was randomly generated, a box of instant noodles. Initially pleased at the thought of food, she soon realized her predicament while preparing to cook over the campfire. She had no pot. The noodles were packaged, leaving her to chew them dry. Fortunately, she had found a coconut upon landing. Otherwise, she would have had no water. This truly was a raw survival scenario. She slapped her face, reminding herself that she could still retrieve 3 outfits today. First, she selected a long, thick-down jacket for warmth at night. Next, she chose a set of warm, thick pajamas, followed by a long raincoat, just in case it rained, for she could not afford to fall ill without medicine. Tomorrow, at first light, she would venture out to search for food. Surely, there would be supplies to discover on the island. if all else failed. She would trade her warm clothing for a pot in the trading area. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 2 commenced. With the typhoon having subsided, Qiao Yunfeng's eyes sparkled as she gazed upon the vast array of seafood scattered across the beach. The frustrations she had harbored during the tempest were now forgotten, replaced by joy at the sight of such ample provisions. Who could complain about an abundance of food? Aside from seafood, the beach was littered with debris and refuse. She toiled for quite some time, selecting her finds, reluctant to leave the bounty behind, especially when she remembered that she still needed to gather wood. The beach stretched endlessly, and after nearly an hour of walking, she realized just how expansive the island was. This was advantageous for her, as it provided a better refuge from the typhoon. Upon entering the forest, she lamented her hurried passage the previous day, during which she had failed to observe her surroundings while being buffeted by the winds. Today, she took her time to explore the towering trees and sought out some shrubs to chop down, which would expedite her efforts. As she swung her blade, a few rabbits darted past her, prompting her to hasten her work. Determined to set traps after finishing her woodcutting, she figured that if there were rabbits, there must be other creatures to catch, promising a rewarding day ahead. Approaching midday, she assessed her collected wood and, adhering to her plan from yesterday, ventured uphill to find an elevated position for surveying the terrain. Along the way, she gathered fallen branches. Hearing the sound of flowing water, she stumbled upon a pond. After cleansing her hands and filling her container with water, her peripheral vision caught sight of a sheep leisurely approaching the water's edge. A smile crept across her face. This was a fortuitous opportunity for a meal. Rushing forward, she swung her knife, and with a bleat, the sheep fell to the ground, struggling as blood spurted forth, splattering onto her hands and clothing. She crouched by the pond, rinsing her hands and blade in preparation to claim her prize. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. A primal sense of danger surged through her. Instinctively, she stepped back 5 paces, eyes fixed on the water's surface, suspecting something lurked beneath. Holding her knife defensively across her chest, she continued to retreat, her gaze unflinching, when splash, a crocodile emerged from the water, snapping at the sheep and feasting voraciously. Xiao Yunfeng's body tensed, her mind racing with alarm bells as she hurriedly retreated further. She could hardly believe her eyes, for as the pond rippled, more crocodiles began to surface, vying for the sheep. 2 of them turned their attention toward her and, with alarming speed, charged in her direction. Drawing her pistol, she fired 3 shots at the nearest crocodile, confident that each bullet found its mark. Yet, the creature's momentum remained unimpeded, forcing her to continue her retreat. Desperation clawed at her mind. Fleeing was futile, for the crocodile outpaced her with ease. In a moment of frantic ingenuity, she pulled out a grenade and hurled it at the crocodile. With a thunderous explosion, one crocodile ceased its advance, while the other shook its head, undeterred by its wounds, and pressed on toward her. Just as she prepared to throw another grenade, her hand froze in midair, stunned by the sight before her. She blinked hard, questioning if her eyes were deceiving her, yet the scene remained unchanged. With a vigorous slap to her own head, she shook herself forcefully, and upon glancing again, the scene remained unchanged. A group of adorable, long-eared, short-tailed little rabbits fiercely charged at the injured crocodile, pouncing upon it to bite and claw relentlessly. The cacophony of their savage gnawing filled the air. In the mere seconds of her astonishment, the 2 crocodiles on the ground had nearly been devoured by them. A few of the rabbits then turned their heads to gaze at her, seeing those rabbits with red eyes and quivering long ears, revealing their sharp teeth. Qiao Yunfeng was suddenly struck with fear, her entire body shuddering as she instinctively turned and began to flee. Although it was a bit late, fleeing was imperative. The horde of rabbits pursued her, and when she glanced back, a chill coursed from her feet to the crown of her head. These rabbits, running on all 4s, emitted fierce growls. If not for their unmistakable resemblance to rabbits, she would hardly believe that these ferocious creatures were indeed a pack of rabbits. Have you ever witnessed rabbits kill a crocodile? Though it was injured by her hand, it was still a crocodile. The speed of the pursuing rabbits was astonishing. As Qiao Yunfeng sprinted forward, she hurled 3 grenades into the throng of rabbits, which somewhat reduced their numbers. After nearly 3 minutes of running, she found herself gasping for breath, realizing that if she continued, the rabbits would surely catch up to her. In her mind, she pondered whether she should seek higher ground and confront the rabbits head-on. Perhaps she could prevail against them. Her eyes darted about, searching for a suitable battleground to face this rabid group of rabbits. Suddenly, with a swift rustle from her right rear, a massive snake, as thick as a water barrel, lunged forward and bit down on a rabbit that was bleeding from the grenade explosion. This unexpected attack from the snake afforded Qiao Yunfeng a fleeting moment of respite. She disregarded everything else and sprinted forward, cursing her own slowness in this dire situation. Another snake, considerably slimmer than the first, emerged from her left, also targeting the wounded rabbits. With these two snakes intercepting the pursuing rabbits, the brief delay was enough for Qiao Yunfeng to escape the combat zone. Yet, her pace did not diminish. Her mind was solely focused on putting more distance between herself and the chaos. Ahead, she caught sight of a building in the distance. Without a moment for contemplation, her legs carried her towards it. As she drew nearer, she discerned it was a two-story house with a flower bed at the entrance. The iron gate of the small courtyard was ajar, and with her legs feeling increasingly feeble, she held her breath and dashed inside. Upon entering the courtyard, she promptly turned to shut the door, locking it securely. She hastily retreated indoors, locked the main door behind her, and crouched by the window on the ground floor, covertly observing the ongoing battle outside. She had positioned a weapon on the windowsill and kept a box of grenades close by, ready for immediate use. Qiao Yunfeng steeled herself for any incoming assaults. She would not hesitate to retaliate should any creature breach her sanctuary. However, the animals outside continued to amass, their fervor escalating, their bloodlust apparent, as they became increasingly oblivious to her presence. Her gaze fell upon a bewildering array of creatures: chickens, pigs, dogs, cats, rabbits, foxes, snakes, wolves, tigers, and even bears. She blinked several times, convinced her eyes were deceiving her. How could there be such a multitude of species? Was this island a veritable zoo? Her hand instinctively brushed against the grenades, her heart racing wildly at the surreal spectacle before her. Yet, the tension coursing through her body rendered her incapable of rational thought regarding this bizarre scenario. Outside, the tumultuous fray expanded, the throng of animals encroaching ever closer to the small building. With every fiber of her being, she remained alert, fixated on the unfolding chaos, fervently praying that the animals would not approach, that they would finish their battle and depart swiftly. Alas, the course of events often unfolds contrary to our desires. The very calamities we wish to avoid seem to manifest with greater ease. In the midst of the fray, a robust rooster soared into the air, flapping its wings as it dove onto the head of a colossal snake, fiercely pecking at its eyes. Regardless of the snake and Oppo's furious thrashing, the rooster clung tenaciously, undeterred. The snake, in a fit of rage, hurled several smaller animals aside, yet the rooster remained steadfast, its grip unyielding. Ultimately, the snake, in a desperate bid, slammed its head against a nearby tree, thrice, before the rooster was finally flung away, landing unceremoniously in the flower bed outside the courtyard. Xiao Yunfeng's body trembled as she instinctively raised her weapon, poised to fire the moment the rooster breached her sanctuary. Yet, what transpired next was even more peculiar. The rooster, somewhat dazed, staggered to its feet, as if intoxicated, glancing around before shaking its head and turning back to observe the fierce fray. Then, it calmly spread its wings, flapped them a couple of times, and nonchalantly retreated into the woods, vanishing without a trace. It was as if the valiant struggle it had just endured, single-handedly battling the massive snake and blinding it, had never occurred. It bore no relation to its current demeanor. Qiao Yunfeng, taking in the entirety of this spectacle, found herself utterly bewildered, her mind swirling with questions. What is happening? Why is this occurring? What on earth is going on? She slapped her forehead, feeling a twinge of pain, and then pinched her thigh forcefully, wincing at the sharp sensation. The pain was too real to be a dream. It was undeniably tangible. Chapter 34. The Sixth Contest. Island of Horror 2. A sudden gust of wind rushed through the open window, carrying with it the damp, briny scent of the sea, intertwined with a hint of floral fragrance. She was intently focused on the battle outside, apart from the rooster that had been thrown earlier. No other creatures ventured near the house. The wind intensified, lifting smaller animals off their feet, prompting Qiao Yunfeng to close the window as it became increasingly difficult to keep her eyes open against the force of the wind. Once the window was shut, her unease lingered as she continued to gaze outside. It was only when numerous branches were snapped by the tempest that larger animals began to disperse, leaving chaos in their wake. Turning away, Qiao Yunfeng leaned against the wall and sank to the floor, releasing a long, deep breath. It was then that she became acutely aware of the cold sweat soaking her clothes. Following a period of intense tension, her body succumbed to fatigue and weakness. She forced herself to stand and checked all the doors and windows within the house, ensuring everything was securely closed. After inspecting every entrance, she familiarized herself with the layout of the building. The first floor housed a laboratory, while the second floor contained a study and bedroom. Although it appeared to have been untouched for quite some time, covered in dust, the house remained safe and comfortable. After diligently tidying up the bedroom, she finally lay down, succumbing to a deep, restorative sleep. The raging storm outside failed to disturb her slumber. Upon waking, she stood by the window, watching the flashes of lightning and listening to the thunder, reflecting on her wise decision to stockpile wood. Lighting a small stove, the temperature in the bedroom gradually rose, enveloping her in warmth. The tempest had raged for 2 consecutive days, confining her indoors. During her time in the study, she discerned that the previous occupant had likely been a scientist. The laboratory below was filled with research data, while the study above contained summaries and hypotheses. Unfortunately, Qiao Yunfeng could not comprehend the scientific details. She could only glean that the former resident had been attempting to cultivate the flowers in the garden outside. Recalling the rooster's peculiar behavior, she resolved to venture out when the rain subsided to collect some flowers, curious to discover what had induced such drastic changes in the already frenzied animals. The records left in the study indicated that these flowers were a new variety bred by the owner, intended to alleviate physical pain. The aim of the house's proprietor was to develop a new medication to ease the suffering of terminally ill patients during treatment. As these revelations swirled in her mind, Qiao Yunfeng sensed an unsettling incongruity, though she could not pinpoint its source. Just as she felt on the verge of a breakthrough, a sudden tempest roared outside, accompanied by a tsunami. The howling winds and monstrous waves crashed towards the island with an apocalyptic fury, capturing her full attention. In the face of such peril, all other concerns faded into insignificance. The entire island trembled as the tsunami unleashed its relentless waves, crashing against the shore. Fortunately, the small house was surrounded by mountains, which shielded it from the majority of the tsunami and Appos' wrath. Occasionally, waves would crash against the structure, but they caused minimal damage. Qiao Yunfeng huddled anxiously in her room, counting the days as she awaited the retreat of the ocean and Appos' fury. This waiting game extended to the 10th day. As the day drew to a close, she silently celebrated her fortunate discovery of the small building and her foresight in stockpiling food and wood. Without those supplies, 10 days without sustenance would have surely led to starvation or freezing. Her instinct to hoard proved invaluable. Thank goodness for her foresight. Congratulations to the challenger for completing the challenge and becoming one of the last 20,000 survivors. Challenge successful. Standing on the small balcony, Qiao Yunfeng stared blankly at the flowers in the vase before her, an overwhelming sense of disbelief washing over her. Had she truly succeeded? She had survived until the conclusion of the challenge, emerging as one of the last 20,000 survivors. Laughter erupted from her, bending her over in joy. Unable to contain herself, an exuberance filling her, yet a bittersweet pang tugged at her heart, prompting tears to flow unbidden. How wonderful! How wonderful! She had finally achieved her goal. Feeling the warm sunlight on her skin, she lifted her gaze towards the brilliant sun, the rays so intense that they momentarily blurred her vision, instinctively raising her right hand to shield her eyes. Gazing at the glass vase reflecting the sunlight, she beheld the vibrant flower swaying gently in the breeze. It was breathtaking, and she relished the warmth of the sun. Extending her right hand, she reached out to touch the swaying petals. Yet, mid-motion, her hand abruptly halted in mid-air, her smile freezing on her face. Something was amiss. None of this made sense. She had long since departed from this house. How could she be back? Standing on the balcony, having just participated in the 6th contest, how had she become a victor? And this flower hadn't and Appos. All flora and fauna on Earth perished? Where had this bloom come from? Why did it seem so familiar yet elude her memory? Everything felt wrong. Retreating into the room, her room, without a doubt, she turned back towards the balcony, greeted once more by the same scene. Yet, under the radiant sun, there was an inexplicable eeriness. The flowers in the vase swayed as if beckoning to her. In a moment of impulse, she slapped her own face, the sting of pain jolting her back to reality. This was a dream. What was happening? Panic gripped Qiao Yunfeng as confusion overwhelmed her. She had no idea how to proceed. It was all too strange. Forcing herself to sit on the living room sofa, she took deep breaths to regain her composure. What was out of place? Where lay the problem? Images flashed through her mind, yet the more she tried to grasp them, the more elusive they became. With a frustrated cry, she kicked the table in front of her. Collapsing back onto the sofa, her gaze drawn to the balcony once more. The flowers, illuminated by sunlight and dancing in the gentle breeze, evoked a sense of serene beauty. A picturesque moment. Qiao Yunfeng paused, squinting her eyes, and gazed at the flower again, only to find it increasingly peculiar. Grabbing a machete, she swung it toward the flower. With a sharp crack, the vase shattered on the floor, scattering glass everywhere, while the flower lay undisturbed, silent amidst the chaos. Could she have been mistaken? Was the flower irrelevant? Closing her eyes, she earnestly recalled every detail of the events leading up to this moment. No, this flower was the only oddity. Opening her eyes, she stared at the flower on the floor and ignited a lighter, directing the flame toward it. The edges of the petals turned black but did not catch fire. Qiao Yunfeng then picked up a small twig and started a small fire on the ground. As the flames grew, she tossed the flower into the blaze. The petals gradually ignited, and with a plume of black smoke, the flower was finally consumed by the flames. Suddenly, Qiao Yunfeng found it difficult to breathe. Her eyes felt heavy, and her limbs refused to move. She struggled to make a sound, but only muffled sounds emerged. After several attempts to adjust her breathing, she summoned all her strength to open her eyes. Before her lay the first floor of the house where she had sought refuge, still seated against the wall. Struggling to prop herself up against the wall, she managed to stand, determined to escape. Something within this house was amiss, surely affecting her. Her body felt utterly weak. In traversing the less than 3-meter distance from the window to the door, she collapsed twice. Regardless of the challenges, she was resolute in her decision to leave. She could not remain in this house any longer. With limbs rendered powerless, she fell once more, opting to crawl forward with all her might. Gasping for breath, she finally made her way out of the small courtyard, greeted by a scene of devastation. Twisted branches littered the ground, remnants of a fierce wind, and the earth was soaked, suggesting a torrential downpour had occurred the previous day. Crawling beneath a large tree, Xiao Yunfeng paused, leaning against the trunk. She retrieved water from her supplies and gulped it down greedily. Why did she feel so feeble, devoid of energy? The thirst that followed was insatiable. She extracted biscuits from her emergency pack, devouring them hungrily, consuming 3 packs in total, and washed it down with another bottle of water before feeling slightly rejuvenated. Observing her hands and clothes caked in mud, she took out her yacht and entered the cabin to clean herself. Gradually, she sensed her strength returning. Curious about whether others in the discussion forum had encountered similar situations, she activated her wristband. Only to discover something far more shocking. Today marked the 5th day of the challenge, and her stamina had dwindled to a mere 50, with her life force at 70. She gazed through the yacht and Oppo's window at the house, her mind swirling in confusion. What kind of place was this? How could such a structure exist on a deserted island? Suddenly, she noticed the flower bed encircling the courtyard. Despite the raging winds and torrential rains, the flowers bloomed vibrantly, strikingly beautiful. Upon closer inspection, she realized these flowers resembled one she had seen on the balcony before her consciousness had faded. In that instant, everything connected in her mind. She promptly retrieved a mask from the medical kit and donned it. The upgraded mask provided undeniable protection, although she remained uncertain how these flowers affected her. It was prudent to err on the side of caution. She also donned a pair of windproof glasses and observed her condition. Her stamina and life force were gradually restoring. No wonder she had felt so weak upon awakening. She had gone 2 days without food or water. The mere fact that she was still alive was remarkable. Had her life force not been so high, she might have perished from starvation. The flowers were menacing, prompting Qiao Yunfeng to hastily stow the yacht and descend the mountain. Skirting around the house, upon reaching a higher elevation, she instinctively glanced back. The flowers were indeed exquisite, yet they had nearly cost her life in this challenge. Anger surged within her, compelling her to return to the small house. Drawing her pistol and securing her mask once more, she ventured back inside. The first floor was merely a laboratory, akin to her previous experience, while the second floor and Oppo's bedroom was devoid of life. Entering the study, she discovered a lifeless figure seated by the floor-to-ceiling window, likely deceased for quite some time. This individual was presumably the owner of the house, gender indeterminate. With a sheet of paper beside them, filled with writing. After reading the document, Qiao Yunfeng finally comprehended the identity of this person. The individual was named Zhang Tiancheng, a pharmaceutical researcher whose daughter had been afflicted with a chronic illness, necessitating constant blood transfusions to sustain her life. Each transfusion was excruciating, and witnessing his daughter in pain, he longed to endure her suffering himself. In pursuit of alleviating her agony, he endeavored to develop a new medication that could relieve pain without side effects. Through relentless research and countless trials, he eventually refined a new drug, utilizing the flower petals of a particular plant to diminish human perception. Once administered, individuals would feel as though they were in slumber, devoid of pain. His research yielded promising results, attracting investors who offered substantial funding, promising to establish a dedicated laboratory for him to continue his work while also pledging the best medical care for his daughter. He was filled with hope. believing his research could provide his daughter with a normal life. However, the outcome was far from what he envisioned. The investors exploited the flowers to create various hallucinogenic drugs devoid of side effects, allowing users to fulfill their deepest desires and dreams with sensations that felt strikingly real. By the time he realized the truth, it was too late. He found himself imprisoned on this island, unable to escape, watched over by a group of individuals who never ceased their surveillance. Cut off from the outside world, he had no knowledge of his family and Appos, as fate. Consumed by hatred yet paralyzed by fear, he refrained from resisting. A year later, he inadvertently overheard his captors conversing, learning that his daughter had passed away quietly. After consuming the very drug he had developed, slipping into eternal sleep without awakening. Overwhelmed by despair, he could not fathom how events had spiraled out of control. He struggled to understand how his intention to save his daughter had led her to death, why the world had dealt him such an unjust hand, and why he should continue to exist in this life. Lying on the ground for a day and a night, he remained trapped in these thoughts until his captors, noticing he had not touched the meal they had delivered, entered to check on him, promptly calling for a doctor who managed to revive him. Chapter 35, The Sixth Match. Island of Horror 3. Filled with an overwhelming sense of hatred, he had ceased to fear anyone or anything. At this moment, his profound animosity rendered him strikingly lucid. He had deliberately cultivated a new strain of flowers, and this time, the fragrance would induce an immediate hallucinatory effect upon anyone who inhaled it. The cowardice that once defined him was now extinguished. He sought vengeance against all who had wronged him, desiring to share the fruits of his labor with everyone. As his captors succumbed one by one, falling into an eternal slumber, not a single soul awakened. Observing the quietude of the fallen around him, he trembled with a joy that overwhelmed him, bursting into tears, the bitterness and anguish within him understood solely by himself. Even at this juncture, he felt no exhilaration from his revenge, for he was acutely aware that the true architect behind his plight, the one who manipulated everything, who had imprisoned him and obscured his view of his daughter, remained unseen, an enigma he could never confront or avenge. As he still did not know the identity of this individual, he realized he could never escape this island. It had been meticulously crafted as his prison, his final resting place. 3 days had passed without a soul arriving to collect the flowers, suggesting that his scheme had been discovered. This new breed of flowers was unlike any that had come before, but alas, it was too late. He understood this far too late. He recognized these blossoms as the root of all evil, deserving of annihilation, yet he found himself unable to destroy them. He could not bear to part with them. These flowers, having consumed his entire life and Appos, as energy, were akin to his children. He felt an irreplaceable bond with them. He chose to remain there, watching over the flowers as if they were his own daughter. On the final lines of a letter written on a sheet filled with words, he earnestly penned, "Let all of this vanish beneath the waves of the sea. If they truly ought not to exist in this world, let nature erase them. When the ocean submerges all wickedness, and you, my child, continue to thrive beneath the sea, then please, my child, live well." After reading the letter, Qiao Yunfeng silently gazed at the lifeless body, her heart a tumult of emotions, pity, sorrow, lamentation, instilling a desire to hate. Yet she found it impossible. However, those flowers that had nearly led her to her demise were ones she genuinely wished to spare. Draping a blanket over the corpse, she resolutely descended the stairs. Tightening her mask, and, feeling uneasy, donned an oxygen tank. She then approached the flower bed, surrounded by wooden branches, doused it in gasoline, and ignited it. As flames leapt skyward, black smoke billowed into the air, and Xiao Yunfeng retreated to the mountain. From her elevated vantage point, she beheld the small cabin engulfed in fierce flames, the tempestuous winds fueling the fire and Appos, as ferocity. "I hope you find peace in your next life, reunited with your daughter. You must have been a wonderful father. And she will be a healthy, happy child," Qiao Yunfeng murmured to the cabin. As she completed her task, dust began to descend, signaling the approach of another storm. Quickly, she sought refuge, excavating a cave, sealing 2/3 of the entrance with the earth she had unearthed, leaving a small opening for ventilation. Sitting on the yacht sofa, warming herself by the fire while savoring seafood, she meticulously reflected on the entire sequence of events, replaying them in her mind, until she finally discerned the source of the problem. Initially, upon her arrival on the island, the animals had not attacked her. While she was clearing bushes and collecting wood, 2 rabbits had scurried past without aggression. Even when a sheep approached to drink from the water, it posed no threat. The turning point had occurred after she killed the sheep, which had attracted the crocodiles, setting off a chain of events. The act of slaughtering the sheep had been the crucial pivot. Was it the blood from the sheep that summoned the crocodiles? Yet, why did those two crocodiles relentlessly pursue her? Furthermore, why had the rabbit horde charged at the crocodiles rather than her? Her mind churned with questions. Eyes closed as she concentrated, recalling fragmented memories that flickered before her like a film reel. Suddenly, the realization struck her blood. When she had killed the sheep, its blood had splattered onto her hands and clothes, and when she washed her hands in the water, she had spotted the crocodiles, prompting her retreat. Thus, these creatures were highly sensitive to the scent of blood. Without it, they would not attack. To verify this conclusion, she resolved to conduct an experiment with an animal the following day. The island and Apos' fauna had grown exceedingly peculiar. Rabbits consuming meat, roosters capable of soaring high. Moreover, how could such a remote island, surrounded by water, harbor so many animals? Were those controlling the scientists living on the island, breeding creatures for consumption? But why were there wolves, snakes, tigers, and bears creatures of the flesh? So many anomalies left her head spinning, and clarity eluded her. Qiao Yunfeng tapped her forehead, inhaling deeply to calm herself, deciding to set aside her thoughts for now. Tomorrow, she would venture out to seek further useful information. However, she must ascend to the mountaintop. For she had squandered 2 days due to those flowers. Today marked the 5th day of the challenge. Having organized her supplies, she found her provisions reasonably sufficient. The most pressing matter remained. She needed to identify a suitable location. On this island, the greatest dangers were likely typhoons and tsunamis. If all else failed, she would have to find a cave to hide within. Opening the storage compartment of the yacht, she retrieved gasoline, diving gear, oxygen tanks, and one of the 2 emergency kits, along with 2 outdoor supply packs. Upon counting the oxygen tanks, she realized she had prepared insufficient amounts, only 2 days' worth. With 10 small bottles and 2 large tanks, whether these supplies would suffice in the event of entrapment remained uncertain. She resolved to seek a high vantage point to closely observe the terrain, searching for a location that could shield her from a tsunami. The scientist and Apos' final words on the letter lingered in her mind, stirring a sense of foreboding. Would this island ultimately be submerged by the sea? If that were to transpire, what would she do? Drift upon the yacht amid the ocean? But with a typhoon, the yacht would hardly be a sanctuary. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the 6th day of the disaster survival challenge commenced. As Qiao Yunfeng ascended the mountain with haste, she encountered several animals, none of which exhibited any inclination to attack her. On the contrary, their behavior left her utterly astonished. In a moment of disorientation, she felt as though she had stepped into the pages of a fairy tale rather than a survival competition. Initially, she spotted a dog ahead, an utterly ordinary land dog. Recalling her speculations from the previous day, she instinctively crouched low and stealthily approached, her pistol gripped tightly in hand, her heart racing with apprehension. She feared that should she attract too many animals, it might spark another chaotic melee, and she would be left scrambling to escape the onslaught. Before she could fully resolve her internal struggle, she found herself within 10 paces of the dog. The moment the dog turned and noticed her, its eyes revealed a mixture of fear and trepidation. With a sudden, low bark, it darted towards a nearby tree. Qiao Yunfeng watched in disbelief as the dog swiftly scaled the trunk, agilely leaping onto the branches before disappearing from view. Had she not witnessed it herself? She might have assumed she had encountered a cat instead of a dog. Stunned, she stood frozen for a few seconds. Processing the fact that the dog had fled without any intention to attack her, it had bolted the moment it spotted her. Shaking her head to dispel the odd thoughts, she resolved to continue her rapid ascent, determined to reach the mountain's peak today. When she finally stood atop the summit, she realized that the highest peak still lay ahead, marked by a sheer cliff adorned with rocky outcrops, topped with an antenna tower. It seemed that those who inhabited this region had installed it to maintain contact with the outside world. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt compelled to investigate further. With renewed motivation, she pressed on without pausing for rest, making her way toward the distant peak. However, as the winds began to pick up, she persevered a while longer, only to find the gusts intensifying rapidly. Reluctantly, she halted her progress to dig a shelter for the night as a torrential downpour was imminent. While she was in the midst of her task, she heard some rustling behind her. Before she could turn, a woman's voice called out, "Xiao Yunfeng?" Instinctively, she spun around. Raising her pistol in defense, the dark muzzle aimed towards the source of the sound. "Who goes there?" From the thicket emerged a girl, her hands raised in a gesture of peace, her face beaming with a smile that radiated her cheerful disposition. "Qiao Yunfeng, and Amp, Apos, it's really you." "I and Amp, Apos, Shinran in. Do you remember me?" You helped me back in Icefield Town. Recognizing the girl, Qiao Yunfeng lowered her weapon, though her guard remained firmly in place. Are you alone? No, I have 2 teammates. We collaborated during the zombie challenge, and by chance, we have reunited. So now, the 3 of us are working together, Shun Ranyan explained. Just then, a sudden downpour began, catching Qiao Yunfeng off guard. She looked up to see dark clouds unleashing torrents of rain. Feeling quite disheartened at the prospect of having to dig in the rain. Come with me. We've already dug a shelter. You shouldn't have to endure the rain. Prolonged exposure could affect your condition, especially since we still need to climb, Shin Ranyan urged, producing a hat made of thin branches and offering it to Qiao Yunfeng, who noted that she donned a similar one herself. The girl did not approach, but merely extended the hat towards her. Observing Shin Ranyan, Qiao Yunfeng recalled their brief interaction during those few days. The girl exhibited a commendable sense of propriety, never coming off as intrusive. Yet, she was not alone. And the thought of joining forces with others filled Qiao Yunfeng with trepidation. I understand you're not accustomed to being around others. I will assure them of your preferences. You need not worry. They are both quite commendable, and I have worked with them before, Shin Ranyan reassured her as the downpour intensified. We should hurry, she added. The typhoon is approaching, and it will become increasingly perilous. Acknowledging the validity of her words, Qiao Yunfeng accepted the hat and placed it atop her head, suppressing her discomfort as she chose to accompany Shin Ranyan. The storm arrived more swiftly than anticipated, and the prospect of digging a suitable shelter in such a short time frame became increasingly daunting. Following Shin Ranyan, they soon arrived at the cave, which was not far off. The entrance, constructed from stones stacked to about waist height, was reinforced with a makeshift door made from sturdy branches. Clearly, one of her companions possessed remarkable skills, capable of crafting a hat from twigs and fashioning a door from logs. In this challenge, where resources were severely limited, it was indeed a time for everyone to showcase their strengths. Shin Ranyan led Qiao Yunfeng inside, where the cave was spacious and a fire was crackling with boiling water. 2 men sat beside the flames, engaged in conversation. Upon their entrance, both men rose, their gazes fixed intently on Qiao Yunfeng. Just as Shin Ranyan was about to introduce her, one of the men approached, smiling as he remarked, "What a coincidence. Here we meet again." Qiao Yunfeng recognized the man immediately, glancing at the other. The 2 faces triggered memories from her time in the border town, where they had carried her back when she was too exhausted to continue, in exchange for her first aid supplies. Although she had only interacted with them once, she nodded in acknowledgement, confirming the serendipity of their reunion. Chapter 36, The Sixth Encounter, Island of Terror. 4. A man emerged from the fierce flames of the bonfire, tugging at the corner of his mouth as he addressed Qiao Yunfeng. You are still as you were back then, on guard against challengers. As if facing a flood or a fierce beast, you are exceedingly kind to others, offering medicine and water. Qiao Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback by his bluntness. They are quite good to me, at least they are honest and sincere, without ulterior motives. The challengers, however, are another matter. Ah, indeed. One must possess such clarity of thought to endure, the man replied with a self-deprecating smile. I am Meng Wenrui, and this is Nie Gaoyang. You may call me Mengzi. We were once soldiers. How should we address you? I am Qiao Yunfeng. I always heard the captain call you Xiao Qiao, thinking it was a pseudonym. Only to discover your true surname is Qiao. It appears we have met before, which is wonderful. The rain came down rather suddenly today, he continued. She was chatting with me, and the cave isn't finished yet. So, tonight we shall stay here, if that is agreeable. Shin Ranjan looked around with delight. All right. I have no objections. As long as Xiao Qiao is willing, Meng Wenrui nodded cheerfully, his tone laced with playful teasing. Hello, Qiao Yunfeng. I understand the relationships among challengers are somewhat strained at present. We harbor no ill intentions. If you wish to rest here for the night, we welcome you. Nie Gaoyang gestured towards a spot by the fire. Come, sit by the fire and warm yourself. I have ginseng chicken soup. Come and enjoy it with us. Shin Ranjan pulled Qiao Yunfeng to the fire and urged her to sit on a branch she had chopped. Qiao Yunfeng glanced at Shin Ranjan, suddenly feeling envious of her ability to procure food at any moment, which seemed almost like cheating in this apocalyptic scenario. Yet, recalling her own medical kit, which had consistently yielded supplies in recent days, she felt somewhat reassured. Her provisions were not lacking either. However, she had yet to randomly acquire any vitality potion. Instead, she had been receiving alcohol, iodine tablets, vitamin C, and some calming remedies, leaving her in a state of bemusement. Well, having something is better than nothing. Perhaps I will find a use for them someday. Noticing Shin Ranjan pointing to her wristband, Qiao Yunfeng opened it. Shin Ranjan smiled knowingly. I knew you wouldn't and Oppos. Be familiar with this. If you trade food or other items that enhance your status, it will be displayed immediately. Let me demonstrate. Confused. Qiao Yunfeng looked back at her wristband, where a second trade appeared. Delicious beef rice. Has physical strength for 10 minutes x1 bowl in exchange for any item. She looked up at Shun Ranjan with astonishment. Could she actually create food with detrimental effects? That was remarkable. Having 1's physical strength for 10 minutes could indeed be life-threatening. Seeing Qiao Yunfeng and Oppos' astonished expression, Shun Ranjan seemed particularly pleased. This effect is thanks to you, Qiao. After we defeated the Wolf King, I received this as a reward for my assistance. Mentioning the Wolf King made Qiao Yunfeng recall the reward she received. Animal fear increased threefold. That explained why the dog bolted upon seeing her. As she ascended the mountain today, she had thought that if she hadn't been smeared in sheep's blood, the crocodiles would have focused solely on their prey, and they wouldn't have pursued her relentlessly. She also received and Oppos' malice sensitivity and Oppos' enhancement, which alerted her to any ill intent directed her way, enabling her to react swiftly when danger approached. Observing the three challengers by the bonfire, she sensed no malice, at least. Not at present. She couldn't and Oppos' help but chuckle at herself. Indeed, those who had been hurt tend to be overly cautious. Once bitten, twice shy, it seemed, was her reality. She placed 3 apples into the trade, exchanging them for the chicken soup. Taking a sip of the warm, rich broth, she sighed in contentment. Delicious. Qiao, you actually have apples. Shun Ranjan exclaimed, handing one to each of the 2 men, who eagerly bit into them. Oh, this apple is wonderfully sweet. Did you bring a refrigerator among your supplies? Meng Wenrui chuckled. I brought a yacht. Qiao Yunfeng raised an eyebrow at him. Seeing Meng Wenrui's stunned expression as he bit into the apple, Qiao Yunfeng couldn't help but smile, and the 2 others joined in the laughter. Meng Wenrui glanced around, still grinning as he continued to eat. If you don't mind, shall we exchange information about the island? Nie Gaoang tossed a piece of wood into the fire, looking at Qiao Yunfeng. Sure, let us eat and chat. I also have some beef jerky and rice. Shun Ranjan set the food on the ground for everyone to share. Since we are using your cave, I wish to express my sincerity and gratitude. Qiao Yunfeng retrieved the yacht, relieved that the cave was sufficiently spacious. The moment the 3 saw the yacht, their expressions shifted to one of surprise. A blend of astonishment and curiosity. You can't be serious. Meng Wenrui pointed at the yacht, disbelief etched on his face. I thought you were joking. Of course. It's real. Why would I deceive you? Qiao Yunfeng approached and opened the hatch. Come aboard. Let us sit and enjoy our meal. After a flurry of activity, they settled comfortably on the yacht, the table laden with food. Qiao Yunfeng produced some seafood, while a small stove simmered a fragrant seafood soup. As they warmed by the fire and feasted, the atmosphere grew increasingly amicable. Nie Gaoang began recounting their journey, and upon hearing it, Qiao Yunfeng calmly swallowed a mouthful of hot soup, feeling a sense of equilibrium restored within her. Oh, so it's not just me who has been confounded by this island. It appeared that while their experiences varied, the challenges they faced were remarkably similar. Their adventures since arriving on the island mirrored her own, rife with twists and turns. Meng Wenrui and Nie Gaoyang, unable to resist the allure of the wildlife in the woods, had succumbed to their instincts, hunting several prey, only to attract a herd of pigs that relentlessly pursued them. In the ensuing chaos, they found themselves besieged by a growing number of animals, prompting their immediate retreat. As the throng of creatures swelled behind them, they hastily tossed grenades while fleeing, their stamina rapidly depleting. When they spotted the entrance to a building, they dashed inside without a second thought, the menacing animal horde looming behind them. Although the 2 of them were in a state of disarray, their combat awareness remained formidable. Before entering the building, they executed a series of grenade attacks, decimating the pursuing creatures. The bloodshed outside incessantly attracted more and more animals, igniting a chaotic melee. The reason for this, they would later comprehend. At that moment, they were as bewildered as Qiao Yunfeng, utterly unaware of the unfolding events and the inexplicable frenzy. Instinctively, they secured the doors and quietly concealed themselves, awaiting a moment of tranquility outside before venturing forth. It was then that they encountered Shun Ranran, who emerged from within upon hearing the commotion. Among their quartet, Shun Ranran had experienced the least turmoil on the island. Her provisions ensured she never lacked sustenance. Thus, she had never contemplated hunting animals, remaining blissfully oblivious to such matters. The 3 had collaborated during the zombie challenge, and this unexpected reunion allowed them to exchange information regarding their circumstances and discoveries since arriving on the island. After deliberation, they resolved to explore the building in search of useful items. The edifice appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, with most items rendered unusable. They invested considerable time yet found little of particular value until they stumbled upon several corpses in a locked room. Beside one of the bodies lay an open journal. Upon perusing its contents, the trio finally grasped the intricate narrative of events. This establishment was a research facility focused on animal genetic modification and transfer. Researchers endeavored to interchange genes among different species, facilitating their natural amalgamation. This process was immensely challenging, as living creatures could not withstand the agony inflicted by genetic alterations, leading many to perish from the pain. Their experiments were conducted here due to the presence of an exceedingly rare medicinal herb on the island, which, when utilized as a crucial adjunct, alleviated the suffering of the animals undergoing genetic mutations, thereby allowing for a gradual and less fatal integration of genes. This significantly reduced the failure rate, and they aimed to commence human trials once they achieved innovative breakthroughs. Just as they believed their research was nearing success, they inadvertently discovered that these genetically modified animals exhibited an extreme sensitivity to the scent of blood, becoming uncontrollably aggressive upon detecting it. Consequently, their experiments were deemed failures, and all progress was abruptly halted as they received orders to evacuate the island. They were instructed to retreat to the mountaintop tower by noon the following day, where a helicopter would collect them. Reluctantly, everyone prepared to withdraw. In the ensuing panic, one individual accidentally fell and injured their forehead, the blood attracting a dog. In the chaos, they killed the dog, inadvertently drawing forth even more creatures. Some managed to escape, while others were compelled to retreat back into the research facility, awaiting rescue, which tragically never came. As Qiao Yunfeng sipped on a steaming bowl of seafood soup, he recounted his experiences from the beginning, leaving the three listeners utterly astonished and incredulous. Upon hearing how Qiao Yunfeng ignited the flowers, incinerating them all, they unanimously expressed their admiration with raised thumbs. Such entities were exceedingly perilous. A mere whiff had almost led to Qiao Yunfeng and Appo's demise, instilling a deep sense of trepidation. It was evident that they needed to ascend to the antenna tower atop the cliff. Nie Gaoyang surveyed the group. We should hasten to the cliff. I feel the last words in that letter carry profound significance. And Appo's, if the sea submerges all evil, and you still survive beneath the waves, and Appo's, this conveys a possibility that this island may indeed be engulfed by the sea. Qiao Yunfeng spoke gravely, articulating his conjecture. This is not without merit. Over the past few days, winds have begun each afternoon, followed by torrential rains at night. Yet today the rain commenced before dusk. Meng Wenrui pondered aloud, acknowledging the premature downpour. Tomorrow, we should gather more timber along the way. Should a storm arise in the coming days, temperatures will surely drop. Shen Ranran added. Indeed, that is wise. Qiao Yunfeng concurred, never one to oppose the idea of stockpiling supplies, offering his full endorsement. Hearing Qiao Yunfeng's agreement, Shen Ranran beamed radiantly, as if a tail were wagging in exuberance behind her. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 7 commenced. The quartet had journeyed tirelessly since morning and reached the mountain peak, where they were compelled to halt, as the ascent beyond was strewn with rocks. They needed to excavate a shelter for the night, as the tempest was imminent. Under their collective effort, the cave was swiftly completed. As Qiao Yunfeng turned, his foot slipped, and he fell, his thigh colliding with a protruding rock, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Just as he was about to rise, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Instinctively, he drew his machete and swung it backward, rolling and pivoting to position the blade defensively before him, an entirely instinctual response, devoid of conscious thought. However, upon recognizing Nie Gaoyang extending a hand to assist him, he realized he was not alone. There were others by his side. I apologize. His awkward apology remained unfinished as he noticed Nie Gaoyang and Appo's bleeding hand, prompting him to leap up from the ground. Blood would surely attract more animals. Swiftly, Qiao Yunfeng produced a hemostatic agent and applied it to Nie Gaoyang's arm, but a squirrel, drawn by the scent of blood, was already approaching, baring its teeth and emitting a low growl in their direction. Chapter 37, The Sixth Contest, Island Terror 5. Remove your clothes, quickly. Upon noticing the bloodstains on the fabric, Qiao Yunfeng urgently commanded. Nie Gaoyang, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly shed his garments and cast them down the mountainside. Alas, it was too late. A squirrel, propelled by its hind legs, lunged through the air, its short forepaws brandishing sharp claws. Qiao Yunfeng drew his pistol and immediately retaliated. The squirrel was struck twice and fell to the ground, its wounds gushing crimson, which rapidly stained the earth. At that moment, several serpents slithered towards them, their bodies undulating. "Hurry, retreat into the cave, you two. Quickly, into the cave," Nie Gaoyang urged, pulling Qiao Yunfeng as they retreated. Shenranjin was the first to re-enter the cave, swiftly igniting a bonfire. Soon after, Meng Wenrui followed, positioning himself at the entrance with a submachine gun poised. Nie Gaoyang was the last to reach the cave entrance. Producing a grenade and shouting to Qiao Yunfeng, "Come back quickly." Qiao Yunfeng fired at the approaching snakes, forcing them back before rushing into the cave. Nie Gaoyang sidestepped, hurling the grenade into the throng of encroaching creatures. With a thunderous explosion, several animals were injured, and their blood drew others into a frenzy of conflict. As the chaos ensued, the bloodshed intensified, attracting more wildlife. Wherever there was blood, there were animals. The four of them anxiously observed the tumult from the cave entrance as rain began to pour, washing away the sanguine scent and allowing the creatures to gradually disperse. After blocking 2/3 of the cave entrance with branches, they finally settled by the fire to rest. Exhaustion weighed heavily on them after a long day. "I apologize. It is my fault," Xiao Yunfeng reiterated to Nie Gaoyang, offering him a box of hemostatic medicine. Staring at the box, Nie Gaoyang felt compelled to reassure him that it was inconsequential, but the words faltered on his lips, unuttered. Instead, he fixated on the medicine, yearning for its efficacy. Seeing the struggle in his eyes, Xiao Yunfeng placed the box beside him. "This is my sincere apology. I am not accustomed to having others around after being alone for so long." Meng Wenrui glanced at Nie Gaoyang but remained silent, opting to chop wood and toss it into the fire. Shenranjin, too, said nothing, merely retrieving a pot to prepare porridge. Observing their reactions, Nie Gaoyang tucked away the hemostatic medicine. "I'm fine, don't dwell on it. I appreciate the medicine, it is indeed useful. Come and eat," Shenranjin cheerfully called. We've had a long, tiring day. As they savored the warm porridge, their spirits lifted considerably. "I believe your concerns may be valid," Nie Gaoyang remarked to Qiao Yunfeng. "If this island is entirely submerged, we must devise a plan to survive at sea for 10 days. I have a boat. We can simply use that," Qiao Yunfeng replied, furrowing his brow. "Are you worried it might capsize?" "Yes, I fear it may." Nie Gaoyang sipped his hot porridge, earnestly explaining that their arrival here was due to a shipwreck caused by a typhoon. "I share that concern," Qiao Yunfeng sighed, lowering his gaze. "Tomorrow, let us gather more wood and construct rafts." Meng Wenrui pointed to the branch door. "Let us make them sturdier than this, binding smaller branches together to ensure they stay afloat." "Here, this is for you," Shenranjin said, handing Qiao Yunfeng a buoyancy vest. This was found at the Research Institute. It was likely prepared for emergencies. Receiving the vest, warmth surged through Qiao Yunfeng. "Each of you take 2 bottles. I hope they remain unused." She produced 6 diving oxygen tanks and placed them before them. The 3 exchanged astonished glances, speechless and motionless. "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Qiao Yunfeng inquired, puzzled. "You don't know how to use them? How do you possess such an abundance of supplies?" Meng Wenrui could no longer contain his curiosity. "I was merely asking." "You needn't answer." "Haha. I've always wanted to ask, even back on the ice plains," Shenranjin smiled, lifting 2 oxygen tanks. "It seems no matter what I wish to exchange, you have it. The oxygen you provided on the ice saved my life, allowing me to emerge from the depths. This oxygen will surely enable me to swim to safety. I have a habit of stockpiling supplies. I like to gather everything," Xiao Yunfeng explained sheepishly. "So, how did you manage to bring all this? Weren't we limited to selecting 3 items at the start?" Meng Wenrui's face radiated curiosity. "All these items were already in the ship as hold. I selected the vessel and brought everything along," Qiao Yunfeng clarified. "It's simply the truth. There's nothing to conceal." "You stored everything in the ship as hold?" Nie Gaoyang questioned, intrigued. "Yes, I often organize supplies when I have free time, categorizing them for convenience. I even created emergency packs for quick access if needed. That's a sound strategy. I'll adopt it when we return," Shenranjin remarked, her expression one of admiration. Observing the agreement among his companions, Qiao Yunfeng couldn't help but smile. They continued to deliberate their plans for the following day while the storm outside roared relentlessly. Xiao Tian, gazing at the tempest outside the cave, felt waves of unease wash over him, despair creeping onto his face. He had not found any food for 2 days. Should he leave the island tomorrow? Yet, within his visible horizon, there were no other islands in sight. If he failed to discover another land before the afternoon storm arrived, Would he have any chance of survival adrift at sea? He hesitated. This island was barren rock, devoid of sustenance. Today, he had spent the entire day submerged in seawater. Yet not a single fish had graced his efforts. Overcome by hunger, he gulped down a few mouthfuls of rainwater, staring blankly at the tempest beyond. At 8 a.m. sharp, the Disaster Survival Challenge entered its 8th day. The two men immediately set out to fell trees for their rafts. While Qiao Yunfeng ascended the cliff to survey the situation, Shinranjin remained in the cave, preparing more food, hoping for items that could enhance vitality and stamina. The cliff was not overly steep, but the rain had rendered it treacherously slick. To avoid injury, she ascended with utmost caution. At the summit lay a flat expanse, the origin of which was uncertain, whether natural or man-made. A solitary antenna tower stood there, unremarkable in appearance, standing atop the cliff, gazing toward the sea. One was enveloped by a sense of tranquility. Occasionally, birds would flit across the sky. She sent a message to the others, inviting them to join her in witnessing the breathtaking view. Before long, the three companions joined her, and together they sat atop the cliff, marveling at the beauty of the ocean. Suddenly, an enormous wave unexpectedly surged forth, crashing violently toward them. In a state of panic, they clung tightly to the antenna tower, desperate to avoid being swept off the cliff by the tumultuous waters. The sea lashed against them ferociously. Xiao Yunfeng could only squeeze her eyes shut, burying her head in her arms while gasping for breath. As the first wave receded, she lifted her head, still unable to open her eyes, only to be met by another colossal wave, forcing her to choke on seawater. Quickly, she ducked her head again, clutching tightly while coughing uncontrollably. Before long, the seawater had risen to waist level. Qiao Yunfeng promptly retrieved the yacht, and as everyone boarded, she swiftly set sail. However, monstrous waves assailed them, and on the fourth wave and Oppo's impact, the yacht was completely overturned. She secured the yacht, donned her oxygen mask, and prepared to swim to the surface in search of the others. At that moment, a shark locked its gaze upon her, swimming directly towards her. Instinctively, she turned and exerted every ounce of strength to ascend, desperately attempting to evade the predator, her limbs flailing as she paddled furiously. Yet, in the water, escaping a shark was an impossible feat despite her frantic efforts. The shark rapidly closed the distance, and she felt a sharp pain and tug on her calf. The shark had bitten down on her leg. In a desperate bid for survival, she drew her knife and struck at the shark with all her might, hoping it would release her due to the pain. Unfortunately, the shark remained unyielding, and the water around them became saturated with crimson. She could not discern whether it was her blood or the shark's. As the stalemate persisted, she felt her strength waning. The force behind her strikes diminished, and gradually, the knife slipped from her grasp. She was left with no energy to fight. The realization that she was nearing death washed over her, the sensation eerily reminiscent of her past life. Was this truly the end? Her eyelids grew heavier, and her body felt increasingly weightless. Just as she succumbed to darkness, a sudden pain jolted her face, accompanied by a voice calling her name. Yet, her body was too weak to respond. Her eyes remained shut. Another sharp pain struck her face, as if someone were slapping her. Xiao Yunfeng, wake up! Was someone calling her? With the shark lurking nearby, how could anyone approach? She summoned her strength to open her eyes, revealing Shinranjin and Oppo's worried expression, who was simultaneously calling her name while raising her hand to strike again. Upon seeing her awaken, Shinranjin let out a sigh of relief, assisting her to sit up. Are you all right? Have you regained consciousness? Do you see me? Qiao Yunfeng, look. Is that the flower you mentioned? Nia Gaolang pointed from the opposite cliffside. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Yunfeng leaned on Shinranjin and Oppo's arm and moved closer. On the other side of the cliff, a platform was adorned with a row of flowers outside a small house. Qiao Yunfeng shut her eyes in anger, her body trembling with fury. She immediately retrieved her mask, distributing one to each of them. The three watched her in astonishment as she furiously gathered branches to cover the flower bed, dousing it with gasoline. Her rage caused her hand to tremble, requiring 3 attempts before she ignited the flames. As black smoke billowed from the flower bed, she retreated to a safe distance. The other 3, sensing her embarrassment, discreetly moved away. In that moment, they discovered a stone chamber carved into the cliffside, almost invisible if one did not look closely. Upon entering, they found the space surprisingly spacious yet quite cold, indicating it had once been inhabited. Waiting for the fire to die down, Qiao Yunfeng's mood gradually calmed. Having stumbled twice in the same spot, it was clear she had a peculiar connection to these flowers, a cursed bond. Shinranjin urged Qiao Yunfeng into the stone chamber, and together they decided to spend the night there. The four resumed their efforts to chop wood, but when Shenranran suddenly shouted, the two men rushed back. Swinging their knives, they struck at the branches. Qiao Yunfeng felt a twinge of frustration. How did you notice something was amiss? Shenranran observed Qiao Yunfeng's expression and cautiously explained, I saw you sitting there for quite a while, and when I called out, you didn't respond. I sent you a message, but you didn't read it. It felt off. We agreed that if you saw anything, you would let us know. But you sat there, doing nothing, which isn't like you at all. So, I called them back to check on you. Fortunately, when I climbed up, I found you lying on the ground, struggling and growing weaker. Qiao, no one had any idea these flowers were here, and you too. Seeing Shenranran's comforting expression, Xiao Yunfeng nodded in acknowledgement. I'm fine. I just wonder if there are more of these flowers on the island. She sighed, these flowers are truly terrifying. Thank you for today. Suddenly, thunder rumbled overhead. Despite the calm before the storm, rain was imminent. The four hastily accelerated their efforts, finishing with the tree and heading back to the stone chamber. Sitting by the campfire, the sounds of thunder and crashing waves filled the air. Qiao Yunfeng observed the two men crafting a raft, then turned to see Shenranran preparing dinner, a gentle warmth blossoming within her heart. The feeling of companionship was quite delightful. Once dinner was ready, Shenranran called, Come eat. Afterward, we can continue assembling the raft. It seems the heavy rain is arriving sooner than expected. She set out 4 bowls on the table. Qiao Yunfeng placed 4 apples beside them, and as the two men approached, they all began to eat together. I fear the weather may worsen tomorrow, Shenranran lamented. Let us finish the raft tonight. If we lack materials, we can make it smaller, just enough for one person to cling to, Meng Wenrui remarked. Glancing at the wood they had gathered, I've prepared some energy-boosting food. Everyone should take some in case we need it, Shenranran said. Placing some provisions on the table, Qiao Yunfeng examined her companions and produced a collection of medical supplies. Although the first aid kit had yielded random medicines daily, she lamented the absence of a vitality potion. Chapter 38, The Sixth Match, Island Horror 6. Gazing at the array of antipyretics, cold remedies, vitamin tablets, alcohol, and hemostatic agents sprawled across the table, the expressions of the other 3 shifted from bewilderment to a gradual calm. Were all these meticulously prepared on the ship? Meng Wenrui stared at the assortment of medications pushed toward her, noting their diversity, most of which were undeniably useful. Not quite, responded Qiao Yunfeng. Maintaining a composed facade despite the tempest of emotions raging within, my possession is a medical kit. After uttering these words, she awaited the reactions of the others, her heart laden with trepidation over whether the events of her past life would repeat themselves. Yet, a subtle intuition whispered to her that this time would be different. In this tumultuous conflict of emotions, only she was aware that beneath her serene exterior, her heart raced, and her body was tense and rigid. Qiao, you are truly remarkable. Does that mean you have never been short on supplies? Shenranjan and Appo's voice rang out with delight, the first to break the silence. No wonder, in just the second challenge. Your hemostatic agent is already astonishingly effective. Nie Gaoang waved his arm, swiftly gathering the pile of medications allocated to him. Is there more? I would like to trade for something else. Come, we both possess weapon kits. What do you desire? After securing her own medications, Meng Wenrui promptly presented an array of weapons on the table, showcasing each piece to Qiao Yunfeng. How about this? A military knife, top-notch quality, capable of cutting and chopping. Incredibly sharp, and most importantly, lightweight. It fits perfectly in a woman's hand. Give it a try. And this, a bulletproof vest, an absolute necessity for ensuring one's safety. It ranks as the highest priority. It protects against guns and knives, though it can be a bit warm in high temperatures. Hand grenades, a consumable that is essential. Don't you think we should stock up? Look at this submachine gun. It proved to be invincible in the zombie encounter. Observing Nie Gaoang and Appo's enthusiastic sales pitch, Qiao Yunfeng Kuden and Appo's helped but chuckle, a pang of bittersweet nostalgia washing over her, unsure whether it was for her current self or her former self. I'll take the hand grenades. I should stock up on those. You don't have many left, do you? Not many now, but after this round. When you find us, you'll have more than enough. You should take a look at the bulletproof vest. I believe you must have one for your safety. That makes sense. I will take one. What do you wish to exchange for it? The hemostatic agent. I remain deeply fond of it. How about adding some aspirin? If we need to stop the bleeding, surely there must be wounds involved. Iodine for disinfection, bandages for healing, recovery speed doubled. What do you say? Yes. I want them all. Come. Look, This is something you will surely find useful. Seated nearby, Shinranjan observed the banter between the two, occasionally interjecting suggestions. Nie Gaoang, sipping hot soup, listened with a smile, inadvertently offering professional advice. Actually, you could tie this in a knot, connecting the ropes to create a linked protective zone. When pulled, it would all explode together. That sounds too dangerous. It could easily backfire, Qiao Yunfeng cautioned. Indeed, perhaps adjust it, reduce the quantity, using only 2. Either on the left and right or top and bottom, depending on the circumstances. That's a good idea. I'll take those. How many do you have left? Little Qiao, you can be assured there are sufficient supplies, but I think you should also try this. In the warmth of the flickering firelight, the stone chamber felt cozy, and no one noticed the chill in the air. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., the disaster survival challenge commenced on the 9th day. The 2 men continued to chop wood in the forest. Having crafted a raft, one for each of them, while stockpiling timber for warmth at night, Qiao Yunfeng stood at the entrance of the stone chamber. Gazing at the shimmering sea in the distance, peaceful and serene, yet an unsettling feeling grew increasingly apparent within her. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Flashes of memories raced through her mind, fragments of images, and she pondered why it felt amiss. Suddenly, it dawned on her. She had witnessed this very scene in the illusion where she believed she would be devoured by a shark. Holding her breath, she focused intently on the ocean's surface, suddenly spotting a white wave surging on the horizon. Quick, come back. A tsunami is coming, she shouted, upon hearing her warning. The 2 men abandoned their half-chopped logs and sprinted back. Qiao Yunfeng rushed into the stone chamber, hastily sealing the small window in the wall with stones. Turning around, she saw Meng Wenrui return, bloodied and changing clothes. What happened? Shinranjan asked anxiously. Nothing serious. I slipped while climbing the rocks and fell, Meng Wenrui replied, applying hemostatic ointment to her wound before donning clean clothes. Nie Gaoang picked up the bloodied clothing and swiftly exited the stone chamber to discard it down the mountain. In that brief moment, several snakes slithered up the cliffside, their bodies adorned with delicate wings, hissing as they raised their heads. Hearing gunfire from outside, Qiao Yunfeng dashed out and, spotting the gathering snakes, drew her handgun and began shooting. The cliff was too wide, and soon more snakes emerged, their hisses growing louder. Bang! Meng Wenrui tossed a grenade down, while Nie Gaoang wielded a flamethrower, continuously scorching the cliffside, the scent of roasting flesh wafting through the air. Shinranjan produced a long rope soaked in gasoline, hanging it from the cliff and preparing to ignite it. But before she could secure a second line, Qiao Yunfeng intervened. The tsunami is imminent, the flames won't catch. As her words fell, the sea surged violently, drenching everyone in a torrent of water. They instinctively choked on seawater. Get inside, Qiao Yunfeng shouted, retreating into the stone chamber. The 3 entered, but before they could secure the door, a massive wave crashed through, flooding the room. Positioned at the entrance, Qiao Yunfeng prepared to shut the door once everyone was inside, but the wave struck her directly, sending her sprawling backward. With a thud, her back and head collided with the stone floor, her mind blanking in an instant. She gasped as seawater filled her mouth and nose, collapsing on the ground. Struggling to catch her breath, 3 seconds passed before she began to cough violently. A scream pierced the air. It was Shinranjan. Turning her head, Qiao Yunfeng saw 2 snakes slithering in with the water, clamping down on Shinranjan. Nie Gaoang and Meng Wenrui struggled to shut the door, then swiftly drew their knives, dispatching the serpents. Are you okay? Are you poisoned? Qiao Yunfeng asked hoarsely. No, my status doesn't indicate poisoning, Shinranjan replied after checking, breathing a sigh of relief as she applied hemostatic ointment to her wound. Wrap it up tightly to expedite healing, Qiao Yunfeng urged, trying to steady her breathing. If the seawater continues to rise, we might end up submerged, and with injuries, that could spell disaster. Shinranjan shuddered. Yes, I'll bandage it now. She swiftly took out the bandage Qiao Yunfeng had given her the previous day, diligently applying the ointment and wrapping the wound. The impact of the waves had left the stone chamber flooded with seawater, extinguishing any hope of rekindling the fire. The damp atmosphere enveloped them, sending chills through their bodies. Qiao Yunfeng retrieved the yacht, and everyone boarded it. After changing into appropriate attire, they settled down. Outside, the sound of the tsunami grew increasingly louder and more menacing. Fortunately, they had inadvertently discovered a stone chamber embedded in the cliffs, which could be considered the highest point on the island. Given the current circumstances, unless the entire island were submerged, their position here remained secure. No tidal wave could breach the cliffs or erode the rocks. However, the temperature was plummeting rapidly. The 4 of them sipped hot water continuously, and a fire burned in the cabin, yet the chill in their bodies persisted. There was only one portable outdoor stove stored on the yacht, and lighting a fire directly on the deck would risk igniting the vessel itself. She scoured the yacht for all available warming supplies and applied heating pads to each person, but they still shivered uncontrollably, their lips turning a deep shade of purple. "Let us use this to start a fire," Shinran suggested, producing an iron pot they had used to cook porridge over the past few days. Multiple fires should provide some warmth. Seeing the pot, Qiao Yunfeng clapped her hands decisively. From the storage room, she retrieved an oil drum, emptied its contents into the yacht's fuel tank, and then prepared to use the empty metal canister to ignite another fire. She carefully wiped out any remaining oil, mindful of preventing an uncontrollable blaze that could endanger the yacht. With an additional fire burning, the interior of the yacht gradually warmed, offering some comfort. This yacht is indeed invaluable. Otherwise, even in this stone chamber, we might withstand the tsunami, but we certainly could not endure this cold, Meng Wenrui lamented. "Let us have some hot soup. I received some hot and sour soup today, quite fitting for the occasion. Drinking it will warm us up a bit." Shinran smiled as she distributed a bowl of soup to each person. "We have only one sleeping bag, so let us take turns sleeping," Qiao Yunfeng noted. Having prepared it solely for herself, while everyone else was wrapped in blankets. "You all should rest first. I'll keep watch over the fire." Nia Gaoang glanced at the two burning fires, both modest in size, requiring constant wood replenishment to sustain the flames. "Let us take turns watching. We don't know what tomorrow holds. Everyone needs to conserve their strength," he added. Agreed. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the announcement echoed, "Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 10 begins. The challenge will officially conclude at 4 o'clock p.m. this afternoon." The tsunami had ceased in the early hours, but the ominous overcast sky clearly warned all of an impending storm. The four sat quietly in the cabin, finishing breakfast in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. A rumbling thunderclap shattered the tranquility, heralding the onslaught of wind and waves. "Let us don our life jackets," Shinran urged, mustering a strained smile as she looked at the others. "The sea is still some distance away, perhaps it won't reach us. Don't be so anxious." Meng Wenrui attempted a reassuring smile. Confucius was right. Even if the water reaches us, we have oxygen tanks. Once the chamber is completely submerged, we can simply swim out. Nia Gaoyang added. "Secure the raft. As long as we cling to it tightly, we will surely float." "Indeed," Meng Wenrui continued, "there is no need for concern. We have provisions and medicine to replenish our strength and vitality. We will certainly endure until 4 p.m. At noon, the seawater began to seep into the stone chamber. By 1 p.m., the entire chamber was inundated. The four of them sat in the cabin, breathing slowly to conserve air. By 2 p.m., the air supply dwindled, and everyone strapped on their oxygen tanks. At 3 p.m., the first tank was depleted, and they switched to the second. Nia Gaoyang gestured to Qiao Yunfeng, and they swam out of the cabin, with Qiao Yunfeng securing the yacht. Floating in the chamber, they exchanged glances. One hand reached out, and another followed suit until 4 hands joined together. Qiao Yunfeng smiled, though no one could see each other in Appo's expressions in the dire situation. They all understood the unspoken sentiment. "Let us survive. Keep going." They each secured their rafts and swam out one by one. Upon exiting the stone chamber, Qiao Yunfeng immediately felt the powerful current sweeping her away, a force she could not resist. All she could do was cling tightly to the raft and try to steady her breathing, preventing herself from being thrown off. Time passed, and when the force of the current began to wane, she felt herself rising to the surface. Once she emerged, she found herself surrounded by pouring rain, with nothing but the vast sea around her. She was utterly alone, drifting on the ocean, with no sight of the others. Despite the relentless downpour, the raging winds and monstrous waves had subsided. Qiao Yunfeng quickly boarded the yacht and dashed into the cabin, promptly changing into dry, warm clothing. She ignited the stove and savored a hearty sip of the hot soup she had stockpiled. Leaning against the stove, feeling the warmth emanating from the flames, she gradually consumed food to restore her strength and vitality. Turning to gaze out at the torrential rain, her heart filled with concern for the other three. She had just sent them a message inquiring about their well-being, but as of now, there was no reply. She wondered how they were faring and hoped for their safety. The fire in the stove blazed brighter, and as she sipped hot coffee, her body began to warm, observing her steadily rising strength and vitality. Qiao Yunfeng wrapped herself in a blanket, nestled within the sleeping bag, and quietly awaited the return of time. Chapter 39, The Seventh Match, Desert Oasis at exactly 1600 hours. A message echoed, welcoming the challenger back and congratulating her on the successful completion of the 6th challenge on the island, elevating her level. Her current status was evaluated as good. She received 3 rewards, an increase of 100 in health points, 100 in stamina, and an additional space of 1 square meter. She also acquired 300 source crystals. A special notice indicated that the challenger had burned all the dream flowers, earning the reward of the dream reality potion, which could eliminate all negative states, restoring 1,000 health points and 1,000 stamina. The 7th challenge would commence at 7 o'clock 3 days hence. Gazing at the dream reality potion, Qiao Yunfeng and Appos. S' initial reaction was not one of joy over its potent effects, but rather a swift self-inflicted slap to her face, eliciting a sharp pain that jolted her awareness. The intense sensation surged through her brain, prompting her to inhale sharply, and just as she was about to chuckle, she froze. It dawned on her that even within a dream, she could still feel pain. This method was futile. Momentarily, she felt rather foolish for her actions. With a firm pinch of her furrowed brow, she surveyed her surroundings once more. It was still the disordered little room she had left. She chose a random spot to sit down and sought to calm herself, to clarify her thoughts. Had she been tricked by the flowers again? Was she still ensnared in an illusion? What was truly real? Her mind raced, yet clarity eluded her. She could not devise a method to ascertain the truth. The flowers were indeed terrifying. After half an hour of contemplation yielded no answers, Xiao Yunfeng rose, deciding to abandon her fruitless musings. Unable to uncover the truth, she resolved to adhere to her original plan and venture into the city. If she were still in a dream, she would surely discover a flaw. She could not allow fear of illusion to paralyze her. She needed to find a place to reside. Driving her off-road vehicle, she recalled the location of a suburban community, a newly constructed complex that was up for sale. The area was eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. After selecting a building that had been topped off, she ascended to the 18th floor. Forcing the door open, she entered the empty 3-bedroom apartment. Its concrete walls and floors stark and unadorned, though the windows were installed. The stairwell door between the 17th and 18th floors was sealed, and she retrieved her mobile home, designating this as her temporary camp until the challenge concluded. Seeing that the other 3 had returned safely, she couldn't and Appos, help but smile. Survival was paramount. She ignited the stove, preparing to indulge in a sumptuous feast of barbecued meat for dinner. The sizzling sound of meat hitting the grill was exquisite, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, gradually easing her tension and allowing her to relax. After 3 days of good food and restful sleep, she was ready for the 7th challenge. At 7 o'clock, the time arrived to enter the challenge. Disaster Survival Challenge, 7th match. Desert Oasis. You are a determined traveler aiming to conquer the desert, yet you find yourself lost amidst the vast sands, unable to discern direction. Finding the oasis is your only hope for survival. Reach the oasis as swiftly as possible. Survival period, 7 days. Should you personally eliminate other challengers, you will be demoted 1 level. Falling to 0 will result in automatic death. The 7th challenge is about to commence, offering 8,000 gold coins. You currently possess 600 source crystals. Please select from the following items, each match offering a random selection of 10,000 goods. 1. Stamina 100, 100 source crystals. 2. Health recovery potion 800 health points, 500 source crystals. 3. Health maximum increase 300, 600 source crystals. Without hesitation, she chose option 3, recognizing that a higher health maximum would enhance her safety. Name, Qiao Yunfeng level, 7, upgradable. Each successful disaster challenge elevates her level. Gender, female challenges participated. 7 health, 1230 stamina, 970 status, good space, 21m x 21m, upgradable, possessions. Level 7 medical kit, can designate 1 medicine as a staple. Receiving an identical 1 daily. Retains original effectiveness and randomly generates 2 additional medicines each day. Having reached level 7 with her medical kit, she could specify 1 medicine to receive daily, ensuring a continuous supply. This feature was indeed considerate. She took out the dream reality potion obtained from the previous match, capable of eliminating all negative states, restoring 1,000 health points and 1,000 stamina. She decided to see if it could be classified as a staple medicine. Its efficacy surpassed that of the vitality recovery potion she had long coveted. If she could secure it as a staple, she would essentially eliminate the threat to her life, unless faced with a situation that could deplete all her health points. As long as she could catch her breath, she could restore her health and stamina in an instant. Her heart raced with excitement as she rubbed her hands together and clicked confirm success. With raised eyebrows, she beheld the second dream reality potion materialize within the medical kit. Identical in description. After half a minute, she finally exhaled. The torment endured in the last match had not been in vain. Immersed in joy over the potion, Qiao Yunfeng momentarily forgot that her current setting was within a desert. The wind had blown relentlessly, and it was only when she tasted sand that she finally snapped back to reality. Surveying her surroundings, she discerned nothing but an expanse of yellow sand. Glancing up at the blazing sun overhead, she retrieved her off-road vehicle and drove forward, choosing a direction. The sandstorm raged, pelting the windshield into her eyes. The scenery whizzed past, unchanged. At 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 1 begins. Xiao Yunfeng gulped down several mouthfuls of iced coffee, vigorously slapping her cheeks to invigorate herself. 2 hours had passed, yet the view outside remained the same, a barren wasteland of yellow sand. The sole indication of progress was the steadily declining fuel gauge, a testament that she was indeed moving forward. For a fleeting moment, she questioned whether she had slipped into another illusion. Shaking her head vigorously, she finished her iced coffee, crunching the ice cubes to soothe her rising agitation. The temperature in the desert was climbing, often reaching a scorching 50 degrees during the day. After another hour of driving, the scenery remained unchanged, and she contemplated whether to set up a sunshade for a brief respite. Looking out, she noticed shimmering heat rising from the sand. The ground was perilously hot, and continuing to drive could risk a tire blowout. She retrieved a bottle of ice water, savoring a small sip, allowing the cool liquid to glide down her throat. Just as she prepared to halt for a break, something caught her eye in the distance. From afar, she observed figures lying motionless on the ground, spaced closely together, forming a vast, densely packed cluster. Xiao Yunfeng gradually reduced her speed and approached cautiously, peering through the car window to scrutinize the sight before her. Relieved to discover it was merely flora rather than fauna, she felt a weight lift from her heart. After a morning of travel, she found herself unexpectedly charmed by these plants, her first impression being one of joy at finally encountering something beyond the endless yellow sands. The leaves of these plants bore a striking resemblance to orchids, their verdant surfaces dusted with sand, lending them a dull grayish hue. Each pair of leaves thrived robustly, though the height of the entire plant remained modest. The plants grew in close proximity, forming a lush tapestry across the landscape. As she drove slowly around the vegetation, a thought flashed in her mind, prompting her to turn her head back for another look. She pondered uncertainly whether these plants could be the legendary thousand-year orchid. It was said that this species was exceptionally drought-resistant, boasting a lifespan of up to a millennium, thus earning its name. However, its leaves would never undergo metabolic renewal, remaining unchanged from birth to death. As a result, many toxic fungi could attach themselves to its leaves, making it an undeniable hazard. Recalling her previous ordeal with the dream flower, she hurriedly donned a mask, pressed the accelerator, and gripped the steering wheel tightly, eager to distance herself from these perilous plants. If not for the knowledge gleaned from survival guides warning against frequent directional changes in the desert, she would have turned the vehicle around in a heartbeat. The expanse of the thousand-year orchid was overwhelming, and she could only seal her windows, tighten her mask, and speed away, maintaining a distance of 100 meters from the ominous flora, fervently praying for no flat tires. Fortunately, her prayers were answered, and after 20 minutes of rapid travel, she finally escaped that treacherous zone. Before her lay yet another vast stretch of yellow sand, and this time she felt no disdain. On the contrary, she welcomed the sight. Finding solace in anything devoid of toxicity, she refrained from stopping immediately to rest, maintaining her speed for another half hour before finally pulling over to set up a shade structure. The first order of business upon exiting the vehicle was to douse the SUV with alcohol, ensuring thorough disinfection, regardless of its effectiveness. She was determined to avoid further torment. Opting for caution, under the relentless sun, even with an ice pack pressed against her skin and a sunnet shielding her face, she set up the shade on the scorching sand, finally parking her RV beneath it. After completing these tasks, she was drenched in sweat, acutely aware of her dehydration and the parched state of her throat. The heat was unbearable, and upon entering the RV, she immediately turned on the air conditioning, sipped water, and lay down for a refreshing nap, intending to resume her journey when the temperature dropped later in the afternoon. The desert's temperature fluctuated dramatically between day and night, with scorching heat during the day and biting cold at night. After a restful interlude, when the afternoon and Oppos' heat had subsided, Xiao Yunfeng readied herself to continue her journey. As she drove into the evening, Bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, she encountered another field of spectral flowers. Her demeanor markedly more composed than during her earlier encounter with the thousand-year orchid. She deftly maneuvered the vehicle another 100 meters before proceeding onward. Thus, she drove until darkness enveloped the landscape, the view outside her windows still dominated by swirling sands. With a long sigh, she noted the rapid drop in temperature, stopped to erect a large tent, and prepared to spend the night in the desert. To thwart any potential nighttime ambushes from challengers, she took extra precautions, digging traps around her campsite and placing animal traps nearby, awaiting any intruder daring enough to approach her. Lying on the bed in her RV, wrapped in a blanket, she opened the discussion forum to see if others were still searching for an oasis. Had anyone found it yet? Perhaps someone had devised a clever method to locate the oasis swiftly. The chatter revealed a mix of hopeful and despairing voices, with some lamenting their plight in the desert while others boasted of their swift arrival at the oasis. At this moment, a thought surged within Xiao Yunfeng. Should she change her course tomorrow? Was it possible she had truly veered off in the wrong direction? Throughout the day's journey, had it not been for her encounters with two distinct toxic plants, she might have felt as though she were merely spinning in circles. Yet, changing direction did not guarantee success either. Pondering those trapped in quicksand offered her a modicum of comfort. She would continue on this path, for it was indeed said that one should avoid altering their course in the desert. Tomorrow, as she drove, she would remain vigilant of quicksand, understanding the peril of becoming ensnared with both vehicle and self. Chapter 40. The seventh match, Desert Oasis at exactly 8 o'clock a.m. The Disaster Survival Challenge entered its second day. The off-road vehicle sped through the morning, with yellow sand swirling all around. In Qiao Yunfeng's mind, a thought occasionally surged. Perhaps a change in direction would lead her to an oasis. She resisted the temptation of that notion and resolutely continued forward without altering her course. As for Sun Yuan, she found herself at the oasis as the challenge commenced. After a fulfilling exploration and resupply on the first day, she rented 2 camels today and gradually departed the oasis, venturing into the desert, while all the other challengers were eager to rush into the oasis. She was the sole individual stepping out. Why? Naturally, it was because the desert held the treasures she desired most. The toxic flora that thrived solely in chamois, such as medicinal watermelons, millennium orchids, wolf poison grass, venomous scorpions, and horn vipers, were all her motives for leaving the oasis. If she could discover any one of these, or perhaps several, she might concoct new medicines. With her heart brimming with anticipation, she hoped to encounter some poisonous specimens. Swaying atop her camel, she entered the desert, yearning for what others shunned. Perhaps this exemplified the stark differences between individuals. Sun Qicheng, participating in the challenge for the first time, was overwhelmed with anxiety. Upon realizing she was in the desert, surrounded by endless yellow sands and devoid of any human presence, she was so frightened that she burst into tears. However, the only response to her cries was the howling wind. After weeping for over 10 minutes, she realized this was futile. It was too hot, and she needed to find the oasis, lest she perish here. With nothing but a garment atop her head, she trudged under the scorching sun. 2 hours later, drenched in sweat and dehydrated, she felt dizzy and on the verge of collapse when she spotted a cactus. After enduring countless pricks, she finally braved the pain to drink its juice and bit into its flesh, grimacing at the bitterness. Nevertheless, leaning against the cactus, she persevered until she finally reached the oasis, where she collapsed onto the hotel bed, basking in the air conditioning, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. As the midday heat approached, Qiao Yunfeng set up a shade awning and tent, retrieving supplies from her camper to rest. Just as she was about to doze off, a chilling scream pierced the air. Rushing to the tent entrance, she saw a man whose foot was trapped in a pit she had dug, his foot ensnared by a trap. Drawing her handgun, she aimed at him before he could utter a word. He immediately retorted aggressively, "Are you insane for setting traps?" Peering at the man, shrouded in sunglasses and a headscarf, his features concealed, she fired a shot beside him. "What business do you have sneaking into my tent?" she demanded. "I merely wanted to ask for directions." He protested, indignant. "You could have shouted from outside. There was no need to invade my tent. Regardless of your inquiries, you are unwelcome. You may leave." The gun remained unwaveringly aimed at him. "You and amp, oppos, unreasonable. You injure me and expect me to leave without compensation for my wounds?" The man sat up, extending his injured leg towards Qiao Yunfeng, his voice robust, betraying no hint of weakness. After all, this was the 7th match. Who among them lacked stamina? A little injury could be treated with some bandages and would not be a serious matter. His taunts only elicited a smirk from Qiao Yunfeng as she shook her gun lightly. Leave behind 10 liters of water, and you may go. If you refuse, I shall ensure you suffer further. You are utterly unreasonable. A shot fired, landing closer than the last. Qiao Yunfeng, undeterred, made her stance clear through action. Enough of this nonsense. Your reasoning is for your own ears. We both know what you intend. A clever fox still needs the listener's consent. Fine, I concede. Just let me take this trap off and apply some medicine. Leave now. I'll give you 3 seconds. All right, you're ruthless. The man rose unsteadily, but suddenly turned and shot at Xiao Yunfeng and Apos' hand. The intense pain forced her to drop the gun at her feet. Another shot rang out, striking her leg with excruciating agony. Kneeling, she turned to face him. The man, gun in hand, mimicked her earlier movement. Hand over your supplies. And I might just let you go. Otherwise, I will shoot you one by one. Qiao Yunfeng glanced at the gun on the ground, contemplating how to retrieve it swiftly when she heard his menacing voice. Don't even think about moving. If you do, I will shoot. Wherever the bullet lands, it lands. After all, our stamina is high. You won't die so easily. Suppressing her fury, she produced 2 boxes of water. The man tilted his head. Continue. I know you have more. Don't attempt to deceive me. I truly have nothing left. These are all I possess. The rest is in the vehicle behind. She gestured aside. The man, gun firmly aimed at her, caught sight of the camper within the tent, and a satisfied grin spread across his face. Step out. Qiao Yunfeng, bracing herself, stood up but stumbled as she regained her footing. Simultaneously, she grabbed the gun and swiftly tossed a grenade outside. Rolling aside, she evaded his line of sight. In the blink of an eye, bullets struck the spot where she had fallen moments before. Taking refuge behind the camper, Qiao Yunfeng swiftly applied a clotting agent to her wound, stowed the camper, and threw a piece of clothing outside the tent. 2 seconds later, she dashed out. In her plan, the clothing would obscure his vision, granting her a couple of seconds and Apos' advantage to escape. Unexpectedly, the man was already waiting at the tent entrance. As she charged out, he landed a punch directly on her. Staggered, Qiao Yunfeng swiftly drew a dagger coated in poison and retaliated fiercely. The man dodged but still suffered a cut. However, he countered with a powerful blow, striking her hard. In close combat, where brute strength prevailed, Qiao Yunfeng found herself at a disadvantage, collapsing to the ground. The man swiftly stepped forward, pinning her wrist and kicking away the dagger. Qiao Yunfeng turned her head, bewildered that despite her strike, the man remained standing. Why had he not fallen? Through the torn fabric of the man's outerwear, she discerned the bulletproof vest beneath. And Qiao Yunfeng immediately understood that although she had managed to stab him, the blow had not been fatal, as it was thwarted by the protective gear. The man, wielding a machete, mockingly tapped the tip against Qiao Yunfeng and Apos' face, his tone laced with malicious derision. Little girl, quite fierce, but unfortunately you have encountered me. Perhaps with someone else, you might have succeeded. Now, if you do not surrender all your supplies, I shall methodically sever your legs and arms. As he spoke, he bent slightly, relishing the fury etched across Qiao Yunfeng's face. Hurry, in this sweltering heat, my patience is wearing thin. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced down at the electric baton in Qiao Yunfeng's hand. Rising swiftly, she seized a dagger from the ground and, without hesitation, struck at the man's arm. The moment blood gushed forth, he collapsed to the ground. She delivered 3 more strikes with the electric baton, and upon witnessing his unconsciousness, she finally sank onto the scorching sand, exhaling in relief. This man had been exceedingly cunning. It had been a close call. Stripping off his clothing, she bound his hands and feet, discarding him in the sand, where the fresh wound continued to bleed. Glancing up at the blazing sun, she felt the heat of the sand, which soared above 50 degrees. She collected her belongings and drove away. Challengers who personally slay their opponents faced emotion. However, the desert, its extreme temperatures and lack of water do not impose such constraints. This incident left Qiao Yunfeng in a rather dismal mood. Even after gulping down 3 swigs of iced coffee, her spirits remained unlifted. Her driving became somewhat distracted, and in a daze, she thought she saw an oasis. Blinking in disbelief, she focused intently. Indeed, it was an oasis. At the entrance, a throng of people moved in and out, accompanied by vehicles and camels, forming a verdant expanse amid the golden sands. With all negative emotions dissipated, nothing else mattered but reaching the oasis. She pressed the accelerator down with all her might, racing toward it for 2 hours, yet the oasis still eluded her. After 2 hours, the thrill had faded, and she realized something was amiss. The clarity of her vision suggested that the distance the car had covered should not have been so great. Yet, The oasis remained steadfastly ahead, visible to her naked eye. Blinking, rubbing her eyes, and reopening them, the oasis persisted in her view. The entrance continued to bustle with various individuals and vehicles, a lively scene at the grand entrance. Suppressing her unease, she pressed on. Another hour passed, dusk fell, and as fatigue clouded her vision, the oasis abruptly vanished. Slamming on the brakes, she blinked forcefully 3 times. When she looked again, amidst the swirling sands, there was no trace of the oasis. Closing her eyes, she rubbed them vigorously, and upon reopening, all that met her gaze was the endless expanse of sand. A wave of exhaustion washed over her, and realization dawned. She had encountered the legendary desert mirage. Unable to suppress a long sigh, she leaned onto the steering wheel, feeling utterly drained from the day and Oppos, as trials. Qiao Yunfeng rested her head against the wheel for a moment, internally mocking herself for forgetting the most famous phenomenon of the desert, the mirage, which everyone knew. How could she have been so foolish to chase it for so long? With a firm slap to her face, she collected herself, exited the vehicle, and set up a tent to spend the night. Regardless of the circumstances, the temperature would soon drop, and she needed a place to stay. Tomorrow, she would seek the oasis anew. Inside her camper, she laid out a lavish spread of food, barbecue, hot pot, fruits, and yogurt, indulging in a feast that gradually lifted her spirits. Sipping hot soup, she opened the discussion forum, eager to uncover new information on locating the oasis. Why is the air conditioning in the hotel still limited? That's because you chose a subpar place. The largest hotel to the east has no such restrictions. Although it is pricier. Is it just a bit pricier? More like 3 times the cost. The roasted whole lamb at the market is simply divine and incredibly affordable. I stockpiled 10, and the owner even gave me a discount. How did you all find the oasis? I and Oppos, VE been walking for 2 days. And all I see is sand. Nothing else, not even a cactus. Follow the camels, and you will find it. I haven't seen any camels. All I see is yellow sand. Everywhere. Keep going straight, don't change direction. Not change direction? I've changed 3 times and still can't find it. I wonder if I'm heading the wrong way. I saw a camel. Oh, it was too fast, and I couldn't Oppos, keep up. Now it Oppos, s out of sight. What should I do? Chase after its footprints quickly. If the wind covers them, you'll never catch up. Does anyone have water? The big shots at the oasis, could you spare some ice water? Yes. Is there anyone who can trade ice blocks? I need more. Has anyone traded for ice blocks? That's great. Xiao Yunfeng eagerly awaited the announcement for the ice block exchange, wishing to stockpile more, as the desert heat was unbearable. Thankfully, she had 2 off-road vehicles to alternate between. Otherwise, she could not have endured this long, as the tires were on the verge of bursting from the heat. Before long, amid the calls from the crowd, ice blocks were indeed made available. Ice block, non-edible, 1mx1m for 10 liters of gasoline or an item that restores 100 health points. Having ample gasoline, she traded for 5 blocks of ice in one go. Remarkably, this cubic meter of ice, although somewhat cumbersome, exuded a delightful chill. She could place it in the passenger seat while driving tomorrow, and during midday, it could be stored in the camper for respite. Chapter 41, The 7th Contest. Desert Oasis 3 Sun Yuran was exceedingly delighted today. She had discovered a vast expanse of medicinal watermelons, a revelation that filled her with exuberance. The vines, roots, and fruit of this watermelon were all toxic, deadly poison to others, a peril to be avoided at all costs. Yet, in Sun Yuran's eyes, they resembled treasures, as they constituted the finest research materials for her. She set up her tent 100 meters away from the patch of medicinal watermelons, intending to gather more before returning to the oasis. While meticulously handling the toxic roots and vines of the watermelons, 2 individuals suddenly rushed into the patch. They sliced open a watermelon, preparing to consume it. You can Oppos, to eat that, Oppos, as poisonous. Sun Yuran cautioned them, attempting to intervene. The duo glanced at her dismissively, scoffing. You picked a bunch for yourself, and now you want Oppos. Let us have a couple? What are you worried about? This ISN and Oppos, your property. Even if we eat a few more, what's the harm? Poisonous? I reckon you're the one with the most venomous heart. Observing her own untouched watermelons piled outside the tent, Sun Yuran felt a wave of exasperation. She pressed her lips together and made one last effort to explain, I am collecting the poison from these watermelons. They're genuinely toxic. The 2 merely laughed derisively, ignoring her entirely. Within moments, they had devoured 1 watermelon, despite its unpleasant taste, and proceeded to open a second. their voracious appetite seemingly insatiable. Sun Yuran ceased her attempts to dissuade them, collected her belongings, and rode her camel back to the oasis. This outing had yielded fruitful results, and she planned to replenish her supplies and explore a different direction, hoping to encounter other poisonous specimens. Less than 20 minutes after her departure, the two individuals in the watermelon patch were suddenly seized by excruciating headaches and nausea, collapsing to the ground, trembling, and emitting pitiful cries of agony. "Ah, my head! What is happening? Why do I feel poisoned?" It was only then they recalled Sun Yuran and Appo's warning and turned to look in her direction. But all that remained was a barren expanse of yellow sand. Perhaps they had consumed too much. Soon, they could muster no strength to speak, ultimately lying there in the patch of medicinal watermelons, never to rise again. At precisely 8 a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 3 commenced. Qiao Yunfeng sped through the dunes, the relentless sand stretching endlessly before her. She couldn't and Appo's help but ponder if she had truly lost her way in the desert. Were it not for the ample supplies in her storage, she might have succumbed to madness in this monotonous expanse. An incessant question plagued her mind. What if she could not locate the oasis? While she was lost in thought, a cluster of dilapidated buildings suddenly appeared before her. Initially, she assumed it was yet another mirage and scoffed at the glitch, charging ahead without a second thought. As her off-road vehicle approached, the structures grew clearer, and a smile crept upon her lips. This time, it was indeed real. Upon entering the ruins, while they offered little utility, resting here during the midday heat was preferable to enduring the scorching sands outside. She observed the sand lizards scurrying away from her, clearly frightened. Reflecting upon her own ability to evoke such fear, her skill of animal fear increased by threefold. She smirked at the irony. It dawned on her that perhaps this was why she had been racing through the desert for 3 days without sighting a single camel. The midday heat was oppressive, and the absence of intact structures rendered her attempts to dig a subterranean shelter futile. Every excavation led to collapse due to the loose sand. She contemplated retrieving her RV for rest, but the thought nagged at her. What if she still couldn't find the oasis? The perils of the desert encompassed more than mere thirst. Exposure and temperature extremes, venomous creatures lurked, as she had already experienced. However, the most terrifying threat of all was the sandstorm. Without a suitable refuge, encountering a sandstorm while driving could result in her being buried alive within an hour. If the storm persisted for 3 or 4 days, she could very well become entombed in the sands. Thus, it was imperative to heed the initial warning of seeking an oasis. After much deliberation, she resolved to secure a refuge. Circling the ruins, she identified a crumbling wall and excavated a substantial pit beside it, reinforcing it with the remnants of 4 walls and covering it with 2 relatively sturdy slabs. She left only a small opening for her to enter and exit, effectively creating a makeshift cellar. After considerable effort, she completed her shelter. If she failed to find the oasis by the next day, she planned to return here and remain until the challenge concluded. Her supplies were ample for her sustenance alone, and the absence of other competitors offered a degree of safety. Even in the event of a sandstorm, as long as she found refuge underground, her safety would be somewhat assured. During the afternoon, she set her RV within this temporary sand pit, shielded from the occasional falling sand. After concealing the entrance with debris, she prepared to continue her quest for the oasis. Just then, the sound of screeching brakes pierced the air. Someone was approaching. She quickly concealed herself behind the wall, observing a caravan of a dozen individuals entering the ruins. A man shouted, "Hurry, fill up the fuel, and check the vehicles. The oasis is 20 kilometers west. There's meat and wine to be had, and we can rest well." Hearing news of the oasis ignited a spark of excitement within Xiao Yunfeng. After 3 days of searching, she finally had a lead. Just as she was reveling in her fortune, a panicked cry rang out. "Ah, scorpions! Run!" Turning to see swarms of scorpions advancing, the individuals who had been inspecting their vehicles hurriedly scrambled inside. The roar of engines erupted as they sped away amidst the chaos. "Quickly get in. Wait for me. Don and Appo's, leave. Brother, help me." "Ah, help. I and Appo's, been stung." Without hesitation, she retrieved her off-road vehicle, ready to flee. The sheer number of venomous scorpions was overwhelming. No one could withstand such an onslaught. As she prepared to board her vehicle, she cast a nervous glance over her shoulder. And in that moment, her foot hesitated, suspended in the air. She discovered that all the scorpions were keeping a distance of at least 5 meters from where she stood. As she attempted to take 3 steps forward, she observed the scorpion swarm retreating rapidly. With a wry smile, she remarked to herself that it was quite useful. After all, poisonous scorpions are still creatures of instinct. When she finally got into her vehicle and headed west, the caravan's vehicles were merely faint black dots in the distance. She followed closely, fearful of losing sight of them and unable to find the oasis again. Eventually, she truly spotted the oasis, and to her relief, the caravan had halted near the entrance. Silently, she sighed, thinking that this time it must be real. Upon entering the oasis, she found it bustling with people, vibrant and lively. It was nearing evening, and the market stalls had opened. The entrance and exit of the market were teeming with crowds, and the air was filled with the sounds of lively calls and chatter. After driving around the oasis in search of rental accommodations, she regrettably found none. Consequently, she parked her vehicle and entered the largest inn, booking a room for the night. In her heart, Qiao Yunfeng was reluctant, as the inn was too close to other challengers. She planned to search for a more secluded place tomorrow, hoping to find a single room or a small courtyard to rent. Even a basement would suffice. Indeed, this largest inn was exactly as described in the discussion forums. Though expensive, it was quite satisfactory. At least the air conditioning was available at her leisure, and she received 2 liters of complimentary drinking water. Showers were limited to 15 minutes, which was considered in excellent condition in the oasis, given that water resources are scarce in the desert. After a tiring day, Qiao Yunfeng cleaned herself up and lay on the bed, browsing the discussion forum, preparing to look for a place to stay the next day and then gather supplies from the market. Is anyone interested in ordering a whole roasted lamb? The owner mentioned that if we order 30 at once, we can get a 20% discount. Who wants to join? I'm coming. I want 5. Wait for me. I want 4. Don't come. We have enough people. Wow, that filled up quickly. Let's form our own group. After all, 30 gets us a discount. Hey, the one trading ice cubes, come on. How do I cure the poisoning state? It drains 10 life points per hour. It's so annoying. I think there's a medical station in the oasis. It should be able to help. I'm still in the desert and can't find the oasis. Is anyone willing to trade medicine with me? It's useless. I've been there. You need to get 2 consecutive injections along with the medication to cure it. Just taking the medicine won't work. Where on earth is the oasis? I hear thunder but have waited forever for rain. Am I hallucinating from the heat? Upstairs. You must have encountered the singing sands. Don't expect rain. Hurry and find the oasis. Am I the only one still stuck in the desert? I feel like I can't escape. It's scorching during the day and freezing at night. I think I'm going to die here. I saw a patch of watermelons, but there were 2 corpses lying in the middle. I hesitated to pick the watermelons, but anxiety held me back. Those are medicinal watermelons. It and apples. Es good you didn't go. Entering would mean poisoning. Hurry and get away from there. I ended up in an ancient city and can't find my way out. Have I encountered some foul entity? This morning, Mao Xinfeng felt certain he would perish in the desert. Since the beginning of the challenge, he had suffered a flat tire, blistered feet, and after consuming all his water, hallucinations began to cloud his vision. Just when he contemplated surrendering, he heard the sound of camel bells, music to his ears. Struggling to open his eyes, he spotted a group of people approaching in the distance. Overjoyed, he rushed toward them, trading some gems for a spot on a camel. As he rode into the oasis, tears filled his eyes. How wonderful it was to be alive. At exactly 8:00 a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 4 commenced. Xiao Yunfeng spent the entire day in the oasis, stockpiling various supplies, purchasing copious amounts of food and seasonings, yet she still could not find a rental room. Reluctantly, she returned to the inn and extended her stay, reassuring herself that it would soon be over, just a few more days to endure. Just as she finished extending her stay, she overheard someone behind her asking, "Boss, do you have a room?" No vacancies. Not even one? When will there be more? None available. It's fully booked. A room will be free in 2 days, but I can't guarantee it will be renewed. Upon hearing this, the newcomer leaned over the counter, whispering to the owner, "Ask if anyone is willing to share a room. I can help you inquire." But why share a room when there are other inns 2 streets away? The air conditioning there is broken. It's unbearable in this heat. Oh, it's always hot. This year feels even longer. Returning to her room to rest in the sweltering midday desert, Qiao Yunfeng felt the oppressive heat. By 4 p.m., the temperature should have dropped. But today it remained a blistering 50 degrees, with waves of heat still surging. As she wandered the night market, she witnessed several altercations, primarily over spoiled food, causing uproar among the crowd. The temperature finally began to decrease around 9 p.m. Xiao Boji had lost count of how many times he had visited the restroom. After consuming barbecued meat that evening, he experienced severe stomach discomfort, leading to countless trips to the toilet. He realized the evening's barbecue might have been spoiled. He recalled thinking the meat tasted slightly off, but the owner insisted it was due to different seasonings. At the time, he had felt the difference was negligible and continued eating, accompanied by cold beer. Now reflecting, he realized that meat must have been rotten. Wait until tomorrow. I'll dismantle your barbecue stall, he muttered angrily, his body collapsing helplessly against the toilet as he rummaged through his supplies for anti-diarrheal medicine. Chapter 42, the seventh scene. Desert Oasis 4 at precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 5, commenced. The outdoor temperature had already soared to a staggering 50 degrees. In such oppressive heat, no one in their right mind would wish to step out from the comfort of an air-conditioned room. Standing by the window on the second floor, Qiao Yunfeng gazed outside. Observing the pavement shimmering with heat waves, a thought crossed her mind. With such extreme temperatures, could a fire break out? Just then, she noticed the sky turning an ominous orange as a massive sandstorm surged forward, blotting out the sun. Quickly donning a mask, she turned away and closed her eyes. Upon reopening them, she was greeted by a layer of yellow sand settling inside her room. "Boss, this window is useless," she called out. "Is anyone there to check it?" The cacophony of voices erupted from above, prompting Qiao Yunfeng to grab the bedspread and hastily seal the window. The howling winds whipped the sand around, and with a loud crash, something collided outside. The street was engulfed in a swirling haze of sand, rendering visibility non-existent. In such conditions, merely opening one's mouth invited a mouthful of sand. The phrase "eating dirt" felt all too real. Having secured the window, Qiao Yunfeng retreated to her RV, shutting the doors and windows, and forcing herself to finish a meager meal. Opening the discussion forum, she found everyone lamenting their circumstances. "We had such a blast in the oasis. How did we suddenly end up with a sandstorm? Is anyone still stranded in the desert?" The comments flowed in this weather. "I can only wish you luck. I'm still in the desert. There's no sandstorm here. Where are you all? Seriously? You haven't reached the oasis yet?" "No, I haven't seen any oasis along the way, but I did see some camels running, so I followed them." "You're quite lucky." It seems some were still unable to locate the oasis, indicating that they had stocked up on supplies. Otherwise, they would be frantically searching for water instead of idly chatting. The sweltering heat persisted throughout the day, and by evening, the hot water in the hotel abruptly ceased. "Boss, there and amp, oppos, that's no water." "Indeed, boss, no water. The winds are too strong to go outside. We don't know what's wrong. Please bear with us. I'm halfway through my shower. How can I endure this? I have no choice. In this weather, if I step outside, I may not return." Qiao Yunfeng quietly retreated to her room, barricading the door and setting up a trap by the window. She had an unsettling feeling that, under these circumstances, some individuals might become restless. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 6, began. The sandstorm had raged throughout the night, with the first floor now blanketed by sand up to the calf. The residents below had repeatedly attempted to communicate with the owner, while the second floor only heard muffled sounds. Eventually, it seemed that tempers flared, followed by a commotion before silence fell. A sense of dread settled in Qiao Yunfeng. Trouble was brewing. Sure enough, before noon, loud knocking echoed from outside. "Miss, please open the door. We know you're alone. The first floor is buried in sand and uninhabitable. We can all squeeze in if you let us in." A man and amp, Oppos, voice called out from beyond the door. "That's impossible. You all need to leave. Miss, let us negotiate. If you maintain this attitude, we won't be discussing anything." At that moment, the sound of a key turning in the lock was heard. "This woman has barricaded the door. It won't budge." Another man's voice chimed in. "Stand aside." With a loud roar, the door was subjected to forceful battering. Qiao Yunfeng retrieved her handgun, focusing her aim at the doorway, and as the door burst open, she fired a shot. A sharp scream pierced the air. "Ah, you dare to shoot me, you vile woman. Stop. Are you insane? You'll bring the whole building down with a grenade. We'll all be out here, listening to the chaos outside." Qiao Yunfeng felt the reassuring weight of her bulletproof vest and kept her gun trained on the entrance. "You're being unreasonable. We're all under the same roof. Since the first floor is unlivable, we have the owner's consent to move upstairs. Why resort to violence?" Just then, the owner appeared at the door, hands raised in surrender, trembling with fear. "Don't shoot. We're just discussing. If you refuse, we'll find someone else." Bang! Qiao Yunfeng shot the owner in the leg without a hint of hesitation. "You told them I was alone. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here so quickly." "Ah." The owner clutched his leg, stumbling back. "I was forced. They insisted I bring them up." As the owner retreated, a gun emerged from the doorway. Firing 3 rapid shots, toward Xiao Yunfeng. A man then rushed into the room. Qiao Yunfeng ducked behind a table and retaliated with 3 shots of her own. And the man collapsed to the ground, howling before falling silent. The intruder lunged at her, knocking her down and batting the gun from her hands. He gripped her throat tightly, depriving her of breath. Gazing into his bulging eyes, Qiao Yunfeng struggled to draw her dagger, aiming for his ankle. Suddenly, the man's eyes rolled back, his body slackening as he crumpled to the side. Gasping for air, Qiao Yunfeng propped herself up and, through the haze of oxygen deprivation, recognized a familiar face stepping forward. Xiao Yunfeng, are you all right? After several coughs, she managed to respond. What are you doing here? I've been living here. Sun Yuan replied, extending a hand to help her up. Wait a moment. Qiao Yunfeng pulled aside the curtain and opened the window, letting in the swirling sand. She then grabbed the unconscious man and hurled him out the window, hearing a dull thud as he hit the ground. Closing the window, she turned to the doorway. The bloodied man had vanished, leaving only a trail of blood behind. Standing at the door, Qiao Yunfeng called out, for those seeking death, feel free to come in. After securing the door, she turned to Sun Yuan. Thank you for your help just now. How did you get in? With or without you, I would have triumphed. I saw your dagger. Let us not forget, the poison was exchanged by me. I heard the commotion and came out. They looked numerous, but they were all cowards. The moment the man outside fell, the owner fled, and the others quickly followed suit without hesitation. Seeing that Sun Yuan remained unchanged from their previous encounter, Qiao Yunfeng smiled. I owe you my gratitude. These people will still seek out the solitary. May I stay with you? Sun Yuan was direct. I'll pay for my stay. Qiao Yunfeng recalled the 3 individuals they had experienced the previous challenge with on the island, and then glanced at Sun Yuan before nodding. All right. Please help me block the door first. Sun Yuan, who was about to retrieve something, was taken aback by this response and paused for 2 seconds, exclaiming, You seem different now. You would have definitely asked for a reward first. The 2 of them pushed a cabinet to the entrance. I think you're quite a decent person. How about this explanation? Qiao Yunfeng replied. I feel like you and Appos. Re just being perfunctory. Haha, just drive that side a bit higher. Together, they managed to secure the sheets back to the window to shield against the dust. Sitting inside the RV, Sun Yuan surveyed her surroundings. Why do you have everything? We participated in the same challenge, but sometimes I feel that compared to you, my confidence is utterly diminished. Observing Sun Yuan and Appos' serious expression and recalling her own demise in a past life, Qiao Yunfeng smirked and said, What we possess is merely different. Your poison is exceptionally effective. Many times, it has been my lifeline. Then what else do you need? Thank you for allowing me to stay here. Let us make a trade. Have you recently developed any new poisons? Yes, look at this one. When ignited, it can incapacitate a large area within 5 seconds. But the duration of unconsciousness is rather short, only 3 minutes, so it and Appos is only suitable for escaping. This one functions similarly to a tear gas grenade, causing incessant tears and coughing. I find its lethality insufficient. This one, when ignited, directly reduces life by 500 points. The effect is quite good, but I Haven and Appos found a way to defend against it. So it can end Appos be used yet. This is the type you used before. It must inflict a wound on the opponent to take effect. If you can't get close enough to create an injury, it becomes useless. And this one, if ingested, can permanently reduce life by 600 points. But the issue is that the opponent must consume it. As she observed the various bottles of poison on the table, Sun Yuan continued to pull them out one by one, each time expressing her dissatisfaction. In no time, the small table was piled high with an assortment of tiny bottles. Xiao Yunfeng's eyelids twitched. What kind of girl is she? Listening to her complaints about each item, Xiao Yunfeng felt a surge of regret for allowing her into the room. She thought to herself, this girl's destructive potential is more terrifying than a swarm of scorpions. Does she worry about others causing her trouble? What is there to worry about? Whoever seeks her out will likely meet their demise. The 2 sat together in the RV, enjoying the air conditioning and icy treats, sharing their experiences from the challenge. You actually saw such a vast expanse of Millennium Orchids? Sun Yuan's eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and a hint of sadness for having missed out. Understanding the meaning behind her gaze, Qiao Yunfeng remained calm. She recognized that this girl had no control over her desire for toxic substances. Indeed, not only the Millennium Orchids, but I also encountered a large group of scorpions. Where? The Millennium Orchids? I encountered them on the first day, but it's quite far. Even without a sandstorm, It would take 3 days by car. Oh, that's too far. Even if the sandstorm stops, I want and amp. Oppos, T be able to make it. What a pity. Her face displayed disappointment and sighs. Raising an eyebrow, Qiao Yunfeng said nothing, reminding herself that everyone has their own aspirations. Where did you encounter the scorpions? Sun Yuran asked, slightly frustrated, stuffing a piece of ice into her mouth. It can't end Oppos. T be too far, can it? Not at all. It and Oppos. S quite close, just 20 kilometers east of here, in a ruined area. That works, once the sandstorm ceases. I can go check it out. The scorpions won't still be there, right? After all, they are living creatures that need to move around for food. How could they stay in one spot? Hard to say. What if that area is their gathering place? Regardless, it's close, so we should check it out first. Haven't you encountered any poisonous creatures since entering the desert? There should be quite a few in this desert. I entered right into an oasis. Later, I searched for a long time before finding a medicinal watermelon. Seeing Sun Yuran display a look of misfortune for not encountering anything, Qiao Yunfeng felt a pang of bitterness. She thought of the endless sands she had traversed without spotting anything else, and when she finally met someone, it was someone who wanted her life. Stop that train of thought. Dawn and Oppos, T dwell on it. Without comparison, there would be no pain. Conversely, she realized that everything Sun Yuran sought had eluded her. While she had seen it all, well, I should have also seen the ghost flower. It was a particularly large patch. A smile graced her face, masking her sorrow. Come on, let us exchange some harm. Where? Indeed, seeing Sun Yuran and Oppos, S envious expression made her feel much better. It was on the very first day, not too far from the Millennium Orchids. It was a large expanse, and I specifically detoured 100 meters to avoid missing it. I wish I could go. Why wasn't an amp? Oppos, T I placed at your starting position. As the two continued to enjoy their icy treats, they engaged in cheerful conversation. The atmosphere inside was one of natural harmony. While outside, the sounds of the sandstorm prevailed, creating an otherwise tranquil scene. The entire inn had quieted down, with no one else stirring. However, chaos had already begun to unfold in other lodgings. Periodically, individuals were thrown out of windows onto the stormy streets, some managing to crawl away while others remained completely still. Those who got up quickly found the nearest room to hide, while others were blown far away. Chapter 43, The Seventh Match, Desert Oasis 5 at precisely 8 o'clock a.m. The Disaster Survival Challenge enters its 7th day, with the competition set to conclude at 4 o'clock p.m. The sandstorm has finally ceased, yet the sweltering heat outside remains unrelenting. With temperatures soaring to 60 degrees Celsius, an unbearable ordeal for any ordinary person. Scorpions. There are scorpions. Suddenly, the piercing screams of two individuals, who were in the midst of their meal, pierced the air. Upon lifting the sheet covering the window, they beheld a street teeming with scorpions relentlessly making their way into the house. Panic ensued as people rushed upstairs, gunfire erupted from various corners, and cries of terror filled the atmosphere. Open the door. We beg you, please, open the door. Sun Yuran, her face alight with delight at the prospect of capturing scorpions, rummaged through her belongings for suitable tools, pulling items out one after another. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out at the door. Look, there are no scorpions. Hurry over. Stand back a bit. Don't crowd. If you do, the scorpions will come. Is there something in this room that frightens the scorpions? A series of knocks echoed on the door. Is anyone there? Open the door. The sound of vigorous knocking filled the space, prompting Qiao Yunfeng to glance at Sun Yuran. It's not me. I haven't devised such a potion, Sun Yuran replied, shaking her head in confusion. I know, she continued, meeting Sun Yuran's bewildered gaze. It's me. I received a reward that triples the fear factor of animals. Seeing Sun Yuran and Oppos' incredulous expression, she felt weary and reluctant to explain further, having been rendered speechless by the nature of her reward. However, its applicability in this situation was quite fitting. In that moment, the main door was forcefully struck open, and the cabinet barricading it was toppled to the ground by the crowd. Why aren't you opening the door? There are so many people outside. Are you just going to watch everyone get stung to death by scorpions? A voice in the throng shouted angrily. This outburst sparked a chorus of agreement from the crowd. Exactly. You're being so selfish. Two young women, their hearts seemingly devoid of compassion, stood accused as the crowd's ire turned towards them. You must have something in here. Otherwise, why wouldn't the scorpions come in? Yes, do you have something? Show it. You're only thinking of yourselves while we face the threat of scorpions. Qiao Yunfeng's expression darkened as she drew her pistol, aiming it at the crowd. You invade my home and seek to trouble me? What audacity you possess. No, you misunderstand. We merely wish to take shelter here. We knocked for quite some time. And seeing so many people outside stung has made us anxious. A woman named Zhang Qingqing stepped forward, her expression softening with a gentle smile. Please don't take it the wrong way. We mean you no harm. You barge into my space, questioning me without hesitation, and expect me to not misunderstand? Are you attempting to use your numbers to coerce me into allowing you to remain here? Qiao Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the woman. What if we are? Do you think we fear you too? We outnumber you. A male voice echoed from the back of the crowd, concealed from view. Step forward. I will not converse with those who hide in the shadows, Qiao Yunfeng commanded, gesturing with her gun towards the assemblage. What if I step forward? Don't think your gun intimidates me. We are many. Would you dare to fire? The man emerged from the crowd, his face a mask of defiance. Emboldened by the support of those around him. Try it and see, Qiao Yunfeng retorted, firing a shot directly at his leg. Ah, the man cried out, collapsing to the ground as blood quickly stained the floor. Everyone present was taken aback by Qiao Yunfeng's audacity. None had anticipated her willingness to confront them all. She cannot possibly stand against us all. Let us charge. Another voice called out from the crowd. Wait. Zhang Qingqing interjected, her mind racing with concern. This woman is undoubtedly a challenger. Her boldness suggests she possesses some form of advantage. If provoked, she could unleash something catastrophic upon us all. We are all merely seeking refuge from the scorpions. Your actions are excessively aggressive. Look at how many of us there are, even if it comes to blows. You are at a disadvantage. It would be prudent for you to leave. Zhang Qingqing spoke with a guise of compassion, her eyes betraying an underlying sense of pity. Xiao Yunfeng found it amusing that this crowd could not comprehend why the scorpions were not approaching them, yet they expected her to leave. The notion of simply pushing them out had transformed. As soon as she stepped out, the place would be overrun with scorpions. Very well, we shall leave. She glanced back at Sun Yuan, signaling her to follow. Zhang Qingqing watched the two with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. This was her 5th challenge, and she had relied solely on her strength to reach this point. Xiao Yunfeng's demeanor felt distinctly off. Just a moment ago, she had fired her weapon without hesitation, exhibiting a clear stance that this was her territory and they were to vacate. Yet now, she was acquiescing to leave without a word, an anomaly that set off alarm bells in Zhang Qingqing's mind. As Qiao Yunfeng and Sun Yuan prepared to exit the room, the injured man, his glare fixed on her, demanded, "You've wounded me. You must compensate me." "Yes, leave your water behind." The crowd echoed his sentiment, suddenly realizing the implication of her actions. How can you harm someone without just cause? Leave your water as restitution. Indeed. A young girl resorting to violence should not be allowed to walk away unscathed. Seizing Sun Yuan by the arm, Qiao Yunfeng regarded the crowd with steely resolve. Producing 3 grenades. What is it that you desire? No. Zhang Qingqing exclaimed, her voice piercing the tension. We're not using grenades. It's not that we lack them, but we fear the destruction they might cause to the building. You cannot act recklessly. Qiao Yunfeng shot her a sardonic smile. Anyone who approaches will face the consequences. They swiftly descended the stairs, and as they reached the bottom, a scream echoed from above. Help. We must find those 2 women. The antidote for the scorpions must be with them. Ah, it hurts. Just as Qiao Yunfeng prepared to search for another room, a tremendous explosion resonated from afar. Has someone used a grenade? They turned swiftly towards the source of the sound, witnessing a room engulfed in thick smoke, clearly ignited. I hastily retrieved the off-road vehicle, prioritizing my escape. The outdoor temperature soared to a sweltering 60 degrees, devoid of water. This oasis would soon be engulfed in flames, and if I delayed even a moment longer, my very life could be consumed by the inferno. Where are we headed? Sun Yuan, seated in the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt and turned to glance behind. Flames already leapt high from the oasis, with numerous vehicles emerging in rapid succession. To the ruins of the scorpions I mentioned. 20 kilometers east, Xiao Yunfeng recalled the burrow he had prepared. Surprisingly, on this final day, it proved to be of utmost necessity. Are the ruins expansive? Sun Yuan and Apos' concern was evident as she observed the throng of vehicles trailing behind. Xiao Yunfeng quickly grasped her implication. Some individuals might be unable to restrain themselves. Fear not. I have excavated a burrow. It should suffice for the 2 of us. You must be the legendary mastermind. Sun Yuan chuckled, her mirth evident. I seem to be quite fortunate. Fortunate? You shouldn't and Apos. Have encountered those millennium orchids, phantom flowers, venomous snakes, insects, and scorpions, should you? Although Qiao Yunfeng concentrated on driving, he couldn't resist teasing her. Haha, you make a valid point. Sun Yuan laughed. If it weren't for that group, I could have captured a few scorpions. What a pity. With me by your side, capturing them would be impossible, Qiao Yunfeng remarked leisurely. Sun Yuran gazed at him with a blend of exasperation and amusement, her eyes crinkling into a smile. You see, humans are indeed a type of animal, yet I feel no fear towards you. In that case, does it make you feel better? I suspect you are mocking me. Qiao Yunfeng shot her a sidelong glance, slightly irritated. As they conversed, the vehicle sped recklessly into the ruins, showing no signs of slowing down. The trailing vehicles followed suit, entering in succession. Xiao Yunfeng maneuvered the vehicle through twists and turns before halting at the entrance of the burrow. He opened the hatch, allowing Sun Yuran to exit first. He then tidied the surrounding traces before descending himself, not forgetting to sprinkle sand over the lid. The burrow, excavated with caution to prevent collapse, was somewhat confined. They stood closely against the walls to make space for the RV. Once inside, Qiao Yunfeng gestured for Sun Yuran to remain silent. Moments later, they heard footsteps above, the voices circling as if searching for something. Brother, I clearly saw them run over here. How could they vanish the moment they entered? They must be hiding somewhere. The vehicle drove straight here without slowing down. They must know a place to conceal themselves. All right, let us split up and search. The voices indicated that the two had parted ways. Just as Sun Yuran was about to speak, Qiao Yunfeng quickly shook his head and pointed upwards, understanding the gesture. She promptly sat back down, sipping her icy water quietly. Before long, the voices returned. Brother, they're truly not here. We clearly saw them arrive. How could they just disappear? Forget it. It's too hot. Let us set up a tent over there to cool off for a bit before risking heat stroke. What a shame. They must have supplies and surely know a more comfortable place. Let us go. It's far too hot. Brother, do you think there will be another sandstorm? Unlikely. Let us find a spot with taller walls to pitch the tent. Hearing their footsteps recede, Qiao Yunfeng shook his head, signaling for Sun Yuran to remain quiet. He then typed a message. The sand here can't be dug into. It will collapse. They may still be nearby. We should stay in the vehicle until it's safe. Why not go out? There are only 2 of them. With my poison, we could easily win in a 2-on-2. How do you know there are only 2? There are more than 10 vehicles following. Then let us heed your advice and remain in the vehicle. Sun Yuran contemplated the situation seriously. Indeed, the number of trailing vehicles was overwhelming. She retrieved a large ice block from the storage, and the temperature within the RV began to drop appreciably. Without the option of air conditioning, the ice provided a refreshing respite. Will we stay here until it's over? Unless something extraordinary occurs, that's about it. It's far too hot outside to venture out. Agreed. Sounds occasionally echoed above. Yet neither of them showed any inclination to exit. Within the confines of the small RV, they endured, relying on the ice block and chilled water until the very end. Zhang Qingqing forcefully pushed away the woman who grasped her, leaping from the second-floor window amidst the woman's frantic screams. Though injured, she successfully evaded the scorpion's onslaught, preserving her life. She finally comprehended the unsettling realization she had sensed, albeit too late. Nevertheless, she had managed to escape. As long as she was alive, hope remained. With a resounding crash, she witnessed the flames raging, swiftly retrieving her vehicle and fleeing the oasis. Destination unknown, it was imperative to leave this place. Following the lead vehicle, she sped onward, catching a fleeting glimpse of the 2 women entering the ruins, but they vanished from sight before she could discern more. The heat within the ruins was oppressive. Observing numerous challengers entering to rest, she realized that tranquility would soon be disrupted. However, with no alternative refuge available, she quietly nestled in a corner, hoping to remain unnoticed. Regrettably, upon noticing 4 men approaching her direction, she understood the futility of her hopes. She was no match for them. Rising swiftly, she fled the ruins in her vehicle, destination uncertain, but it couldn't possibly be worse than staying behind. At precisely 4:00 p.m., the time for return arrived. Chapter 44. The 8th Contest, Rainforest Survival 1. Welcome back, challengers. Congratulations on successfully completing the 7th challenge at the Desert Oasis, resulting in a level increase. Current status of the challenger evaluated as good. Rewards: Health 100, Stamina 100, Space 1mx1m, Source Crystals 300. The 8th challenge will commence at 7:00 a.m. in 3 days. Current population: 5 million. As Qiao Yunfeng gazed at the dwindling population, she recalled that there had been 3 million participants at the start of the 7th contest, and now it had dropped to a mere 5 million. The challenges were becoming increasingly arduous, and the final moments were swiftly approaching. She prepared a sumptuous dinner for herself, savoring it in silence before settling into her room to meticulously organize her belongings, categorizing everything with care. The empty room, devoid of sound, provided her with an unparalleled sense of tranquility. Soon, she lay down on the spacious bed in her camper and drifted into a deep slumber. Over the next 3 days, apart from conducting daily inspections of the corridor, she engaged in relentless training and rest. Occasionally, she exchanged a few words with others. Everyone shared the sentiment that the final challenges would surely become more demanding, even though none of the previous ones had been easy. Well-rested and adequately prepared, she donned her bulletproof vest, standing in the empty room as she awaited the commencement of the 8th challenge. At 7:00 a.m., the challenge began. Disaster Survival Challenge. 8th contest, Rainforest Survival. You find yourself lost in a primordial tropical rainforest, where the climate is sweltering and rainfall is abundant. The jungle teems with countless animals and plants, presenting both opportunity and peril, both remedy and poison. Survive in the rainforest. All participants are challengers, totaling 300,000. The contest will conclude when the number of survivors reaches 30,000. Special reminder, there is no time limit for this challenge. Special reminder, killing other challengers will not result in demotion. Special requirements, apart from items held by challengers. Only 3 items from the storage space may be selected for use. All challengers and Oppos storage will be sealed at the start of the contest. Challengers may utilize a temporary space of 1m x 1m to store supplies. Countdown begins. 10, 9. Upon seeing the countdown commence, Qiao Yunfeng hesitated not for a moment, swiftly selecting a pistol, a machete, and a camper from her storage. However, to her dismay, the camper was disallowed. Upon further inspection, she discovered that her off-road vehicle and yacht were also unavailable for selection. Had her previous comfort aboard the yacht prompted this restriction? Countdown. 3, 2. With little time to ponder, she hastily grabbed an outdoor gear backpack she had organized, just as the countdown expired. The 8th challenge is about to begin. No coins will be provided for this round. Each day at 8:00 a.m., 10,000 supply boxes will randomly appear, containing assorted items. Source crystal count, 300. Please select from the following items. Each item is randomly available in a quantity of 10,000 per contest. 1. Stamina limit 100, source crystal 100. 2. Stamina limit 100, health limit 100, source crystal 300. 3. Vitality restorative, restores all states, full health and stamina, source crystal 600. Upon glancing at the vitality restorative and recalling her sweet dream realization, she sighed, recognizing that she was fated to be without it. After a moment's hesitation between options 1 and 2, she resolved to select option 1, repeating her choice 3 times. Name, Qiao Yunfeng level, 8, upgradable. Each successful challenge allows for 1 level increase. Gender, female. Number of challenges participated, 8 health, 1330 stamina, 1370 status. Good space, 22m x 22m, upgradable. Held items. Level 8 medical kit, can add 1 type of medicine as a standard medication, providing 1 daily. Retains original effects and randomly appears 2 types of medicine each day. Now that her medical kit had reached level 8, she could add another type of medicine. Without hesitation, she retrieved the sweet dream realization potion, which could eliminate all negative states, 1000 health, 1000 stamina. She carefully placed it back, confirming the addition was a success. As she materialized within the rainforest, Qiao Yunfeng felt the reassuring weight of her bulletproof vest. Silently grateful that she had worn it prior to the challenge's commencement, as it counted as part of her attire. Surveying her belongings, she noted that the pistol and machete were intact, while the outdoor gear backpack lay beside her feet. She retrieved several ice packs from her medical kit. Affixing them to her clothing, secured the cuffs of her tactical jacket and trousers, tightened her collar, and stored the gun and backpack within her space. This 1m x 1m area felt exceedingly cramped. With the backpack occupying nearly a third of the space, she needed to be judicious with her resources. Her mind raced with the characteristics and precautions pertinent to the rainforest as she wielded her machete and began to advance, intent on locating a water source. The tropical rainforest was inherently humid and stifling. Towering, dense trees and vegetation obstructed airflow, making traversing the rainforest akin to navigating within a steamer, hot and suffocating. The ground was slick with a layer of decaying leaves, and Xiao Yunfeng felt as though her feet were coated in oil, requiring her to tread carefully with each step. Finding a water source was paramount, and should she encounter any animals along the way, hunting would also be necessary. she needed to gather firewood. As rain could fall at any moment, without prior preparation, igniting a fire in the rain would become an insurmountable challenge. With her plans in mind, she proceeded cautiously, observing the increasingly lush foliage around her as the canopy above thickened. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 1 commences. Special reminder, 10,000 supply boxes have randomly appeared, containing assorted items within. Most of the sunlight was obscured by towering trees, casting a dim light that rendered visibility poor. The rules of this challenge had shifted. With no restrictions on inter-challenger conflict, many would undoubtedly be eager to instigate chaos. Yet, the rainforest harbored myriad dangers from flora to fauna. Compounded by the climate and scarcity of resources, it was plausible that challengers might meet their demise before even encountering one another. The forest was eerily quiet, with only occasional beams of sunlight breaking through the foliage to illuminate the ground. Among the most perilous creatures in the jungle were scorpions, centipedes, venomous spiders, and snakes. A moment and Oppos, attention could result in a bite from an unseen assailant. After a considerable time, Qiao Yunfeng noted with curiosity the absence of any insects around her. This was decidedly unusual, for the rainforest was typically teeming with small creatures. She furrowed her brow and gazed into the distance, observing numerous insects scurrying away. Suddenly, the realization struck her. Her animal fear intensity increased threefold. Reward must be at play. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for this boon, which was proving to be invaluable. With the threat of small creatures diminished, Qiao Yunfeng quickened her pace, keenly scanning her surroundings for any resources that might be of use. She had entered the rainforest without any supplies, and her empty space needed to be filled with provisions to grant her a sense of security. Before long, 2 small animals dashed past her, vanishing from sight before she could identify them. Redirecting her gaze, she heard the soothing sound of flowing water nearby. A smile crept onto her lips, and her heart swelled with joy. Today appeared to be fortuitous. Following the sound of the flowing water, before even catching a glimpse of the stream, the croaking of frogs reached my ears, rising and falling like a chorus. A chill cascaded down my spine, and Qiao Yunfeng, instinctively halted my steps. I cautiously advanced 2 paces, wielding my machete to part the foliage ahead. At the edge of the crystalline brook, a congregation of diminutive frogs leaped energetically upon the stones, each measuring a mere 3 to 4 centimeters. They donned hues of red, blue, and gold, their cacophonous croaks harmonizing with the gentle murmur of the water. Quietly retracting my machete, I stealthily retraced my steps, eager to vacate this perilous area. If memory served me correctly, these croaks belonged to the notorious poison dart frog, renowned as the most exquisite of amphibians yet infamous for their lethal toxicity. The venom of a single dart frog could induce paralysis in an adult, leading to a swift demise, leaving no time for salvation. Once I had retreated, a sigh of relief escaped my lips. The rainforest was undeniably treacherous. Encountering such a deadly creature at the outset necessitated heightened vigilance in the trials ahead. This challenge was fraught with peril, and a moment and Oppos, attention could spell doom. Reflexively, I yearned to retrieve a cup of iced coffee from my space to steady my nerves, only to discover it was sealed this time. Alas, the oppressive humidity clung to my skin, rendering my clothing uncomfortable, yet I must endure. Resuming my journey, I navigated over several fallen logs, gathering dry twigs for a potential campfire. As I was severing a branch, I sensed a movement in the underbrush ahead. Instinctively, I raised my machete, positioning it defensively before me, my gaze fixed intently ahead, where a tree python dangled. Its length remained a mystery, but its gray-black skin blended seamlessly with the shadows, camouflaged against the bark. Had I not scrutinized closely, I might have overlooked it entirely. Internally, I lamented my carelessness, having assumed all creatures would retreat in fear. Instead, I had unwittingly trespassed into its domain. This serpent, with its formidable girth, could easily consume a person whole. A shiver coursed through me, my scalp prickling with dread. I steadied myself. Fleeing was not an option. Not only could I not outrun it, but if I turned to escape, the python would sense my fear and pursue me, leading to an inevitable grim fate. Clenching my jaw, I adopted the fiercest expression I could muster, my eyes locked on the python, my body rigid with tension. I could only trust that the surge of fear coursing through me would deter the creature from advancing. At that moment, I could not afford to show the slightest hint of trepidation. The python stirred, lowering its head and flicking its tongue, regarding me with a curious, appraising gaze. It did not charge but also did not retreat, its head swaying slightly as if weighing its options. This standoff became a torment, each second stretching interminably. Just as the python prepared to pivot, an unexpected shout erupted from my right. Goodness! What a massive snake! At the sound, the python turned its attention toward the source, then swiftly slithered away, its immense body darting through the underbrush. In that moment, I finally grasped its true length. The serpent's form, easily exceeding 2 meters, vanished into the thicket. Seizing the opportunity, I pivoted and ran, my mind consumed with a singular thought: flee. The faster, the better, the farther, the safer. Before I had covered 30 meters, a piercing scream erupted behind me, abruptly silenced. As I ran, I heightened my awareness, scanning the perilous rainforest around me. The dangers here were insidious and omnipresent. I sprinted at full speed for some time, stumbling thrice, feeling the weight of panic constricting my chest before finally pausing to catch my breath, inhaling deeply to steady my racing heart. I rummaged through my backpack, revealing only 3 bottles of water. Conservation was paramount. The morning was slipping away, and I had yet to locate a water source. If I failed to find one soon, I would have to rely on the mercy of the rain. Sipping cautiously, I savored a few drops to restore my composure before continuing my search for water. As my peripheral vision caught a flicker of movement, I tensed, drawing my weapon and turning to investigate. This time, I beheld a metal supply crate. Glancing around, I noted the absence of other challengers nearby. The crate sat boldly beneath a towering tree, and I approached with utmost caution, gradually edging closer until I could seize it and store it in my space, then hurriedly departed without a backward glance. After running a considerable distance, I perched on a dry branch, opening the supply crate to examine its contents. Instantly, my spirits lifted. The fatigue of the morning faded considerably. Inside lay a bag of flour, a lighter, a 2-liter bottle of purified water, a clean set of clothing, 5 packets of instant noodles, and 3 red apples. I bit into an apple, its sweet juice flooding my mouth, the subtle aroma of the fruit soothing my frayed nerves. Meanwhile, Meng Youxiang, having entered this challenge, had devised a strategy: find a suitable spot to dig a hole, stash provisions, and remain hidden until the other contestants had battled it out. Thus, he dug a burrow at his entry point and began stockpiling wood and food. Having recently caught a rabbit, he was delighted to discover a mango tree nearby. Reflecting that this venture was not overly arduous, with deep green leaves and an abundance of green mangoes, he unhesitatingly plucked a generous handful to store in his space. Cutting into the mangoes released a milky sap, and he savored the fruit, careful not to waste any, as he had yet to locate a water source. He indulged in 3 mangoes, then resolved to set traps in hopes of capturing additional creatures. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped his abdomen, and he realized his condition had deteriorated to severe poisoning, leaving him no time to react as his life force plummeted to 0. In his final moments, he could not comprehend the reason. What he believed to be mangoes were, in fact, toxic sea mangoes, resembling the fruit, but carrying deadly poison. Consuming too many would lead to a swift and brutal fate. Chapter 45. The 8th scene, Survival in the Rainforest. Qiao Yunfeng continued her quest for a water source, discovering several edible palm trees along the way. She harvested the tender heart of the palm and took a crisp bite. The flavor was a delightful blend of sweetness tinged with a hint of bitterness, serving as her lunch for the day. After savoring her meal, she took a few sips of water and once again heard the soothing sound of a stream flowing nearby. Quickly determining the direction, she made her way toward it, longing for a refreshing wash, as the rainforest was unbearably humid. Before she could reach the water's edge, she overheard voices. Were they challengers? Xiao Yunfeng crouched down, stealthily approaching. By the stream stood 4 individuals, 2 pairs facing each other, brandishing knives or crossbows in a tense standoff, all vying for access to the water. Perhaps they could each send 1 person into the stream to fill their containers? All right, don't try any tricks. One shouted. You're overthinking it. Another retorted. 1 person from each side stepped into the stream, beginning to fill their containers. One man took a few hearty gulps of the stream water, letting out a satisfied exclamation that caught the attention of the 2 on the bank. As he splashed water on his face, he grinned at his companion across the water, exclaiming how refreshing it was and that there were fish in the stream. Before the others could react, the man suddenly convulsed as if electrified, collapsing into the water, motionless. His companion, panic-stricken, seized the water bucket and turned to flee. What are you doing? His partner shouted, brandishing his long knife, ready to strike. The man rushed onto the bank, shouting frantically, Run! That thing in the water isn't a fish. It's a long, snake-like creature. What is it? How should I know? Didn't you see it? I told you it's long and snake-like. That's all I know. Are you trying to trick me? Are you crazy? If you're not running, don't block my path. If you want to die, Then jump in yourself. Qiao Yunfeng ignored their quarrel and quietly slipped away, just as unnoticed as she had arrived. A snake-like creature swimming in the water? It could very well be an electric eel. Known for its ability to generate electric shock strong enough to incapacitate a person, easily dispatching smaller animals, even against larger prey. The electric eel could first stun its target before launching an attack. Such a dangerous creature lurking silently in the stream posed a significant threat to any challenger seeking water. Once again, Qiao Yunfeng felt the omnipresent dangers of the rainforest, pondering a troubling question. With such ferocity, how long could everyone endure? This explained why. In this challenge without a time limit, the number of participants had dwindled to merely 30,000. Having departed quietly, she resumed her search for water. Today's efforts had been far from fruitful, but her spirits lifted when she stumbled upon a grove of wild banana plants. The heart of the banana stem was rich in moisture, quenching thirst and hunger, its flavor sweet and refreshing. Although the wild banana fruit was scarce and somewhat bitter, when roasted, it became quite palatable. With food supplies running low, it was imperative to gather what she could find. Reborn awoke to find himself submerged in a swamp, half his body immersed in murky water. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he scrambled toward the shore, realizing that if a crocodile appeared, it would be the end for him. After stumbling 3 times, he finally reached the bank, only to be bewildered. Before him lay a dense thicket of reeds, towering over 3 meters high, enclosing the shore tightly. Faced with the choice of retreating into the swamp or entering the reed bed, he knew he could not return to the swamp. Taking a deep breath, he ventured into the reeds. Once inside, he became completely disoriented, unable to discern direction or distance, forcing him to push through the leaves by instinct. Having scarcely advanced 5 meters, his body was covered in small cuts. The sharp edges of the reed leaves sliced his exposed skin. The multitude of tiny wounds was painful enough to make him gasp, compelling him to pause and reconsider his approach. Turning around, he moved backward, using his back and backside to carve a path, which, though slower, significantly reduced his injuries. As he emerged from the reeds, he spotted a rabbit darting by dinner. He immediately gave chase, drawing his crossbow and shooting at the rabbit, launching 10 arrows in a row, successfully securing his evening meal. By the time Qiao Yunfeng spotted a bamboo grove ahead, dusk was settling in. She needed to prepare a shelter for the night. The rainforest could bring rain or a drop in temperature, necessitating thorough preparations. On the hillside next to the bamboo grove, she dug a modest cave. While the light still lingered, she gathered small twigs, dry leaves, and straw to ignite a spark. The rainforest dampness made starting a fire quite challenging, but with patience, she nurtured the tiny flame, drying smaller sticks before surrounding it with larger logs, allowing the campfire to gradually blaze to life. With a swift motion, she plunged into the bamboo grove, chopping bamboo while also collecting several bamboo shoots for dinner. As her machete struck the bamboo, it resonated with a rhythmic thud. Listening closely, she noticed some segments emitted a different sound. Selecting one, she split it open, revealing a clear, refreshing stream flowing forth. Qiao Yunfeng eagerly drank several mouthfuls, relishing the sweet water with a hint of bamboo's fragrance. One segment of bamboo held a significant amount of water, too much to consume in one go. Clean water was a precious resource she could not afford to waste. Retrieving a collapsible pot from her supplies, she filled it with the remaining water, planning to prepare a bamboo shoot soup for later. Glancing back at the bamboo grove, her eyes sparkled with newfound energy. She felt invigorated, no longer weary. Before darkness fully enveloped the landscape, she hastily chopped down a dozen bamboo stalks, dragging them to her cave entrance. By the light of the blazing campfire, she listened to the sounds of her labor, meticulously preparing the bamboo sections with water while using the others as firewood. As she busied herself, a man suddenly burst from the shadows and, upon seeing her, shouted, "I've been poisoned. Do you have any antidotes?" Qiao Yunfeng sprang to her feet, drawing her pistol and aiming it at him. "Stay back. I have no medicine." The rainforest after dark was fraught with peril. Any sane individual would have constructed a shelter before nightfall. The man's reckless behavior, rushing toward her firelight, clearly suggested ill intentions. Ignoring her warning, he pressed forward, pleading, "I beg you, just trade me some medicine. Even a health potion will do." A gunshot echoed sharply as it struck the man and Appo's leg, eliciting a derisive laugh from Qiao Yunfeng, who showed no signs of weakness despite the poison coursing through him. "Such a flimsy excuse," he scoffed. The man let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Qiao Yunfeng, still attempting to advance. "You are truly vicious." Without wasting words, Qiao Yunfeng readied to fire again. Realizing the dire situation, The man cursed loudly and fled, caught off guard by the unexpected resistance he encountered. Before Qiao Yunfeng could pull the trigger, piercing shrieks filled the darkness, echoing hauntingly through the stillness of the night. He was left bewildered, unable to discern what calamity had befallen the man. The dense, shadowy rainforest surrounding the campfire obscured any view of the unfolding horror. The chilling cries echoed ominously in the quiet night, and at the mention of ants, Xiao Yunfeng recalled a peculiar creature of the rainforest, the bullet ant. This species, 5 times the size of an ordinary ant, measures around 3 centimeters and is one of the most venomous creatures on Earth. The pain inflicted by a bullet ant bite is akin to the agony of simultaneously breaking 20 ribs. The torment is unimaginable. As he stared at the campfire, he realized that he had traversed the same path earlier without encountering any bullet ants. Could it be that the heightened sense of fear had driven them away during his passage? Now, however, the man and Appo's anguished cries were alarmingly severe, threatening to attract other predators. Just as he contemplated whether to investigate further, a rustling sound broke the silence, followed by the man's desperate shout, after which the forest fell eerily silent. Meanwhile, Su Yanqing was preparing to execute a grand plan, setting the forest ablaze. He recalled the rules of the challenge. The contest would conclude once only 30,000 participants remained. Reflecting on the day and Appo's events, he remembered being ambushed by robbers near a supply box, and through sheer force of will, he had managed to turn the tables and eliminate his assailants. This fueled a relentless thought in his mind. If he could eliminate the others, the challenge would come to an end. Setting the forest on fire seemed the most effective method to achieve this. After all, human legs could never outrun a raging inferno. This notion filled him with exhilaration, and throughout the afternoon, he diligently prepared for this audacious act. He knew that the timing for ignition had to be at night, when exhaustion weighed heavily on everyone and the obscure jungle would hinder escape. Once the flames ignited, there would be no chance to flee. With great enthusiasm, he stacked the cut timber and meticulously arranged smaller twigs beneath it to facilitate ignition. As darkness enveloped the land, he was poised to commence his plan. He retrieved a burning branch from the campfire, his hands trembling in anticipation, and placed it among the carefully arranged kindling. Yet, after 1 minute, then 2, the flames dwindled and extinguished without igniting the pile. Furrowing his brow, he tried again, only to face the same disappointing outcome. Frustrated, he decided to transfer the embers from the campfire directly to the kindling, fortifying the setup with additional dry grass to sustain the flame. Finally, the fire roared to life, growing increasingly fierce as it followed the path he had laid out, consuming the forest in its wake. He quickly retreated behind the firebreak he had established, a gleeful smile spreading across his face as he observed the searing blaze engulfing the trees, the flames dancing and spreading, accompanied by thick plumes of black smoke. Su Yanqing covered his mouth and nose with a wet sleeve, trembling with excitement as he watched the fire and Appo's advance. He had succeeded. The anguished cries of animals reached his ears, likely those caught in the inferno, unable to suppress their pain. Soon, a cacophony of distressing sounds from various creatures filled the night air, weaving a haunting symphony alongside the crackling flames. Su Yanqing and Appo's face radiated triumph as he murmured, "Burn, burn. Soon the challenge will be over." Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, startling him, followed by an unexpected downpour. He looked up to see dark clouds unleashing a torrential rain, which rapidly intensified. Turning back to the fire, he noticed the once mighty flames beginning to wane, threatened by the relentless deluge. A surge of furious desperation welled up within him. No, why must it rain? At that moment, a ferocious roar startled him, causing his body to tense. From the depths of the fiery jungle, a massive leopard emerged, rain cascading upon it, saturating its singed fur. The scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Its eyes, filled with vengeance, locked onto Su Yanqing as if it had found its mortal enemy, and without hesitation, it lunged through the downpour towards him. Su Yanqing barely managed to evade the attack. In that instant, memories of his failed attempts to ignite the fire flashed through his mind. Was fate warning him against his reckless actions? But it was too late for second thoughts. No matter how hard he tried, he could never match the leopard and Appo's ferocity. As the predator sank its teeth into his leg, a searing pain coursed through him, leaving his face pale and breathless. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, powerless, watching as the leopard lunged at him once more, unable to restrain himself from uttering a curse. Damn you. Chapter 46. The 8th round. Survival in the rainforest. The torrential rain arrived with a sudden ferocity. Qiao Yunfeng swiftly gathered the supplies outside the cave. shedding the damp clothes he had worn all day. He washed himself in the rain, emerging refreshed before returning to the cave. He donned a fresh set of clothing from the supply box and hung the wet garments near the bonfire, where they were gently roasted on a bamboo rack. For dinner, he opted for instant noodles. He retrieved a collapsible stove from his outdoor backpack, boiling water while simultaneously roasting wild bananas, adding some sliced bamboo shoots to the noodles for flavor, gazing at the heavy downpour outside. His mind wandered back to the various challenges he faced while searching for a water source. He took out the empty supply box and placed it outside to collect rainwater. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to store at least one box of rainwater, even if it was just for bathing or washing clothes. Once the box was filled with rainwater, he returned it to his space just as the noodles finished cooking. The aroma of the instant noodles wafted through the humid night, blending with the sound of the wind, becoming increasingly enticing. Qiao Yunfeng savored a warm bite of noodles followed by a sip of broth, relishing the comfort it brought. He casually opened the discussion forum, eager to see what discoveries others had made that day, when suddenly he received a trade request from Shinran. 1 bowl of hot ginseng chicken soup, 100 stamina points for a full set of long clothes. He quickly replied that he lacked clothing, as one set was on his body while the other was still wet. He pondered whether to ask for cold medicine. After a moment and Appo's thought, he sent an inquiry. Shinran promptly replied that she needed it. He retrieved 10 packs of cold medicine from the medical kit and sent a trade request, which was immediately accepted. Ciao, if you need food, feel free to reach out anytime. Sure, if I and Appo's am short on supplies, I and Appo's LL come to you. And if I need medicine, I and Appo's LL let you know. All right. They exchanged a few more words before Shinran continued to trade for clothing in the forum. Xiao Yunfeng scrolled through the discussion area and noted that everyone was united in their grievances. It was evident that the challenges were becoming increasingly dire. I realized they don't want anyone to survive. Today, I was bitten by a flower and got poisoned. Can you believe it? What are the effects of the poison? It deducts 10 health points every hour. That and Appo's, that's not too bad. But the problem is, I have no idea how to detoxify. At least you know you were bitten by a flower. I don and Appo's to even know what happened to me. My body is covered in rashes. I saw someone by the water get dragged down by a crocodile. They screamed once, and then they were gone. I spotted a herd of elephants. Can you believe it? How are you still alive? I can climb trees quickly. I witnessed a python, as thick as a barrel, swallow a person whole, saw it with my own eyes. Does anyone know what Appo's is edible around here? I and Appo's am too scared to eat anything. There are plenty of edible things. Most of the animals you hunt are safe to eat. I just want to know how to start a fire. I and Appo's been trying for an hour and Kent and Appo's get it lit. Did anyone find a supply box today? What was inside? I have diarrhea, but I haven't and Appo's eaten anything. Does anyone have medicine? I found a box filled with food. Pretty good. Hey, everyone, come trade with me. Today, I saw someone counting people for attack too, and they were all wiped out by a giant python. I need medicine. I need cold medicine. I need fire. 3 burning logs. Qiao Yunfeng glanced at his well-stocked medical kit, selected a few needed items, and began to trade. At exactly 8 a.m., the announcement echoed. Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 2 begins. Special notice, 10,000 supply boxes have randomly appeared, with all items inside randomized. Special notice, current number of survivors, 100,000. 20,000 people were lost on the first day? After reading this announcement, Qiao Yunfeng felt a weight in his heart. It was clear he needed to exercise greater caution today. He tidied the cave, bundling the remaining bamboo with vines before storing them away. The 1 meter by 1 meter space was filled to capacity. Armed with a machete and dressed appropriately, he set off again. Noting that this location was still somewhat close to yesterday and Appo's creek. If the rain continued unabated, it could lead to a rapid rise in water levels, making the area increasingly perilous, especially considering the presence of electric eels. He hastily departed from the area, venturing deeper into the jungle, hoping for better fortune in locating a clean, usable water source today. Sun Yuran sat beside the bonfire, preparing to rest a moment before eating again. She was thoroughly enamored with this challenge, relishing everything that had emerged. Her face radiated joy. Yet, she couldn't and Appo's help but complain about the cramped 1 meter by 1 meter space, which hindered her from storing more poisonous substances. As she roasted a bird over the fire, 5 bird eggs sizzled nearby, just as she was about to begin her meal. 4 men emerged from various directions in the jungle, subtly encircling her. "Hey, girl, my buddies and I want to trade for some food." One of them approached with a grin, while the others blocked her possible escape routes. "Not interested." Sun Yuran narrowed her eyes, her tone calm and composed. One man clicked his tongue, mockingly saying, "I've never seen someone so composed while being surrounded. You really don't want to survive until the end of this challenge?" Sun Yuran looked up, her gaze serious as she regarded the man before her. They exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. "Girl, you and Amp. Oppos. Quite the comedian. I could laugh until the challenge ends." As they drew closer, brandishing their machetes, Sun Yuran's expression darkened, her good mood shattered. "I don't like killing," she exclaimed, quickly tossing a small object into the fire. Before the men could react, they suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over them, collapsing to the ground. As they lay there, confused and terrified, they realized what had transpired. "What did you do?" One of them shouted in panic. Sun Yuran glanced down. "I truly dislike killing. This is the 3rd wave this morning." She then picked up the roasted bird eggs and meat, tossing another medicine packet into the flames before swiftly departing. The 4 men lay immobilized on the ground, exchanging anxious glances. "What is your condition?" "Normal, but my stamina is at 0. "Same here. What is going on?" "Don't worry. Our health is fine, and our condition is normal. Our stamina will recover if we rest for a bit." Right? But what if it doesn't recover?" "You jinx. Be quiet. Listen, do you hear that?" The 4 held their breath as a rustling sound echoed from the jungle, as if something was approaching through the underbrush. "Centipede!" One man cried, his face paling as fear coursed through him, sending shivers down the spines of the others, yet they remained utterly unable to move. A centipede, slowly crawling, measured about 40 centimeters in length. It ascended the nearest person, biting down on the nape of their neck and injecting venom. The unfortunate individual only had time to utter a gasp before succumbing to silence. Frustration welled up within Sun Yuran. She merely sought to gather useful items, yet inexplicably. She had been ambushed 3 times that very morning. She had envisioned a solitary expedition, meandering through the wilderness in search of collectible treasures, but from yesterday to today, challengers seemed to seek her out relentlessly. It vexed her deeply. Why did it seem as though every challenger had fixated solely on her? Was it because she appeared vulnerable, prompting others to eliminate her first in order to bolster their ranks? Seated beside a rekindled campfire, her agitation intensified. After contemplating for a considerable time without arriving at a solution, she realized she had squandered precious moments pursuing poisonous substances. Resolutely, she rose to her feet and ventured deeper into the jungle, determined not to waste any more time. The abundance of resources within the forest demanded her diligence. Meanwhile, Qiao Yunfeng wore a smile as he harvested soursop fruits from the tree trunk, resembling clusters of grapes hanging above. He popped one into his mouth, delighting in its sweet and tangy flavor, utterly irresistible. His heart soared at the sight of the plentiful soursop, and he extracted a bundle of bamboo from his storage space to make room for his gathered treasures. As he ambled along, savoring the fruits, he once again discerned the sound of flowing water. The rainforest teemed with streams, yet he wondered if this one would be safe. Following the sound, he soon encountered a pristine waterfall pool, with cascading water tumbling from towering cliffs, forming a deep basin. Drawing from his previous experiences, Xiao Yunfeng chose to remain cautious. Observing the surroundings carefully, the water appeared crystal clear, and he could spot a few fish swimming gracefully. Just as he contemplated approaching, a chilling sensation prickled down his spine, prompting him to scan the area once more, yet he found nothing amiss. Turning back to the pool, he noted the scene remained unchanged. However, the unsettling feeling persisted as he neared the water and Oppos' edge. Pausing to reflect, he retreated 3 steps. Preparing to depart when a majestic stag emerged from the jungle across the pool. Its distinctive, broad antlers made it easily recognizable. It strolled leisurely to the water's edge, lowering its head to drink. In an instant, 4 fish leapt from the water, sinking their teeth into the stag and Amp, Oppos' neck and head. The pool was instantly stained crimson with its blood, and the stag bellowed in pain, attempting to flee ashore. A frenzy of fish surged toward it, and despite its desperate struggle, the stag raced into the thicket, a fish still clinging to its body. Qiao Yunfeng observed the fish. No, they ought to be called piranhas, with a sigh of relief for having refrained from approaching earlier. Should he have ventured closer, he would have found himself ensnared in their deadly embrace. Piranhas possess razor-sharp teeth capable of tearing flesh from their prey. While a single bite may not be fatal, they would swiftly consume the flesh, continuing their assault in a whirlpool of aggression. Within moments, the entire school could devour their quarry entirely. The stag's escape was indeed fortuitous. Had it ventured further into the pool, it would have become the piranhas and Oppo's lunch. Retreating from the pool, Qiao Yunfeng felt an overwhelming weariness settle upon him. From yesterday to today, every water source he had discovered had proven perilously hazardous. He consoled himself with the thought that, thankfully, he had found bamboo water yesterday, and his storage still held several unopened segments. Moreover, the chest he had opened contained water, ensuring he would not lack hydration for the day. Yet, he could not shake the thought. Was every pool in this jungle equally treacherous? Not all water sources were perilous, as Li Weizhu discovered while pursuing a mountain chicken. Despite his relentless chase, he failed to capture it, resulting in a painful tumble that left his palm scraped and his knee bruised. Sitting on the ground, he cursed the fleeing chicken, vowing to skin and cook it should he ever catch it. Just as he was about to rise, the sound of flowing water caught his ear. Approaching, he beheld a mesmerizing blue pool, teeming with fish darting to and fro. However, lacking fishing skills, he devised a plan, crafting a wooden spear with his knife and positioning himself atop a boulder to spear the fish. After exerting considerable effort, he found himself unsuccessful, with fish teasingly swimming close yet evading his grasp. If only he had a fishing net, he mused. The thought sparked a clever idea. Glancing around, a cryptic smile graced his face. He removed his long pants, tied knots at the ends of each leg, and secured them with vines around his waist. Then cast the improvised net into the fish-laden waters. Pulling the vines swiftly, he exclaimed in delight, discovering his trousers filled to the brim with fish. As he returned to shore, he dumped the catch onto the ground, beaming radiantly at his success. With this self-made fishing tool, he had indeed struck a bountiful haul that day. Chapter 47. The eighth match, Survival in the Rainforest. Fortune Ranjan was acutely aware that trouble had found her. She had long understood that her combat abilities were lacking, so from the very beginning of this challenge, upon noticing the change in rules, she had resolved to quietly evade detection and exercise utmost caution to survive until the end. She had been meticulously careful entering and exiting the camp, fearful of being discovered, hoping to remain undisturbed until the competition concluded. Yet, there were those who had other plans. While gathering water by the stream, two men blocked her path, one wielding a crossbow, the other a knife, assertively obstructing her advance. "Hey girl, let us see what you've got to eat," the knife-wielding man said with a cocky lift of his brow, his eyes gleaming with audacity. "You can end Oppo's tea, possibly consume all that food yourself. Hand it over. And if I do, will you let me go?" Ranjan lowered her gaze, deliberately softening her voice. To make her act more convincing, she took a few steps back and trembled slightly. Her display of fear pleased the two would-be robbers. The man with the knife whistled, his demeanor laced with insolence. "That depends on how much you offer. I don't have much. The jungle is too perilous." Ranjan timidly raised her eyes, casting a pitiable glance at them. "I promise to give you all my food, but please, don't kill me." The crossbowman smiled, his expression deceptively gentle, responding, "All right. Just hand over your things first." Internally, however, he scoffed at her naivety, thinking, "Once you surrender your food, I'll gladly send you on your way." Tears glimmered in Ranjan and Oppo's eyes as she pressed her lips together, hesitating for a moment before retreating another 2 steps. After a moment of internal conflict, she reluctantly retrieved a bulging backpack from her belongings. As she hesitated, the knife-wielding man, now brimming with malice, shouted, "Hurry up and toss it over." He advanced a step closer. Startled by his aggression, Ranjan quickly threw the backpack in his direction. He caught it effortlessly. The bag was heavy, filled to the brim, and his eyes sparkled with malice. Now that he had the goods, he could dismiss her. The two men exchanged glances, their excitement palpable as they opened the backpack, eager to discover its contents. However, before they could ascertain what lay within, an explosive sound erupted, and the bag detonated, scattering fish everywhere. Having retreated a good distance before tossing the backpack, Ranjan lifted her gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips, tinged with mockery. Did they truly believe her to be so easily bullied? Remembering Qiao Yunfeng and Oppo's ingenious method of organizing supplies, she silently expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Qiao. Your strategy truly works wonders." She had brought in 3 full backpacks, nearly overwhelming her storage space. Just grenades, she had stowed a whole backpack. Meanwhile, Qiao Yunfeng, whom Ranjan was silently thanking, was intently focused on her prey, a wild boar. Securing it would ensure sufficient provisions for the next 3 days. To prevent her animal fear factor from scaring the boar away, she positioned herself 5 meters away, quietly trailing behind, gun in hand. waiting for the opportune moment to take her shot. As she concentrated on aiming at the boar, a tree python descended from a branch above, striking with lightning speed, sinking its fangs into the boar and Apos' neck. The boar let out frantic cries, thrashing about in a desperate attempt to dislodge the snake. Unfortunately, within 5 seconds, the python had coiled around the boar with unyielding force. At this moment, Qiao Yunfeng had already distanced herself significantly upon witnessing the scene. She turned and fled without a second thought. Her supplies for 3 days were gone, but if she lingered any longer, she too might become the python's next meal. Bai Nianjing emerged from the cave, intending to prepare the game he had just caught and to check the traps he had set by the water the previous day. If luck favored him, today's provisions would be ample. Yet, before he could reach the water and Apos' edge, he heard splashes and animal roars that immediately raised his alertness. Climbing up the nearby tall tree, he perched on a high branch, witnessing a gripping battle for survival between the rulers of the jungle. A vivid display of nature and Apos' brutal law, survival of the fittest. In the clear stream, a massive jaguar and a nearly 4-meter-long black caiman engaged in fierce combat. Each attack was lethal. Both understood that this was a fight to the death. The jaguar, nearly at the apex of the food chain, possessed a bite force surpassing that of both tigers and lions. Its method of attack was straightforward, bite wherever it could, with no need for precision. Even the skull could be crushed. The caiman, a formidable predator in its own right, was no longer a juvenile, though it had yet to reach its full strength. It appeared fearsome nonetheless. Bai Nianjing sat transfixed in the tree, captivated by the fierce duel unfolding before him. His grip tightening around the trunk as he focused entirely on the battle, oblivious to the venomous bushmaster snake stealthily slithering towards him from the branch behind. As the jaguar clamped down on the caiman and refused to relent, he knew the victor was destined to be the jaguar. Sure enough, within half a minute, the caiman ceased its struggles, dragged from the water by the jaguar, disappearing into the jungle. Exhaling deeply, Bai Nianjing realized his body was tense and rigid from the adrenaline. As he relaxed and prepared to slide down the branch, a sudden sensation warned him of an incoming threat. He instinctively raised his hand to block, only to find himself face to face with a highly venomous bushmaster snake, which had bitten into his palm, draining the color from his face. In a reflexive motion, he drew his knife and severed the snake at its midsection, swiftly extracting the fangs embedded in his hand along with its head. Throwing it aside in a fit of rage as curses escaped his lips, he checked his condition. Normal. Blinking in disbelief, he reassured himself. Could it be that I was mistaken? Was that not a bushmaster? Alas, the snake and Apos' head had already been discarded, leaving only its body behind, making identification difficult. After bandaging his hand and stowing the snake and Apos' remains, he returned to the camp. Gazing at the flickering campfire, he finally realized that he had certainly not misjudged. This was undoubtedly a Gabun viper. As for why he had not succumbed to its venom, it was due to his consumption of a universal antidote, which effectively reduced the likelihood of poisoning by 70%. Today, fortune had favored him, and the thought sent a shiver down his spine. Turning to look at the serpent and Apos' lifeless body on the ground, a surge of anger welled up within him. He skinned the creature, chopped it into pieces, and added more wood to the fire, intensifying the flames. With a ferocious appetite, he savored the roasted snake meat, devouring it piece by piece. Afterward, he began to gather his belongings to leave the vicinity. Aware that he was too close to the water source and uncertain whether there might be other caimans lurking in the creek, he needed to find a relatively safer spot to set up camp. As Qiao Yunfeng lifted her gaze to the sky, she noticed it was gradually darkening. To prevent the possibility of another sudden downpour during the night, she needed to find a secure place to spend the night. She excavated a cave on a high slope for shelter, and while the light still lingered, she ventured out to gather more firewood. The available space was exceedingly limited. She stored the existing firewood along with the wild milk fruit she had harvested and the rainwater collected yesterday inside the cave, before turning her attention back to the jungle. Not far into her journey, she spotted a jungle fowl pecking at the ground in search of insects. Without a moment's hesitation, she fired her gun. The fowl collapsed with the sound of the shot, marking her first successful hunt. She returned to the cave with the wood and patiently rekindled the fire, just as she had done the previous night. After plucking the feathers from the freshly hunted fowl, she chopped it into pieces and placed it in a pot. Watching the broth simmer, adding a pinch of salt from her backpack and stirring it to perfection, she tasted the result and was utterly satisfied. Mixing flour with bamboo water, she created a batter, which she gradually added to the chicken soup, preparing for a delightful dinner. The night in the jungle was long and treacherous, rendered nearly impassable by the enveloping darkness. Observing the inky blackness beyond the cave entrance, Zhang Yibai sat inside, roasting his catch of the day. He had initially intended to set traps at the mouth of the cave, but the encroaching night had thwarted those plans. As he watched the meat sizzle over the fire, he contemplated whether to relocate in the morning. The area lacked a water source, and had he not stumbled upon a supply box earlier, he would have faced a dire situation. The box contained only 2 bottles of water, compelling him to ration his usage. Yet the oppressive heat of the jungle rendered this water woefully insufficient. Come morning, he would need to seek a location near a water source. Lost in thought, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by a haunting cry from outside. Rising to peer into the night, he sensed something flying in the shadows, accompanied by the anguished cries of creatures. The sounds grew nearer, prompting him to nervously retrieve his handgun. He soon spotted a wild boar careening chaotically, with a flurry of flying creatures seemingly attacking it. The darkness obscured his view, rendering it impossible to discern the nature of these creatures, though he could make out shadowy figures flitting about. As the boar charged forward, his expression shifted dramatically. He retreated into the cave, hastily excavating more earth to seal the entrance, leaving only a narrow crack for ventilation. To conserve air within the cave, he removed several logs from the fire, allowing a small flame to flicker. He sat tensely at the entrance, straining to listen to the sounds outside. Unfortunately, the entrance was sealed too tightly, and he could hear nothing beyond the rapid thump of his own heartbeat. Recalling the swarm of flying creatures he had seen, he feared they were none other than vampires, bats, an alarming thought indeed. These nocturnal hunters thrived in the darkness, their sharp teeth capable of piercing the skin of animals or humans with ease, allowing them to drain blood. They consumed only blood, and their saliva contained anticoagulants, ensuring that their victims bled profusely from the wounds. In this challenge, he was confined without medicine, weapons, or supplies, armed only with a solitary handgun and a scant few bullets. Confronting such a multitude of vampire bats was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. For now, survival was paramount. At least it meant he still had a chance. Mao Chuani had spent the previous night troubled by insects on the ground, depriving her of restful sleep. She deeply felt that this challenge was more arduous than any she had faced before, having been unceremoniously thrown into the rainforest without provisions. Thankfully, her passion for outdoor adventures had prepared her to avoid the perils of poison dart frogs upon entering. Determined, she resolved not to sleep on the ground again. Before nightfall, she selected a suitable spot between several large trees, gathering numerous vines to serve as ropes. She also collected a pile of broad leaves, which she intended to hoist into the trees, utilizing the stout trunks of the trees and the vines that intertwined with them. She painstakingly climbed to the overlapping branches she had chosen. The bark of the rainforest trees was exceedingly slick, compelling her to ascend with utmost caution. Midway through her climb, the vine she was gripping suddenly snapped, sending her heart racing, but she quickly steadied herself, having grasped another vine simultaneously. Adjusting her position, she narrowly avoided plummeting to the ground. Upon reaching her intended location, she bound the branches together with vines, swiftly constructing a makeshift shelter. She nestled the broad leaves that she had pulled from the ground into the gaps between the branches, ensuring that even if it rained tonight, 3 or 4 layers of leaves would provide ample protection. Although the space above the ground was smaller than digging a hole, it spared her from the torment of insects, allowing her to swiftly drift into a deep slumber. Chapter 48. The 8th scene, Survival in the Rainforest 5. On this night, the rain did not fall. Outside the cave, in the pitch-black darkness where one could not see their own hand, the sounds of various animals echoed, particularly pronounced in the stillness of the night, occasionally interrupted by the calls of creatures. Sitting beside the bonfire, Qiao Yunfeng savored the fragrant hot chicken soup and chewed on the sweet and sour wood milk fruit. She opened the discussion forum to see what everyone was talking about today. I've been poisoned, and I don't even know why. It shows I'm in a state of moderate poisoning. Does anyone have an antidote? Who knows what poison you've contracted? It might not even be effective. Yeah, as long as it's not fatal, just endure it. I'm seeking something to restore health points. Just restoring health points will suffice. After all, poisoning merely deducts health points. Today, I was surprisingly chased by a troop of monkeys. My goodness, I dug a hole, and how could there be so many bugs? It's terrifying. How do you all manage to sleep? Sleeping in the trees. There are too many bugs on the ground. Sleeping in trees? Impressive. The trees here are particularly tall. As long as there are no snakes, one can sleep. Why am I having diarrhea? I'm not poisoned, but it hurts terribly. seeking medicine for heat stroke. Something to alleviate it. Upstairs, did you drink from the creek? Yes. Can creek water not be consumed? Is anyone willing to trade food? Does anyone have diarrhea medicine? In this rainforest, it and oppos, it's best to boil creek water for over 5 minutes before drinking. Otherwise, it's easy to get diarrhea. Seeking medicine, seeking hemostatic agents. Seeking 3 pieces of burning wood. A flurry of requests for medicine filled the forum, with the majority related to poisoning, diarrhea, heat stroke, disinfection, and hemostasis. Qiao Yunfeng scrolled through all the requests for medicine, exchanging for what she felt she needed, such as this. 1 grenade for 1 hemostatic agent. This was entirely feasible. Had she possessed 10 grenades today, she might not have had to run so swiftly when encountering a tree python. As the wood crackled in the bonfire, she continued to scroll through the messages and successfully traded for a set of clothes, a barrel of pure water, a large bucket of milk, a hot pot base, and a self-heating pot. She felt immense joy during the exchanges, believing each item to be useful. After trading, she placed everything inside the cave, only to feel a sudden weight in her heart. The space was merely 1 meter by 1 meter, and there was too much to store. Realizing that the excess supplies could become a burden, she felt disheartened. For someone like her, who hoarded supplies, the inability to stockpile was profoundly uncomfortable. At 8 o'clock a.m. sharp, the announcement echoed. Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 3 begins. Special notice. 10,000 supply boxes have randomly appeared, containing various items. Special notice. Current survival population is 50,000. Qiao Yunfeng organized the supplies within the cave, having to abandon the chopped wood to accommodate the items she had exchanged for the previous day, thus allowing her to continue her journey. After a night of calm and thorough contemplation, she concluded that her current water supply was sufficient. If it were to run low, she could always trade for more medicine. Thus, it was not imperative to find a location near a water source. Of course, she would never admit that every water source she had previously sought had been unusable, and each attempt had been fraught with danger, leaving her physically and mentally exhausted and unwilling to search any further. Having decided against seeking a water source, she set out directly towards the mountain, aiming to find a high vantage point with a broad view to establish a campsite, which would also alleviate the issue of insufficient storage space. Wu Tian hid behind a thicket, originally just wandering nearby, but was startled by the sound of a grenade explosion and quickly concealed herself. She then overheard 2 men engaged in a furious exchange of insults. You bastard. All you do is scheme. If you have the guts, come out. No, you're the bastard. Just wait. I want to run, and will come out immediately. She cautiously peeked out, observing the supply box between the 2 men. The man to her left was hidden behind a large tree, having been struck by 2 arrows. As he pulled them out, he cursed while simultaneously drinking a potion. However, his complexion was ashen, and his lips were dark, clearly indicating he was poisoned. The man to her right was bleeding profusely, resembling a human drenched in blood, surrounded by the remnants of branches and foliage, appearing as if he had been caught in an explosion. He leaned against a large tree, cursing back while continuously applying a hemostatic agent to himself. Though both men engaged in a futile exchange of insults, their voices sounded weak and lacking vitality, their breaths unstable. Suddenly, an adventurous thought surged in Wu Tian's mind. Should she take a risk? A second later, she dashed out from her hiding spot, sprinting between the 2 men and snatching the supply box from the ground, speeding away like the wind, leaving both men in shock and disbelief. Within a mere 5 seconds, the 2 men had not anticipated that a third person would seize the opportunity so swiftly. At that moment, their rationality returned, and they simultaneously shuddered, realizing that had this person been more malicious, they might well have lost their lives. They silently consumed their potions, exchanged glances, and began to retreat from the area. Sunlight filtered through the densely packed leaves, casting a patchwork of light and shadow within the rainforest. Qiao Yunfeng meticulously searched for a suitable location to establish a campsite when suddenly, her foot seemed to snag on something. In an instant, 3 arrows flew towards her. She deflected one with her machete, but 2 struck her, one in the arm and the other in the chest. Enduring the pain, she immediately turned and rolled behind a massive tree. Simultaneously, another arrow shot towards her, embedding itself in the ground where she had just stood, quivering as it settled. Aiming carefully in the direction of the incoming arrows, Qiao Yunfeng swiftly drew her gun and fired back. Hearing the adversary let out a yelp before ceasing their assault, she quickly returned to her position behind the tree, deftly removing the arrows, applying hemostatic agents, and bandaging her wounds. Upon checking her status, She noted with relief that there was no indication of poisoning. Thankfully, the arrows were not poisoned. The arrow that had struck her chest had been halted by her bulletproof vest, yet her chest still felt as though it had been struck by something heavy, causing considerable pain. Quietly, she turned back to peer into the thicket where her assailants lay in ambush. The area was now silent during her application of medicine. She remained alert, straining to hear any sounds around her. However, there was no further attack or noise from the opposing side. Unable to remain in a stalemate, she took off a piece of clothing and tossed it aside, attempting to lure her adversaries into revealing their positions. Yet, the clothing fell silently to the ground, and there was no response from the other side. Narrowing her eyes, she recalled a previous encounter in the desert with a man who had ambushed her. He had not been deceived either. She retrieved her backpack and threw it, causing it to land heavily on the ground. Yet still, there was no reaction from her opponents. Holding her breath, she listened intently for any sign of movement, but the silence persisted. She fired a shot in the direction of the previous gunfire. But aside from the sound of the shot, there was no other noise. Quickly, she dashed to the backpack, collecting its contents, but the area remained eerily silent. Qiao Yunfeng raised her eyebrows in surprise. Had they fled? Moments ago, the assault had been fierce, yet now, with a single shot, they had retreated. Qiao Shanxian, plagued by regret as he ran, realized that the traps he had set were meant for capturing prey. Over the past few days, these traps had indeed ensnared several creatures. But he had never anticipated encountering a challenger today. Initially, he believed that even if faced with a challenger, having already landed 3 arrows, the adversary and Oppo's health must have diminished by at least 2/3. He thought it would merely require a finishing blow, a certainty akin to picking up a snail with 3 fingers. The challenger, however, was simply unfortunate. After all, who could foresee such a formidable opponent? Not only did this challenger come armed, but they also retaliated immediately after sustaining 3 arrows. Shouldn't a normal person first assess their wounds? How could they respond with such swiftness? Clutching the gunshot wound on his chest, blood flowing profusely, he cursed inwardly. Was this person even human? To retaliate after receiving 3 arrows, if fortune had not favored him. That shot could have struck him squarely in the chest, and he would have met his end on the spot. After venting his frustration, regret flooded in once more. He was now injured, and uncertain of how long it would take to heal. In this rainforest, medical supplies were scarce, and the environment was undeniably harsh. If further complications arose, he could very well perish in this wilderness. Regret surged through him as he hastily returned to his original cave, gathering his belongings to flee. The area was too close to where he had just encountered the challenger, and he feared being pursued. Upon noticing the opponent's retreat, Xiao Yunfeng merely snorted, having no intention of wasting time in pursuit. Instead, she continued her ascent up the mountain in search of a suitable campsite. Finding a spot with a clear view on a high slope, she began to excavate a cave, determined to make this her base and not to leave. She dug a trench around the cave entrance for defensive purposes, dragging the cut timber back to the cave entrance. She patiently lit a campfire and settled down to carve sharpened stakes, preparing to place them into the trench shortly. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the jungle below, resembling a herd of animals in flight. She stood up, approaching the trench and raising her pistol, peering down the slope. 4 individuals were sprinting ahead, pursued by a group of wild boars approximately 20 meters behind them. Observing this scene, Qiao Yunfeng felt a chilling amusement coursing through her veins, her expression darkening instantly. In a desperate bid for survival, one would run as fast as possible, yet these 4 were laboriously climbing uphill instead of hastily fleeing downhill. They must have seen the smoke from her campfire and realized someone was present, hoping to divert the boars towards her to facilitate their own escape. The 4, accompanied by the boars, were now charging towards her, shouting for help. Narrowing her eyes in disbelief, Qiao Yunfeng steadied her weapon. Did they truly believe that someone who could not handle the wild boars would be able to rescue them? The intention to use her as a shield was glaringly obvious. Without hesitation, she fired a shot in front of them. The sharp crack of the gun caused all 4 to momentarily falter, and she warned them to lead the boars away, otherwise, she would shoot. Upon hearing this, they immediately turned and fled without a moment's pause. Their brief pause allowed the boars to close in. 3 of the wild boars charged towards Qiao Yunfeng, and she swiftly fired 3 shots, dropping the leading boar. The remaining 2, however, lunged forward, tumbling into the trench she had dug. Qiao Yunfeng quickly fired again, dispatching one of them. But the last boar managed to scramble up and charge fiercely at her. She narrowly evaded its onslaught and leapt out of the trench to continue firing. The boar, relentless in its assault, wreaked havoc for a while before she finally subdued it. As she surveyed the chaos wrought by the wild boars at the cave entrance, her heart swelled with both joy and frustration. The space was far too small to accommodate such spoils. She excavated a hole beside the trench, placing the 3 wild boars inside and covering them with leaves. Tidying up the bloodstains at the entrance, she drove the sharpened stakes firmly into the trench. Contemplating the evening meal, she wondered whether to roast the boar or to use the hot pot base she had acquired yesterday. A slight smirk formed as she decided on the latter. While she leisurely contemplated her dinner, the 4 men she had sent fleeing were far from at ease. The distance between them and the wild boars was diminishing rapidly. One glanced back and noted the dwindling number of boars, intending to alert the others when another shouted, "Look, there's smoke over there." They rushed towards it, hoping to find another source of danger. Surely, they couldn't be so unfortunate as to encounter another armed challenger. As they neared the campfire, they saw a solitary figure seated by it, appearing to be a woman. Energized by the sight, they charged forward, completely forgetting the earlier armed female challenger. Once again, they shouted for help while racing towards the campfire, where Sun Yuran was resting. Her eyes briefly closing in annoyance as she tossed something into the fire. She remained seated and motionless as the 4 men rushed towards her, planning to dash past her and escape swiftly. They believed that once the boars pursued them, they would divert their attention to her. However, as they entered the vicinity of the fire, they suddenly felt their legs weaken, their energy draining away. In an instant, they collapsed to the ground. "What just happened? Why are you all down?" one asked, bewildered. "It's not falling. My stamina is at 0. Another exclaimed. "Mine too." They all cried out in confusion. "What on earth is happening? You little brat, did you do this?" Chapter 49. The 8th match, Survival in the Rainforest 6. In this fleeting moment, the group of wild boars trailing behind the 4 individuals surged forward. Sun Yuran, feeling irritable, closed her eyes and tossed something into the fire. The 5 wild boars charging at them suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud, emitting soft grunts. It was only then that Sun Yuran opened her eyes, let out a long sigh, and slowly rose to her feet. She circled the fallen boars, selecting the smallest one, but upon attempting to store it in her space, she found it too full to accommodate anything more. Frustrated, she severed the boar's head and made another attempt, this time barely managing to store it. Surveying her surroundings with a dismissive pout, she prepared to leave. The 4 men lying on the ground, noticing her intent to depart, called out urgently, "Beauty, please don't go. We're still down here. Thank you for saving us. Please let us up." "Yes, thank you. You are truly beautiful and kind." Sun Yuran glanced down, a smirk playing on her lips, her eyes gleaming with a hint of derision. "Aren't you all a bunch of fools?" One man, attempting to feign cheerfulness, replied with unconvincing words, struggling to muster a smile that simply would not come. "In 5 minutes, the effects of the drug will wear off, and you will regain your strength. However, the wild boars will also recover. Whether you can outrun them is no concern of mine," Sun Yuran remarked nonchalantly, her tone dripping with indifference. Upon hearing that the boars would regain their strength, one man and Imp, Apos, S expression shifted dramatically. "Does that mean we'll be in the same predicament again?" he exclaimed. "Beauty, please help us kill the boars before you leave." The others quickly echoed him. "Yes, little fairy, assist us in slaying the boars." "Indeed. We appreciate your efforts. Thank you." Sun Yuran turned to face the 4 men, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely, yes, we are certain," they chorused eagerly. "Very well." A peculiar smile spread across Sun Yuran and Amp, Apos, S face as she complied with their request, swiftly dispatching the remaining 4 wild boars with 4 precise strikes. Then, without a glance back, she hastily departed, quickening her pace until she vanished entirely into the dense jungle. The 4 men, now able to breathe freely, exchanged relieved chuckles. "This woman must truly be a fool," one mused. "A fool who can best 4 of us, and even take on a pack of wild boars. I merely underestimated her." Another admitted. "Do you know what she used?" "It's obvious it wasn't anything good," came the reply. "Quiet. Listen." The others fell silent as a rustling sound emerged from the distant underbrush, but they were utterly immobilized, unable to see anything. 5 minutes passed swiftly, and the 4 felt their strength returning. They turned to witness a sight they would never forget. A massive forest python was devouring one of the bleeding wild boars. Regret washed over them as they realized their previous miscalculations, yet their vitality had only just reached 10 points, leaving them incapable of moving. They could only watch helplessly as the colossal serpent swallowed the remaining boars one by one before turning its gaze upon them. In that moment, they cursed the wild boars for being so few, wishing for more to satisfy the python, hoping that once it was sated, they might find safety. Finally, one among them felt he could move and immediately consumed a stamina-restoring potion. Without even standing, he rolled away, colliding with a tree before managing to rise and flee, leaving behind the agonized cries of the others. As Sun Yuan continued her journey, she encountered Qiao Yunfeng outside the cave, attending to the wild boars. Initially, she intended to slip away upon seeing another person, but upon recognizing Qiao Yunfeng, she approached. Qiao Yunfeng. Turning to see Sun Yuan, Qiao Yunfeng remarked, "What a coincidence. This event must be quite significant if we cross paths." Sun Yuan glanced at Qiao Yunfeng and Appo's wild boar, then produced her own. "Indeed, it's quite a coincidence that we were both targeted by the same group." Settling by a small stove, they inhaled the rich aroma of the hot pot. Using chopsticks fashioned from twigs, they retrieved slices of cooked wild boar, savoring the delightful flavors, complemented by bamboo shoots with milk fruit, and some unfamiliar wild greens that Qiao Yunfeng had brought, resulting in a truly joyous meal. Qiao Yunfeng fished out a piece of meat and glanced at Sun Yuan. "Considering your affinity for toxins, this must be delightful for you. There are many poisonous things in this rainforest. Surely you've encountered quite a variety." "Indeed. If only there weren't those pesky individuals seeking to trouble me, it would be even better." Sun Yuan's satisfaction was evident in her tone, her face radiating contentment. "What treasures did you acquire? I'll show you. They're truly remarkable." With that, Sun Yuan set down her chopsticks and began to retrieve her collected toxins. Qiao Yunfeng and Appo's mind instantly conjured images of a table laden with poisons, prompting her to quickly interject. "No need to show me, just tell me." Unfazed by Qiao Yunfeng and Appo's swift refusal, Sun Yuan continued to relish her meal, her excitement palpable as she recounted. "The first thing I found was a branch of arrow poison tree, renowned for its lethal sap. I collected 10 vials. Had I brought more containers, I would have gathered even more. Not far from there, I encountered a highly toxic king cobra. Do you know how potent its venom is? It took me considerable care to extract the venom from its glands. I also found castor beans, water hemlock, and even encountered a bird-eating spider. The best find was a cluster of poison dart frogs. I devised several methods and managed to catch 10 of them." Their hot pot feast was filled with laughter and joy, and once they finished, they proceeded together to process their spoils, the wild boars. "Be cautious. Challengers can kill each other," Qiao Yunfeng advised. "In close combat, I can use poison, so I should be fine, but if they have crossbows or guns for long-range attacks, my stamina might not hold up. Don't mention it. I've encountered several groups already, and it's been utterly exhausting." Sun Yuan lamented, her frustration evident at the constant interruptions to her rest. "I dislike using blades, so I simply tossed a few potions at them to drain their vitality." Qiao Yunfeng couldn't help but smirk, realizing her concerns were unwarranted. This girl was akin to a swarm of venomous scorpions, truly a weapon of mass destruction. Whoever sought her out was bound to encounter misfortune. Without warning, a torrential downpour began, the rain falling suddenly and without forewarning. The two quickly gathered the remaining wild boars and retreated into the cave. "Given the intensity of this rain, it seems you'll have to stay here for the night. Darkness will soon descend, and the jungle becomes perilous after dark." Qiao Yunfeng cleared all the items in the space and began to expand the area within the cave, while also partially blocking the entrance. Sun Yuan bit her lip, her face a mask of indecision, after a long pause. She finally uttered the most tactful words she could muster. "All right, I will leave first thing tomorrow morning. There are no insects around you, and poisonous creatures will not come near." Qiao Yunfeng raised an eyebrow and glanced at Sun Yuan, noting that she was still exactly the same as when they first met, her straightforward manner of speaking unchanged. The two continued to prepare the wild boar meat, but there was an overwhelming amount. Given the limited space, they could only exchange some of it. While roasting jerky over a small fire, they opened the discussion forum to arrange trades for meat. The forum was still bustling with requests for medical supplies. The abundance of wildlife in the jungle meant that no one was lacking food, but most people were in dire need of clothing and medicine. Numerous posts scrolled by, seeking to exchange food for garments or supplies. "I haven't encountered a single supply crate in 3 days. Have you all really found some?" "Yes, I picked up 4 today alone. It's fantastic. I only spotted one, but I couldn't and Appo's reach it. Why not?" It was perched on a branch over 20 meters high. The trunk was smooth, and only monkeys could climb it. It and Appo's nearly impossible for humans. "Just chop the tree down. Is that foolish?" "You can and Appo's To even carry a tree. Go ahead, chop one and show me. If bitten by a venomous snake, isn't there a cure within 7 steps? Can someone describe what the antidote looks like? Are you trying to make me laugh? You really believe the nonsense from television? I found serum in the supply crate I opened today. If you have time to search for medicine, you might as well look for more supply crates. The contents of the crates are random, you know. I only found water inside mine. I found a gun and 2 large boxes of ammunition. I got a fishing net. Did they expect me to catch crocodiles with that? You all are worse off than I am. I discovered a potion that makes all animals stay at least 3 meters away from me. What does it smell like? Right. Describe the scent. I haven't and amp, Oppos, T used it yet. It's just a small box, and I plan to save it for the most dangerous moment. I opened 20 grenades. Who can surpass that? Grenades aren't very useful in this situation. You'll understand their value when you encounter a giant boa constrictor, or a jaguar, or a caiman, a hippopotamus, or a herd of elephants. Pick one. You're all just talking nonsense. I haven't and Oppos, T seen a single one in 3 days. Lucky you. Everyone come and bask in the good fortune. This isn't over yet. Perhaps tomorrow will bring something. I'm not easily frightened. The water level has risen? How did it rise so quickly? You chose a spot that's too low. Too close to the water and amp, Oppos, S edge. Climb a tree. There and amp, Oppos, S still time. Mao Chuni returned to the tree where she had built a shelter yesterday. Today, she dedicated her time and effort to reinforce it significantly while also expanding the area in front of her. She skillfully stacked stones to create a place for starting a fire. The newly expanded area was sufficient for her to comfortably roast meat on the branches, greatly enhancing her convenience. Even as a torrential downpour suddenly began outside, it had no effect on her. Watching the water accumulate below, rising rapidly, she thought to herself that in no time, the ground would be completely submerged. As the rain persisted, the humidity became increasingly oppressive. She reluctantly opened the leaves at the entrance, hoping to catch a breeze, but was met with disappointment. There was not a whisper of wind. Help! A voice cried out, faintly mingling with the sound of the rain, making it difficult to discern its origin. She leaned out to look, but the downpour obscured her view entirely. The water level continued to rise, and sitting 15 meters above the ground, she silently fretted, wondering if it could rise any higher. As her anxiety grew, she alternated between roasting meat and observing the water and amp, Oppos, S surface. Suddenly, she sensed something slip through the water. The rain was too heavy to see clearly, and her body tensed, momentarily forgetting about the meat as she scanned the water's surface. When she spotted several crocodiles swimming below, a single thought consumed her. Her current position was not high enough, and she should find a way to elevate herself further. However, the downpour outside was too fierce to venture out. She could only pray silently in her heart that the water would not rise to her level. Shinfeixiang struggled to crawl ashore, the rain obscuring his vision as he climbed aimlessly up the slope, to prevent slipping and being swept down the mountain. He grasped at branches and plants along the way, barely managing to maintain his footing. Despite his efforts, he fell several times due to the slippery ground. Noticing that his stamina had dwindled to a third, he realized he hadn't made much progress. After persevering for a while longer, he quickly dug a small cave into the slope and took refuge inside. Exerting effort to light a campfire, he boiled water while changing into dry clothes. The thought of his painstakingly constructed wooden hut being washed away by the flood was a painful blow. All the supplies within it had been swept away as well, fortunately. He still had some food in his inventory, though the wood was running low, and he was certain he could last until the next day. He blocked most of the entrance with debris, retrieved a sleeping bag from the supply crate, wrapped himself tightly in it, and drank deeply from the hot water. Having been caught in the rain, he knew he could not afford to fall ill in this situation. Sitting by the fire and listening to the relentless downpour outside, he tightened the sleeping bag around himself, closed his eyes, and awaited the gradual restoration of his strength. Chapter 50, The 8th Contest. Survival in the Rainforest. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge commenced its 4th day. Special notice: 10,000 supply boxes have appeared randomly, containing assorted items. Special notice: the current number of survivors is 40,000. Today, updates on the number of survivors will be provided hourly. Currently, there are 30,000 survivors. And this round of challenges will conclude soon. Sun Yuran stowed away some wild boar jerky she had prepared the previous evening and prepared to depart. She intended to explore the jungle a bit longer, for it seemed this challenge would soon come to an end. After returning, it would be difficult to find such a plethora of poisonous flora. Qiao Yunfeng raised her head, her lips pressed together in a slight grimace, and nodded. Be careful out there. I will stay here until it and amp, Oppos, s over. Her supplies of water and food were ample enough for her to endure for 2 days on her own. As Sun Yuan ventured into the jungle, barely 100 meters in, a thick mist surged forth from the woods, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. Upon contact with the fog, Sun Yuan retreated, calling out loudly, "It's miasma. Quickly seal the entrance. Take this." Qiao Yunfeng handed her a mask and donned one herself, preparing to block the entrance. Just then, a deafening buzzing filled the air. Outside, swarms of mosquitoes descended upon them, darkening the sky in their multitude. The two immediately piled earth against the entrance, plunging the interior into darkness, save for the faint glow of the remaining campfire. This won't do. We'll soon run out of air. I possess a skill that triples my fear of animals, so the mosquitoes may not attack, Qiao Yunfeng reasoned calmly, recalling the frightening situation that had prompted their instinctive reaction to seal the entrance. Now that they were secure and their panic subsided, she realized they could not completely block the entrance. They needed to leave an opening for ventilation. What if that skill doesn't end Oppos? Work. Mosquitoes are far more formidable than any creature they encounter. Have you ever seen a mosquito afraid of anything? Sun Yuan pondered, her gaze reflecting an air of scholarly inquiry. Qiao Yunfeng found herself momentarily at a loss for a response, realizing the truth in Sun Yuan and amp, Oppos, s words. After a moment and amp, Oppos, s contemplation, she decided to set aside the issue of mosquitoes for later, recognizing that the air circulation problem required immediate attention. We can end amp, Oppos, seal the entrance completely, without air. We won't end Oppos, last long. We need to create an opening to let the air in. The miasma that had emerged was causing them mild poisoning, evidenced by the notifications indicating a loss of 50 life points every 30 minutes. If they remained in this state while enduring the challenges of the rainforest, they would lose 100 life points every hour. Sun Yuan articulated their predicament with a calm objectivity. The supplies brought into the challenge were limited, and they were critically short on medicine. They should be able to return before half a day had passed. This hole is far too small. With both of us breathing and the fire burning, the air will not last long, Xiao Yunfeng remarked, pulling out her mask. I will try to create a small opening, using the mask to cover the entrance. At the top of the entrance, she fashioned 2 small holes and secured the mask in place, preventing it from falling with several small branches. After that, she extinguished most of the fire, leaving only a single piece of wood to smolder, providing a flicker of light amid the darkness. Enduring the stifling heat, the two leaned against the cave wall, taking small sips of their cooling medicine, drenched in sweat. Their clothes clung uncomfortably to their bodies, and they could only occasionally wash their faces with the rainwater they had saved to alleviate their discomfort. At 9:00 a.m., a notification echoed. Special notice. The current number of survivors is 35,000. They held their water tightly, sipping carefully, aware that in such oppressive heat, the consequences of dehydration could be dire. Qiao Yunfeng had already changed into a fresh set of clothes, which were now soaked through again. As she wiped her face with rainwater, she heard Sun Yuan and amp, Oppos, s lamenting voice resonate within the cave. What a waste of a day this has been. Sun Yuan sighed deeply, her tone laden with regret. Qiao Yunfeng, trembling slightly, turned her head away and closed her eyes, nodding silently in agreement. Meanwhile, Sun Fuyu gazed at the entrance he had sealed an hour earlier and felt the strain of suffocation creeping in. He understood that the lack of air was the cause. But what could he do now? Torn within, he faced a dilemma. If he opened a hole, miasma and mosquitoes would surely enter, yet if he refrained, he risked suffocating in the cave. The stagnant air felt oppressive, making it hard to breathe. He attempted to calm himself with deep breaths, but found that the scarcity of air only intensified his agitation. As his vision began to blur, he realized he could wait no longer. He had to make a choice. He needed to let air flow in, or he would suffocate. Reluctantly, he made a small opening, just wide enough for a finger, and leaned in. Though some air did flow in, it was insufficient. Feeling lightheaded, he created a few more tiny openings, which improved the airflow, but upon checking his status, he found he was now mildly poisoned. Before he could despair, a few mosquitoes buzzed through the small openings, swirling around the confined space. Already dizzy, the noise exacerbated his discomfort, causing his head to throb painfully. The darkness made it nearly impossible to see. He could only listen and swing his arms in frustration. Soon, he was exhausted, yet the mosquitoes showed no sign of abating. These pesky creatures, small and swift, loved to hide in corners, darting out to disturb him, making them exceedingly difficult to catch, especially in the pitch-black confines of the cave. This is untenable. Since I and Oppos V opened the hole and air is flowing in, I might as well light a fire. At least then I can see the mosquitoes clearly. Once the campfire blazed to life, he regretted it within half an hour, as the number of mosquitoes only seemed to increase. Having been bitten numerous times, he now found himself in a state of moderate poisoning. Meanwhile, Mao Chuanyi nestled in her makeshift shelter among the branches, tending to a fire where she had placed a termite mound, which she had gathered to ward off mosquitoes. She had thought it unnecessary. But now faced with an army of mosquitoes, she was grateful for her foresight. Surrounded by the fragrant smoke of the burning mound, she observed her life points dwindling due to the miasma. Taking a moment to comfort herself, she sighed. At least it and amp, Oppos, that's only a loss of 100 points per hour. With 700 life points, I can endure. If it comes to it, I can always take medicine to pull through. She reassured herself that her situation was far better than yesterday and Oppos' encounter with the crocodile in the water. As long as she conserved her firewood, the termite mound should suffice to sustain her for nearly a day. She can endure until the conclusion of this challenge. She certainly can. Mao Hongwan, covered in mud, which serves as a protective barrier against the incessant mosquitoes that might bite him. However, this layer of muck makes it difficult for him to eat and drink, and the discomfort it brings is undeniable. Turning to observe the swarming mosquitoes, he stoked the fire at the cave entrance, reducing the number of insects that could enter. Despite the stifling heat and pervasive discomfort, he resolved to endure as long as he could survive. At precisely 10 o'clock a.m., a special announcement echoed, current survival count, 31,000. Upon hearing this, many challengers felt a surge of excitement. Everyone was merely hanging on, and the prospect of imminent success filled their hearts with hope. Qiao Yunfeng and Sun Yuran, utilizing the faint glow of the fire within the cave, swiftly organized their remaining supplies. After discarding all the wood, they finally managed to stow away the wild boar meat into their space, which measured 1 now completely filled to capacity without a sliver of space left. Special reminder, current survival count, 30,000. All surviving challengers return. The two exchanged no more than a fleeting farewell before they vanished from the cave. Welcome back, challengers. Congratulations on successfully completing the 8th Rainforest Survival Challenge, leveling up. Challenger and Oppos' current status evaluated as good. Rewards, 3 portions, health 100, stamina 100, space 1, mx1m. Reward source crystal, 300. The 9th challenge will commence at 7 o'clock a.m., 3 days hence. Current population, 150,000. Qiao Yunfeng, drenched in sweat and discomfort, returned to reality, standing in her room as she inhaled deeply upon seeing the displayed population count. The 7th round had started with 1.5 million participants, and now only 150,000 remained. The challenge must be nearing its conclusion, she mused. After stepping into her RV, she washed herself thoroughly and changed into clean clothes, feeling significantly more at ease. Outside, she lit a campfire and laid out a table brimming with her favorite foods, indulging in a hearty meal to alleviate her tense emotions. As she watched a survival video while eating, the soothing comfort of the food gradually lifted her spirits. The fatigue from her earlier exertions became increasingly apparent after her satisfying meal, and she nestled into her large bed, relishing the comfort of her own space. She slept soundly until noon the following day, awakening to the refreshing taste of iced coffee, instantly revitalizing her senses. After checking the staircase and various corners of her room, she quietly returned to her quarters to commence her daily exercise routine. Regardless of what the next challenge might entail, she resolved to face it in the best possible condition. 3 days slipped by in an instant, and once again, she tidied her room, awaiting the commencement of the new challenge. A note before the next chapter. This chapter pays homage to the Final Destination film series. All events within this chapter are purely coincidental. Those who are timid or prone to vivid imagination may choose to read selectively. At 7 o'clock a.m., the challenge commenced. Disaster Survival Challenge, 9th round, Final Destination. This takes place in a bustling, modern industrial port city, rich in resources, with towering skyscrapers and complete infrastructure, offering a comfortable lifestyle and thriving development. However, on this seemingly ordinary day, an unexpected challenge approaches. Strive to survive amidst the unforeseen. Special requirements for this round. Every day at 8 o'clock a.m. Tasks to be completed will be announced. Failure to complete them by midnight will result in a deduction of 100 points from both health and stamina limits. Staying in the same location for over 5 hours will incur a deduction of 100 points from both health and stamina limits. Random incidents may occur. leading to death and a deduction of 100 points from both health and stamina limits. Killing other challengers will result in a downgrade of 1 level. Dropping to 0 will lead to automatic death. This round features 150,000 participants. Survival count must reach 100,000 for the challenge to conclude. The night challenge is about to begin, rewarding 9,000 coins. You hold 300 source crystals. Please select from the following items, with each item randomly available in quantities of 10,000 for each round. 1. Stamina limit 100, source crystal 100. 2. Stamina limit 100, health limit 100. Source crystal 300. 3. Stamina limit 200, health limit 200, source crystal 600. After reviewing her available source crystals, she decided to adhere to her previous choice and selected option 1 3 times consecutively. Name: Qiao Yunfeng, level 9, upgradable. Each successful challenge allows for 1 level increase. Gender: female. Total challenges participated: 9 health, 1430 stamina, 1770 status. Good space: 23m x 23m, upgradable. Items held: medical kit, level 9, retains original effectiveness. Will randomly produce 3 types of medicine daily, with doubled capacity. With the medical kit and amp, Oppos, S capacity now doubled, more medicines can be stored, and the daily random assortment has increased. Although none of the randomly generated items have proven particularly useful thus far, the variety is substantial, and one can never predict when they might become essential. Chapter 51. Scene 9. The Grim Reaper approaches. A note before the chapter. This chapter pays homage to the Final Destination film series. All events within this chapter are purely accidental. Those who are faint-hearted or prone to vivid imagination may choose to read selectively. Xiao Yunfeng now consistently acquires 2 vials of dreams come true daily. Her supply cabinet has amassed a considerable stock, and the sight of the stacked potions brings her a sense of reassurance. Upon entering the venue, she stands quietly beside the bustling street, observing the continuous flow of pedestrians. As the city's cacophony fills her ears, this scene evokes a sense of nostalgia, a feeling she has not experienced in quite some time. Returning to her thoughts, the prelude and Oppos' warning flashes in her mind. Accidents, a reminder to remain ever vigilant, for accidents arrive without warning, unpredictable and entirely unforeseen. She glances at the road just a step away, taking 3 more steps into the pedestrian path. The bright and clean glass of a nearby shop window reflects her visage. She squints slightly before turning away from the window, retreating to a secluded corner. Breaking news: a widespread lightning storm is expected this evening. Citizens are advised to return home promptly and avoid lingering outdoors. The outdoor screen above the square suddenly blares, lightning alert, repeating thrice before transforming into scrolling yellow text, incessantly cautioning everyone. At precisely 8:00 a.m., the announcement rings out. Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 1 commences. Today's task: successfully check into the Mu Chun Tianxia Hotel on Fangxing Road. While searching for the hotel address on her phone, a sudden loud bang erupts from behind her, jolting her involuntarily. She bends slightly and turns her head to see the fire hydrant on the opposite street inexplicably bursting forth. A powerful jet of water shooting out and striking the very glass window she had just vacated. With a resounding crash, the large window shatters into countless shards. The entire sequence from occurrence to conclusion unfolds in mere seconds, leaving her with a heightened sense of danger, her scalp prickling and her eye twitching uncontrollably. Ahead on the incline, a small car begins to slide downwards. Initially slow, it accelerates rapidly, barreling towards her position. Instinctively, she pivots and dashes across the street, narrowly evading the vehicle. Glancing back, she watches in horror as the car collides with the first parked vehicle, which subsequently crashes into another, propelling it into the center of the road. The second car collides with a moving vehicle and Oppos' rear, sending it spinning amidst the screams from within. It crashes through a roadside flower bed and into the outdoor seating area of a CAF, where patrons are thrown into chaos, cries and wails echoing through the air. Seizing the moment while the crowd and Oppos' attention is diverted, Qiao Yunfeng swiftly retrieves her off-road vehicle and departs towards Fangxing Road. Once in her car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, she feels the cold sweat drenching her body. She gulps down several sips of iced coffee, attempting to regain her composure, but the effect is less potent than before. Her right eye continues its erratic twitching. This challenge proves to be exceedingly daunting. Accidents offer no forewarning. They cannot be anticipated or prevented. She must remain perpetually cautious, ever alert, Reflecting on the previous jungle challenge, although fraught with danger, there were moments for respite. Little did she anticipate that this challenge would commence with such peril. If this pattern continues, everyone will be perpetually exposed to unforeseen hazards, making survival for even a single day a formidable task. Recalling the warning. Sustaining a fatal injury deducts 100 points from both life and stamina. It appears that this challenge is a mere test of luck and fortitude. As her vehicle halts before the entrance of the Muchintianxia Hotel, she can scarcely believe the ease with which she has arrived. Checking in at the lobby and acquiring her room key proceeds as smoothly as any ordinary day, yet an inexplicable sense of unease wells up within her. Upon being escorted to the elevator, she suddenly inquires, "Excuse me, could you direct me to the stairwell?" The staff, maintaining a smile, replies, "The stairwell is just behind you to the right. However, your room is on the 8th floor. No worries, I'll take the stairs for some exercise. If I tire, I'll resort to the elevator. Thank you." Without hesitation, Xiao Yunfeng turns and heads towards the stairwell. This modest ascent feels safer than the elevator. After swiping her card to enter her room, a notification chimes, successfully checked into the Muchintianxia Hotel. Today and amp, Oppos, as task is complete. Taking a few sips of water to calm her racing heart from the climb, she first inspects her room thoroughly for safety. Once satisfied, she settles onto the sofa to contemplate the challenge ahead. The initial instructions clearly state that she must change locations every 5 hours, ensuring that each new site is at least 500 meters from the last. This means she can stay here for no more than 4.5 hours before needing to depart. However, given the impending storm, remaining outdoors would be perilous. She resolves to return around 7 p.m. and leave before midnight to avoid the lightning. Retrieving the detailed city map she purchased at the hotel front desk, she begins searching for open spaces nearby, which might offer a modicum of safety. While unpredictability governs accidents, one can at least minimize the likelihood of their occurrence. This city, a bustling port, features a grand bridge connecting to the opposite shore, with vast docks and warehouses where countless freighters dock daily, earning its reputation as a major trade hub. Regardless, she is resolved to keep her distance from the port during this challenge. She aims for less populated areas, steering clear of tall structures to ensure her safety. Setting an alarm for 3 hours hence, she allows herself a brief respite. This challenge demands an extraordinary level of stamina. Wu Xiaobai finally locates the requested hotel. The journey has been arduous, filled with unexpected incidents. He witnesses an unforeseen calamity. A pedestrian, engaged in an urgent phone conversation, suddenly tumbles into an open manhole. By the time he and others around him react to the situation, they discover that the cover has inexplicably failed, leaving the unfortunate individual completely missing. He was drenched in cold sweat and hastily vacated his position. From that moment onward, every time he saw a manhole cover on the street, he would instinctively bend to avoid stepping on it. Even now, as he entered the hotel lobby, he remained haunted by lingering fears. His eyes were somewhat vacant, lost in thought, until a staff member and Oppo's voice jolted him back to reality. "Sir, are you here to check in? The front desk is this way." Following the hotel staff's guidance, he gathered his wits and began to make his way to the front desk, but just as he was about to cross the lobby, a luxurious crystal chandelier fell with a crash, shattering into countless fragments on the floor. He stifled a scream that threatened to escape his throat. Quickly veering away and taking a wide detour to complete his check-in, there was no choice. Today's task required him to stay here, despite his overwhelming desire to flee. After receiving his room key, he stepped into the elevator, where 4 others joined him. Each pressed their respective buttons, and the elevator began its ascent. Yet, his mind was still preoccupied with the recent mishaps. Suddenly, a jolt shook the elevator, snapping him back to the present. In that fleeting second, before anyone could react, it stabilized and continued upward. The display indicated they had reached the 6th floor and would soon stop at the 9th. Everyone focused on the elevator door, poised to exit as soon as it opened. The ascent was swift. 2 seconds later, the 8th floor lit up, and just as the display changed to 9, he exhaled in relief, ready to rush out and vowing never to take the elevator again. However, the elevator halted abruptly at the 9th floor with a jarring noise, the doors stubbornly refusing to budge. One person pressed the open button, but to no avail. The doors emitted a series of persistent clicking sounds, yet remained shut. Pressing the intercom button, a voice responded promptly, assuring them help was on the way and urging everyone to remain calm. However, before the reassurance could settle, the elevator plummeted suddenly, causing everyone to be thrown off balance. One individual fell to the ground. Panic erupted as voices cried out, demanding assistance. The elevator came to a stop once more, and within minutes, they heard the sound of someone prying the doors open. Desperate cries for help filled the air. In those harrowing 2.5 minutes, Wu Xiaobai felt as though his heart had lodged in his throat. Unlike the others, he remained silent, berating himself internally, wishing he could slap himself for his foolishness. Having witnessed 2 accidents, he should have been exceedingly cautious and taken the stairs instead. As a narrow gap appeared above, bright light poured in, and the trapped individuals felt a surge of emotion. Some, overwhelmed, began to weep. As the gap widened, the voice of a staff member urged them to exit one by one as they would assist them. Just as the words left their lips, the elevator plummeted again with a thunderous crash. Wu Xiaobai opened his eyes to find himself outside the hotel entrance. Glancing at his status, he noticed a deduction of 100 points from both his life and stamina. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, having already faced death once, he thought, what could be more frightening? He walked confidently into the lobby, where the scene remained unchanged. The staff member approached him with a warm smile, and he glanced up at the dazzling chandelier above, its brilliance captivating yet unsettling. With a determined expression, he bypassed the staff and Oppo's guidance, choosing to navigate along the far wall of the lobby. Upon reaching the front desk, he asserted his request firmly. I want a room on the lowest floor, preferably the first. The front desk staff appeared troubled. Sir, our lowest accommodation begins on the 6th floor. Then I'll take the 6th floor. However, there is only one room available near the staircase. Excellent, that will do, he declared, casting an unyielding glance at the staff member and nodding decisively. This time, as he walked toward the stairwell with the new room key in hand, the chandelier above remained steadfast, gracefully suspended from the ceiling, diligently performing its duty. Meanwhile, Zhang Rongrong sat nervously on the hotel sofa, her heart still racing from the earlier scene on the road. She had narrowly escaped a chain collision. Although she had stumbled and scraped herself, she was otherwise unharmed, now safely seated in the hotel room. As a notification chimed, today's task has been completed. She exhaled in relief, glancing at the complimentary fruits and bottled water on the table. Feeling parched, she twisted the cap off the water bottle and took several hearty gulps, savoring the sweet taste. However, a sudden realization struck her. How could purified water be sweet? Checking her status, she discovered she was severely poisoned, and within 7 seconds, her health plummeted to 0. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself back on the sofa in the same place, with the same fruits and water on the table. This time, she felt no thirst at all. Instantly, she sprang from the sofa and dashed back to the front desk, demanding an immediate room change. 5 minutes later, she had switched floors and rooms. Upon entering, she was greeted by the identical scene. Fruits and bottled water remained on the table. Raising an eyebrow and huffing in disdain, she resolutely refrained from touching anything on the table. Chapter 52, the 9th scene, the arrival of death. Qiao Yunfeng meticulously timed her departure, stepping out of the hotel and finding herself amidst a vast expanse of grass. This serene green space, designated for the leisure of citizens, was separated from the road by a half-meter-tall hedge, providing a sense of seclusion. Surrounding her were just a few towering trees, with no buildings in sight, making it one of the locations she deemed least likely to trigger unforeseen events. Seated on the grass, she attentively surveyed her surroundings. Scattered tents were pitched here and there, while people jogged, flew kites, read books, and engaged in cheerful conversation, enjoying snacks under the warm sun. In such a tranquil and relaxing environment, it seemed improbable that any mishap could occur. However, within a mere half-hour of basking in the sunlight, a piercing scream shattered the calm. What's wrong? Spit it out. Panic ensued as a man doubled over, struggling to breathe, his complexion paling by the second. Another man rushed over, wrapping his arms around the distressed individual from behind. With a clenched fist and the other hand encasing it, he delivered a series of powerful thrusts upward, and after 5 vigorous strikes, the man finally expelled a whole cherry tomato. As color returned to his face and his breathing normalized, a collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers. Narrowing her eyes, Qiao Yunfeng turned to pack away her folding chair, preparing to leave. Yet, before she could reach the edge of the grass, a thunderous explosion echoed from above. Glancing up, she witnessed a plane ablaze, disintegrating in the sky. Within seconds, a fiery fragment plummeted towards her, crashing violently into the ground. This act seemed to signal an ominous cascade of fiery debris, falling relentlessly around her. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiao Yunfeng sprinted away, the sounds of frantic shouts and anguished cries trailing behind her. Upon reaching the road, she swiftly retrieved her off-road vehicle and sped away from the area. When she finally pulled over, Her hands trembled from gripping the steering wheel too tightly. On the television in a nearby shop, a government announcement urged citizens to return home promptly and avoid lingering outdoors to avert danger. Qiao Yunfeng glanced at the clock. It was 3 p.m. Still too early to return to the hotel. With shaking hands, she consulted her map and set off toward her next marked destination. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunfeng, in an unfortunate mishap, tumbled into a drainage ditch. Fortunately, a passerby kindly helped him out. Sitting by the roadside, he reflected on the 3-meter-deep ditch and grimaced at the loss of 400 health points. He sighed in relief, quickly consumed a potion to regain his vitality, and entered the hotel, enduring the curious and disdainful gazes of others as he nonchalantly completed his check-in. Rushing to the bathroom, he showered for an hour, finally feeling refreshed. Exhausted, he set an alarm and collapsed onto the bed, instantly drifting into a deep sleep, the room echoing with his snoring. When he next opened his eyes, he realized he had only 10 minutes left before the 5-hour limit would be up. His alarm clock lay abandoned on the floor beside the bed. Without a moment to lose, he hastily donned a pair of pants and dashed toward the elevator, startling the other occupants with his frantic appearance. Bursting out of the hotel, he ran wildly, losing his slippers and having his bathrobe untied, racing as he approached the 500-meter mark. A notification chimed. Staying within a 500-meter radius for over 5 hours will result in a deduction of 100 health and stamina points. Xiao Yunfeng collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, disregarding the bewildered glances and whispers from passersby. He raised his gaze to the sky, gesturing rudely, cursing the unjustness of his predicament. Qiao Yunfeng stood by the hotel window, watching a broadcast about the origins of lightning. The scientific explanation regarding the formation of ball lightning and its associated phenomena captivated her attention. Outside, bolts of lightning cleaved the sky like axes, threatening to split the heavens apart. She couldn't help but mutter a silent prayer of gratitude for the hotel and Oppo's lightning rod. As she nestled into the couch, preparing to close her eyes for a brief respite, a deafening explosion rattled the building. Turning to the window, she observed the tempest outside, still filled with flashes of lightning. Yet no other incidents seemed to unfold. Returning her gaze to the television, she found the program still focused on the scientific analysis of lightning. Something felt amiss. She instinctively opened the discussion forum, where people were frantically inquiring about the unfolding events. What exactly happened? Does anyone know the situation? This is too difficult. I've lost 300 points today alone. At this rate, I won't last much longer. What is wrong with you? I've already died 3 times. I've only died once. I'm faring slightly better. I was standing by the road when a series of car collisions sent me flying. Stop chatting. Does anyone know what just transpired? I do. The port exploded. I was nearby, and every window in the hotel shattered. It was terrifying. Why did it explode? I don't know. I was clinging to 50 health points, too busy gobbling down potions to care about the costs. Does anyone have information? Hang on. Those who know should be dying off by now. When they come back, we'll find out. I suspect it was struck by lightning. That sounds plausible. The port is engulfed in flames. I need to flee. A breaking news alert interrupted, announcing a sudden explosion at the port, with flames rapidly spreading in the vicinity. Citizens were urged to prioritize their safety and refrain from approaching hazardous areas. As the camera panned to the burning port, Xiao Yunfeng witnessed the chaos. Individuals frantically filming the disaster, despite warnings resonating around them. Some implored everyone to leave, emphasizing the danger, yet many remained oblivious, engrossed in capturing the moment, with one even live streaming and requesting donations. In a shocking moment broadcasted live, Xiao Yunfeng beheld a second explosion, a deafening roar followed by a blinding flash, leaving only chaos and cries for help on the screen before it abruptly cut back to the studio. Extracting a bowl of hot noodle soup from her space, Xiao Yunfeng forced herself to sit down and eat. The night promised to be anything but calm, while the inferno was currently confined to the port area. The potential for further developments loomed ominously. Though the hotel was distant from the port, she understood that in this challenge, unpredictability was the very essence, indicating that no place could be deemed entirely safe. Chewing her noodles heartily, she resolved to maintain her composure and emotional stability, preparing herself for whatever unforeseen events lay ahead. In her mind, the thought persisted. If this situation escalated, how long could anyone endure? As I continued to scroll through the discussion forum, I noted the accounts of those who had perished during the port explosion, now safely relocated and recounting their experiences, which largely mirrored what had been reported on television. My goodness, I never anticipated such chaos. I was engrossed in watching the lightning when the explosion occurred without warning. despite being 3 streets away from the port. I still felt the impact. I hadn't taken my medication earlier, believing I had over 300 health points left. I thought a brief rest would suffice. But then another explosion occurred, and just like that, I was finished. This situation is truly dire. Although I take solace in the fact that I can respawn, the manner of my demise is exceedingly frustrating. Is there anyone aware of safer locations? This incident was unexpected, leaving no truly secure place. Relatively safe, perhaps. The park appeared desolate, devoid of anything but grass, and I felt secure only for a wreckage from an aircraft to descend from the sky and crash violently onto my face. In the restaurant, while dining normally, a patron beside me slipped, causing a server to spill a basin of oil onto a neighboring table's alcohol stove. Had I not sprinted away with remarkable speed, I would have met my end there. You were fortunate to escape. Was it you who fell from the 3rd floor of the shopping mall, colliding with a cleaning cart and shattering glass? What a tale. In the hotel. I thought it would be safe. Lying in bed, preparing to sleep, the ceiling suddenly collapsed. Enough of this. I'll sleep in my car. Are you not aware of the chain of accidents occurring on the roadside? So many must have perished. Watching the suggestions put forth, each one dismissed by the crowd. Qiao Yunfeng bit her lip and pressed her fingers against her brow. No challenge had ever been as arduous as this one. I can't bear to look any longer. The more I see, the more distressed I become. Setting an alarm, I closed my eyes, and just as I contemplated a brief slumber, the words of the individual who mentioned the ceiling collapse flashed in my mind. I sprang from the bed to turn off all electrical appliances and unplug everything. I then overturned the sofa to create a triangular support, wrapping myself in a blanket and burrowing inside, finally closing my eyes to rest. At 11:30 p.m., when the alarm rang, Xiao Yunfeng promptly rose, gathered her belongings, and exited the hotel. Just as she settled into her SUV and fastened her seatbelt, a powerful gust of wind struck, flipping both her and the vehicle onto the ground. A deafening explosion echoed nearby, and she fought through the dizziness to escape through the window. The hotel behind her was engulfed in flames. Cries filled the air. Glancing at her status, she noted that the impact had cost her 600 health points. Without a moment's hesitation, she downed a bottle of dreams realized, restoring her condition. Leaning against a wall, she felt a wave of heat beneath her feet, recalling the vast square she had passed earlier, which was completely empty. She decided to head there. Ahead, several cars were overturned by suddenly airborne manhole covers. Silently, she retrieved her bicycle and pedaled forward, navigating the once safe road now punctuated by flames and bursts of heat from below. Exercising caution, she arrived at the square. Confirming her expectations, it was indeed spacious and largely deserted. Finding a spot on the periphery, she unfolded a chair, took a sip of water, and, using her flashlight, began to examine the map for potential safe havens. She surmised that her stay here could only be temporary. With more people, she would need to depart. Her mind settled on the suburbs, a newly developed area with fewer inhabitants and little infrastructure, an area still awaiting development, likely to offer greater safety. In less than an hour, however, the crowd in the square swelled far quicker than she had anticipated. The increasing number of people brought a cacophony of noise. Some coughed, while others, lacking supplies, sought to borrow from their neighbors. As the throng grew, tensions rose, leading to inevitable conflicts. Xiao Yunfeng had foreseen this scenario and discreetly repositioned herself further from the crowd. A patrol car approached, blaring a loudspeaker. Citizens, the recent explosion was caused by a fire at the port that ignited the underground gas pipelines. All gas has been shut off, and there will be no further explosions. Residents not affected by fire may return home. The vehicle circled the square 5 times. Yet no one departed. However, the coughs grew increasingly prevalent. Initially, only the elderly and children coughed, but soon many young adults joined in. Checking her status, Xiao Yunfeng discovered she was suffering from mild poisoning, losing 10 health points every 30 minutes. Poisoned without understanding how. She hastily donned a mask and scrolled through the discussion forum, eager to learn if others were experiencing similar symptoms. Conversations continued about the recent gas explosion, and she quickly posted an inquiry. I am poisoned. Does anyone else have a status of mild poisoning? How did I end up with mild poisoning? Me too. I had no idea until now. My health points are being deducted. What could be the cause of this poisoning? I drank the water provided by the hotel and was poisoned. It was severe. I collapsed immediately. I drank the hotel water, and I'm fine. I just realized I too am mildly poisoned. Before long, the responses flooded in, all confirming they had been poisoned, yet none could ascertain the cause. I suspect, though I cannot be certain, that it might be due to the earlier fire. Smoke from the fire can cause choking, but it should not lead to poisoning. Chapter 53. The ninth scene, the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Indeed, this was the very enigma that had long troubled Qiao Yunfeng. Why was there poisoning? If everyone were affected, it must relate to something universally accessible, something commonplace, such as air, water, or food. This was her foremost consideration. I speculated it might be due to the city being an industrial hub, with chemical substances stored in the port warehouses, and the dust from an explosion wafting through the air. That's quite a reckless conjecture, she exclaimed. But I must admit, you have persuaded me. I too believe this theory may be nearing the truth. Impossible. Why would hazardous chemicals be stored at the port? The explosion there is already irrational. In this challenge, do not rely on logic. Agreed. Can logic save you from dying 3 times in a day? According to reason, I ought not to participate in such a challenge. Indeed, that is a valid point, but I simply cannot believe it. Believe it or not, it matters not. Ah, why has someone fainted? Call for an ambulance immediately. The road is devastated from the explosion. No ambulance can reach us. Hurry, we must get them to the hospital ourselves. Make way, everyone. Those needing to go to the hospital, please step aside. Upon hearing of someone fainting, Xiao Yunfeng immediately rose and swiftly departed, leaving earlier than she had anticipated. However, she had no choice. The number of poisoned individuals was escalating. The crowd in the vast square was overwhelming, and if she hesitated, chaos would soon ensue, plunging the area into utter disorder. The main road, marred by the recent gas explosion, was riddled with craters, rendering driving impossible. She took out her bicycle, heading towards the suburban area she had previously marked on her map. As she rode, Qiao Yunfeng had to navigate the rising heat emanating from the ground. Upon her arrival, she found herself amidst an area under construction, devoid of human presence, save for a vast expanse of trees and wild vegetation. She sought refuge from the wind, retrieved her off-road vehicle, secured her seatbelt, set an alarm, and endeavored to rest for a brief moment. Meanwhile, in the central plaza of the city, a large crowd had gathered before the entrance of a shopping mall. As the sounds of coughing escalated, the situation began to brew, rapidly escalating into chaos. What is wrong? Wake up. A panicked shout caught Ping Yiming's attention. Something seemed amiss in the square. A man was carrying someone on his back, attempting to push through the throng. Yet the crowd was overwhelmingly dense. Some noticed and made way, while others remained oblivious or were preoccupied with their own affairs. The man's family urgently cleared a path for him. As his anxiety mounted, his pushing became increasingly forceful. Those who were shoved aside initially contemplated retaliation, but, upon seeing the unconscious individual on the man's back, muttered a few curses and restrained their anger. Thus, they struggled to navigate through the crowd, the man desperately trying to push past the people ahead. Suddenly, a young man was forcefully pushed aside and collided with another person, triggering a chain reaction that sent several individuals tumbling down. The one at the bottom, in excruciating pain, turned pale and let out a scream, unable to rise. Yet, the man pushing forward remained oblivious, consumed by his urgency. Suddenly, someone rushed past him, cursing loudly and swinging a fist in his direction, and the two men were instantly entangled in a scuffle. The already crowded plaza became a battleground, the fight spilling over to others nearby. Attempts to break up the fight resulted in injuries to innocent bystanders, and soon the chaos escalated, drawing more and more participants into the fray. Realizing the brewing turmoil, Peng Yiming quietly retreated, thinking himself far enough away to be out of harm's way. However, in an instant, a large advertisement board crashed from above, plummeting into the crowd below. He swiftly turned to flee, but tripped over something on the ground, causing him to fall. Struggling to rise, he was trampled by the rushing crowd, and soon found himself sitting once again at the edge of the square. Upon witnessing the man in the center stand up, he wasted no time and turned to run, deciding it was best to put distance between himself and the chaos. At 7 a.m., as the alarm rang, Xiao Yunfeng jolted awake. After a brief stretch, she drove another 500 meters away from her previous location, sipping iced coffee and applying patches to ease her tense muscles. She contemplated the dangers of the city. If possible, she believed it prudent to head towards the suburbs. With new buildings still under construction, there was no gas supply here, and the road conditions were significantly better than in the city, making driving far more comfortable than cycling. However, she needed to wait and ascertain her task for the day. After breakfast, as the clock struck 8 o'clock, she read the day's requirements. Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 2. Today and AMP, Oppos, S task, purchase a case of purified water from any supermarket on Xingzhen Road. Upon reading this, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Consulting her map only deepened her distress. Xinjiang Road was located in the city center. As she pondered her predicament, a deafening rumble echoed through the air, followed by a sharp crackle of thunder. Turning, she observed a fierce lightning strike in the distance, hitting the outskirts and Appos forest, where thick black smoke began to rise. Without hesitation, Qiao Yunfeng dashed to her vehicle and sped towards the city. Glancing in the rearview mirror, she noted flames erupting from the forest, urging herself to move faster. With her foot pressed firmly on the accelerator and her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, she occasionally glanced back at the spreading inferno. The fire was intensifying, rapidly advancing towards her. In the suburban area, dense with trees and sparse in buildings, the flames could spread swiftly. She slammed on the brakes just in time, narrowly stopping her vehicle before a large pit. Approaching the city, she encountered the crater-riddled road from the previous day's explosion, rendering swift passage impossible. Quickly, she switched to her bicycle and pedaled onward. Upon looking back again, the countryside had transformed into a blazing inferno. Fortunately, a stretch of undeveloped land between the suburbs and the city inadvertently formed a firebreak, preventing the flames from advancing further. However, this sudden conflagration meant her plans to reach the suburbs were now utterly unfeasible. Struggling to navigate her bicycle to Xinjiang Road, she spotted a small convenience store along the way. Quickly securing her bicycle, she entered the shop, where 3 staff members and a handful of customers were present. Approaching the counter, 3 staff members were present, one brewing coffee, another at the cash register, and the last organizing the shelves. "Hello. I would like a case of purified water. Please help me with the entire case, as I need assistance carrying it." Qiao Yunfeng directly approached the cashier. "Certainly. Please wait a moment. We will fetch it from the storage room." While waiting, she deliberately observed her surroundings. This was merely an ordinary convenience store. On the cooking station, rich coffee was brewing, milk was heating in a pot, and a row of paper cups awaited their labels for coffee. Before long, a stock clerk approached with a case of purified water. As the cashier scanned the item for checkout, a loud crash echoed through the store as 3 shelves collapsed upon one another. "Ah!" shouted one of the 3 people trapped beneath the last shelf, banging the ground and crying for help. The other 2 were completely buried under the shelves, rendering their condition unclear. Feeling an immediate chill, Qiao Yunfeng turned and dashed out of the store. Glancing at her empty hands, she quickly returned, picked up the case of water, and placed her coins directly on the counter. Upon exiting the store once more, however, the notification for completing her task did not appear. "This won't do," she thought, reluctantly steeling herself to re-enter. The 3 staff members were struggling to lift the shelves, while the milk on the counter overflowed, splashing onto the coffee machine's power source, creating a sizzling sound. Yet, these sounds were drowned out by the screams and shouts of several customers in the store, leaving no one aware of the chaos. As Qiao Yunfeng re-entered the store, preparing to deposit her money into the open cash register, a sudden explosion erupted from the cooking station. Flames erupted, causing sparks to fly into the nearby paper cups, igniting them instantly. The row of cups caught fire, igniting a nearby rag, and within moments, the entire cooking station was engulfed in flames. Qiao Yunfeng swiftly placed her coins in the cash register, forcefully closing it while shouting, "Fire!" She turned and fled. Just as she exited the supermarket, a notification chimed in her mind. "Purchase a case of purified water at any supermarket on Xinjiang Road. Today's task is complete." She quickly mounted her bicycle and sped away. Before leaving, she caught a glimpse of the 3 staff members rushing back to the cooking station, attempting to extinguish the blaze. However, before she could reach the street corner, a tremendous explosion echoed behind her, sending black smoke billowing into the sky. The blast and Appos force shattered the store and Appos glass, sharp shards flying in all directions. Qiao Yunfeng was struck by fragments of glass, violently thrown to the ground, her head colliding with a nearby wall. Glass shards embedded in her back, and in a daze, she shook her head and stood up, retrieving her fallen bicycle. With no time to spare, she hastily escaped. As she rounded the corner, another explosion resonated behind her. She lamented, "If only I had run faster, perhaps I wouldn't have become a porcupine." The explosion had instantly deducted 800 points from her health, and to make matters worse, a bump formed on her head from the collision with the wall, causing excruciating pain with the slightest touch, accompanied by bouts of dizziness. Leaning against a wall, she took a bottle of Dream Realized, gulping it down to restore her health. The injuries ached with every movement, compelling her to seek a place to tend to the glass shards embedded in her skin. Zhang Shixian felt utterly exhausted. Last night in the park, he had hardly slept, constantly disturbed by the slightest noises, leaving him in a dreadful state. His task for the day was to buy purified water from the supermarket. However, fatigue caused him to miss a traffic light, and while waiting for the next one, he noticed a person ahead of him suddenly yanked back by someone beside them after crossing the street. Moments later, a sign from a rooftop crashed down at the spot he had been standing. The person who had been pulled back wore a terrified expression, clinging tightly to their rescuer, while Zhang Shixian stood across the street, shaken. Before he could recover, the entire advertising display from the rooftop plummeted down. He immediately turned to run, but a force knocked him to the ground. Glancing back, he saw a large crack opening in the pavement. Desperate, he scrambled forward, but his running speed could not match the pace of the ground splitting open. After 3 seconds, the earth beneath him gave way. Struggling to cling to the edge of the ground, he exerted every ounce of strength, managing to lift one leg up. Just as he attempted to bring up the other leg, the ground he was holding onto suddenly crumbled. Cursing under his breath, he realized he wouldn't escape this time when suddenly he felt someone grasp his arm, pulling him back to safety. Both of them lay on the ground, gasping for breath. As he stood up, tears of gratitude welled in his eyes. "Thank you, bro." Before he could finish his sentence, a red car came barreling towards them from the roadside, crashing into both of them as they tumbled into the fissure in the ground. Zhang Shixian opened his eyes once more, finding himself at the edge of the previously mentioned crack, a red car directly across from him. Without hesitation, he turned and ran, glancing back as the car rolled towards him. Indeed, within 5 seconds, the vehicle plunged into the crack. Chapter 54, The Ninth Match. The arrival of death after being informed by the 4th hotel that it was fully booked and had no available rooms. Qiao Yunfeng lifted her gaze to the torrential rain pouring down, the deafening thunder and lightning echoing in her ears. She glanced at her own condition, noting the decline of her stamina by 1/3 in the onset of a cold. Clearly, lodging for the night was not in her favor. Ahead, she noticed a shopping mall, previously engulfed in flames from yesterday's explosion, now left with charred remnants, the fire having been extinguished but the devastation still evident. Seeking refuge from the rain, she entered the mall and found a corner that offered some protection. She retrieved her RV and promptly stowed away all the knives inside, glancing at the small stove meant for boiling water, then deciding to put it away as well. After shutting down all electrical devices, she changed into clean clothes, relieved that the medication in her first aid kit was taking effect swiftly. The hedgehog-like wounds inflicted by shattered glass had nearly healed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to seek shelter in this downpour. The roadside was far too perilous. Suppressing the urge to ignite a fire for warmth, she activated a heat pack within her clothing, swallowed cold medicine and fever reducers, and sipped on some restorative soup. Only then did she wrap herself in a blanket and savor the warm soup, letting it seep slowly into her body, bringing a flicker of warmth as her vitality and stamina began to recover gradually. She opened the discussion forum to check for any updates and was met with alarming news. My goodness, it was utterly bewildering. Drinking water had led to moderate poisoning. What water did you drink? Rainwater. Didn't and amp. Oppos. They say not to consume tap water? It might be toxic. The television had warned that among the items involved in yesterday and Oppos' port explosion were chemical toxins. You still dare to drink rainwater? Indeed, the poisoning yesterday was due to that. And today, it and Oppos' raining, and you still collect it to drink? I didn't and Oppos' see this news. Dude, turn on the TV. The yellow ticker has been rolling continuously. I and Oppos' been to 4 places today and died twice. I couldn't and Oppos' see the television. Does anyone know how to detoxify? I and Oppos' tried several medications, but nothing works. If it doesn't end Oppos' work, it doesn't end Oppos' matter. The deductions aren't end Oppos' severe. Just let it be. Changing locations every 5 hours. Where are you all headed? Move 500 meters along the street. As long as there's no major commotion, don't run around. The relentless rain continued to pour, seemingly as if the heavens were leaking, showing no signs of abating. The water outside had risen to the first step. Yet Xiao Yunfeng resolved to leave this place in search of another. If she waited until the water rose further, her escape would become increasingly difficult and dangerous. The rainwater had only reached her ankles, but walking remained challenging. She cautiously trudged over 500 meters, spotting a burned residential building, likely vacated by its inhabitants during yesterday's chaos. She carefully ascended to the 3rd floor of a room, where the windows were completely destroyed and deformed, rainwater flooding more than half of the interior. As she stepped on shards of glass and turned to explore other rooms, A sudden crackling sound emanated from an electrical outlet on the wall. Startled, she recalled the earlier incident at the supermarket and rushed outside. In that brief moment, the rainwater had already inundated the first floor of the building. Faced with the unrelenting downpour, she turned to another room. As she placed her hand on the doorknob, a jolt of electricity surged through it, causing her to collapse to the floor. When she regained consciousness, her head throbbed painfully, and her complexion was alarmingly pale. Checking her status, she realized her health had plummeted by 900 points. She immediately consumed a sweet dream potion, watching her health rebound rapidly. Exhaling deeply as a semblance of safety washed over her. With a self-deprecating smile, she reflected on how she had never used this potion since acquiring it. Yet here she was, having consumed 3 bottles within just 2 days. Indeed, unforeseen calamities were the most formidable. Zhang Xuan, aware that the 5-hour time limit was drawing near, found herself trapped by the rising waters outside. She wrestled with 2 thoughts in her mind: to venture out for 500 meters or remain here and incur penalties. Go. The water level was just above her calves, not yet reaching her knees. There might not be any danger. Stay. There might be danger, and if there is, it is surely imminent. Go. What if there isn't? Stay. Are you willing to stake your life on a possibility? As the internal debate raged on without resolution, she spotted a figure in the middle of the street, struggling against the fierce current, desperately grasping for something to stabilize himself. His arms flailing as he cried out for help. From a nearby building, a long pole extended into the water, positioned where the man could potentially grab it. If he could seize that pole, he might stabilize himself and be pulled to safety. Zhang Xuan held her breath, fists clenched, watching as he was swept toward the pole. Clutching it tightly, she exhaled, but before she could fully release her breath, the force of the water overpowered him, and he, along with the pole, was carried away. The person on the other end of the pole failed to secure it and was nearly swept away himself, saved only by someone behind him who clung tightly to his waist. The fleeting sense of hope evaporated in an instant, and Zhang Xuan quickly returned to her previous location. Whatever penalties awaited her, she thought, it was better to face them comfortably rather than risk her life. Quietly reassuring herself, she acknowledged that even with a deduction of 100 points, she would still have over 700 points of health and stamina left. It would be manageable. She could endure. Zhang Yanghai, trapped in a car within a tunnel, slapped himself hard twice, reflecting on his foolishness. Taking refuge in the tunnel during the rain was ill-advised, for it was one of the fastest places to flood. How could he have been so short-sighted? As he observed the water nearly submerging the car's roof, despair washed over him. A single thought consumed him. Since death was inevitable, should he take a chance and swim out to see if survival was possible? The worst-case scenario involved dying once and incurring penalties, but perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Resolute, he broke the car window, and rainwater rushed in instantly. Just as he struggled to escape through the window, the current swept him away, leaving him disoriented and helpless. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself outside the tunnel, his health and stamina each deducted by 100 points. Surveying the tunnel from a higher vantage point, he quickly turned to seek a safer, higher ground. As the torrential rain finally ceased in the evening, the water levels outside began to recede gradually. Qiao Yunfeng rushed down from the upper floor. Her time of stay was drawing to a close. The current plan was to head towards the suburbs, where, after such heavy rainfall, the raging fire would undoubtedly have extinguished. However, the journey remained perilous, as the water had only receded to mid-calf height, obscuring the road ahead and making cycling impossible. Yet, delaying departure would only complicate matters further once darkness fell. After struggling through about a kilometer, the water level had dropped below her feet. Noticing her stamina diminished by a third, she veered into a bustling commercial snack street. This area featured a long rest zone flanked by 2-story shops, with a narrow path designated for pedestrians, secured at both ends by protective barriers to deter vehicles. The accumulated water had nearly subsided, and the temperature noticeably dropped. Retrieving her bicycle from storage, she pedaled from one end of the street to the other. This snack street stretched nearly 2 kilometers, and she chose an outdoor dining area at a random establishment at the far end. The tables and chairs, long since swept away by the floods, left the area desolate. She extracted her camper van, planning to rest there for the night unless unforeseen circumstances arose, intending to ride an additional 600 meters after 4.5 hours. Her plans were sound and her thoughts clear, yet before the 4 hours elapsed, she was compelled to continue her flight, as lightning struck once more, this time directly hitting a building in the middle of the street. The flames erupted rapidly, and Qiao Yunfeng pedaled furiously, desperate to escape the inferno's reach. As the fire spread, she was forced to alter her course repeatedly. Upon spotting the harbor bridge, she realized, to her astonishment, that she had unwittingly approached the port area. She abruptly halted, gasping for breath, and pivoted her bicycle, for the port was even more perilous. She needed to vacate the area swiftly. Just as she prepared to ride back, she witnessed the bridge before her suddenly fracture and collapse from the center. In a matter of 3 seconds, the steel cables anchoring the bridge and Oppo's structure swung towards her, carrying a portion of the bridge itself. With all her might, she pedaled away, yet in her haste, she failed to notice the debris washed onto the ground, causing her bicycle to become ensnared. She and her bike tumbled violently to the ground, rolling over. As she lay there, a resounding crash echoed ahead. Pieces of the bridge, propelled by the cables, smashed into a nearby skyscraper, sending debris plummeting downwards. Springing to her feet, she mounted her bicycle and pedaled madly onward. From the onset of this challenge, she had resolved to keep her distance from the port. In retrospect, her instincts had proven remarkably accurate. This was indeed the most treacherous area. Urging herself to accelerate, she pedaled furiously, even as she stumbled twice. Gradually, she distanced herself from the port, when suddenly an announcement rang out. Special notice. Current number of survivors is 30,000. All challengers, please return. Welcome back, challengers. Congratulations on successfully completing the 9th challenge of Death's Arrival. Your level has increased. Current state of the challenger, good. Rewards, life points 100, stamina 100, space 1 mx1m. Reward crystals, 300. The 10th challenge will commence at 7 o'clock a.m. 3 days hence. Total population, 100,000. Still on her bicycle, she surveyed her surroundings. Recognizing the room she had left, with the extinguished bonfire still present, it took her 3 seconds to fully comprehend that she had returned. And a wave of relief washed over her. She retrieved her camper van, disregarding everything else, and collapsed onto the large bed, burying her head under the covers. Utterly exhausted from the ordeal. Upon awakening, still before dawn, Xiao Yunfeng was roused by hunger. The past 2 days had been harrowing, devoid of restful sleep or proper meals. Reflecting on the previous challenges, they now seemed significantly less daunting. After taking a refreshing shower and tidying herself up, she produced a hot pot, grilled meats, and an assortment of snacks, fruits, and drinks she had stored away. Kindling a bonfire within the camper, she settled at the table, savoring each bite of food. The tranquility of finally enjoying a meal was a sublime experience. This feast lasted over an hour, and by the time she finished, the sky outside began to brighten. Dragging her chair to the window, she took a sip of wine and raised her bottle to the rising sun, proclaiming, "I will survive. Each day, I will witness the sunrise." The number of survivors was dwindling, and the next challenge might prove even more perilous. Opening her medical kit, she meticulously reorganized the newly expanded space, taking pleasure in the sight of the well-categorized supplies. With her provisions secure, having replenished from the previous challenge's exertions, the 10th challenge arrived as scheduled. Chapter 55, the 10th match, real world at 7 o'clock. The time has come to enter the challenge. Disaster Survival Challenge, 10th match. Real world. All challengers have only 1 day to prepare. After a day, you will face various natural disasters, and your only task is to survive. To become one of the 20,000 who can endure. If you kill other challengers, you will be demoted by 1 level. If you reach level 0, you will die automatically. The daily challenge begins at 8 o'clock a.m., activating that day's disaster mode. Current participants, 100,000. The 10th match is about to commence. You currently possess 300 source crystals. Please select from the following items. Each match offers a random selection of 10,000 items. 1. Maximum health 100, 100 source crystals. 2. Maximum stamina 100, maximum health 100, 300 source crystals. 3. Maximum stamina 200, maximum health 200, 600 source crystals. With a limited number of source crystals, I pondered and ultimately decided to select item 1, choosing it 3 times in succession. Name, Qiao Yunfeng level, 10, upgradable. Each successful challenge increases level by 1. Gender, female challenges participated. 10 health, 1830 stamina, 1870 status, good space, 24m x 24m, upgradable. Possessions, level 10 medical kit, retains original effects. Will randomly provide 4 types of medicine daily. With the medical kit now at level 10, The variety of daily random medicines had increased to 4. Opening it, I gazed at the neatly categorized medicines, instinctively clenching my fist. I will survive until the end. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself standing exactly where the challenge had begun. I blinked and confirmed once more. Indeed, I was at the starting point, with the embers of the extinguished bonfire still faintly releasing heat. As I surveyed my surroundings, I raised my wristband and sent messages to a few friends I had added, inquiring about their situations. The first reply was from Shinranran. Qiao, I'm still here. The hint indicates this is the real world. Does that mean we have already begun? The second was from Meng Wenrui. Little Qiao, I'm with Niego, right where we were staying. It seems we're all in the same place. Shall we arrange to meet? While they were together, I had yet to receive a response from Sun Yuran. Reflecting on the initial hint that allowed only one day's preparation before facing different disasters each day, I wondered if it was time to stock up. Recalling our successful collaboration last time, I replied to Meng Wenrui. The hint clearly states we have only one day to prepare, which means today is safe. Let us meet up to discuss. Sure, let us meet at the commercial street in the southern district. We need to gather some supplies. Okay, I and Appos am on my way. I also messaged Shinranran to inform her to meet us at the commercial street to gather more supplies. She promptly replied that she was already en route. As I drove, I pondered the hint about the impending disasters that would commence in a day, realizing that each day would bring something different. What types of disasters would they be? Would previously encountered ones return? Were they all within the realm of reality? Just then, I received a response from Sun Yuran, confirming she was still in the same place. I asked her if she wanted to join us at the commercial street for supplies, and received an immediate reply. She was already heading that way. Chuckling to myself, I sped up. Once in the urban area, the road conditions deteriorated significantly. I parked the car and switched to a bicycle, pedaling towards the commercial district. As I approached an intersection near the commercial area, I heard a man's furious voice from around the corner. Damn woman, what have you done? Hurry up and restore his state. Or I and Appos. LL, break your left leg first and then your right. Upon hearing this, I instinctively turned my bike around to avoid the confrontation. But a familiar voice halted my retreat. Deserved it. Why Warren and Appos? To you poisoned. It was Sun Yuran's voice. I quietly parked my bicycle and stealthily moved against the wall, positioning myself out of sight at a street corner to observe the situation. Indeed, it was Sun Yuran, but she was in a dire predicament. She lay on the ground beside a man who was gasping for breath, his eyes wide open, weakly murmuring, "Hurry, give me the antidote." Each word seemed to drain him of strength. A burly man held a machete at Sun Yuran and Appos' throat, threatening, "Let me be clear. My brother has taken the universal antidote. Your poison is ineffective against him. Spare the talk and quickly restore his state." "I have no antidote," Sun Yuran retorted, lifting her head defiantly, showing no sign of fear. Her face instead adorned with disdain. "Damn woman, we just want some supplies. Do you have to be so ruthless? You're trying to take his life." The burly man, Xiao Yunfeng, pressed down with the knife. Seeing that Sun Yuran was clearly at a disadvantage, I raised my gun and fired, hitting Xiao Yunfeng squarely in the back. Unexpectedly, he staggered forward but quickly turned and shot in my direction. After retaliating, he swiftly turned back to grab Sun Yuran, intending to use her as a shield. However, he found Sun Yuran clutching a grenade, her eyes cold and a sneer on her lips. In his incredulous gaze, she hurled the grenade directly at him. "Oh no. You," Xiao Yunfeng instinctively dove aside, cursing inwardly at this madwoman who would dare use a grenade at such close range, risking mutual destruction. With a deafening explosion, the grenade detonated precisely where he had stood moments before. Simultaneously, I raised my gun, firing rapidly into the billowing smoke that engulfed the area, blindly hoping to hit the man, unaware if I had succeeded. As I reached Sun Yuran and Appos' side, I saw that the man had already fled. "Are you all right?" I asked, pulling her up. "I and Appos, am fine, just hold on. We need to leave quickly. That noise will attract more people." Supporting Sun Yuran, we hurried away towards the commercial street. The man on the ground, witnessing his health plummet to 30 and his stamina to 0 due to poisoning, weakly pleaded, "Help me. Just help me." Sun Yuran sat on a bench in the commercial street, tending to her wounds and consuming restorative potions, quickly regaining her strength. Together, we scoured the commercial district for essential supplies. In the real world, beyond food and water, there were indeed many valuable items available. Qiao Yunfeng glanced at Sun Yuran, unable to resist his curiosity, and inquired about the earlier situation. Why was the other person unharmed? He had claimed to have taken the universal antidote. which boasts a 70 chance of immunity to poisoning. Today, luck seemed to have favored him. Sun Yuan, her expression seething with anger, spoke through clenched teeth. I hit him. Yet he showed no signs of injury. He must have been wearing a bulletproof vest. This person was fully prepared before taking action. Next time we encounter him, we must exercise greater caution. Reflecting on the matter, Qiao Yunfeng considered that her accuracy was impeccable, so her first shot must have struck the target. However, the absence of injury indicated the presence of protective gear, undoubtedly a bulletproof vest. Indeed, that's my assumption as well. If we cross paths again, I shall deploy 3 types of poison simultaneously. I refuse to believe that even with the antidote, he can consistently evade harm. There remains a 30 chance against his luck. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yunfeng softly acknowledged with a slight nod, raising an eyebrow and turning away with a suppressed smile. If you wish to laugh, then do so freely. I am not one to mind your mirth, he thought. Sun Yuan rolled her eyes, her tone dismissive yet laced with indifference. At noon, Shinranjin arrived. And while the 3 were gathering supplies, they encountered 2 challengers. After a brief 3-second exchange of glances, both parties cautiously nodded before retreating to pursue their own paths. We need to find a defensible location. The guidelines state that only today is considered safe, Sun Yuan suggested. There is an apartment nearby, with no tall buildings around, providing a clear line of sight. What do you think? Let us heed Xiao and Appo's opinion. Shinranjin pointed toward Xiao Yunfeng. All right, let us go take a look. If it seems suitable, we shall wait there for the 2 of them to arrive. Xiao Yunfeng speculated that Nie Gaoang and Meng Wenrui must have encountered some trouble on their way. Otherwise, they would not have yet arrived. He sent a new location and inquired about their situation, still receiving no reply. Meanwhile, Nie Gaoyang and Meng Wenrui were crouched beside a small car, while 4 men across the street relentlessly fired upon them. Brother Nie, what do they intend to do? Meng Wenrui asked. They aim to eliminate us. Didn't we hear that if the number of challengers reaches 20,000, it can be concluded? Are they not insane? Killing leads to demotion. Do they not care? This world has already descended into madness, and they are merely adapting to it. Are you ready? I'm about to throw. All right. With that, he hugged his head tightly, curling into a protective ball. Nie Gaoang produced a package, turned, and hurled it across the street, then calmly drew his gun and aimed at the package as it flew. With a thunderous boom, the 5 grenades inside detonated, unleashing chaos and cries from the opposite street. Let us go. Nie Gaoang slapped Meng Wenrui on the back, and the 2 immediately ducked and shifted their direction down the street. The battle between challengers had gradually begun to unfold. Qiao Yunfeng stood at the 10th floor window, watching the explosions ignite below, his heart heavy with sorrow. Qiao, come and have something to eat. Shinranjin and Appo's voice called out. Where and Appo's Sun Yuan? Qiao Yunfeng asked. Noticing the absence of one person in the room, she went to the entrance to lay down some poison. With the fighting so intense below, she fears someone might come looking for trouble. At this, Qiao Yunfeng and Appo's lips involuntarily twitched. He sat down and sipped his soup, pondering about Nie Gaoang and Meng Wenrui and Appo's well-being. It had been a while since he had received any news. They're surely fine. Their combat prowess is formidable. If it comes to a fight, I believe they would last the longest, Shinranjin said, savoring a sip of hot soup with a contented expression. You're right. Their fighting ability is indeed impressive. Qiao Yunfeng had to concede this point, recalling how, in the second round, those 2 had dispatched a horde of hyenas with mere military knives, relying purely on raw strength. You're back. Have you settled everything? Come and have some soup. I just made it. Shinranjin beckoned Sun Yuan to sit down, promptly handing her a bowl of steaming broth. Yes, everything is in order. If anyone truly intends to cause trouble, they will surely lie there, Sun Yuan said, blowing on her soup and sipping it delicately. What if another person who has taken the universal antidote shows up? Qiao Yunfeng raised his eyes to look at Sun Yuan. In a moment, I'll set up a few alarm devices. No need. I've laid 5 types of poison. Let us see who is favored by fortune today. Sun Yuan dismissed, pouting slightly, then took another sip of soup. This soup is excellent. Did you just make it? Yes. If you enjoy it, then that's all that matters. What do you wish to eat tonight? Let us have a proper feast, Shinranjin grinned, her eyes crinkling with delight. It's been a long time since we've gathered. It's a rare opportunity to celebrate together, regardless of what tomorrow may bring. I'm agreeable to anything. Qiao Yunfeng smiled. You decide. I have plenty of ingredients here. How about some braised pork ribs? It's been ages since I've had them, Sun Yuan said. Her lips pursed in anticipation. That's simple enough. I'll arrange it. Is there anything else? We are 5 people, after all. Then let us add a fish? Or perhaps you could make another soup. I find your soup delightful. Of course, I have several kinds of soup. Which do you prefer? Sweet? Salty? Spicy? What do you have in them? That depends on your preference. Watching the two as they exchanged ideas about their meal, Xiao Yunfeng felt his spirits lift considerably. It turned out that engaging with others was not as daunting as he had imagined, although they had known each other for a short time. The camaraderie felt comfortable and reassuring. Chapter 56. The 10th match. Real World 2. Qiao Yunfeng silently plucked 6 types of fruit from the trees he had planted, placing them on the table. He then took out some vegetables, and just as he was about to grab some seafood, he heard Shun Ranyan and Appo's exclamation. Qiao, how can you have so much food? Oh my, there's even fruit. This is wonderful. How did you manage to get this? I've never seen you trade for fruit before. Sun Yuran picked up an orange, peeled it, and savored it with a look of pure delight. No one in the discussion area mentioned wanting fruit. Xiao Yunfeng blinked in confusion. Had he simply not paid enough attention to the discussions? If you don't mention it, how would anyone know you were hoarding this? Shen Ranyan popped a grape into her mouth, exclaiming, so sweet. Isn't everyone hoarding food that can fill their stomachs? Fruit, even if one has it, is rarely stockpiled due to its space-consuming nature. I still have quite a bit. Feel free to indulge, Qiao Yunfeng said. Observing the two with expressions of sheer enjoyment, he retrieved more, not just from what he had planted, but from his original stockpile. Wonderful. Mangoes, my favorite. And there's watermelon too. This is splendid. Outside, the sky had not yet darkened, yet a torrential downpour had begun. By this time, Nie Gaoang and Meng Wenrui had yet to arrive. The sounds of battle outside gradually diminished. With prolonged exposure to the rain, conditions would soon change, heralding different disasters for the following day, prompting everyone to prepare thoroughly. It was only when night completely enveloped the sky that Xiao Yunfeng finally received messages from the two. They were on their way upstairs. Suddenly recalling the poison Sun Yuran had placed at the entrance, he sprang to his feet and shouted towards the stairwell, "Stop. You too. Don't come up yet." Once everyone was safely seated around the table, gazing at the feast meticulously prepared by Shun Ranyan, smiles of joy and satisfaction graced their faces as they picked up their chopsticks to begin. What disasters do you think will befall us tomorrow? Shun Ranyan distributed bowls of soup to each person. What we have endured should not return, right? Meng Wenrui, chewing on a piece of braised pork, pondered. Zombies should be out of the question. Given the location constraints, a tsunami is unlikely too. There's no sea around here. Qiao Yunfeng reached for the boiled fish. Could it be something like the third match, where the air is toxic? Sun Yuran swallowed a rib and prepared to take another piece. That's quite possible. Meng Wenrui nodded in agreement. This time, there's truly no hint at all. It's incredibly difficult to guess. Shen Ranyan sighed. Regardless, let us ensure we have an escape route, Nie Gaoang stated earnestly, yet his actions were swift. When we arrived, we surveyed the terrain. The area downstairs is quite spacious, facilitating a quick escape. We've already set up a rope in the stairwell. If things get urgent, you three can use it to descend quickly. And what about you two? We're fast. We'll manage. Don't worry. Xiao Yunfeng raised his bowl of soup. Though we cannot drink alcohol, the sentiment remains. May we all survive. May we all survive. The 5 bowls clinked together. This simple yet profound wish resonating as the most sincere hope in the hearts of all challengers that night. Beneath the shroud of darkness, the night sky bore no glimmer of light. The challengers were destined to be restless. This was the final match, and they must rely on themselves to endure until the end. Each heart felt a twinge of anxiety, confronting the terror of the unknown. This uncertainty instilled a sense of insecurity in many, yet they overlooked the truth that security does not stem from knowing, but from within oneself. All fears of the unknown were magnified that night, fueled by a primal desire for survival, which could incite both trepidation and boundless courage. Such emotions coursed through the hearts of all challengers, some feeling it more intensely than others. They all yearned to be the one who would survive until the end. 8 o'clock, disaster mode activated. Extreme cold weather, -50 degrees, number of survivors, 80,000. As the alert concluded, the temperature plummeted sharply. As the group scrambled to don their coats, Qiao Yunfeng swiftly retrieved his RV and hopped inside, activating the air conditioning. One by one, others followed suit, closing the door behind them. Within 15 minutes, the outside temperature had plummeted to -50 degrees. Qiao, I've also prepared an RV, Shen Ranyan said, beaming with pride. Ever since our encounter with the Wolf King, I realized your RV was incredibly convenient. Eventually, I managed to acquire one myself, and it truly is a boon. Qiao Yunfeng nodded, starting to distribute hot water. The vehicle quickly filled with people, causing him to bring out a small folding stove to heat things up. Once you've donned your coats, I'll head outside to hang a second blanket on the window to reduce the cold air coming in. Nia Gaoang pointed to a large floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Let us do it together. It's difficult for one person. Ran in. Could you cook some hot and sour soup? It's freezing. The more soup, the better. Sure. With everyone assigned tasks, they soon completed their preparations. Upon returning to the RV, each person shivered uncontrollably. Even after taking cold medicine and ginger soup, the chill persisted. This one tea do. We can't endure the night like this. We still need to rest for tomorrow, Xiao Yunfeng said after downing 2 bowls of hot soup, yet still feeling cold throughout. Let us light a bonfire in the living room. I have some firewood. Shenranyan's lips were turning purple from the cold, her hands cradling hot soup, still trembling. All right, I have wood as well. Let us make the fire bigger to see if we can warm the room a bit. With the assistance of gasoline and alcohol, the bonfire quickly blazed, though it did not yield the anticipated warmth. Let us split into 2 RVs so we can use the air conditioning inside. And we can set up another fire in the free space to see if that helps. Shen Ranyan fetched her RV. Xiao Yunfeng and Sun Yuran settled in their vehicle, while Nia Gaoyang and Meng Wenrui went to Shen Ranyan's. Do those 3 know each other already? Sun Yuran observed their natural camaraderie. Yes. Nia Gaoyang and Meng Wenrui saved Shen Ranyan. You saved Shen Ranyan and me. You've rescued quite a few people, Sun Yuran said to Qiao Yunfeng, suddenly expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for saving me today. Taken aback by the sudden and sincere gratitude, Qiao Yunfeng felt a bit awkward and lit another stove. No need to thank me. Come over and warm yourself. It's too cold. It's really freezing. Some hot food will help. I'll ask Shen Ranyan if there's more soup. Sun Yuran raised her handband. I have a hot water bag for you, and some hand warmers. You should use them. Qiao Yunfeng passed over several hand warmers and raised his handband to offer some to the adjacent RV. Is that Sun Yuran someone Qiao Yunfeng called in? Meng Wenrui inquired, adding a small piece of wood to the rising flames. Deftly chopping the wood into smaller pieces for better combustion. Yes, when I arrived, they were already here. She is a decent person, just has a peculiar fondness for poisons. Shenranyan chuckled, recalling their afternoon discussions. Her poison and Oppo's effect, when compared to the random adverse effects I created, truly represents a disparity as vast as heaven and earth. I cannot help but exclaim, she is indeed remarkable. It seems they must have known each other for quite some time. Nia Gaoyang wrapped himself more snugly in his blanket and began to toss wood into the blazing fire. As long as one's character is trustworthy, one can feel at ease in their company. I believe it is feasible. Qiao is exceptionally cautious. If she finds someone acceptable, it must genuinely be the case. Shenranyan tilted her head, reminiscing about her initial interactions with Qiao Yunfeng, a smile blooming on her lips. The 2 men glanced at her, their expressions reflecting a shared sense of helplessness. They likely recalled the hemostatic medicine from the past, nodding in agreement, affirming her words. You were right. She truly is like that. The discussion forum was inundated with pleas for medicine, cold remedies, and antipyretics. After all, none could predict what tomorrow would bring. Who would wish to face the uncertainties of the next day while burdened with a depletion of health points? Is there any cold medicine available? Antipyretics? Who has stockpiled them? Come forth for a trade. Who has coal? Charcoal will suffice. I am willing to exchange anything. I say, given our current predicament, let us cease our defenses and unite. Gather around the fire, perhaps, there lies a glimmer of hope to endure until tomorrow. You speak so easily. Those who were out hunting yesterday. Who knows how many there were? If we gather, we might meet a swifter demise. It is those individuals who are to blame. The challenge is already arduous enough without the added burden of hunting. I wish they would be the first to perish from the cold. Upstairs, your hopes are noble. But the reality is they are banding together. Perhaps we shall freeze while they remain unscathed. Let us trade directly. If anyone has items to exchange, surely some possess ample supplies to share. Who knows what calamity lies ahead? What if we are besieged by zombies? If numbers dwindle and strength diminishes, we risk annihilation. This is the real world. Apart from us, who else exists? In this situation, zombies? What nonsense. If you wish to scare, at least choose a more plausible example. The likelihood of a virus returning is far greater. Then we would find ourselves igniting candles at both ends. Enough of this. Let us discuss the exchange of antipyretics. Sun Yuran scrolled through the discussion forum while sipping hot soup. Do you think what they say is plausible? A virus returning? Unlikely. While viruses are the most challenging to defend against, they require time. They do not act as instantaneously as poison. Qiao Yunfeng shook his head. placing the prepared charcoal into the hand furnace. Where did you acquire such an antiquated item? Sun Yuran gazed at the charcoal-filled hand furnace, her expression one of confusion. Where did you find this? During the previous border town incident, weren't items restricted? I thought there might be a similar situation. So I stockpiled a few of these unremarkable items. In truth, had it not been so cold, Qiao Yunfeng might have forgotten he had ever hoarded such things. Is your space larger than ours? I often wonder how you possess such an abundance of items. Yes, during the second event, I saved a family from the town. They rewarded me with a deed, which I later exchanged for space. Qiao Yunfeng sighed softly, feeling the warmth emanating from the furnace, pondering whether they were faring well. Are our experiences not merely fictitious? Are they not preordained narratives? You still chose to save them? Sun Yuran raised an eyebrow, her gaze revealing her bewilderment. Indeed. At times I reflect on how foolish I was, yet at the moment, I did not consider it thus. They treated me kindly. Even now. The memories fill me with warmth. Qiao Yunfeng smiled gently. As she observed Qiao Yunfeng and Appo's wistful gaze, Sun Yuran suddenly considered whether she should offer some words of comfort. However, she was entirely inept at providing solace, unsure how to express herself. After much deliberation, she managed to stammer, I think you are quite wonderful. Qiao Yunfeng regarded her earnest expression, her spirits inexplicably lifted. Thank you. 8 o'clock, disaster mode activated. A rain of fire, survivor count, 70,000. Upon seeing this notification, Qiao Yunfeng immediately exited the RV, pulled back the blanket hung yesterday, and gazed outside, left speechless by the sight before her. The sky was ablaze with colossal meteors plummeting from above, their crimson trails slicing through the atmosphere and crashing to the ground. Boom, boom, the earth trembled beneath her feet. Chapter 57, the 10th match, Real World 3 Run. Get out of the building first. It's too dangerous here. A voice cried out amidst the crowd, prompting everyone to react and rush towards the exit. Sun Yuran quickly regained her composure and urged the group, wait, let me collect the poison first. You all come out afterward. With that, she was the first to dash through the doorway. Outside, a voice called out, all right, come out. After stowing away the RV, Qiao Yunfeng swiftly followed. Nia Gaoang extended a zip line towards her, advising, hurry down and be careful. As she burst through the doorway, she was greeted by a scene engulfed in flames. Everywhere her gaze fell was being relentlessly consumed by the inferno. The intense heat and thick black smoke forced everyone to cough uncontrollably. Qiao Yunfeng promptly donned a mask, distributing one to each person and signaling them to do the same. We must evacuate the city. Given the current situation, there's no safe place left, Sun Yuran proposed. Agreed. After confirming their direction, they began to sprint towards the outskirts of the city. However, the fierce flames and dense smoke continually forced them to alter their path. As they changed direction for the third time due to the overwhelming fire, a grim thought crossed their minds. They might never escape this chaos. The flames were spreading too swiftly. Suddenly, a meteor plummeted from the sky, crashing directly into their anticipated path, compelling them to veer onto another street. Just 3 steps in, Nia Gaoyang yanked Sun Yuran back, shouting, everyone, watch out. Back away. Charred debris, now unrecognizable, plummeted from the nearby residential building, crashing down precisely where Sun Yuran had intended to pass. Soon after, more burning objects rained down from above, forcing the group to retreat yet again and change course. Having barely managed to advance 300 meters, an explosive eruption erupted from a storefront on their left, transforming their intended route into a blazing inferno within seconds. While the masks mitigated the effects of the smoke, the intense heat from the raging fire, coupled with the ever-present hazards on the ground, left everyone physically and mentally drained, constantly vigilant of the unknown dangers surrounding them. When a massive, flaming billboard fell and obstructed their way, someone exclaimed, "This one end Oppos. T work. We can end Oppos. T get out." No one responded. As the gravity of their situation dawned on them, escaping seemed increasingly unattainable. Yet, in that moment of despair, no one could propose a better alternative. As they pondered their next move, a meteor hurtled towards them, radiating scorching heat. Run. This way. With Nia Gaoyang's urgent shout, they all swiftly darted in another direction. Qiao Yunfeng ran with fervor, her mind racing through potential safe locations, preferably open spaces devoid of excessive structures or vegetation that could ignite. What places met those criteria? Countless locations flashed through her mind, only to be rapidly dismissed, either too distant to reach given their current predicament, or surrounded by trees and plants. Just as her thoughts reached a tempestuous crescendo, An ideal location that met all her criteria struck her like a meteorite piercing through her chaotic mind. To the stadium. Run that way. It's not far from here, and there's a large open space in the center, free from flammable materials. The suggestion received unanimous approval. And within 2 seconds, they paused their frantic escape, collectively agreeing to head towards the stadium. Once more, they altered their course, though they had changed direction twice. Their pace was markedly swifter than before. After a grueling trek, they finally approached the stadium, but just as they caught sight of the entrance, disappointment washed over them. The stadium's gates had been smashed open by a fallen meteor, and from a distance, they could clearly see a colossal meteor resting in the central field, still emitting thick plumes of black smoke, with the surrounding ground charred to a crisp. Qiao Yunfeng assessed her stamina. After nearly 2 hours of relentless movement, she had depleted half of her energy, and she could only imagine the state of the others. Glancing back at Shun Ranyan and Sun Yuran, who were replenishing their strength with energy potions, she realized they could not continue like this. She turned to the group and declared, "We need to find a place to rest and replenish our energy, otherwise we'll be in grave danger." The group nodded in agreement, and they dispersed, diligently scouting the area for a suitable spot to recuperate. Qiao Yunfeng ventured down another street, recalling a nearby mall. Sure enough, after traversing 2 blocks, the expansive mall came into view. The large structure was surrounded by wide roads designed for easy access, and at that moment, this thoroughfare, wide enough for 8 vehicles, accidentally formed a fire break, protecting the mall from the encroaching flames. Upon assessing the situation, she immediately called the others, and they crossed the road, rushing into the mall and Oppo's first-floor lobby, where they could temporarily rest and regain their strength. Once inside, everyone collapsed onto the ground, the oppressive heat of the fire rendering them utterly exhausted. "Is there anywhere else we can go?" Meng Wenrui gulped down half a bottle of water and splashed the remainder on his face, trying to shake off the weariness. His question plunged the group into silence, as they struggled to think of any safe locations considering the dire circumstances outside. Xiao Yunfeng, watching her stamina rise after consuming an energy potion, took a deep sip of iced coffee, her mind momentarily blank. Oppo's been to this mall. The cars are parked underground, and the fire above is fierce. The basement might still be safe. Shen Ranyan suddenly stood up, scanning the surroundings before pointing downwards. Moreover, the underground garage has 8 exits. Even if the fire approaches, we'll have ample routes to escape. But if a meteor were to crash down here or on the road above, it could ignite the basement in no time. Qiao Yunfeng countered, moving to the entrance they had just entered. Gazing up, she noted that the number of meteors falling seemed to have diminished since the morning. Yet new ones still sporadically descended. If a meteor were to strike directly, the basement wouldn't be safe. It could collapse. Shen Ranran pondered for a moment before reiterating that the basement comprised 3 levels. If they situated themselves on the lowest tier, near a passageway, it should suffice. Let Oppo's descend and take a look. Anything is preferable to being pursued by flames, she declared. Meng Wenrui surveyed the group, noting their various apprehensions, and resolutely strode towards the entrance of the basement. The door leading downwards was firmly locked from within and resisted all attempts to budge it. The cacophony of explosions reverberated outside, culminating in a deafening boom that shook the ground beneath them. The sudden tremor caused everyone to tumble to the floor. As Qiao Yunfeng rose, she witnessed a meteorite crashing onto the street outside. The meteorite, engulfed in searing heat and thick black smoke, ignited nearby structures in no time. And the rising heat waves from the flames intensified, indicating that the fire was encroaching upon their location. Nia Gaoang and Meng Wenrui were relentlessly battering the locked door. Yet despite their exertions, the door remained immovable. Observing the escalating flames outside, Qiao Yunfeng, in a fit of fury, produced 5 grenades and commanded the group to retreat. Everyone grasped her intention and quickly withdrew to the passageway. She proceeded to detonate the grenades, resulting in a thunderous explosion that blew the door apart from its hinges, creating a gaping hole in the wall through which they could enter. The group exchanged glances, and Nie Gaoang and Meng Wenrui silently lifted the remnants of the door before placing it back down and descending together. This path leads to a 3-level underground garage. We shall proceed to the lowest level. Shen Ranran guided them as they continued downward until they reached the 3rd level of the garage. However, the door to the 3rd level was likewise locked from within, unyielding to their attempts to open it. As Qiao Yunfeng prepared to reach for another grenade, Meng Wenrui immediately intervened, gripping her arm. "No need. There's a glass door here. Watch me." With that, he brandished his machine gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets. shattering the glass into fragments. Turning to Qiao Yunfeng with a smile, he exclaimed, "See? Let us move." He was the first to step through, only to be startled by the sound of a gunshot. Qiao Yunfeng was the first to react, realizing they were not alone and were being targeted. She swiftly returned fire in the direction of the gunshot while pulling Meng Wenrui back, who had been shot in the leg, blood pooling around him. A cry of agony echoed through the expansive garage as one of their assailants fell victim to her shot, the sound reverberating ominously in the empty space. "Step back. If you enter, do not blame us for being ungracious. We arrived first, and you must retreat at once." A man's voice thundered from the garage, brimming with indignation and a hint of anxiety. "This space is ample enough. Let us each occupy our own side without interference, shall we?" Nia Gaolong crouched at the breach, attempting to negotiate with the adversaries. "Not an option. If you do not withdraw, we will resort to grenades," the opposing party retorted without a moment's hesitation, their refusal resolute and devoid of any willingness to negotiate. As Qiao Yunfeng tended to Meng Wenrui and Apos' wound, Shen Ranran's face contorted with rage, her eyes glinting fiercely as she brandished a pack of grenades in her left hand, poised to hurl them. Nia Gaolong swiftly intervened, restraining her arm. "We must depart." He hoisted Meng Wenrui onto his back and made for the second level, while Qiao Yunfeng silently followed, casting a glance back at the garage, seething with indignation. Shen Ranran glared at the opposing direction, her teeth clenched as she pocketed the grenades and ascended, her footsteps echoing loudly, betraying her simmering fury and resentment. Sun Yuran maintained a calm demeanor, pursing her lips before deliberately pausing for 3 seconds, trailing behind the group. On the second level of the underground garage, they located a corner near the exit. Qiao Yunfeng retrieved supplies and, observing the group and Apos' somber mood, urged, "Let us eat something first and take turns resting. We cannot afford to exhaust ourselves. We are uncertain of what lies ahead, and we cannot all sleep at once." "Indeed, let us eat. You 3 ladies should rest first." Nia Gaolong nodded. "We will sleep later." The air was considerably better here than above, with less smoke. Shen Ranran distributed sustenance, stating, "This is a restorative soup. Keep it close for when we may need to flee again." "How are you faring?" Qiao Yunfeng inquired of Sun Yuran, recalling her relatively poor stamina. "I'm all right. A brief rest will suffice," Sun Yuran replied, accepting the soup from Shen Ranran and making her way toward the RV. Suddenly, blood-curdling screams erupted from the stairwell. "Ah, what's wrong? I can't move. How can I not move? Brother, come quick." The clarity of the screams resonated throughout the garage, prompting the group to raise their eyebrows and direct their gaze towards Sun Yuran, awaiting her explanation. If they didn't intend to cause trouble, they wouldn't have been poisoned. "The places I chose to lay traps were meticulously selected," Sun Yuran declared boldly, meeting the collective gaze with unwavering confidence. "Looking for trouble? They must consider whether they possess the capability." Chapter 58, The 10th Match, Real World 4. How could you fall too? Brother, come help. They are both unable to move. The cries from the doorway on the second floor made it clear that yet another person had succumbed. "Will you lose levels?" Qiao Yunfeng asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "This killing spree will result in penalties." "No, this potion will only deduct 900 stamina points. And then it will continuously drain a total of 400 health points. As long as they can keep drinking health-restoring potions, or if their health limit ISN and Apos' T2 low, they should be fine, not dead, right?" Sun Yuran and Apos' voice faded as she spoke, not from guilt, but from the sudden realization that she was uncertain if the other party had enough health points to lose. What if they only had around 300 health points? Then they might truly be finished. She blinked in confusion, having overlooked this crucial detail when she had applied the poison earlier. Seeing her expression, Qiao Yunfeng felt a mixture of amusement and irritation. He sighed, "You should rest for a while. First, recuperate your stamina." As soon as Sun Yuran entered the RV, Shen Ranran could no longer contain her laughter. She quickly covered her mouth and lowered her voice. "Qiao, where did you find this girl? With her skills, does she even need rescuing?" After pondering for a moment, Qiao Yunfeng completely agreed. "The first time I met her was during the zombie encounter. I thought she wouldn't need my help, but she insisted on following me, claiming it was unsafe to go alone. So I suppose I did end up saving her. Come. Now that there is no danger, tell me more. I'm intrigued. That encounter was incredibly tough. It was just the 2 of us fighting our way through. If it weren't and Apos' for our excellent weapons and ample grenades, we might have been overwhelmed by the zombies." Meng Wenrui perked up, appearing far from the sickly patient who had just been shot. Qiao Yunfeng turned his head, reflecting on their experience. She developed a potion that, when applied to the skin, prevents zombies from attacking. Thanks to this potion, we managed to open the base and amp, Oppos, S gates and escape. That and amp, Oppos, S amazing. How could such a potion exist? What an extraordinary person. Shinranzan exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. You are remarkable too, capable of creating status-enhancing food. You've never lacked provisions, which is impressive in its own right. Mengwen Rui shook the blood-restoring soup in his hand and turned to smile brightly. Not at all. Shinranzan blushed at the compliment. But seeing her radiant smile suggested she was genuinely pleased. Leaning back in her chair, Qiao Yunfeng closed her eyes, listening to the conversation among the three, slowly drifting into sleep. As she slept, she pondered, how strange. Why is it that I don't find it noisy? Recalling the first challenge. When she had been forced to spend a night in a train car, surrounded by chatter, her only feeling had been that it was too loud, and she wished to escape. Yet now, with people talking nearby and occasional laughter, why did it feel so warm instead? Brother, what should we do? Just leave them lying there? Qin Tianming anxiously looked at his older brother, Qin Tianshu, pointing at the two individuals near the basement door. I don't know why they're like this or how to help, Qin Tianshu said, clenching his fist and closing his eyes in frustration, a furrow forming on his forehead. These two, along with his foolish younger brother, had stubbornly ignored warnings and sought trouble with the team above. Now they had hit a wall. What could he do? If he rushed in to pull them out, it could easily result in another casualty. If unforeseen circumstances arose, they would all be in grave danger. They're being unreasonable. We came first, and they poisoned us. This is too much. Qin Tianming shouted, his face filled with resentment. Be quiet. What time is it to throw a tantrum? If you three hadn't ignored the advice and insisted on coming up, we wouldn't be in this situation. Qin Tianshu looked at his brother, feeling utterly exhausted. How was it possible that he shared blood with such a fool? Brother. Seeing his brother about to speak again, Qin Tianshu could no longer tolerate it. The challenge was nearing its conclusion. He couldn't allow his brother to continue this foolishness. With a sharp slap, he silenced him. Shut up. Do not seek trouble with the people upstairs. Look at those two. They are merely lying on the ground, able to talk but completely immobilized. You should realize they are far stronger than us. If you wish to survive, keep quiet. Brother, you hit me? Qin Tianming stared at his brother in disbelief. You should be grateful I can still hit you. At the rate you and Amp, Oppos, going, once I can't even do that, you'll be closer to death than you think. Qin Tianshu was done communicating with his foolish brother, firmly gripping his collar and pushing him back down to the third basement level. He called for another person, and they equipped themselves with gloves, finding a long pole to prepare for dragging the two individuals back to the stairwell. As for what to do once they were back, that would be a matter for later consideration. Chu Tianhe was currently accelerating recklessly, pressing down on the gas pedal with all his might. His body tensed to the point of rigidity. He finally burst out of the wooded area. On the first day, upon witnessing the chaos in the city, he immediately realized that some individuals could no longer contain themselves. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the city and plunged into the suburban woods, where no one ventured. He dug a cave in the forest, spending the first day in peace and comfort. On the second day, when the cold weather became unbearable for everyone, he lit a campfire in his cave, while outside, piles of dry wood were abundant. He had no worries about provisions. Watching the discussions online, where people in the city complained of shortages and illness from the cold, desperately seeking medicine they couldn't find, he scoffed at their foolishness. How have they survived this long? However, as the day began, a blazing meteorite fell close by, igniting a fire that spread rapidly through the dry wood. He found himself running faster than ever, wishing only that he could escape quicker. Finally breaking free from the woods and planning to rest, another meteorite struck down, severing the road ahead. With a screeching halt, he managed to stop just before crashing into the meteorite. More large stones rained down from the sky. This indiscriminate attack filled him with a suffocating sense of despair. Could he truly survive? Abandoning the vehicle, he sprinted desperately, losing all sense of time. After escaping that area, he collapsed beside a water ditch, feeling a sense of relief as he noticed the sky was free from falling debris. He had once again survived. At 8:00 and Oppos clock, the disaster mode was activated, heralding an invasion by the insectoids, with the number of survivors standing at 60,000. Upon receiving this alarming notification, every challenger was gripped by a singular question. What are insectoids? What purpose do they serve? However, only Qiao Yunfeng, upon receiving the announcement that very morning, was overwhelmed with joy, her face blooming with a radiant smile. This was due to her heightened affinity for animals, which had increased threefold, after all. The very name and Apos, insectoid and Apos, suggested a connection to creatures of the animal kingdom, just as her joyous laughter echoed. A supplementary alert resonated in her mind. Special notice. Your affinity for animals has been temporarily suspended for this challenge. Please ensure you are adequately prepared. The corners of her mouth twitched in disbelief, and she cursed inwardly. How shameless can you be? Alas, her grievances went unheard. After breakfast, the group prepared to ascend to the upper floors to assess the situation outside and uncover the nature of these insectoids. Suddenly, a thunderous scream erupted from below, followed by a cacophony of gunfire and the detonations of grenades, interspersed with cries of agony and fury. Reacting swiftly, the group retrieved their weapons and moved towards the staircase, only to witness a dark, spider-like creature surging forth from the doorway at the top of the stairs. It bore 8 legs, yet its size was formidable, nearly that of a small car, and it scuttled with alarming speed. Without hesitation, Qiao Yunfeng drew her handgun, aiming steadily at the creature and Apos' eyes, and fired. Instinctively, she believed the eyes to be its most vulnerable point. Indeed, the colossal spider let out a spine-chilling shriek as it recoiled from the blow, thrashing its head and 2 of its legs. The others joined in, unleashing a volley of gunfire. Under the intense barrage, the gigantic spider succumbed after 3 harrowing minutes. Just as the group exhaled in relief, a swarm of minuscule spiders erupted from beneath its carcass, scuttling in every direction. Though small, their numbers were overwhelming, and they dispersed rapidly, rendering the handgun's efficacy moot. As the horde of tiny spiders advanced, Nie Gaoong brandished a flamethrower, sweeping it back and forth to incinerate the oncoming swarm, creating a narrow passage through the inferno. Hurry, we must reach the ground floor, he shouted anxiously, the chilling screams from the 3rd floor echoing ominously. With the flamethrower blazing, he endeavored to clear a pathway for his companions. Similarly, Meng Wenrui wielded a flamethrower, retreating to the rear of the group, determined to eradicate the encroaching spiders. When the screams from below ceased for 3 agonizing seconds, his expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "Move! The creatures are coming up." The group surged out of the building, finding chaos awaiting them outside. Spiders of all sizes swarmed the streets, mingling with the relentless skirmishes of challengers. Leading the way, Nie Gaoong directed the group towards a storefront and came to a halt. "We need to establish a defensive position. Let us gather the abandoned vehicles to form a barricade. Meng, come with me to collect the cars. The rest of you, clear the interior. No spiders must remain." They sprang into action, but before their plans could be realized, a spider of the same monstrous size as the one from the basement charged towards them, closing the distance in mere strides. Xiao Yunfeng swiftly raised her gun and shot directly at its eye, while Shen Ranjan hurled a grenade. The spider, already wounded in its ocular region, staggered back from the explosion, but its remaining eye locked onto them, preparing to retaliate. Meng Wenrui steadied his machine gun and unleashed a barrage, halting the creature and Apos' advance as it collapsed to the ground, releasing another wave of tiny spiders. Once again, Nie Gaoong wielded the flamethrower to incinerate the smaller foes. Qiao Yunfeng, seizing a canister of gasoline, doused the ground and ignited it, creating a barrier. While the 2 men dealt with the tiny spiders, the remaining 3 swiftly utilized the abandoned vehicles to fortify their defensive line, taking refuge behind the second line of defense. The group enjoyed a momentary respite. Shenranjan distributed bowls of restorative soup, and as they drank, their stamina began to regenerate. "Keep these handy. Drink when your stamina is half depleted. I prepared them all yesterday. Just bite and sip," she instructed, handing out pre-packaged soup. Qiao Yunfeng smiled appreciatively. "How clever of you. This is immensely convenient." Nie Gaoong distributed several boxes of grenades, cautioning, "Each of you takes a box. Be vigilant during the fight, and inform us immediately when you run low." Sun Yuran pointed to a pile of wood outside, saying, "I and Apos VE arrange the positioning. When the spiders charge, I will ignite the fire and throw poison. Wear masks and wait 3 seconds. This is an excellent plan. Let us soak the collected sheets and blankets in oil, encircling the area to keep the small spiders at bay," Shenranjan proclaimed, her eyes alight with inspiration as she began to gather the supplies. Sun Yuran joined her, assisting in the oil-soaking endeavor. Chapter 59, The 10th Match. Real-world 5 Qiao Yunfeng surveyed the group, distributing masks to each individual before handing out the dream reality potion. "Store this carefully. Use it when the moment arises." After observing the potion and Apos' effects, the others fell into a collective silence for 5 seconds. Why do I feel like I'm clinging to someone powerful? Meng Wenrui exclaimed incredulously, clutching the potion in his hand and glancing at Qiao Yunfeng. Indeed, I felt the same way the first time I faced the Wolf King alongside Qiao. Your feelings mirror mine, Shen Ranzhan responded cheerfully, accepting the potion and giving Meng Wenrui a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Do you still need poison? Have you exhausted the last batch from our previous trade? Sun Yuran inquired after stowing her potion. Her gaze fixed on the ground and her right hand nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, betraying her anxiousness. I'll ask you for more after this match. Qiao Yunfeng replied with a knowing smile, recognizing in Sun Yuran a kindred spirit, both reluctant to engage socially, uncertain in their communication, and prone to nervousness when expressing gratitude. Thank you. I'll accept this. Reach out for any weapon you need. Nie Gaoang affirmed earnestly, nodding as he secured his potion. As the group diligently spread gasoline along the perimeter of their defenses, the spiders reappeared. Hurry back, the spiders are coming. Sun Yuran warned from atop a vehicle, her vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. The moment she spotted the monstrous forms of the spiders, she raised her voice to alert the others. The rest of the group quickly returned. Sun Yuran ignited a torch and hurled it into the air, producing a thunderous explosion as the flames engulfed the barricades made of wrecked cars. The spiders drew nearer, and the group gripped their weapons tightly, prepared for a new round of combat. Put on your masks. As she calculated the spiders' approach speed, Sun Yuran shouted just as she tossed out poison. The group had already retreated against the wall, waiting for the 3 seconds to pass before the poison took effect, ready to charge forth for the attack. Wait. This ISNTA spider, Qiao Yunfeng squinted, sensing something amiss. Look at their fangs, they're completely different from the last ones. The newly emerged creatures resembled insects, possessing numerous legs akin to spiders, but larger in size, their razor-sharp teeth evident as one bit through a parked car. Unfazed by the flames, it strode through the ignited barriers and launched a ferocious assault on their defenses. After 3 seconds, the massive insect seemed affected by the poison, its body swaying and its aim faltering, yet its ferocity remained undiminished. Qiao Yunfeng quickly steadied his pistol, aiming for its eyes, and struck true. The creature lashed out wildly with its sharp front legs, sending debris flying in all directions. Meng Wenrui unleashed a barrage from his machine gun, the gunfire relentless. Following Nie Gaoyang's rapid and precise deployment of 3 grenades, the creature finally collapsed. The group immediately reignited the flames, preparing to incinerate any smaller creatures that might emerge. However, not a single small insect dared to show itself. They exchanged glances, each looking somewhat disheveled, yet at this moment, no one cared. They all sat down to drink restorative soup. Help! I seek refuge. I can provide supplies. I have grenades and rocket launchers. A powerful shout echoed down the street as a young man on rollerblades sped towards them, leaping over obstacles and tossing grenades behind him without aim, leaving the group in disbelief at the sheer quantity he possessed. In his wake, a giant spider, besieged by his erratic grenade throws, eventually succumbed, leading a swarm of smaller spiders in pursuit. He burst through the flames, executing a smooth sideways slide to halt before the group, only to find the small spiders incinerated outside the fire ring. He began frantically patting out the flames, licking at his clothes. Who are you? And how did you get here? Qiao Yunfeng raised her pistol, pointing it at him without hesitation. The sudden appearance of an unknown individual was suspicious, especially after the events of the first day. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek shelter. I can provide all the battle supplies. The young man halted at the defensive line, staying put as he swiftly laid out 5 boxes of grenades, 6 rocket launchers, and several canisters of gasoline, raising his hands in a gesture of sincerity. You possess all these weapons yet come seeking refuge? Nie Gaoang narrowed his eyes, and Qiao Yunfeng had the same thought. Though these supplies were not abundant for their team, they were considerable for a lone individual, potentially allowing him to hold out if luck was on his side. My aim is poor. I can hardly hit anything, and the newly appeared insects are nearly invulnerable. I used half a box of grenades and ran 3 streets before taking down one, nearly losing my life in the process, the young man, Lu Haoshuan, lamented, feeling utterly defeated. He had hoped that with such weaponry and the uniqueness of his supplies, he could secure his own survival, even if he could not rise to power. Yet reality dealt him a harsh blow, revealing the futility of his situation against the relentless creatures. Why did you come to us? Nie Gaoyang maintained his gun and Oppo's aim, unwavering. Without hesitation, Lu Haoshuan replied, I witnessed your battle from a distance. Your team is the most efficient at exterminating insects in this area. I recognized both of them during the desert encounter, After the fire in the oasis, I followed their vehicle to the ruins and survived that challenge. This is why I seek refuge with you." He looked around, his earnestness palpable, yet the skepticism of the others was apparent. A lingering distrust stemming from the chaos of the first day's betrayal. Internally cursing the madness of that initial group, he pressed on, "I genuinely seek refuge. If there's anything you need, as long as it fits within 50 centimeters cubed, I can provide it. Just name it, and I will produce it immediately." Upon uttering these words, tears nearly welled up in his eyes, burdened by exhaustion and heartache. With such formidable possessions, he found himself unable to ascend to the status of a leader, and instead, relegated to the position of a subordinate, often looked down upon. "So it was you," Qiao Yunfeng mused, recalling the individual who had exchanged her first crate of grenades. She slightly raised her weapon, a smile curving her lips. Did the zombies explode? Lu Haoshuan abruptly lifted his head, gazing at the seemingly frail woman before him. The urban boss? Hearing yet another peculiar title, Qiao Yunfeng involuntarily twitched at her temples. Where does this nomenclature come from? You may call me Qiao Yunfeng. Boss, had I known it was you, during the last desert encounter, I would have rushed over the moment I spotted you, Lu Haoshuan exclaimed, feeling he had missed the prime opportunity and uncertain if it was still not too late. I was at the inn as well, but seeing you so fierce, firing your weapon, I dared not approach. Later, I followed your vehicle to the ruins. And only then did I manage to survive. Qiao Yunfeng regarded him thoughtfully. Let us deliberate before responding. Lu Haoshuan immediately nodded fervently. All right, boss. Please convey my message to everyone. My possessions are genuinely effective. You are well aware. I can truly assist everyone and will certainly not hinder progress. It was only when he found himself within the defensive perimeter, sipping on a stamina-replenishing broth, and clutching a vial of dreams realized that Lu Haoshuan observed those around him repairing the defenses, suddenly struck by an overwhelming sense of unreality. Surely, this cannot be a dream. He slapped himself sharply, a resounding crack echoing as his face turned sideways. A clear imprint of his hand appearing from the force of his strike. Oh, that hurts. Tears instantly brimmed in his eyes, yet the sensation of pain brought him joy. It's real, not a dream. How delightful. Who would have thought you, so young, harbor such peculiar tastes? Meng Wenrui turned with a look of disdain, her brows arched and lips twitching as if lost in thought. At her words, the crowd collectively turned to observe. Their expressions varied, seeing the gazes directed at him. Lu Haoshuan leapt to his feet, waving his arms anxiously. I didn't. Please don't misinterpret. I was merely chased by insects for ages and now feel utterly unreal. I just want to ascertain if this is an illusion. The pain might also be a hallucination. Qiao Yunfeng raised a finger, pointed at his face, and earnestly explained, I have personally experienced such pain. It was excruciating, yet I was still amidst a hallucination. After her serious proclamation, she nodded gravely. Lu Haoshuan stood dumbfounded, eyes wide, confusion etched across his face as he murmured, No way, boss, you must be jesting. Qiao Yunfeng offered no reply, merely a mysterious smile before returning to her task of reinforcing the defenses. Her mind drifted back to her experiences on the island. That sensation of life and death, an indelible memory that would forever linger. The insects are coming. Prepare. With Sun Yuran's commanding shout. Shenranjin swiftly ignited an oil-soaked sheet placed on the perimeter, the wooden pyre erupting into a blazing inferno. This time, a different breed of insect emerged. Somewhat resembling the previous ones, yet its shell appeared sturdier and thicker, its claws longer, frequently emitting a greenish liquid that, upon splattering onto the vehicle's roof, produced a hissing sound of corrosion. Its forelimbs flailed before it, forcefully sweeping aside any obstacles in its path. Like a tank, it advanced, clearing all debris before it, leaving a trail of destruction. Clearly, this new insect posed an even greater challenge than the prior two. Sun Yuran squinted, retracting the initially prepared poison, and retrieved a different vial. Turning to the crowd, she called, I've switched to a more potent toxin. Please hold on for a moment. Come back in 10 seconds. Ensure you wear your masks. After her command, she turned back to the insect, narrowing her eyes as she meticulously calculated the distance and the creature's speed. Wear your masks. I'm about to release the toxin. Sun Yuran shouted, hurling the vial with great force, watching it arc perfectly into the flames, retreating swiftly thereafter. As Sun Yuran dashed back, she was met with the crowd's thumbs up. She nodded awkwardly. Prepare. I'll go first, you follow. As 10 seconds elapsed, Nia Gaoyang hefted a rocket launcher and was the first to charge forward, aiming directly at the colossal insect. However, such a formidable assault did not immediately bring it down. It merely swayed slightly and regained its stance, charging towards the group, its sharp forelegs relentlessly clearing the path of any hindrances. In its charge, it reached the pyre, unleashing a torrent of green liquid that extinguished a portion of the flames, significantly diminishing their intensity. Onward! Meng Wenrui shouted, rushing in with a machine gun, unleashing a barrage upon it. Qiao Yunfeng tossed 2 grenades before aiming her weapon at its eyes. Yet, her shots were thwarted by its incessantly flailing limbs. The bullets struck its hardened shell, echoing with dull thuds. Although its movement slowed after inhaling the toxic fumes, its attacks persisted. As the group continued their relentless onslaught, the creature finally succumbed. Yet, before they could catch their breath, a swarm of ominous spiders surged forth from behind it. Chapter 60, the 10th match. Real World 6, in an instant, Qiao Yunfeng dashed forward upon witnessing the scene. Surrounding the perimeter of the defensive line, he incessantly hurled oil-soaked timber. Shen Ranjan followed closely, rapidly unfurling drenched sheets. Lu Haoshuan, observing their actions, immediately reacted, sprinting to the outermost circle to begin dousing the ground with gasoline. Come back! The bugs are coming! With Sun Yuran's loud shout, the trio ignited flames and hurried back. Once Sun Yuran ensured their safety atop the vehicle, she calculated the distance and tossed a vial of poison, being the last to retreat. The swarm of spiders was overwhelming. Having incinerated one wave, another followed relentlessly, launching an unyielding assault. Before long, the insect army breached the defenses that had been meticulously arranged, as everyone desperately resorted to fire and grenades, their gasoline reserves dwindling perilously low. At last, the onslaught of the insect horde began to ease, as the relentless tide of bugs ceased to surge forth. Notification: current survival count, 25,000. Upon the unexpected appearance of this notification, the challengers and Oppos emotions were complex. What does this mean? Is it hinting that we are nearing the end? Lu Haoshuan, in confusion, surveyed the others, only to see them engrossed in healing, hydrating, and tending to their wounds, seemingly oblivious to the notifications. As if it had not reached them at all. A wave of bewilderment washed over him. Was he the only one who had heard it? Sun Yuran, unable to bear his dazed expression, shot him a disapproving glance and tossed him a vial that replenished health. Focus on your status, drink the potion, rest, and restore your stats. Why dwell on the inconsequential? As long as the challenge persists, everything remains the same. Nia Gaoang observed the battered vehicles outside. After several rounds of attack, little remained to fortify their defenses. If the bugs assault us again, we may very well falter. Everyone, prepare yourselves. If we cannot hold the line, we must retreat indoors immediately. We will ascend to the 2nd floor and destroy the staircase on the 1st floor. We'll hold out for as long as we can. Shenranjan pressed down on her trembling arm, a result of exertion, but even her hands shook uncontrollably. Qiao Yunfeng retrieved the medical kit, pulling out a patch and handing it to her. Apply this. Everyone should use it. Our survival hinges on this moment. Distributing the patches. As they adhered them, a wave of relief surged through them, the soreness in their muscles swiftly dissipating, akin to sipping a refreshing drink on a scorching summer day, eliciting involuntary sighs of contentment. Ah, Meng Wenrui exclaimed, Little Qiao, I think you and Oppos, miraculous. How do you possess everything? He chuckled, such is the nature of a great leader. It feels wonderful to have your support. Lu Haoshuan grinned. I believe we will survive truly. Sun Yuran, seated on the ground, consumed 2 bowls of stamina-replenishing broth, her energy depleting faster than the others. If we all retreat to the 2nd floor, I can switch to a different poison. Its effects will last longer. Just remember to hold your breath when I call out, at least for 15 seconds. 20 would be even better. All right, I will prepare the bonfire. Once these bugs fall, we ignite it immediately to eliminate as many as possible. Qiao Yunfeng promptly stood to clear the debris from the battered vehicles, making way on the ground. Before retrieving the last of the gasoline and timber from his inventory, stacking them layer upon layer outside. I and Oppos, place some further out, that way, when the fire ignites, the incoming bugs will be engulfed as well. Keep an eye out. If any bugs approach, call me back. Lu Haoshuan donned rollerblades and leaped into action, gracefully navigating the obstacles as he made his way to the outermost area to set down the oil-soaked timber. Xiao, I have more oil-soaked sheets. I and Oppos, lay them down first, and then place the wood atop. This will accelerate the ignition. Shenranjan spread the sheets across the ground. Nia Gaoang and Meng Wenrui ascended to the 2nd floor, setting up a machine gun by the window, surrounded by crates of grenades, rocket launchers, and various weapons and ammunition. Brother Nia, I believe we will survive. Truly. Meng Wenrui gazed down at those preparing traps below, his steady grip on the machine gun quivering slightly, his voice betraying a hint of tremor. Absolutely. We will. Keep pushing. Nie Gaoang reassured him, wrapping an arm around his shoulder and giving it a firm pat, a response that served to reassure both him and himself. Come back. The bugs are coming. With Sun Yuran's voice echoing again, everyone hastily returned. Standing on the second floor, they beheld the dark mass of the insect army surging forward, an overwhelming force that sent shivers down their spines. Drawing a deep breath, Sun Yuran ready to slingshot, launching a vial of poison into the distance. The glass shattered upon impact, producing a crisp sound as it splintered. Hold your breath. Everyone donned masks and restrained their breathing. The leading wave of spiders, upon entering the toxic zone, succumbed within 3 seconds, swaying unsteadily before collapsing. The subsequent insects trampled over their fallen comrades, continuing their advance. However, like a relentless tide, the insect army surged forth, and the spiders that fell were mercilessly crushed beneath the weight of those that followed. 20 seconds slipped away swiftly. Nie Gaoang was the first to rise, exerting all his strength to hurl a torch. With a resounding explosion, the outside ignited, flames soaring high, incinerating countless tiny spiders. A scent reminiscent of barbecued meat wafting through the air. Everyone sprang to their feet. Qiao Yunfeng armed himself with a rocket launcher, targeting the largest of the bugs. Though it was struck dead on, it merely staggered before continuing its advance. He fired again and again, until finally, it toppled before their eager eyes. Yet, as its corpse fell, another wave of spiders surged forth, swiftly scaling its body and charging towards them. Sun Yuran, do we have any more of that poison? We need another. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Qiao Yunfeng shouted with all his might. Yes, hold your breath. Sun Yuran responded, her voice cracking under the strain. But no one paid heed. Everyone inhaled deeply, their assault unyielding. Another vial of poison was launched via slingshot, yet this time, the shattering of glass went unheard amidst the din, leaving them uncertain if the toxin had taken effect. They could only strive to prolong their breath-holding. 30 seconds had passed. Sun Yuran shouted, prompting a collective sigh of relief from everyone, who then frantically began to catch their breath. The corpses of the insects piled higher downstairs. Yet the swarm continued to pour in, seemingly endless. Take the medicine, restore your state, Xiao Yunfeng declared, pouring the dream reality potion down her throat. Instantly, all her vitality returned, and she launched into a vigorous assault once more. The others followed suit without hesitation. No one dared to question the necessity of drinking the restorative medicine. They all understood that a weakened state would only slow their attacks further. And if the insects breached their defenses, they would lose everything. There were simply too many outside. In various sectors of the street, battles raged on, some filled with fervor, while others displayed faces of despair. Tang Xiaoyan hurled 5 grenades, finally bringing down a massive insect that had charged at him. Only then could he catch his breath and gulp down some water, glancing at his halved stamina and the dark, relentless swarm ahead, despair flooding his heart. He knew they could not hold out much longer. The numbers were overwhelming, and his supplies of medicine and grenades were dwindling. Yet, he refused to concede defeat. Having come this far, he still wished to survive. He downed his last bottle of restorative medicine and resumed his assault. As long as the battle persisted, he would fight on even without bullets or grenades. He had his knife. He was determined to endure until the final moment. Hint: current number of survivors, 20. 000. Everyone experienced a fleeting moment of stupor, their attacks instinctively continuing. Then they beheld the trembling insects outside, which ceased their advance. No way. We just drank the restorative medicine. My stamina is as good as full, Meng Wenrui exclaimed, lamenting the waste of such a valuable potion. Ha! Lu Haoshuan, kneeling on the ground, erupted into a jubilant laugh. We survived. This is wonderful. We all made it. Shen Ranjan sat on the floor, gazing at the insects outside, incredulously muttering, I survived. I survived. Sun Yuran leaned against the wall, her gaze vacant, saying nothing. Nie Gaoang patted Meng Wenrui's shoulder, then bowed his head, tears streaming down his red eyes. Qiao Yunfeng stared blankly out the window, realizing she had done it. She had returned. She had truly succeeded in surviving until the end. A sigh escaped her chest, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of unreality, an impulse to slap herself to confirm her existence. Reason restrained her hand, and she chuckled, shaking her head. It was indeed ludicrous, yet the urge to test reality remained. As she turned to look outside, she was startled to see the trembling insects beginning to split apart. A wave of acute foreboding washed over her, sending cold sweat down her spine. Retreat. Everyone retreat. She shouted with all her might, her voice cracking. She hastily backed away to the farthest corner of the room, instinctively grabbing a vehicle to shield herself, crouching behind it. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed outside, followed by the shattering of glass from the second-floor windows. Shards flew, striking the vehicle, and after 30 seconds, the chaos subsided. Qiao Yunfeng emerged from behind the vehicle to find everyone seated on the ground, varying degrees of cuts from the glass evident. But overall, they appeared to be all right. What the hell? That explosion cost me 400 life points. What is going on? Didn't we just win? Lu Haoshuan exclaimed incredulously, voicing his frustration. If it weren't for the restorative medicine we just consumed, I would have been done for with this low life count. Cautiously, Qiao Yunfeng approached the window, surveying the devastation outside. Yet, in an instant, all the corpses of the insects vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Only the still burning flames and the scattered debris of vehicles bore witness to the fierce battle that had transpired, confirming it was not merely an illusion. As sunlight flickered, Qiao Yunfeng raised her head, squinting at the scene. Everything truly seemed to have settled into calmness. Congratulations, survivors. You may begin your new lives. 3 months later, Qiao Yunfeng sat in a cozy room, savoring freshly grown strawberries while listening to the lively banter of Shen Ranjan and Meng Wenrui downstairs, all the while engrossed in her book. Grilled meat is best spicy. Adding honey just makes it sweet. I don't oppose. Tea like it, but I do. Can you make a cumin-flavored one instead? You chop the meat. No problem. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Do you think my cutting is acceptable? What nonsense. It should have both fat and lean for the best flavor. I'll adjust it. The earth was still in the process of healing. While animals and plants had yet to reappear, everyone believed that with a little more time, the planet would once again return to its former glory. Life would flourish naturally. Flowers would bloom and wither, fish would swim and birds would soar, creating a vibrant environment once more. As Qiao Yunfeng pondered whether to transplant some fruit trees from her space into the outside world to see if they could thrive, she recalled their recent plans to dig a well in the backyard to see if they could access groundwater. Hearing the call from downstairs, dinner's ready. She rose and descended, taking a seat at the table. Observing her cheerful companions chatting and laughing, Qiao Yunfeng and Amp, Oppos, as heart swelled with joy. This life was truly beautiful. Ding, the merger is complete. Please prepare everyone. The challenge will reopen in 3 days. The end.